in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. When God spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise.
Very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a tweet. That's why enough of them, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 bills, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle was a mate. The system will slide where you fit.
Inna the streets where we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want it low. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, you me see enough stress. Them all a fight for who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a pre the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. Also the things said cause the streets don't rest.
Inna the streets where we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about ghetto life, talk about ghetto life.
Everybody a priest and them want it low. That's why them a speed and they pan the go.
Cause this a real ghetto life. This a real ghetto life. Yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one, hygiene a tweet. That's why enough of them, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she buy in a read. Not even 5 bills, you can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep an eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child when you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle resonate. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about get on life, get on life. Talk about get on life, get on life.
Everybody a priest and them want to go. That's why them a speed and they want to go.
Cause this a real get on life, get on life. This a real get on life, get on life. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Very, very carefully.
It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one hygiene a tweet. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she bike in a read. Not even 5 days, we can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep a eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle resonate. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about get on life, get on life. Talk about get on life, get on life.
Everybody a priest and them want it low. That's why them a speed and they want to go.
Cause this a real get on life, get on life. This a real get on life, get on life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Everybody just a pre-success. When me looking at the street, how me see enough stress. Them all a fight for who reach up next. Everybody want floss and a beat up chest. Juvenile in a them teen love sex. Them a pre the fast money, them no need subjects. And if you're unfortunate, please don't vex. I saw the thing said, cause the streets don't rest.
In the streets we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about get on life, get on life. Talk about get on life, get on life.
Everybody a priest and them want it though. That's why them a speed and they want to go.
Cause this a real get on life, get on life. This a real get on life, get on life. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's all about life in the street. People are suffer, try survive in the heat. Bad mind them up to one hygiene a tweet. That's why enough of them, yeah, rifle a beat. Everybody want big ups and want to drive in a Jeep. Every day I'm at the ball when she bike in a read. Not even 5 wheels, we can't find for the week. Me no see no changes, the same cycle repeat. Give thanks cause life it's a sweet. But keep a eye open every time you go sleep. Cause mankind jealous and them idle go late. Them never yet plant and not try figure it. Bigger heads where you fight for the sake. Now care about the future nor the child where you creep. Them a pray the fat Kyle resonate. The system will slide where you fit.
In the streets we born and grow. Only Jah know and nobody know.
When we talk about get on life, get on life. Talk about get on life, get on life.
Everybody a priest and them want it low. That's why them a speed and they want to go.
Cause this a real get on life, get on life. This a real get on life, get on life. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Very, very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. When God spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise.
Very, very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of right.
Hey, peace. What's happening, everyone? On our deal with.
Ooh, yeah.
Suddenly there came a sound from heaven, as of a rushing mighty wind,
Like the rushing of a mighty wind. Like the rushing of a mighty wind. Come and fill our hearts again. Like the rushing of a mighty wind.
Yeah, blessings. Once again, you know the routine. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. All of that helps. So you don't know. Without any further ado, let's get started.
I'm back.
Yeah. All right, Ola. Blessings to you. How's your day going today?
I'm good, bro.
Yeah, man. Tell us where you're at again. Remind us where you're at again. Nigeria. Where in Nigeria are you again?
Lagos.
Lagos. Is it in Lagos that it's hot today? Is it hot in Lagos?
It's raining. We're rainy season now.
It's the raining season. How long does that season last?
We'll be having it will be the rain now might be heavier. You know, once in a while, might be 2 weeks. There'll be heavy rain, then something like that. You know, so because I live in the island aspect, so we have a little bit more rain sometime over there.
Okay. Lovely. So, you know, you did fall off yesterday.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
Yeah, because sometimes it's a little bit late at that time. It's about midnight, and I just fall asleep. Something like that. Sorry.
Yeah. So, the topic of today is the AU and the 6th region. I'm not sure how long you were listening, but I want to start off by asking you, what do you think of the idea of the 6th region?
Okay. What do you mean by 6th region? What do you mean by 6th region?
So the African Union, the African Union considers Africa to be broken up into 5 regions: the North, South, North Africa, South Africa, East, West, and Central Africa, which are the 5 regions of Africa. And then the 6th region is the Diaspora.
Yes,
and so that's 6. So there is 6 regions of the African Union.
Yes.
And so I guess I'm asking you, do you recognize that 6th region as being a part of the African Union?
I think what would have happened is this. African Union is vast, right? We start bringing the North Moroccans and all these things. What will keep us like Ito connection, you have to be like ECOWAS and the CARICOMs. ECOWAS and the CARICOMs, which is the Caribbeans. The darker part of Caribbean, the Africans descendants part of the Caribbean, from Haiti, Jamaica, Barbados, down to the African descendants. The Black United States should be exempted from that immediately.
Wow, that's interesting. So before you go to the Black United States being exempted, you also said those North African states, which are more, I guess, those Arab African states, should also be excluded.
Yes. So that we will know. Look, bro. So that we'll know.
Are they? Do you know? Are they? So Libya, Morocco, those countries are also part of the African Union.
Yes, Libya, Morocco, and all those things.
Let me ask you this before you go on. Hold on. Let me, just because I have this question in my head. Do you know if they count, given that those Arab nations are a part of the AU, do they count?
That's why I really don't know if they. That's why I don't know if they really count.
No. I mean, do they count? Do they count the Middle Eastern countries?
Yeah, because
the Gulf of the Middle Eastern countries that also have Arabic countries. Arabic people? Do they count those as in the diaspora?
No. When we mean diaspora, mostly we talk about the really sub-Saharan Africans. The sub-Saharan Africans, we talk about the ones that have directly from West African descendants. Then we start having the Kenyans, the Malawis into it also, because those are sub-Saharan group of people also, which have similar. We all look the same, right?
Right.
The Zulus, the Malawians, the Zambians, the Zimbabweans, down to Botswana. You understand me? The Kenyans. These are like sub-Saharan, Inside of sub-Sahara, which would have been very perfect for us to form a union, because we have similar and the same type of DNA. Then, when you want to talk about the unity, the 5th region now, or whatever, ECOWAS plus the CARICOMs, which is the Caribbean Union. That's when you start talking about the descendants of the West Africans they took for West Africa down to some of this island and and everywhere, because we all have identical DNA, twins DNA, no different.
That's interesting. So in terms of those Arab states being a part of the African Union, would they also benefit from? They wouldn't get any of the money in the reparations fund, right? The reparations fund, it would be reserved to those, I guess, for lack of a better term, sub-Saharan
Yeah,
ECOWAS type states.
Yeah, I think the so-called reparation, I think they're crazy. It's not going to happen because
Right. So don't you think? So wouldn't those North African Arab states
those
be required to pay into the fund?
Yeah, those who would like to also have it from their French and others that colonize them too. But you have to understand what happened in the West African coast. It's a little bit funny because we that came from those territories, we didn't really know that slave trade actually took place. You know, till we all start getting to schools, the history be taught. You understand me? And that history is not the book, the subject is not so big, it's not like a page. Just talk about what happened, but not consciously into our mindset. You understand me? Not just deep into our mindset. So after the teaching, we never really settle that and digest it. You know, what actually took place, what actually happened. It was during now this social media, YouTube of a thing, we start becoming, you be an adult and things are more directly now in your pocket, which is this mobile phone, you can do research and find that thing. That's when we start seeing some of the footprint, you know, the footprint of what actually really happened. Oh, okay, that's why there's something like this. So I think why they close mark that subject by our ancestors is because slave trade touched every home among all of them. No one was free from it. Apart from the kings, even the kings, some of themselves were even took over, their children also took over to the big boat. You know? So slave trade didn't really happen like, oh, you did it. You did it. No, you have to hold the king responsible.
But I don't think you. But those Arab, North African countries, they participated in the slave trade.
Yeah,
they've held like slaves for hundreds of years, and some of them still do today. There are reports of slavery going on in Libya even today.
Yeah,
right.
But those are the desert ones. Those are the ones that slaved the Kenyans and the Tanzanians and everything. In Libya, the slave, it's not really slave. The people that went over there, the Africans that went over there, and the Arabs never really say Africa, the dark Africans as equal, because they already have because they already slaved them already. They still believe that they're still slaves to them. You know what I mean? So when they come over there, maybe by crossing over to Europe or to any other place, they're still kind of like, because these people have no power. If you put an Arab man down on a free basis and say let's fight, they will be gone within 2 seconds. But they only that when you come to their territory, that's when they're able to carry out this thing, because you don't have power. They are more than you.
Right. So okay, but I'm trying to have you answer like a straight question. Should they not be required to put money in the global reparations fund that the AU has put together?
My brother, the Arab people don't even have the money. Forget about this fake, what they show on TV, the Arab oil money. They will not do it. You understand? And I don't even want an Arab man to even come close to say they put in money. They are not trustworthy. They sponsor some certain type of instability in some part of Africa with that money by their jihadist program and everything. I'm not really keen to Arab like that. I'm more to people that look like me, exempt the Black America out of it.
Wow, I just don't know how people just accept the answer of they don't have anything to put in the reparations fund. Like, you have to have something. $1, $1, right? Like, put something in there. Like, you cannot convince me that all of those African countries, some of the West African ones and the North African ones that all participated in the slave trade and benefited from the slave trade, how they refuse to put anything in the reparations pot as if, and their excuse is, oh, we don't have anything, but they're thriving as countries though. Like, I'm like, no, y'all, we cannot hold. I would see why the AU reparations fund would be not trusted. Just for that reason alone, because just for that reason alone, I don't trust it. Because I'm like, how do y'all say you cannot put $10 in the fund? That's crazy to me.
Look,
and then there are people like you, right, Ola, that don't want them to be a part of the African Union, but you accept that. But you accept their response of, we don't got no money. Y'all gotta have some money from all them slaves you've sold over the years, and the ones. What about the ones y'all continue to sell even today? How do you accept from them this notion of we ain't got no money, and then you start to echo it? I think that you're doing like a disservice to because, you know, the ECOWAS state are a part of the AU as well, right? Ola, can you hear me?
Yes, look.
The ECOWAS states are a part of the AU as well, right?
Yeah, the ECOWAS state is West Africa Organizational Economical Zone, right? Which is for all the West Africa.
So I'm sure even if they were to kick the Arab states out of the African Union and just go at it alone, I think they would still want that reparations fund. And I'm thinking the reparations fund is their idea. It wasn't the Arabs' idea, it was their idea. So they're still going to have that reparations fund. And even after that, are they still going to be closed-minded to having the Arabs contribute to that fund? Why is it that they're only calling on the Europeans? Why is it that they're only mad at the Europeans?
Look, I would prefer what you call this reparation to be paid to those that they took from Africa. I would prefer the CARICONs. Look, when you move people away from their habitants and miss their family, some of them might lose their land, lose their tribe, and lose everything, right? Went to far away. Some of them died and everything. The ones that remain in Africa still hold on to the land, the language, and their habitants, right? So anything reparation, I don't understand what West African Union is trying to chip into this nonsense. They should be paid to the CARICONs. You understand me? And to those Black Americans that fed their Africans. You understand me? Who fed their Africans. You understand? So they have to settle the Caribbeans because they took those people away from their habitats.
Yeah, but that's exactly why I'm saying because nobody has donated to the fund. And that's why I'm saying they should be the first ones to put something in the pot, in that reparations fund. And then once that money is in the pot, it can get distributed to those Caribbean countries that you're talking about. So both things can happen. Those ECOWAS countries, let me just say this, those ECOWAS countries, both things that you want to happen can happen. The Caribbean can get the money from those African countries. All those ECOWAS countries got to do is fund the reparations fund and then say that money is only for the Caribbean. Africa ain't getting none of that share. Right? But it can be done through that fund. And once they put something in that fund, those European countries will see that they're serious about reparations. And then they may consider putting something in there. But until they do that, I don't see why those European countries have any reason to pay them any mind.
Yeah, but you have to understand that, that's what the African Union is supposed to be pursuing, not just only the Europeans and also to the Arabs also. But you have to understand, the Arabs will tell you that the blacks that took to, you see, any blacks you see in Iraq, Syria, Iran, Lebanon or Oman, and even standing as the other Qatar. These are the Africans they took from Tanzania, Kenyans. These are the ones there, right? So the Tanzanians, can ask, okay, what you gotta do? But the West Africans have to chase the they won't, because the Arabs able to come to the West Africans like that, because you're so far from them. So the West Africans, which is ECOWAS, if they want to talk about reparation, they have to chase the white man to pay the Caribbeans. Why putting that thing there? The Caribbeans is because we know. Look, 400 years is not too far, my brother. My great grandfather had more than 400 years that I know the name, right? More than 400 years. We talk about 700 years even. You know, so they have to, the African Union, West African Union. I'm not talking about African Union now. I'm talking about ECOWAS. Have to ask their colonial masters. They can push for them to compensate the Caribbeans, that the Africans they took to these Caribbean territories and Brazil and United States. Those that feel like Africa and United States. Because the ones you see now, they say they're not Africans. You understand? That's why I'm not too bothered about the United States ones. You know, because they have to chase actually where they're coming from. But the one that they felt that they're from Africa, I think they need that money. You know, any other one that said they're Indians, that they were being slaves in America, they can ask the United States government to compensate them if you're from the Indian family. You know?
Right. Infinity, welcome to the panel. How are you today?
You're not too bad. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. How are you today?
You're not too bad. Not too bad, sir. Not too bad.
That's what's up. Hang on a second, Infinity. Where are you calling from?
London.
Big up yourself.
London, UK. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So, where are you originally from?
From Ghana. I was born in England, but my mum and dad are from Ghana. Yeah.
Indeed. How's the weather in London right now?
It's fairly warm. So this is the thing. During the days of slavery, from the
wow, you're not one for small talk, are you, Infinity?
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro. Do your thing.
England, Britain, all that period from 1660 to about 1620, most of the European currencies, gold coins were made from West African gold. Through those coming from them slave fortresses off of Ghana, like Cape Coast Castle, Fort James, and Fort Metalcross, and all these places. So it should be places like Jamaica. It should be easy for them. So if you don't know, there was a massive handover of gold to England, Denmark, France, Holland. During those days, they done this slave operation with our gold as well. You don't know, all their currencies were made of West African gold. The FBA have messed up massive time. They messed up the days of the 13 colonies because 13 colonies were a part of the United Kingdom's colonies. They say they don't.
Yeah. So tell me the point you're trying to say. Like, be clear, because I'm trying to figure out exactly what the main point is you're trying to bring across. So be clear on exactly what the point is that you're making.
From 1660 onwards, I'm saying it would be good to go to England because England's currency and Holland's currency and France's currency and the Dutch currency are part of the story of slavery. Are part of the story because we handed over the gold to them as well.
Oh, so you're suggesting that FBA and ADOS be a part of the global reparations program.
You know something? I don't give a damn if they don't want to be honest with you, from what I've heard from their mouths, they basically, I think, from the days of the 13 colonies, from the year 1660 up to 1776, I think they forfeited that anyway. Do you expect African people to to vouch for them, saying that we to say that we gave England all that gold for that period of time when England's colonies in America, for when England had colonies in British North America. After what they're saying about people, they thought they made it difficult. I think, do you know something? And this is the other side of the Reparations argument with them for the United States side. That man, Biden, he didn't want to know at all. They don't want to know. They're in massive debt in their country. They don't want to know. They're gonna go. From when Trump was in office the last time in 2020 to now, they've gone 17 trillion in debt. You think they're gonna hand over another 17 or 18 trillion debt to Black Americans? Now? They ain't gonna do it. Just you have to try to be realistic and honest.
So I got you on that, and I hear what you're saying. But the topic of the show, though, Infinity. The question of the day is we're talking about the 6th region. You've been listening. So, the question is just what are your thoughts on the idea of the 6th region? Do you consider yourself to be a part of that 6th region? Do you consider yourself to be a part of the 6th region?
What do you mean? People in Europe and the UK? Is that?
Do you consider yourself to be a part of the African Union?
Well, I'm from Africa anyway, so I'm even though I'm from I was born in England. It's a non-starter. It's a no-brainer. Of course, I'm part of it because my parents are from there, so I'm part of it. Yes.
Right. And do you believe in the idea that people in the diaspora should actively help to build the continent of Africa?
Well, if they want to, but I think in this reparations apart from if they want to, that's either down to them, yes or no. It's subjected to each person. Yeah, it's down to them. If they want to, yes or no, it's down to them. But the thing is, for the reparations thing, Africa would have been a massive help because it supplied most of those European countries their national currencies. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If they want to help, it's up to them really. We can do a lot ourselves anyway. If the conditions are right. If they want to, they want to. They don't want to, they don't want to. It's I'm not begging people.
Indeed.
You still there? Yeah, I'm not begging people.
Yes, I'm still here.
I'm not begging people. If they want to contribute, they can contribute. They don't.
What are they coming to build? Who are you talking about, the FBA or you talking about the other ones? If you talk about the Caribbeans, that is totally different. The FBA and the ADOS, they don't come to build no damn shit in Africa. They should build their own hoods where they live in and build wherever they want to build in the United States. You understand me? We didn't need them to build our cities. We didn't need them to build places like Lagos, Accra, Harare, and all those places. We didn't really know if they even exist even at that time. You understand me? So what are they coming to build? They build no shit. They should just remain where they are and develop themselves over there. We don't really need them.
Sure. Ola, can you tell me again, you may have said it before, but can you tell me again why the Black Americans are the only diasporans that you wouldn't welcome into what you see as an ECOWAS type African Union? Why did you say again that Black Americans are the only ones you would exclude?
Yeah, because they're not, look, you cannot bring in people that's constantly telling you that they're not African. They don't have nothing to do with Africa. They're not Africans, and nobody's even asking them to claim Africa. They're constantly saying, all kind of things that they want to talk about, and they become their YouTube trading aspect, both old and young, in among their cult or their movement or the Black Americans community, that they're not Africans. We are not. Look, in Africa even, we have our own tribes and everything. We're not like all the same, but we have respect for each other's tribes and everything. That's where we navigate cultural exchange, marriages, and everything. You understand me? So they are not the type of people that they're flipping time. You know, they can be moved out of the blue. They're plastic. You know what I mean? So we in Africa, we don't change like that. We don't become Yoruba. They're out of the blue. I'm an Ashanti now. You know, it's not something we do.
Yeah.
You know, I'm Yoruba. I'm Yoruba.
It's called integrity. Integrity. They're flipping flow. They're flipping this way. They're flipping that way. Like it's an integrity thing. You know, it's an integrity thing. You understand? It's an integrity thing. You can't be flipping this way, flipping that way. You know, it's not good. It's not good.
Right, and you know, even according to what the AU, what I read today from what the AU stated, it says the only people that they consider a part of the diaspora are those people in the diaspora that identify with the continent, which I think is pretty much the reason why Ola says he doesn't want Black Americans there, because he thinks Black Americans don't identify with the continent. And I think the objection that Ola has been getting is that Ola doesn't seem to acknowledge that there are absolutely, among Black Americans, there are a lot of them that identify with Africa and are themselves Pan-Africanists. And even when people try to say to Ola, you know, Ola is just the FBA, because FBA does not represent all of Black America. FBA does not represent all of Black America. But you know, he insists on saying Black Americans, and I think when he does that, you know what I mean, it's kind of doing those Pan-Africanist Black Americans a disservice.
Yeah. Understand, because there's a subgroup called the FBA. I understand how their mindset, but not everybody is like that. But it causes a lot of confusion for the people who are not like that. It causes a lot of confusion and gridlock for the people within the Black American group itself. So there's certain people who are the FBI crowd who've got a very loud voice and speak within how they speak. Then there's another group. So you do have to consider them as well. They have to be considered as well. Understand what you mean?
Right. Let me ask you both a question. If you could speak to FBA, right, and you could tell them what they are missing out by not identifying with the continent, like what is it that they are missing that the people that do identify are getting? So can you tell them what they're missing by not identifying with the continent? You know, because go ahead.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, well, as I said, first of all, help with the reparations argument because of the currencies, the 24-karat gold currencies we gave to those European countries. So going like speaking about the 13 colonies, I'm just going to isolate them for this instant. The 13 colonies from the 1660 up to 1776. England's currency was made of West African gold. We could have helped them out with that. If they wanted to delineate by themselves, they're in open water surrounded by sharks by themselves. They could have had the support there instead of attacking. Rather, they could have had an ally instead. So that's what they're missing out on. That's one thing they're missing out on.
Just more support for their reparations claim?
Yeah, they could have had massive support.
You think that if they had your support, they would have gotten some reparations money by now?
Yeah, because.
So how come y'all haven't gotten any reparations money?
Because you don't know the European, they're devious, man. The things from what I heard were they done during slavery.
But I'm saying if your support would have helped them to get reparations, then you would have had some reparations already because you were supporting yourself. So what support are you talking about?
I'm speaking about because England would have, or say England are responsible for the period of slavery from 1660 to 1776 on the main coast of on the 13 colonies. that would have to be paid by. We'll say, yes, we gave them the money through trade and gifts, and the people have suffered under your grasp. So you should pay them some of that money back. Pay them some of the money for the suffering.
They can make that claim on their own. They can make that claim on their own. The same way they're making. Hold on. The same way. Hold on. Infinity. The same way they're making their individual claim against the American government, they can make their individual claim against the British and an individual claim against the Spanish. They can make all the individual claims they can. And I don't know what type of support. Like, do you think that having one big claim, an African Union claim, and creating an African Union fund will be better received than individual claims?
What I like the Caribbean and like North, rather than have one big mass. I don't know. I think for what it is, I think Africa has a more political power than most. I think because of its natural resources. That's why. But I don't think Black America's got that much strong political power. The leaders are not that brilliant, man. The leaders are not. The black leaders in America don't even support reparations. The black they don't know. They don't.
Ola, back to the original question, Ola. If you could tell FBA what they're missing from not identifying with Africa, what would you tell them? What are they missing out on?
Bro, I cannot really answer that question because they're not missing nothing, because they're not part of the Africans. You understand me? They look. What
would they be getting if they were part of the Africans?
No, yeah, but for me, I don't really want them to be part of anything but Africa. They should keep their Pan-Africanism.
But you're not answering my question, though. You're not answering my question.
Yeah,
at least Infinity answered the question.
Yeah, but
I want you to answer. If your answer is nothing, then it's nothing.
Look.
But I want you to answer the question, though. What are they missing out on?
From my perspective, if I answer such a question, let me say I'm behaving fake. You understand me? Now me say I'm active fake. I'm not really active fake. You understand me? So that's why I said that question for me, I have to skip it. Because for me, they are not part of anything of Africa. They are just part of United States. They should change their compensation from the British government. At that time was an empire that was ruling United States at that time. You understand me? So that's
so let me ask you a different question, Ola. Can you tell us what the Caribbean countries that are part of CARICOM, can you tell us what they are receiving by identifying with Africa?
Yes. Because the Caribbean countries, right from time, were always having communication with the Africans. Even when they were shipping some, they were also bringing new members to them. So that's why some of them still able to still have names of food, some languages being mixed into, like the Jamaica patois, the Trinidad's Africans still bear some certain food like akara in their baked beans, and like what the Brazilians are having also. So, and other type of food with some of them with Ghana, Ashanti West, and other West, that where they're coming from. What I want as an African, we have to open a trade route as West Africans towards the Caribbeans, so that we can benefit from each other with visa free, which means you can come and live in my place if you want and do business. I can come and live in your place if I want to come and do business. They can easily become a citizen of ECOWAS, because some of them came from Ghana, some of them came from Nigeria, especially the Jamaican ones and the other ones. So they can be easily have citizenship of each other country and reconcile for the evilness that happened, so that we can have our rituals of forgiveness and finally cry together and say it will never happen again. That's the one thing in my heart that I'm chasing. That's what I'll tell you. In terms of the benefit, we have a lot to benefit from each other.
So you actually answered the question. You actually answered my first question in terms of what are they missing out on, and apparently the answer is they're missing out on crying with you.
No, I love things as well. What they're missing out, what they'll be benefiting from is natural resources as well.
Yes,
because
that's what I thought the business aspect.
Natural resources galore on planet Earth.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about business.
Yeah.
That's talking about trade.
But right now, hold on. Now, France and America and Russia and China are benefiting big time from those natural resources. And none of them identify with the continent the way you want Black Americans. So they can benefit from the continent. They can have trade routes like Ola was talking about. They can open trade routes with the continent and have all of that stuff going on without having this identification with Africa and crying with you that you're asking them for. Like, why can't you open trade routes with them and do everything with them without why is identifying and crying with you a requirement?
Without me crying that we should put out the tears of the evilness that happened. You understand me? Because what happened is still kind of like lingering. You understand me? It's not yet. We did dealt with that aspect yet. If you check it, there's still kind of like all the ground suspicious among ourselves. You understand me? For those that will be taken away, you don't blame them for them to see like, hey, I was being taken away while you remain in the continent, right? They still kind of like, because we have similar type of identical DNA, we still have the way we express feelings that we need to solve the past before we move to the future. You understand me? So that's why I said we can cry that one out and solve those problems, solve whatever is lingering. Then as we solve those lingering, we have to establish route. But when we trade route, ship route, and easy movement of citizens for some of these African descendants in the Caribbean. If they want to study in some of these countries like Ghana or Nigeria, Sierra Leone or Liberia and all these places, they have access to these places. If they want to do business, they're tariff free in some of all these things. With this, we were able to bond together, just like the way the English and the Australians and the New Zealanders, what they're doing up to today, where they name themselves the 5 Eye. We can call ourselves the 3 Eye or the 2 Eyes, and that's just the way they have to be connection. That's why Manos the Blacks United States should be totally being pushed out of this discussion, because they're not having we don't know who they are really. They are Indians one hand, they are Choctaw, they are FBA, they are ADOS, they are Freemen, they are all kind of names that we can't really put on it. You understand me? They are their own people. They should be their own people. God bless them with whatever they see themselves there.
But I'm saying though, Ola, right? If ECOWAS is okay with uniting with those northern Arab states that enslaved them, right? Because those northern Arab slaves that enslaved them are a part of the African Union. If they're a part of the Union, why can't FBA also be a part of the Union? They never enslaved you. Because, well, I guess in fairness, you also did say that you wanted ECOWAS to get away from those northern states. So in fairness to you, I'll give you that one. But if the AU is okay with having these northern, for lack of a better term, Arab states in the African Union, then regardless of whether FBA calls themselves Indians or Moors or Hebrews, none of that should matter. Not to the AU anyway. You know what I'm saying, Ola?
Yeah, can I say something? See, this is the thing with Jamaica and the Caribbean, you have governments to represent you. They don't. Black Americans, they don't have that. They don't have that in their favor. They don't. They're just
say
Americans.
that again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you repeat yourself?
Jamaica,
Can you tell them what they don't have?
Jamaica, they have their as a claim for reparations or whatever. Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean islands have representation through their government. They're pushing for that, but the Black Americans, they don't have that. Even the Black American politicians say no. We're not supporting representations. They haven't got no political power. They haven't.
Listen. Infinity. It would be one thing, right? If those Caribbean reparation movements were garnering some type of victory somewhere, but they're not. They are just as successful as the FBA reparations movement, as certainly as the FBA reparations movement is not being accepted by the people they're speaking to. Neither is the Caribbean reparations movement. Y'all haven't gotten a penny either. So for you to say if y'all came over here, for you to say if y'all joined us and did what we were doing, you'd be doing better, it's just kind of crazy because y'all are not doing better.
I think this whole reparations thing with these white people, they're tough nuts to crack. It's gonna take a hell of a long time. I think it's gonna take if you had it.
How long do you think this Caribbean thing is gonna take?
I think it's gonna take about 50 years, man. If you
50?
get everything
How
right
long has it been going on? How long has it been going on?
Huh?
How long has it been going on?
How long has it been going on? To be honest, I don't know. How long have you been chasing it?
The Caribbeans?
Yeah. How long have you been chasing it?
Longer than FBA. I know that much.
And it's going to
longer
take a
than
long
FBA.
time.
And I think they're actually the ones that gave the blueprint of how to do it to the AU. I think the Caribbean, the CARICOM people may just be the heart. You know what I mean? Was really pushing this reparations through the AU.
Yeah, because they have the governments to back them as well. It may be so,
Yeah, but I'm saying they're being rejected just like the FBA reparations is being rejected. Yeah. So you can't say to FBA if you came over here you'd be more successful because you're not more successful.
No,
so let them do their thing according to them. According to them. Listen, according to them. They see a path. They see their path, and they're like, and they're like, listen, man, if y'all succeed, we'll have a case. So do y'all thing, and then we'll decide whether to hop on to yours. It's true. But they're like, right now, we see a path here, and they're going for that path. But I think you're just kind of. I think you're doing too much saying that they should join your movement.
I'm not saying they have to, but I'm saying they don't have the political power. I don't know why. Where's all their arguments are being shut down. Every state they go to, this California thing. I've read about the California claim for reference. Maryland, it's just been shut down everywhere. And their own black political leaders are saying no. So where does it go? Where do they go from there?
It hasn't been shut down everywhere, because the California task force that you spoke about, there have been successes there, and there have also been other successes, reparation successes in America, where payments have actually been made to individuals. So there are pockets of success. So when you say there's no success anywhere, that's not true either. And I think they look at those areas where they are having success and build off of those. And I think that's the plan, is to see where they're successful and build off of that. But rest assured, Infinity. Where I don't think, who I don't think has any pockets of success yet? The Caribbean, the Caribbeans and AU. You would have to show me those pockets, because what I know is that to this day, that Global Reparations Fund, you know how much money is in it? Zero.
Zero.
$0.
I think a lot of studying and organization needs to be much more needs to be done and focused. Oh, it's just this is at the beginning. It's going to take a long time. It's going they're tough nut to crack. Look at the Cherokee freedmen. Look at they've been running for over 100 years, over 150 years to get reparations from the Cherokee for them being enslaved by the Cherokee. It's a pain. It's not going to be easy. I know, but it's going to take generations. I think it's just going to be a long. You just have to teach the children about it and hand it over to them over time. Something's going to take a long time. I think it's not going to be like in 10 years flat. I think they're going to put up a lot of resistance. I'd like it to finish tomorrow, but you have to be set for the long haul. You have to be set for the long haul.
Do you know of Infinity? Do you know of any local FBA type reparation movements in England where it's just they're just seeking their own reparations from the English?
Oh yeah, there's a Jamaican guy in Brixton. They got a separate office. They're doing some work for the British West Indies from England. Plus the people in the Caribbean are doing the same thing. So they have an office and they're doing their thing.
Do you support them?
Of course I support.
How you don't support FBA?
I support you. You know, I support you more to try to get back the money that they took from West Africa back in the 1600s.
But that's what that's the same thing FBA is doing, bro. They're trying to take back money that they earned, that they feel like they weren't, they did work that they feel like they weren't paid for. Like, I don't understand how you accept it from the Jamaicans in England, but you trying to shit on the FBA in America.
I know,
and they doing the same thing.
I'd like them to get the money from. See this. I like them to get the money from. The United States of America, but they're an exclusive entity by themselves. It's not like the British Empire, like they were for up to 1776, they were part of the British Empire. But after that, they're their own exclusive unit. They have to go after the United States
you just
government.
Told me about a Jamaican in England that's doing their own thing. And you support them.
Yeah, I support that. I support the.
You're a little bit hypocritical, man. You're being a little bit hypocritical. I don't know if it's because you have an American bias.
I don't.
You know what I mean? I don't know if you've seen the title of this show. You know what this channel is, right?
Yeah, I know. But I'll tell you why.
It's the American dream, man. It's the American dream. There's nothing better.
This is the thing. It's in the United States, the enslavement in the United States after 1776. It's exclusive to North America. There's no one else really involved. So this is something they could do. They could fight for by themselves without attacking anybody else.
I don't know if it's that easy. Listen, you have to remember that when slaves acted up in America, they sent them to the Caribbean. So and vice versa, when they needed certain slaves to do a particular job, they would trade them from South Africa over here. So it was all being mixed and mashed up. There's no such thing as though they're their own people by themselves. It ain't that simple.
I know. It's when you go to the fine detail. Yeah, I know people are still being shipped around a bit, but once after 1776. Anyone who's entered into that United States territory, that comes under the United States. They're just an exclusive territory. Apart from people being shipped in, we haven't got no power. As an African person from Europe, I haven't got no power in the United States. Never had. You're from the Caribbean, but you're immigrated. You haven't got no power in their reparations argument. You can wish them the best of luck.
Hey, what's happening, peoples? Blessings. Thanks, y'all, for coming in. That's what's up. Good to see some new faces up in here. DJ Biggs, big up yourself. Solomon, big up yourself. Nakmeezy, blessings. Who else is in here? Sunchild, big up yourself. Kwame, big up yourself. FBA Convo, you don't know. Awederas, you don't know. Blessings. So yeah, we are here, peoples, but you know, we just replaying these good videos with good conversation. So, you know what I mean? Stick around. We're gonna go live later. I'll drop the link and have some fresh conversations. But this conversation here, I think, is really worth sharing, resharing. So, you know what I mean? Let's get back to it. Blessings to y'all. And oh yeah, hit that like button, man. Hit that like button, please. If y'all don't mind hitting that like button, that would do wonders. So, you know, if you're new to the channel, remember to subscribe as well and hit the notification bell. But let's start by just hitting that like button today. That's what's up. Bless yourselves.
But other than that, it has to be something they have to do with the United States
Of course, I have power. I mean, I can pressure. Yeah. I do have power to support them. I can pressure my congressman here. You know what I mean? I can lobby my own congressman here in the state that I live in. And all Black immigrants in America can do the same thing. So we do have power to support their claims. You know what I mean? The issue is, do we choose to or not? But listen, I'm going on 10 minutes before I hit the 2-hour mark. I'm not going to pass that 2-hour mark today. So, you know, Infinity, you came in last, so I'll let you out first. So if you don't mind, say your closing thoughts, please. And if you don't mind, if you want to say something about the sixth region of the AU, that would be awesome, since that's what we're here to talk about. But if not, that's fine as well. Anything you want to say as your closing thoughts.
Hopefully this the sixth region is beneficial for all, and I hope in time they the blacks in America get their reparations arguments straight and proper, and and hopefully they get it over in time. That's all I'm saying. I don't wish nothing bad on no one. I just hate the stupid arguments that people are having. That's all. It's just stupid. It's because it's been going on for too long. That's all I've got to say.
Indeed. Well, listen, blessings to you, Infinity. I am very happy you chose to hit the link. You know, hope you do so more often.
I will.
You know what I mean? Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe as well, because we're going to be here. We have some time, so we're going to be around more often than we usually are. So, you know what I mean? Take advantage of it. Hit the like button and subscribe and stay notified. And come back again. Blessings to you, sir. Thanks for being a part of the show.
Blessings to you too. Blessings to you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. Ola, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, sir. You want to give us your closing thoughts?
Yeah. I hope the Africans and the CARICOM can come together, the Sub-Saharans or the West Africans, so that whatever the CARICOMs are looking for, they can support each other, especially the Africa have to support them for their reparation. I don't think Africans need the reparation at this time, because we don't really need it. We're in our own soil. Nothing really happened damage to us like that. I hope we all come together, do business, and you know, see what we can achieve with each other by joining us together. God bless you. God bless where I'm coming from. God bless the Caribbeans. Thank you, bro.
Indeed. Thanks for choosing to be a part of the show again, Ola. You know, you've been a constant contributor to the show, and don't think it goes unappreciated. Thanks for your time. And as for the rest of y'all out there, did y'all hit the like button yet? What y'all waiting on? Hit that like button. I'm about to shut this thing down. I'm coming back later though, so definitely hit that subscribe and notify button, because I got something else that I want to talk about and I plan on coming back a little bit later. I just got to go spend some time with these children.
Come and feel our hearts again, like the rushing of a mighty wind.
Yeah, no, that wasn't me. That was just a video playing.
Oh, no, I heard you say something about the Arabs and that.
No, I don't know what he was. I don't know what he was exactly saying, but that wasn't me. That was just a video playing. Hey, American Dream.
Oh.
Hey, peace to y'all. Give me 1 second.
Yep, peace.
Hey, what's happening? Peace to you, Dex. Welcome back. Jay, what's happening?
Yeah, what's happening? What's happening?
Tell me what's on your mind.
What are we talking about today? Well, you were saying something about reparations, right?
Yes, yeah, we were watching a video about the Global Reparations Fund that the AU is a part of, or that the AU has organized.
Why is AU in charge of it? Why is that?
Why is AU in charge of it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a AU and CARICOM program. And the reason AU is a part of it is because they are asking for reparations from European nations for slavery and colonialism.
Oh, okay. Well, does that include American reparations or just African? What?
It's a global thing. It's a
global thing. So how are they going to share it then?
It's actually reparations for countries.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I don't know if America would be one of those countries that they would be pushing to give any of that reparations funds. I think whether individual Americans get benefit from it is another question. I think it's possible because there are going to be, as far as I've seen, they're granting citizenship rights, investment opportunities, so Black Americans will be able to take advantage of it, I guess. But it's mainly help for countries, not for individuals. The AU and what they're doing is trying to help countries and to get aid to countries.
So if
it's
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, if it's countries, then how are Black Americans going to get theirs?
Right, because like I said, they do have certain aspects of it where Black Americans would benefit in terms of investment opportunities and citizenship in certain countries. The same way that HR 40 has certain things in it for psychological trauma and for mental health stuff. The Global Reparations Fund also has aspects of their fund is also geared towards those things. So it's possible that maybe Black Americans can take advantage of some of those funds regardless. It is a fund So, and if they do in fact count Black Americans as part of the 6th region, the 6th region is what they call the diaspora. So, and if they do count Black Americans as part of that 6th region, which they claim to do, then they're going to have to figure out ways of getting aid, of getting some of those reparations money to Black Americans, regardless of whether, you know, if they don't want to give money to the country of America. And Black Americans don't want that either. Black Americans want the money to come to them, not to the country.
I know that.
Hey, so
that's what I was thinking. Wouldn't it benefit Black Americans to use that money to develop something for themselves in Africa? Don't you think?
No. So my problem with
do I think that? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dex.
So my problem with the foundational Black American argument is
Hold on, Dex. He asked a specific question though. Don't just avoid his question. I thought you were going to attempt to answer his question.
Oh, go ahead.
Jay, can you repeat the question?
Oh yeah, I was saying, you see that reparations, instead of using it for America, wouldn't it better to get like some portions of lands in Africa and that to develop, so you guys can have like your own economy or something, or like your own.
Well,
they don't necessarily. They don't want that in America. They want this land over here. They don't want Africa land.
Yeah, but that land over there is for the white man, though.
Yeah, but they don't claim that the white man land. They believe that this is their land.
Yeah, but outside America, everyone knows what America is. America is like an extension of Europe.
Yeah, but inside of America, the Black people today, this is what they believe.
Oh, that is serious.
Yeah.
And you know, if there was really something for them in Africa, then y'all would be showing them that thing that's more there. But
it's a small world now, though. The internet got every information in it.
Let me just say this: America is the greatest country in the world, and
I don't believe
it's going to be very hard.
I don't think so. I don't think so. You can't say that.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah,
America is the greatest country in the world.
Okay.
And I don't see why any FBA in their right mind would close up shop in America and move to Africa, where they don't have any type of national connection to any place or anyone there, and leave their homeland, which is thriving, which is the greatest country to be in today, a country where Africans are running to. Why would they leave and go back there?
When they only come there because of the money, the dollar, the currency. It's currency, it's nothing else.
Yeah, exactly.
It's currency, bro.
So what's more important?
It's just the same reason why they go to Europe. The same reason why they go to Europe is the same reason why they go to America.
So what's wrong with currency? Hold on, Dad. What's wrong with currency, Jay?
Currency.
Dex, hold on. Jay, what's wrong with currency?
Oh, okay. Currency is like let's say $1 will get me further in Africa than it will in America. So if I get like 100,000 in America, I could build a nice house, have my little farm, my little, and live nice. Compared to if I lived in Africa, I wouldn't be able to get that same 100,000 to build that. But if I travel to America and do any shitty job, I can still end up getting enough money. Because of the exchange currency, you don't get it.
So what are you offering them?
What are we offering? What?
So you said why don't they, instead of investing and living in the white man's land, why don't they go back to Africa?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why you want to build a white man's land with.
Because what's there in Africa for them? That's what I'm asking you. What's there in Africa?
Africa is paradise. Africa is more than paradise.
Answer to that.
Africa is more than paradise.
I'm telling you.
I got the answer to that. So when you say what is there in Africa, that's kind of a slick
derogatory. It's derogatory.
No. It's a slick question, because the real question is, where does America get its wealth from? You know, and a lot of the wealth that's here in America is coming from Africa. The minerals, you know, there would be no cell phone if there was no Africa. You know, there would be no American oil if there wasn't Africa. You know what I mean? So
we're gonna stop all that soon anyway.
Let me ask you a question, Jay.
Yeah.
As far as I know, right, the poorest countries in the world, I think maybe, if I were to guess, probably 8 out of the 10 poorest countries in the world are in Africa today.
What's poor to you? What's poor to you? It depends what you see as. What do you define as poor?
Right.
Is it the Western? Are you defining it from the Western point of view, or are you defining it from the white man's point of view as in poor?
Yeah.
I don't understand what you mean by poor.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Yes.
What do you mean
from the white man's point of view of poor?
I can't take. I lived in Africa, so I can't take it from, because if I go and there's mango trees, I've got pineapples everywhere, I've got everything I need. Like, you might see as poor, but like, I've got everything I need. You understand?
So when you said Africa was paradise, when you said Africa's paradise, are you using the white man's perspective of paradise, or
no? I'm using I'm using the African perspective of paradise.
Yeah. Okay, so but I think you were trying to trick African Americans, because you said that Africa was paradise, and I think you were trying to give them. I think you were trying to make them think it was the white man's idea of paradise.
No. Why bad is hell? To me, that's not paradise. That's hell.
What's the African idea of paradise?
The African idea of paradise is
forest, waterfalls.
Hang on a second, Jay.
Vegetations everywhere.
Jay, hang on a second.
Go on.
Dex, I just want to speak with Jay for a minute, okay, Dex?
Okay, no problem.
Just sit tight for a second, please.
Yeah, good.
Go ahead, Jay.
Like, you drop your fruit there, it's gonna grow. Like, it's like vegetations everywhere, mountains, the landscape, the women, like the food, like, it's just, I don't know. But for me, when I step in Africa, it's like, oh, I just feel so free. Like, I wish you could step there too. That's my wish. I wish you could step there one day. You see, it's more of a feeling as well, you know. So when you step there, you know it.
Yeah, I hear you. So why do you suppose so many Africans leave there?
That's why I said currency. That's why when they come there, they're not looking to mingle around with FBA and all that. They're just looking to work hard, build something, and live. They don't want to spend it. What, they know how to degenerate America. They don't want to live there for that long.
So how come there's no currency in paradise?
Oh, are you that simple-minded? Come on, bro. Come on.
No.
Who controls the financial system? You know.
Let me
you know
answer.
Who controls the? Go on.
No, Jay. Why is there a currency problem in paradise?
Because the white man controls the financial system.
The white man controls your paradise?
The white man controls the You asked me about currency, right?
Yes.
And I'm saying the white man controls it.
The white man controls the currency in paradise.
Yeah. When did I say?
The white man controls your paradise?
Look, whether you like it or not, you can never compare America to Africa. You know, you can never compare America to Africa. You're making it.
Well,
Africa is a huge continent full of everything.
What I'm saying is, Jay, when you first came in here, you said they should
I'm
leave
telling you,
America.
Africa is like paradise. Yes.
Jay,
Yeah.
when you first came in, you said America was a white man's land, and that's why you said they should leave it.
Yeah, America is an extension of Europe. Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, it's one thing to say Black Americans are living in a white man's country when your paradise is a white man's paradise, is controlled by white men. So which is worse, Jay?
What did you say?
You cannot say anything about Black Americans being in a white man's land when you're in a white man's paradise.
Where's the white man's paradise? Where is that?
You just said Africa. You just said Africa was controlled by the white man with its currency.
I never said the white man controls Africa. I never said that. You said
they control the currency. If they control the currency, they control Africa.
They control the monetary system in the whole world, not just Africa, the whole world.
So you're saying the white man controls the whole world.
Bro, you using straw man fallacy on him. Just answer.
Oh, bro, you're playing mind games.
That's mind games.
Playing mind games. You're playing mind games with yourself, though, not me.
Okay. All right, what's happening, Dex? What's on your mind?
And I'm just listening to y'all for real, but I'm trying to answer his questions because
you wasn't just listening. You was listening and trying to have a lot to say.
I know, because it's obviously a bridge gap through his language, so he speaks English.
I understood him perfectly.
Yeah, I did too, but I'm saying he doesn't. He doesn't have.
Where was what gap are you talking about?
The gap is the language. You know what I'm saying? It's a language barrier, obviously.
But we both understood him, and he understood us.
I understood him, but he can't articulate his point to how we could because we speak fluent English.
What do you mean he can't articulate his point? Why are you disrespecting this man like that?
Articulate it because he don't know certain
words. It's not disrespect. It's not my language. It's not disrespect.
Hold on.
It's not my language.
No.
Oh,
so look.
Okay.
So look, when you asked him, do the white man control the paradise because he controls the money? He's not saying that they control the paradise because they control the money. That's not what he's saying. And you using straw man fallacy. Straw man fallacy is when you try to make his direct answer a fallacy of what you think it is to be in your point of view. That's not what he said. He said they control the financial system as far as the money, not the continent itself.
Yeah, well, maybe it's because in reality, if you control finances, you control the country. If you control the finances of any real country, and let me finish, Dex. Let me finish. In reality, if you control the finances of a country, you control that country.
That's not true.
Okay. If you won't accept that is true,
well,
then
it's certain countries that don't even have any financial situation.
Exactly. They don't even know about money.
They thrive through the natural resources. They have no money, no currency whatsoever, and they still thriving every day. You look at the Senegal Island.
What?
Senegal Island.
Where they're doing what? They have no money and they're thriving.
Yeah, yes, they're thriving.
Yeah.
You don't know where Senegal is?
So you mean these are like
African people that's on an island that thrives there for generations, hundreds of years.
Tell him to Google it. Look it up. Look it up on Google.
That's paradise. That's
what
paradise.
Do you mean when you say that's paradise? So why don't you go there? That's
paradise.
Why don't you go there?
Oh, we will.
If I could, I would.
Will? When?
You said what?
Oh man, you guys. Oh, you guys are horrible. Imagine y'all know where paradise is. Hold
on.
Y'all know where paradise is, and you refuse to go.
Listen. You asked
me
a question.
What a bunch of hoo-has.
I'm trying to answer your question.
You
don't know about economic migrants. You don't know. Have you heard the term economic migrants before?
Dex, instead of trying to answer my question, you should be trying to go to paradise.
No,
why
listen,
haven't you
I'm
gone?
trying to answer your question. You asked why I don't want to go, why I can't go there, and
why haven't you gone to paradise?
Because it's not that easy. You have certain viruses that you carry in America. Listen, you have certain viruses that you carry on yourself that you can't go around certain people and it'll infect them and kill them. You know, it's different circumstances that we why we can't go there.
You're afraid of disease, bro. You had your shots.
No, listen. You're making a general. Listen. You making a general.
You were anti-vaxxer.
You see what I'm saying? You're not allowing me to answer it because I think you're reading off of authority and you're playing around.
It's not educational. It's not educational.
Yeah, like you're not a critical thinker. You're asking the question.
It's not critical thinking.
Yeah. You're asking why I'm not going over there because it's paradise, but I'm telling you it's multiple reasons of why I shouldn't go there. You know, we shouldn't go there.
Yeah, you said because of disease. You said because of disease. Listen. You said it was paradise. I said
the same disease that wiped out the Indians. You see the same disease that the Europeans brought and wiped out the Indians.
Hang on, Jay. I'm gonna get back to you. Jay, I'm gonna get back to you.
Right.
You said this place is paradise. Where did you say, in Senegal? You said it was paradise. I said to you, why haven't you gone? And you said, because of the disease.
No, I didn't. No, listen.
There's disease in your paradise, bro.
You see, he don't even allow me to. I don't allow you to
do what?
He knows I'm going to kill all that. Listen, that's just one. Listen. That's
you never compare America to Africa.
Paradise, bro.
How are you gonna compare America to Africa? Are you crazy?
You see what I'm saying? Y'all not allowing me to answer because I'm trying to tell you exactly why. That's just one reason.
Man. Tell us why you refuse to go to your paradise.
Listen, that's just one of many reasons of why we shouldn't go there, to protect the paradise. Listen,
to protect the paradise.
Yes.
So you don't bring disease to them.
Listen, until we become doctors and understand the science behind what we do to these people, if we go over there, then we can go talk about going to paradise. We don't have no scientists.
I'm sorry. I thought you said you didn't want you to catch a disease. You don't want to give them your disease.
We go around them. We carry all type of shit. The COVID vaccine, the COVID and flu and all this. These people have been there for hundreds of years. So if we just go over there like I want to, then it'll kill them off. And that would be hurting the paradise. No, we need scientists and shit to understand.
What's the name of this place again? What's the name of this place?
It's called the Senegalese tribe. Just look them up. It's
the Senegalese tribe.
Yes. Look it up. They've been thriving on that island for generations.
There's no. I mean.
No, not Senegalese. He meant Sentinelese.
Sentinelese, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Sentinelese, not Senegalese, Sentinelese.
Can you spell that for me?
Sentinelese, yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Can you spell that?
I think SEN. Sentinelese. Yeah.
Yeah, my fault. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
There's reasons why we can't just go straight over there. You use a straw man fallacy a lot. Like you think that when we say something that it means what you want it to mean. It doesn't mean what you want it to mean. It means exactly what we were talking about at the present moment.
No, because so it sounds like it's not. So if we can't go there, then how is it our paradise?
Until we get scientists and doctors to have certain vaccines and stuff to be around these people and go over there, then we'll go. Well, until then, it's just gonna be what it is. So until we start here in America,
let's read a little bit.
Tourists are not allowed to go there, though.
Hang on, Jay. Let me just read a little bit about the Sentinelese tribe. It says the Sentinelese are one of the most isolated indigenous peoples in the world. They live on North Sentinel Island, part of India's Andaman and Nicobar Islands in the Bay of Bengal. Here's a breakdown. Location and population. Island, North Sentinel Island, about 23 square miles. Population estimated between 50 and 200 people, but exact numbers are unknown due to their isolation. Lifestyle and culture. They are hunter-gatherers, relying on fishing, hunting small animals, and gathering fruits and wild plants. They make bows, arrows, and spears and use dugout canoes to fish in shallow waters. They live in small huts made from leaves and branches. Their language is unclassified. No one outside the tribe understands it. The Sentinelese are hostile to outsiders and defend their island with weapons. The Indian government enforces a strict no-contact policy to protect them from diseases and exploitation. It is illegal to approach within 3 nautical miles. So that's what you consider paradise, is a hunter-gatherer type situation.
Yeah, they're away from society as we know it today. They don't have any cell phones. They're the happiest people. Trust me. Like it's just way different than
you might think you're in paradise, but you're not.
You're not. Yeah, you're a slave. You're a slave in America.
You're just a slave in America, working to pay bills.
So Jay and Dex, I get it. You don't want to join that paradise because you don't want to bring any disease to them, and that's commendable.
Just that reason. It's not just that reason.
I get that, but so. Let me just address that reason, and maybe the way I address that reason will also address the other reasons. But if you're concerned with bringing them disease, why don't you and Jay just simply start your own hunter-gathering crew, right? It's as simple as just buying a piece of land, right? Jay is an African. I'm sure he knows. I'm not trying to be funny. Like,
no, you are being funny.
It sounds funny, but it's not because I'm trying to be funny. It just sounds funny because it is. Right? The idea, like, so why don't y'all like?
Well, it's that
land in Africa,
making our own bows and arrows, yeah.
Paradise.
All right. My question to you:
why don't you start if a paradise is just a hunter-gatherer society? Why don't you just start a hunter-gatherer society and live in paradise?
Okay, so
you're very simple-minded.
I'm simple-minded. Wait, you want to go back to being a hunter-gatherer, but I'm simple-minded.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not?
Why not?
Yes, why not?
Oh man!
A lot of the foods you eat in America are poison. Why not?
He doesn't know that though. He doesn't know.
Like a lot of the shit you are privy to in information is poison. So America's full of poison. So why not? Why not?
Oh, that's what I'm asking you. So why haven't you? So why haven't you gone? You're here asking me why. I asked you why haven't you gone, and your response is why not? Just go. Why haven't you gone?
I got a question for you since you want to ask questions. So my question to you would: what is your definition of paradise?
What is my definition of paradise?
Yeah, I want to know.
Oh, wow. Definition of paradise.
You didn't say America because you obviously just said America is the best country on earth, so it should be.
It should be.
No, because the term paradise is like.
But you just said America was the best country on earth. So how is this not your paradise? I don't get it.
Because paradise is, I thought isn't paradise a little bit deeper than that?
What's your definition of it? What's your definition of paradise?
Right.
Yeah, and as soon as I start thinking about what my answer is going to be, you start to tell me what it should be. I don't know if I have a definition of paradise. I mean, the only thing I know about paradise, what I know about paradise is that it's a spiritual idea. It's not talking about anything in real life. So, that's all I know about it. Paradise is just another way of saying heaven. And, do I believe there's a heaven out there somewhere? Not necessarily, no. So what I think of paradise is just what is my thoughts about the idea of a paradise or heaven. And I'm
No,
like,
that's
No,
not what
I was just trying to see what you
your
vision. Like
definition of
what you visualize paradise as. That's what I was trying to.
right.
what do
Yeah.
I visualize it as? Well, you know, when I was a little kid growing up, in I used to see these pamphlets with animals and humans chilling out at the park together, and just everything just peaceful. So that's kind of when I think of paradise. That's what I think about. A place where there's just no pain,
that's what
nowhere,
Africa
you
is.
know nothing.
That's what Africa is. Yeah. I know.
Telling me that the
media shows you all kinds of bullshit, but I'm telling you that's what majority of Africa is.
Go chill with the lions in Africa.
Sorry?
You said what?
I said when I thought he said Africa is just like them pictures that I used to see in the Seventh-day Adventist booklets with animals and humans just chilling, lions and humans just chilling. And then as soon as I said that, he said that's what Africa is.
It is.
I'm like, I don't see animals, I don't see humans just chilling with lions in Africa. Unless they're in a zoo.
Not that not cartoonish like that. Not that cartoonish way. Like, come on, bro.
But I told you I thought it was some spiritual ideas, and now and here you're okay. So what type of paradise are you talking about? How is Africa a paradise?
So okay, all right. I know the nature of a lion, so I'm gonna be chilling with a lion just because I'm amongst lions, so I'm gonna go and chill with a lion, knowing that it's a carnivore. Like, come on, use your common sense, bro.
But bro, if I tell you that that's what I envision when you ask me about, you said to me, what do I see when I think of paradise? I said, I see what I used to see when I was a little kid in the booklets. I see lions and humans hanging out at the park. And then you say that's what Africa is.
All right, okay. Where do you see lions on? All right, on this earth, yeah. Where do you see?
Oh, you mean cartoonish? What do you mean?
All right. Where do you find lions? Where are lions and giraffes and all that, and elephants and all that? Where are they? Where are they found?
Where are they found? You can find them at zoos and in the jungle.
They're not from
zoos. In the zoos and in the jungles.
I can go to the zoo and I'll find them.
Yeah, go to the zoo then.
His question was, where are they from?
Where are they from?
Yes.
Yeah.
You mean in terms of evolution?
No. See, fallacy. That's a fallacy.
Right now, as you speak, where are lions based? Where are hippos based?
You mean which continent?
Like, where are they from?
Where are they from?
I'm not talking about zoos. Like, what continent are they from? Yeah.
What continent?
Yeah.
I would say the African continent.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, is that why Africa is paradise?
No. Let me say this.
Where the lions are at?
No. Let me say this. See, you acting like you're saying that we have to live amongst these things, right? But the reality is, you have people that do live amongst these animals. You do. You have people that live amongst them, that train them, that do all the shit that they want them to do. Hell, you got American circus. But let's keep it real. A lot of
Jay, are you rainwater in the chat?
Jay? Carnivore. It's a carnivore. You're not gonna.
Jay, are you rainwater in the chat?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, that's them.
Yeah.
You're rainwater.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The thing about it is, it's a carnivore, so you got to use your common sense and know that it's going.
It's a carnivore, right?
You don't live amongst it. It's just common sense.
All right. So what's America got that you're so proud of? Then tell me, American dream.
Where are you living right now?
Where am I living?
Yeah.
UK.
In the UK.
Yeah.
What's the UK got that Africa don't got?
A lot.
A lot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're saying
they ain't got no sunshine. They ain't got like
you don't have red dirt.
No, I said
there's no red earth. Like there's no coconut juice, fresh coconut water. What else? There's no big booties out here like in Africa. What else?
Is that why you're there? Because it doesn't have any of those things?
No, I'm here to get my money and get the fuck out of here, mate.
Money again. It's the money.
It is.
Yeah, of course it
is. Currency is a big
what
part
else, what else would it be? What else would it be?
What else would it be?
Yeah.
Probably the peace of mind.
No, that's what I get in Africa. I don't get that in Europe.
No.
Are you gonna get a peace of mind in Europe? So you mad? You gotta work.
Have you ever been to Africa? Have you ever been to Africa?
No, I haven't been to Africa.
Then you cannot judge it. You cannot judge it.
You can tell. You can tell he hasn't been though. You can tell from how he talks.
Hello. We were talking about the UK. What are you talking about?
You have to go there.
What did I say about Africa? What did I say about Africa?
You just
you've never been Africa.
No, let me tell him. You just made
what did I say about Africa?
You just made a whole bunch of generalities about it. That's the problem. You didn't say anything.
What did I say about Africa?
You said, so are we supposed to just live amongst the lions, tigers, and bears or whatever? That's a whole generality. You have to go there in order to see for yourself before you make a preconceived notion of how it's supposed to be.
All right. Jay,
I wish he would though. I just wish he would. But he wouldn't. I wish he would step foot in Africa.
I will someday.
Please,
and
please.
Then
I recommend every African person around the whole globe just go to Africa, step foot in there one time, and you will see for yourself.
The Caribbeans know what's up, though.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just one thing preventing me from going to Africa.
What?
And what is that?
The same thing that got you out of Africa, Jay.
What?
No, but
currency.
That's a generality. You see,
currency is just as important to me as it is to you. What you mean? Oh, you're God? Or
you got the you're living in America, right? So that should even like inspire you to do something there, because like you're in a powerful country, your currency is powerful. Like you should. If you understand what that currency thing I said to you, you wouldn't be saying what you just said, to be honest.
I don't know what you mean.
Like, okay, for instance, you like probably you got like $200,000, right, in your bank. If you did have, yeah, you could double that. You're likely to double that in Africa than in America.
For sure. You can take your monthly rent and take it over there, and you got a whole compound.
Then why are you in the UK, Jay, when you could be doubling your money in Africa?
That what you think he just said he's doing?
Talking to Jay.
For the currency. He just said it. He said he's there for the currency.
No, my house is nearly done. My house is nearly done, and what? Once I finish that,
hold on. I know Dex, you're just being a distraction right now, Dex. Jay, you said if I go to Africa, I would double my money.
Yeah.
But you're in the UK. Why aren't you in Africa doubling your money?
Because you need UK money to double. Oh my God. This guy. What did you go to school? Do you know anything about economics?
That's the problem.
Do you know anything about economics? No? You don't know anything about economics.
Tell him. Okay. You got to understand where he's coming from. He's coming.
Do you know anything about economics? I'm asking you. Do you know anything about economics?
I know how to spell it.
Oh, okay. Then I don't know. I'm going to explain it to you.
This is horrible.
I don't know.
This is horrible.
I mean, you're going to have to, because you're going to have to tell me how if I go to Africa, I'll double my money. But when you go to Africa, you can't double your money.
I never said that. I never said that. This guy is crazy. I never said that.
If going to Africa means doubling your money and you're
I never said going to Africa means doubling your money. I never said going to Africa means doubling your money.
What did you say?
He never said that.
I said if you had money in America due to your currency, if you go to Africa, you could do a lot more than someone that's living in Africa, because your money is more powerful. Don't you understand that? It's simple.
How long have you been in the UK?
5 years.
5 years. And you got a UK accent in 5 years? I don't believe you.
Yeah, I've been in UK for like 5 years, yeah.
How long have you been in America and gained an American accent?
That's what I'm saying. He's speaking UK the way I'm speaking American.
I know, but
he's speaking, and I'm like 5 years, bro. I've been in America all my damn life. You ain't been in the UK for no 5 years speaking like that. You got a British accent, sir. How you been in the UK for 5 years and got a British accent?
I was born in UK. I was born in UK, but when I went to school in Ghana.
How old are you? 6? I mean, 4.5. What the hell?
No, listen.
How you been in the UK for 5 years?
I was born in the UK, yeah. Hey, listen, I was born in the UK. I went to Ghana when I was 5. Came back to UK when I was 16, to college, yeah. And then since then, it's been like what, 5 years now, yeah. I've been here properly, yeah.
Okay,
but
man.
I've been up and down though.
And you haven't, so it doesn't make any sense for you to go, like you don't have enough money for where it makes sense for you to go back to Africa and double it?
That's the whole dream, you know. That's the whole dream, bro.
That's the whole dream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
how much do you want to have before you go back to double it? I'm
not built for the cold climate.
How much you want to have before you go back and double it? 200,000?
No. I'm doing it bit by bit. I'm building my business. No. I'm not waiting till I get something. I don't think like you. I'm not waiting till I get this amount.
UK forever.
No. I don't
leave in the UK.
When I get 10 grand, I send it back. Do my finish this to this level. Come back, work again. Get my 10 grand. Send it. Finish to that level when it's complete. Yeah, when it's complete, and I know I've finished my free level a house, and I know I can rent all of the rooms. Then I'll rely on that when I go back. You get what I'm trying to say? Like I've got an investment.
Do you plan on going back?
When I finish my project.
What year is that?
When I finish my project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, man. No, sincerely, good luck to you.
Yeah, but if you don't look down on Africa like you think Africa is like, I can hear from your demeanor you look down on Africa, but Africa is far better than America, trust me.
Well, you know, the reason you may have gotten that tone from me is because when you came in here looking down on Black Americans.
No, I never. I was never looking down on no Black. What did I say? What did I say that was?
You a Black American?
They should leave America because this is the white man's country.
Yeah, it is. It is, though.
That's disrespectful, and you know it is.
That's disrespectful. It's facts.
You know it is.
It's facts.
It's facts.
Okay.
That's disrespectful. It's facts.
Okay.
Hey, American Dream. Are you a Black American?
Well, you know, let me just say this to Jay before I answer your question.
Yeah.
If the white man controls your paradise's money, then
the white man doesn't control my paradise, mate.
If the white man controls your country's money, then the white man is also, then your country is also the white man's country.
No.
So stop being disrespectful.
Big difference. Big difference.
How?
My president is, my auntie is Black. My neighbors are all Black. Our people are all Black. We control everything. We just do business with the white man. They don't control us. We do business. It's just the exchange rate. They determine it. Like they're more like they manipulate the exchange rate.
What's the advantage? What's the advantage of having all your neighbors to be Black? What's the advantage to that?
Yeah. So I get peace of mind when I'm walking around and I know 100% of the people I'm seeing are my people. Like obviously that makes you feel good.
You think?
I don't know about you. You might not like black people. You might not like black people.
So you think if all your neighbors are black, you're
not
more
just
likely
not just my neighbors. My country is black. You get me? That's a big difference. My country is black. My country is not for the white man. You understand?
Your country is not for the white man.
Yes. My country, my country, my land, even the government doesn't control my land. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I'm actually starting to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, my land is mine. It's not even for the government.
So you would prefer that white people stay in their land and black people stay in their land?
We could do business.
We could do business, but y'all stay over there and we'll stay over here.
Yeah.
That's what the Chinese do. That's what the Chinese do.
Chinese do that too. Everyone does. The Indians do it.
Right. It's no wonder that a hunter-gatherer society is your idea of a paradise, because y'all think like,
why not?
Like y'all think like Neanderthals.
That's not Neanderthals. That's not a Neanderthal. Neanderthals don't even have brains as like humans. What are you talking about?
No, I mean, no, seriously, because you guys like.
American Jew, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna get you some bow and arrow. Yeah,
I thought.
Hold on. When the world goes back to COVID-19 and you need and the world is falling, you gonna depend on the white man to feed you, to clothe you? No.
Yep.
Well, if the white man controls the monetary system
in America, they will.
Let me answer his question. If the white man controls the monetary system in your paradise, then you are depending on the white man to feed you and clothe you.
In what way?
He controls your money, so he must be feeding you.
I don't need money I don't need money for food. I don't need money for food. I don't need money for food.
You don't need money for food. You don't need money.
No, you need money. You need money for food. I don't need money for food.
What do you need for food?
Dude, I'm a fisherman.
I'm planting. It's in the soil. I just put it in the soil. You understand? And it grows.
Then why are you in the UK?
You have to go shopping though, don't you?
So why are you if you don't need money for food, why are you in the UK?
I'm not gonna say to you.
Oh, you don't need money wherever you go. You can go.
You want a house, or you want a house. It's not the food. You got all the food you want. You just want a house.
Dude, I'm a certified fisherman. I'm a fisherman. I go get my own fish and I could feed myself for weeks. That makes
that's
sense.
my type of guy. That's my type of guy, yeah.
No, I don't need that. I don't need to go to the fisher market to go get some parasitic food. I can go feed myself by going fishing. I got 2 fishing poles right here in the corner. Right here.
Exactly. That's how you're meant to live.
AJ, what continent has a higher starvation rate than Africa?
Probably another third world country.
I didn't say country, I said continent.
Continent?
Yes.
Africa is the largest continent on the planet though, so
okay, so that's the reason why they have the most starvation.
Yeah,
Africa is so diverse, isn't it? There's desert areas. Obviously, they're gonna go through starvation because it's desert. Yeah, and there's
so in the desert area, they do need money for food, huh?
There's more people in America that is starving than
in
Africa.
I'm speaking to Dex. I'm speaking to Jay.
Yeah, go on.
Jay. Yeah. In the desert areas, do they need money for food since they can't plant food?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So y'all do need money for food in Africa.
So why did you end up saying y'all when I told you Africa is a continent and there's desert areas, and then you grouped it again as y'all? Like, how are you gonna do that? It don't make sense.
We're talking about Africa because you said
Africa is a continent.
What?
Africa is a huge continent. Don't you get that in your head? So
I shouldn't say y'all.
You can't say y'all because Africa is diverse. Like this.
But I'm talking about the countries on the continent.
Yeah, but this, like, okay, what am I gonna say? like the slums in America is the whole of America. Like I can't do that.
I don't necessarily get what you're trying to say.
Well, how am I going to equate the slums in America to the whole of America?
How am I doing that?
You're equating like desert areas in Africa and saying yeah.
Well, you said Africa was a paradise.
So
which means you said all of Africa is a paradise. You didn't say your country was a
Let
paradise.
me answer for him. What he's saying is, you're saying Africa as a whole, right? When you say they're poor, you're saying they're all poor. But I would argue even that America is more poor in the sense. That's why you got all this affirmative action and all these things.
Saying that Africa is the continent with the most starvation is saying all of Africa is starving?
Yes, that's what you're saying.
Yes, obviously, that's what you're saying. Yeah.
Really? So if I say Chicago has the highest murder rate, that's saying everybody in Chicago is murdered.
No, this guy is crazy.
That's crazy.
That's not the same thing.
Which guy?
You flipped it upside down, though. You flipped it upside down.
I flipped it upside down.
Yeah, if you said America is all murderers and killers and all that, that's different. But if you say Chicago is not the whole of America.
Yeah, correct. Exactly.
Okay, man.
So you're the one flipping it upside down. I'm
flipping it upside down. I ain't got nothing better to do. I got nothing better to do. I just flip things upside down.
So American Dream, may I ask, what exactly, like, are you like reading cards or questions or something?
What you mean?
Are you like reading the script?
Do I sound like AI?
No, I'm saying, are you reading a script? You do, because
am I reading a script? Hold on. Are you asking me if
the reason why
I just asked you, hold on. I just asked you. Hold on. Are you asking me if Hey, what's happening, y'all? What's happening, y'all? Bless yourselves. Did y'all hit that like button yet? Hit that like button if you don't mind. Hit that like button if you don't mind. There's a like button over there. Let's hit that like button, please, if y'all don't mind. Only take a second. We're going to be here for a while today. If you want that link, if you have something you want to talk about and you want that link, say drop that link in the chat and we'll see if it can work out. I am going to be dropping it a little bit later. But we are in the house. Bless yourselves. Thanks for coming by. Just hit that like button, please. Hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, you can subscribe as well. All right, y'all. Bless yourselves. If you're asking me if I'm AI, right? Are you asking me if that question was written down in front of me, like I wrote that question down earlier?
No, I didn't say that. I said, are you reading
a script? What do you mean when you say, am I reading from a script? About what?
It's about your generalities. Whenever you ask a question, you generalize it after we give you an answer. It's called straw man fallacy. Go look it up.
Yeah, that's what he keeps doing. Yeah.
Is that what a straw man is? When you generalize stuff, is that what a straw man is?
Yes, when you generalize something that has nothing, you're taking
our words out of context. I thought a straw man was when you go to the. I thought a straw man is when you go to the store and order a straw, man.
You see, that's what I'm saying right there. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's called straw man fallacy.
Is that what it is?
Yes, you're
If you ain't got nothing concrete. If you ain't got nothing concrete to say, you start straw manning, obviously.
You start straw manning.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yes, it's called straw man fallacy. Look it up.
Hey, can y'all do me a favor? Can y'all talk amongst yourselves while I go? Let me go check on something real quick and head back. Can y'all talk amongst yourselves? It's okay for y'all to talk about me. I won't be mad at y'all. You know what I mean? Just keep the crowd entertained till I get back. I'll be back in a few minutes. I got to check on something.
Okay, for sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
So what I really want to talk about is these FBA people. They keep saying that they're foundational Black Americans, and they're delineating from the African diaspora, and that's the problem. We all need to come together. We all have a common ancestry, and it comes from Africa, and that's period, point blank. If you don't believe it, take a DNA test, and you're going to be traced way back to Africa. And this don't go for everybody in the world, but it goes for all Black people. Black was the first term in Africa. It was called Kim. It means land of the Black. It means Black. It literally means Black. Then you got Kemet.
You know what Kemet means in my language? Kemet.
What does it mean? It means the land of the Black, right?
Land of the sand.
Okay.
You see, you know why we migrate from? You know why we left Egypt? We like you know that desertification, yeah, it made us move further south.
Yeah, where we originated.
Yeah, but Egypt used to be like our civilization when we were on top.
Yeah.
As time went on.
See, people don't understand. The people that live there now are Arab people. They're not African people. So they think that
they were the first then invaders, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Peace. What's happening, everyone? On our day, Lord.
Ooh, yes. Now.
Suddenly there came.
Yeah, blessings. Once again, you know the routine, like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. All of that helps. So you don't know. Without any further ado, let's get started.
I'm back.
Yeah. All right, Ola. Blessings to you. How's your day going today?
I'm good, bro.
Yeah, man. Tell us where you're at again. Remind us where you're at again. Nigeria. Where in Nigeria are you again?
Lagos.
Lagos. Is it in Lagos that it's hot today? Is it hot in Lagos?
It's raining. We're rainy season now.
It's the raining season. How long does that season last?
We'll be having it will be
that helps. So you don't know. Without any further ado, let's get started.
Who are these slaves? Where are they from? Which territory did they brought them from somewhere? Where are they from? The slaves, where are they from? I want to know which territory did they brought them from somewhere?
Oh, that's easy. The slaves were the natives. We are the natives. We didn't come from Africa. I would say less than 10,000 slaves came from Africa. Less than 10,000 slaves. You can laugh all you want, but you can't prove we came from Africa. You can laugh all you want, but you can't prove we come from Africa. Less than 10,000 slaves came from Africa. You can laugh, but you can't prove it.
Hold on. Less than 10,000 slaves came to America from Africa?
Yeah, less than 10. I would say less than 10,000. I can even give you 50,000. That would still be nothing.
If we were to do like percentage-wise, I know you said only a small portion of slaves came to America, but I think it's a little more than what you claimed. I think it's closer to 400,000 slaves that came to America in the Atlantic slave trade. And I think, but the point that I would make is if we were to trace your heritage back throughout, I think it's more likely for the average FBA, his heritage is more likely going to go through the transatlantic slave trade than it is going to go to 1526 or the pre-Columbus explorers that came here. I think less than 1% of Black people, less than 1% of Black Americans, FBA, are going to be able to trace their heritage back to the pre-Columbus explorers, or to 1526, or even to 1619. The vast majority, over 90% of FBA, is going to have their heritage go through the transatlantic slave trade. And so, you know, for y'all to say, oh, you know, we were here before that, and I'm like, what type of mathematics are you using? Most slaves came through the Atlantic slave trade, and less than 1% of y'all are going to say is going to be outside of that. So how do you respond to that?
Oh, okay. I'm going to give you an expert. This is an expert of the transatlantic slave trade. His name is Dr. Greg O'Malley. He's one of the top experts on the transatlantic slave trade. And listen to what he has to say about America, United States of America. Listen. Hang on. Here we go.
The colony of North Carolina offers a great example. A book that I read on slavery in colonial North Carolina taught me that there were nearly 100,000 enslaved women and men in North Carolina by the eve of the American Revolution. But the author said that they had also documented only one voyage to the colony directly from Africa. 100,000 people, one known voyage.
There you go. It's been we come from Africa is a lie. That's one of the leading experts on earth saying, he studies his whole career has been dedicated to the transatlantic slave trade, Africa to the Americas. And he says, when you look at United States of America, all these Africans just don't appear. One more time. This is what he said. I'm not saying it.
The colony of North Carolina offers a great example.
So the colony of North Carolina, he said there was 100,000 slaves, only one slave ship from Africa that they can prove. One more time.
A book that I read on slavery in colonial North Carolina taught me that there were nearly 100,000 enslaved women and men in North Carolina by the eve of the American Revolution. But the author said that they had also documented only one voyage to the colony directly from Africa. 100,000 people, one known voyage.
There you go. And so,
right. So can I respond to that? Can I respond to that? Hang on, Ola. Let me respond to that. Wall Street. If you notice, he said directly from Africa, only one voyage directly from Africa. A lot of them could have came from the Caribbean or from South America, but that doesn't mean that there weren't slaves coming in. It said direct. Exactly. So that doesn't really prove anything again. USA.
Yeah, no,
it doesn't prove anything.
No, it proves everything, because you said 400,000 slaves came from Africa. You can't prove that. That's the point. That's a lie. Like, let me help you out, American Dream. And I want you to listen to me, because I'm going to speak honest truth to you. When they say 400,000 slaves came from Africa to America, United States of America, you do realize they admit at the very same time that's an estimate. They don't have proof. So when you say, well, hey, are you saying you guys didn't come from Africa? No, there's no proof. They'll tell you that. They'll tell you,
right, but they're not. But even that estimate, though, USA is not directly from Africa. What I'm saying is some of them were shipped from Africa to the Caribbean, and then from the Caribbean to America. But
okay, no, you're wrong again. No, listen.
Okay.
No, they say only 60,000 came from the Caribbean. They say 400,000 came directly from Africa.
He's saying
60,000 came from the Caribbean. Both estimates, they can't prove. They cannot prove 400,000 Africans arrived here. And they cannot prove 60,000 Caribbeans came. They can't. They'll tell you, these are all estimates.
I'm going to tell you what else you can't prove, though. You also
Please, hang on a second. Who's speaking?
This is Wall Street Willie.
Wall Street Willie. Hang on, Wall Street Willie. Let me say thank you for coming on. Let me greet you before you start speaking, if that's okay with you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for hitting the link. I appreciate you coming up. The goal is to bridge the gap. So let's talk like we're just really trying to learn and trying to build. But again, thank you for coming up. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So on the proof side of it, there's literally zero proof that blacks in our current form, anything like us, was here prior to 1492. It gets literally so weird that people start using Olmec statues and things like that. People can't find a single treaty, right, of these black aboriginals to America between any of the people that came in and invaded America. And that's a documented history verified by multiple groups, right? Slavery as well is a history that's documented by multiple groups. You have the Europeans who came over here documenting slavery. You have them documenting slavery outside of America, all through the Caribbean. You have the people of the Caribbean documenting slavery. These are various forms of proof. Now, if you're looking for a specific number of how many slaves came in 1712, yeah, it's going to be very hard to find those numbers. Again, you're talking about a corrupt institution. So people aren't keeping the best, records for a RICO charge, right? But it's a reality that our history in the transatlantic slave trade is very well documented. I tell Aboriginals all the time, right? You don't need to prove the legitimacy of your argument through me. Prove it through the Native American who is accepted all over the world and in government treaties and documents as the original people here.
Hey, Wall Street, we already talked about that. You're completely wrong on that. We've already covered that. Listen later on, bro. We've already walked through that. I walked them through that. You're wrong on that. So that's totally wrong. Continue on. Yeah, when you just said, well, the government accepts these native people as being natives, I've already dealt with that, bro. Like, you're already late to the game.
I'm asking you, where was I wrong? Because like the same way you said only one voyage coming into North Carolina.
I didn't say that. The experts say that. I didn't say that.
Right. But you presented it as a part of your argument. So let's not have a disingenuous argument. Right?
Okay, no, hang on. Let me just play it again.
You presented that one boat came into North Carolina as if that was some form of proof.
No.
The amount of slaves coming into.
Listen, hang on. Let me just play it again.
The colony of North Carolina offers a great example. A book that I read on slavery in colonial North Carolina taught me that there were nearly 100,000 enslaved women and men in North Carolina by the eve of the American Revolution. So the author said that they had also documented only one voyage to the colony directly from Africa. 100,000 people, one known voyage.
That's all I'm saying. That's what he said. Don't talk to me. He said 100,000 slaves in North Carolina, only one slave ship from Africa. Where the slaves come from? The native.
So
yeah. But that's
hold on. So let's deal with what he said though. Let's slow down. Let's slow walk. Do you know what year the American Revolution was? We're talking like 1763. I don't play the disingenuous asking questions that nobody can answer game, right? So we're talking about the mid 1700s, right? 100,000 slaves at that point. You do realize there was a breeding process for slaves and all types of other things, but sometimes we just jumped the broom behind the slave quarters and created families before they were ripped apart and sold or whatever. If you're starting with 100,000 in the 1700s, can you imagine what that number will balloon to?
The American Revolution started in 1775. You said 1760. You're a decade and a half off. Look, continue on. You're just a decade and a half off. You said 1760. Revolution kicked off in 1775.
1783 is when it ended.
Yeah, but you said it started in the 1760s. You're a decade off.
I said 1765.
You're a decade off. You're a decade off.
No, I'm not a decade off.
The American Revolution started in 1775.
You're giving me 1783. That's the year it ended.
1775 is when it started, not 1770, not 1765. You're a decade off. Google it, bro. Just Google it. Google when did the American Revolution kick off? 1775, not 1765. You're a decade off. But continue on. Make your point. What's your point?
An epic political and military struggle waged between 1765 and 1783 when 13 of Britain's North American colonies rejected imperial rule. That's
not the American Revolution. 1775 is the official date of the American Revolution, not 1765. You're a decade off. That is irrefutable. That's just history. Move on. What's your point? You want to make a point? Make your point.
I mean, I kind of like made the point. I was responding.
Move on, bro. You
I
just
said I was trying
anybody
to
can
cut me
Google
off.
this, bro.
I
Anybody
was
can
trying
Google
to, but you're cutting me off. I was
Okay,
trying
go
to
ahead.
move, right? What I'm saying is, if he's talking about there were 100,000 slaves at that point, and that's what's documented, right? We always talk about what's no longer documented and can't be proven. So
Hey, can I interrupt you for a second?
Jesus
You're
Christ,
wrong.
you're
He
gonna do
didn't
it
say
regardless.
no. He didn't say that was all the slaves in America. He spoke
I
of the
said North
colony
Carolina.
of North
You gotta
Carolina.
relax, bro.
You just said, well, if that was all the slaves
I'm
in
talking
America.
about
No,
North
you're
Carolina,
wrong,
bro.
bro.
I'm talking about North Carolina.
Okay,
He
then say
made-
that because
he
you
made
just said
the
if that
statement
was
that
all the
you're
slaves
cutting
here.
me off, so you're
Okay,
throwing,
no, because
you're
I'm
throwing off my
correcting you.
train of thought.
No,
so
you
let me
just-
clarify if I misspoke.
Thank
you. He made the specific statement that during the American Revolution, there were 100,000 documented slaves in North Carolina, correct?
There you go.
Correct?
Continue. Yes.
So
there you
now,
go.
when we talk about all that can't be proven, are you just sticking to that 100,000 number, or is it more than likely there were more?
In North Carolina, there were
I
100,000
asked you a
slaves.
question.
Only
It's a yes
one
or no.
slave ship from
So
Africa.
you're sticking to that number. Fine.
Yes.
That's the number that can be proven. So now
This
my
is an
question
expert saying this, bro.
Jesus Christ, bro. Experts say a lot. Experts say a lot. That doesn't mean we shouldn't dissect the information. Yeah.
What is your point? You want to make a point. What's your point?
I forgot my point. Now you keep cutting me off. But
Okay,
I
let's move
just
on.
don't even
Okay,
think
let's
that he
move
was
on. Let's move on.
asserting that in North Carolina, it's what you're saying. Even if one voyage came to North Carolina, there was still slave ports in Baltimore. There was still trading blocks in New York City, right? Where slaves were sold, where people from North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia would go to buy their slaves. So the slaves didn't have to get Uber Eats directly to North Carolina. You get what I'm saying? Some people actually drive to the takeout spot. Does that make sense?
Point, no, you don't make sense because you're trying to prove. No, I'll prove it to you. You're trying to prove that the slaves came from Africa. You have yet to prove it. You haven't given one piece of evidence. Nothing. I'm still waiting. Prove it that we came from Africa. 400,000. I want you to prove it to everybody, and I'll shut the hell up. Prove it. Show me your proof that we came from Africa. 400,000 Africans came here through the transatlantic slave trade. Prove it, and I will sit here and apologize to you and leave this panel right now. Show me your proof. Go ahead.
Prove that we didn't.
No. You said we did.
When you ask me a disingenuous
when you say something is, you have to prove it. No. Okay, everyone, you cannot prove that we came from Africa. I win the debate because you can't. No, you don't. Yes, I do.
Prove that we didn't.
No, I don't need to prove it.
I can prove how blacks in America were identifying themselves. I can prove that in the 1700s they were identifying as African. That's why in a lot of African
I can
cities,
prove you wrong on that too. That is wrong. Frederick Douglass in the 1800s said we're not. Okay, let's go to Frederick Douglass. He's famous. You know what he said? We're not African. He goes, we have nothing to do with Africa. Not socially, wise. He goes, we are American. He goes, our ancestors' blood, bones, and ligaments are buried in the soil. We are American. And then he said that if anything, we're admixed with the white man, the slave owners. Frederick Douglass is not saying that we
Have you ever heard
are
about
not
the
African.
project to create Central Park in New York City?
What's that?
Have you ever heard about the project to create Central Park in New York City? A lot of the FBA Aboriginal argument, which is a lie, they start talking about Seneca Village. You will find no reference in the moment, to a Seneca Village. That's some bullshit that's made up a long time after. What it was, hold on, let me land. Let me complete one coherent thought, my brother, right? So you will find no one referring to this part of town as Seneca Village. What it is referred to, right, in pretty much every New York publication is Nigger Town. That's what they called it.
Cool.
Black Americans.
Okay, cool. Nigger Town.
Black Americans, right, brought that property, and they are documented in history by lot, right? Those homes are documented. You know what's the cornerstone of that town? Do you want to know how those people identified themselves? Do you want to know where they went every Sunday? The African Methodist Episcopal Church. This is how these people identified themselves in the 1700s.
Bro, let me help you.
So now you're coming in and changing. You're saying how they
okay, let me know when you
themselves is wrong.
Okay, this is how you're wrong. Do you know who created the American, the African? Did you say the African Methodist Episcopal Church? Did you say that?
AME, you heard my point.
Yeah, AME. Okay, everybody listen. I respect you, brother, but you're lost on these topics, bro. You're really lost, because the creator of AME was a man named Richard Allen. Did you know his mother was a whole Native Indian, right? And did you know he married a Native Indian woman, and he had kids with that Native Indian woman? And did you know his sister married a Native Indian man? So this man was at minimum half Native Indian. His mother, look it up. Everybody can Google it. His mother is a certified Native tribal person, right? And so this guy was half. Richard Allen. No, Richard Allen was.
What tribe?
Oh, I don't know. I forgot.
I know
look
you
it up.
I wouldn't debate.
No, look it up.
Disingenuous your argument.
Will you
earlier.
let me land? I let you speak. I let you speak. Now
no,
listen.
You really didn't, but I'm listening.
No. I'm going to prove you wrong, because do you know why Richard Allen started the African Methodist Episcopal Church? Because he got kicked out of the white Methodist church. Him and some friends were praying in the Methodist church, and the white people kicked him out of the Methodist church, which he loved the white Methodist church. So he started something. He goes, well, we got to name it something. Let's just name it the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Did you know the congregant said, no, let me finish. Let me finish. Did you know the congregant said to him, we don't like that African title because it makes it look like we're immigrants from Africa. We're not African. So his own constituents said, no, we shouldn't have African on it because we're not African.
That's not the case for these
that
people I'm
is
speaking of.
The creation of the you said AME. That's
these
how it
people
started.
I'm speaking of who identified as AME, they were identifying as the descendants of Africans.
You are so okay. How can that
be
when Richard Allen, who created it, was at minimum half Native Indian? Literally, how could he be an African if his mother was a Native tribe? He had kids with this woman. So there's no way this guy can identify as African when his whole mama was a Native tribal person. This is a fact. This is a fact.
You're making the argument small.
No, this is a fact.
I never said Richard Allen identified as African. I'm talking about the people that were attached to the AME church. They were identifying with their origin, their descendants. They were from Africa.
Hang on a second, gentlemen. Hang on 1 second, gentlemen.
Hold on.
Wall Street, hang on a second. Go ahead. Let this be the last thing, then I want to say something.
Have you ever heard of the Hotel Afrique?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
The Hotel Freak?
The Hotel Afrique. AFRQUE.
No,
I went to the Outer Banks.
I don't know. What
I went to the
time
Outer Banks in North Carolina, took my kids out there. So the Hotel Afrique is a place that, following the Civil War, right?
Yeah.
Now you have all these blacks that the general's name is slipping my head, but you had these blacks following this general. The general says, all right, we're gonna let the blacks fight in the war. Like, at least let's put them to use. So now the war is over. They're not going back into slavery, right? So they were trying to figure out where to go. They created the Hotel Afrique, which was a place where blacks could kind of get an idea of where you want to go next, right? My point is, you see Africa in the moment, not some new made up Seneca Village shit, right? That we talk about in 2025. I'm saying how they identify themselves, how they name their organizations and their churches and even their businesses, right? You see a line of Africa, Africa, all the way through it. That's my proof. And that proof can't be dismissed.
He's playing word games.
So let me ask you a question, USA, if I can. I notice in your name, you're USA DOCS, and I presume that's descendant of chattel slavery?
Yes.
Is there any particular, because ADOS is just descendants of slaves, is there any reason why you think it's important to put the C in there? Are you delineating from ADOS by putting the C in there?
No, just being more specific. We're the only Americans. That's what we are, Americans. You're a Jamaican, I'm an American.
You're the only Americans.
Yeah,
so you don't consider white. So you don't consider the white folks to be Americans.
No, they're European immigrants. All white people admit.
So when you said America, but you said America was done building in 1790. Are you saying that the European immigrants that came here that wrote the Constitution, are you saying they had nothing to do with the creation of America?
No,
and that they're not Americans.
They designed America, and we built it. Yeah, the founding fathers, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, these are the people who created the 3 levers of government.
So how are they not American then? So
because they're from England. Oh, let me give you an example.
But you're from Africa.
No, Steve, we're not from Africa. We're the natives. Remember, you never established.
So you're a native Indian. You're not an American.
No. We're not native. We're not native Indian.
So what are you? What are you? So you're not native to the USA.
Yes,
the USA was not. Hold on, USA. The USA was not in existence before the white man came and created the USA, this government that you're talking about. Because when you say you're foundational, you're talking about the America that was created in 1790 with the government that you said was already built and everything. So you're talking about the United States of America. So how are you foundational to that, but the white people that designed that are not?
Easy. Today, this morning, I watched a news report in England. And in England, they have a statue of George Washington. That's where he comes from, England. And they just repolished it and refurbished it, and they did a re-release of the statue. They pulled the curtains over, the curtains out, and this humongous statue of George Washington is in England. That's his heritage. That's his lineage.
But I'm saying, but
that is proof. No, but I'm answering your point. He's English. George Washington.
And you're African. Any route. Hang on, USA. Any route that Tariq laid out for how Black Americans are native to America, any route that you take goes back to Africa. Whether it's the pre-Columbus explorers, they explored and came here from Africa. The 1526 people, they were slaves that were brought here from Africa. 1619, slaves that were brought here from Africa. So it was certainly as George Washington and everybody else came from England, y'all came from Africa. The native Indians came from Asia somewhere. So how were you more foundational than anyone else, especially to the United States, when all of y'all came from somewhere else? I'm at a loss to try and understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is we are the natives. We didn't come from Africa. You heard the experts say 100,000 slaves in North Carolina. Only 1 slave ship came from Africa. Bro, we're the natives. They destiny swap. The people on these reservations are largely white people mixed with some Asian. That's why they look Mexican. And we're the natives. It's destiny swap, right? You can't.
When you say you're the native, what do you mean by that? Do you mean hold on?
We've been here.
You mean you have been on this continent for how long?
How
long do you trace your?
Well, we've been here forever.
We can
forever.
We come from the land here. We've always been here, bro. Before the native red Indian, before the Siberian Mongoloid came here thousands of years ago, we were here. The mound
builders.
What
proof do you have of that?
Well, where else do we come from? The proof is.
What proof do you have of that? Not where else do we come from. The where else, in my estimation, is Africa.
Well,
now, what is your proof?
But you
what is your proof
that
Black American, that Black people have been on this continent forever? What's your proof of that?
Okay, when they did the that Lucia, that was 13,000 years ago. That's a Black woman, right? Lucia.
That's not true.
You can look it up. Lucia is a Black woman, right?
Now USA. You've looked up and read a couple of things already today. Can you look up and read something that says Black people have been on the American continent since the beginning of time?
I don't need to prove that part. No, hang on.
What do you mean you don't need to prove that? That's your major claim. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, bro.
Listen. When you do our genealogy, this is the proof that we're the native. When you do our genealogy, no African pops up.
75% popped up for me.
No, bro. When I've done my genealogy, and when we as a people, Tariq Nasheed, Afro Elite,
What
Black
pops
Alpha
up?
Network.
What comes
Listen.
up for you? What comes up for you?
African comes
What
up.
comes
What
up for
comes
you?
up is these native tribes and Negroes. No African. I have not found a
But
African.
the native tribe. Hold on. The native tribes came from Asia.
Bro, we are in a
native tribe. You already said the native tribes weren't here forever. So if you go back to the native tribes, you weren't here forever either, because the native tribes migrated over the Bering Straits, remember?
Yes, and there were
so
black
how were you
people
here forever? If you go back to them,
listen,
you go back to Asia. So are you saying y'all are Asians?
No, listen. Are you telling me experts do not say now that there have been people here over 100,000 years? That's a yes or no.
The experts say what?
That people have been in this place we now call America for over 100,000 years. Are you saying archaeologists and
not black people? Not black people. That's why I want you to read to me.
Right.
I want you to read to me where it
listen
says
to me. Okay.
Black people have been here since the beginning.
Look at Lucia, 13,000 years ago. She comes from North America. That's a black woman.
But guess what, though?
That's a fact.
What
They're
made
like,
Lucia?
let me talk. Can you let me talk?
You're making that up.
Can you let me talk?
What made
USA, I think you're making that up.
Okay.
Hold on.
No, bro. He asked me a question, not you.
Let him speak. Let him finish, Wall Street. Then you can speak.
Wall Street.
Wall Street. Let him speak. Remember your thought, Wall Street, but just let him finish his thought.
Lucia is 13,000 years old. That's a black woman from North America. 72, I think it was 72 scientists from 8 different organizations looked at. I mean, they put her back together. It was like, yeah, this is a black woman. So I think it's 72 different organizations, 72 different scientists, something like that. But they said, yeah, Lucia is 13,000 years old, and this is a black woman. When you look at the Almonds, come on, that's a black person. And also the mound builders. Okay, and also check this out. There's archaeologists. His one name is Juan something. From the 1500s, I do believe. He said America was a Negro continent. This is a Latin American anthropologist. I do believe from the 1500s or something like that. He literally wrote. No, listen. He wrote that he said America was a Negro continent. So there's many archaeologists who have said, yeah, there were straight up Negroes here. And in fact, the one I can look him up right now if I got it, but he literally said that he goes, these skulls are different from the Mongoloids that came through Siberia, the Siberian natives. He said that these natives were Negro features. He goes, this was a Negro continent. Without a doubt, he says that America was a Negro continent before these red native people showed up.
Can you read? Can you pull up a source for that? Can you pull up a source for that? Yeah, hang on, Wall Street. I'm going to come right to you, Wall Street.
Yeah, I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to pull up a source for that, USA. And while USA is pulling up the source, people in the chat, can you please hit the like button? You know, we're getting a few more people in here, but if we could please hit the like button, that would be great. I think this is a great conversation, and I know you think it's a great conversation, which is why you're sticking around. So please hit the like button if you don't mind. It only takes a second. Wall Street, you wanted to reply to his Lucia comment?
First off, I just hit all 3. The like button, the subscribe, and the notification bell. This is a good conversation, right? And it's respectful, even though we're passionate about our conversations. So salute to all 3 of us, right? Especially you, USA, right? Because I can tell you're passionate about it. With regard to Lucia, right? What made that such an amazing find was the fact that the genes that they did find tied to original African genealogy. The argument is it goes back past, I want to say the haplogroup was L2. That's what made it so amazing. It was still tied to Africa, right? That's what made Lucia even a topic to be discussed. It wasn't that she was just this black person in America. They're saying, no, we found genes that clearly come from Africa here in America. That was the thing behind that find, right? So that goes into the conversation of haplogroups, genealogy, all of this stuff. You have the back to Africa theory and all these different things, but it's not saying she was just a black woman that was just originally here in America. No, the argument is, right, this is proof that these people moved all around the earth. But the origin of it, those same scientists all agree that those origins are literally some of the most like pure African DNA. That's what made it a big deal.
Bro, okay. I don't know where you read it from, but what I read, it said that these were native to North America. They didn't say anything about Africa. So you can go ahead and put your own your own slant to it. But what I've studied, no, it said this woman, Lucia, was native to North America, bro. They didn't say anything about African, bro. North America. So if you want to believe they came from Africa, go ahead. But scientists say that Lucia, which is a black woman, said, yeah, and it shocked these scientists to say, like, whoa, this is a black woman. Yeah, there's black people that have always been here, bro. I'm trying to find that archaeologist. Maybe it's on my other computer, so I can't find it right now. But yeah, the archaeologist said that America was a Negro continent. Outside of the Mongoloids that came from Siberia, he goes, no. There's a different breed that was here. This is a Negro
So let me ask
continent.
you this question, USA. If y'all have always been here, why do you refer to yourself as a descendant of chattel slavery? Why aren't you a descendant of the native black people that were here?
Oh, that's a great question. We had an ethnogenesis. See, during slavery, they started breeding our ancestors, the natives, and they were breeding hundreds, if not thousands, of different tribes. A few Africans were thrown in the mix, for sure. They had East Indian slaves. A few thousand East Indian slaves are documented being here. Threw them in the mix. And these slave owners like Thomas Jefferson and them, they bred themselves into that. So we are an amalgamation of the natives with elite European admixture, the slave owners. That's a fact.
So you're more of a descendant of people that were bred.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly who we are. We had an ethnogenesis during slavery where they bred us with each other. It sent us all, like Wall Street said, they sent us all around America, breeding us, selling us. And the slave owners like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, they bred themselves into that. And that's
so it's more likely. So if you are bred,
the Aboriginal people.
Yeah, if you are bred, it's more likely. So you would have African ancestry because they weren't just breeding the native that were here from the beginning. They were breeding y'all with the Africans, right?
No, because Africans, only a few, 10,000, 50,000. They're only a drop in the rain bucket. So experts now agree that there were millions and millions and millions and millions of native slaves here in North and South America. Let me say this again. Historians are now saying, wait a minute, this slavery of the natives was way bigger than we thought. And they now admit that there were upwards of 5 million slaves in North America and South America. 5 million slaves. That's more than enough slaves for us to come from. From the 1500s to the 1800s.
In the 1500s, there were 5 million slaves?
No, over that time period of the 1500s to the 1800s, 400 years, there were upwards of 5 million.
But that includes the transatlantic slave trade.
No, not even that. No. They're saying no. That has nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. They're talking about straight up natives.
So you're saying before the transatlantic slave trade, there was over 5 million slaves in America?
No, during that period, excluding the Africans. Between the 1500s and the 1800s, they're just talking about native slaves in North America and South America. Just the natives enslaved. There were upwards of 5 million natives enslaved in North America and South America, apart from the Africans. That's another group. All these damn flies.
Apart from the Africans, so are you talking, and you think instead of native Indians, you think they're talking about native blacks?
No, the natives. When I say natives, I'm also talking about these Siberian Mongoloids that came here thousands of years ago. I will call them natives too. And the natives that were already here, the blacks, like the guy said, this is a Negro continent. So
what percent of that 5 million? What percent of that 5 million would you say are native blacks?
Nobody knows because there were not a census. Nobody knows that. I would never.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to pull up some sources. I think you're only pulling up sources when it works to your advantage, but you still haven't shown any source. And you know what I mean? I think you're just talking right now. I don't think any of what you're saying is factual.
Well, you don't have to believe it, but you can't. Okay, Just say everything I said. Let's throw it out the window. You still can't prove we come from Africa. Well, that means we're the natives because you can't prove we come from Africa. That I know for a fact. No one on earth can prove we come from Africa. That's proof we're the natives. With elite
Bro,
European
you would have to say that if you're an FBA, according to Tariq, if you go to the FBA website, it says y'all come from Africa. The FBA website traces your heritage back to 1526 when slaves were brought here by the Spanish. That's where Tariq traces y'all back to. So you don't have a problem with me. You have a problem with your leader.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we peace and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all the deep meds. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go.
Of a man. Hey, peace. What's happening, everyone? On our deal with.
Ooh, yeah.
Suddenly there came a sound from heaven, as of a rushing mighty wind, like the rushing of a man.
Peace. What's happening, everyone? On our deal with.
Ooh, yeah.
Suddenly there came a sound from heaven, as of a rushing mighty wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind. Come and fill our hearts again, like the rushing of a mighty wind, like a river that is overflow, like a river that is overflow. Come and fill our hearts once more, like a river that is overflow. Let it overflow, 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 let it overflow.
Yeah, blessings. Once again, you know the routine, like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. All of that helps. So you don't know. Without any further ado, let's get started. What's on your mind, Vendetta?
I wanted to ask you a question about, your content and how you approach. I wanted to ask, what do you look for in this content, this type of content, in your engaging with others? What are you looking for?
What am I looking for in my content? I think the main thing I'm looking for is to because you guys refer to Caribbeans and Africans as tethers, and that's pretty disrespectful.
That's untrue. That's untrue. Again? That's not true.
It's untrue that it's disrespectful to call immigrants tethers?
No.
So what's untrue?
No. Untrue is the statement that we call immigrants tethers.
Okay, you call certain immigrants tethers. Is that more true?
You see now. You see, this is why I asked the question.
Hold on. Let me. Is it still untrue if I say you call certain immigrants tethers?
Yes.
Is that still untrue?
Yes, because
that's
the context
still untrue.
matters. No. Let me.
So that is a true statement. You do call certain immigrants tethers.
Certain, yes.
Right. Well, I know for a fact. Hold on, Vendetta. No, I know for a fact that I am one of those immigrants that you consider a tether. I know that for a fact. Because given what I understand, to be the definition of tether, I fit that category.
Okay, cool.
So I know you're referring to me as a tether, and I'm insulted.
Well, listen, hold on. Listen, calling a thief a thief, right? He may be insulted, but calling something for what it actually is, the individuals, no one is upset by the personage of an individual who commits the act, and no one's bothered by his offense. So
okay,
therefore,
so you say you're calling people tethers.
Let me finish. What I'm saying is, if you know what a tether is, as you say, right? You haven't described it to me, but as you say, as you know and understand what a tether to be, if you say you fit that description, right? No one will be bothered with you feeling disrespected because for you about being called that, because this is the actions you take, right?
Okay, now, so hold on. So you said that I'm referred to as a tether because you're just calling it as it is. And then your original.
I didn't say that.
I could have sworn you said that. You're just calling it as it is.
I didn't just say that. That's the context of what I'm saying is I wouldn't be upset I wouldn't be bothered by your offense if you know what you're doing and you're doing it.
Right, but it's not as if like my opposition to reparations, for example, I'm not doing it just to disrespect Black Americans.
But
like that's not what I think I'm doing it.
But if you're into sabotage and undermining, you're a tether.
Okay, and according to you, so to answer your question, the only reason I'm asking you this is to answer your question of what is my intention. My intention is to just call it the way I see it. The same way you feel like you have the right to call me a tether and you're just calling it the way you see it. When I do what I do, the reason I do what I do is for the same exact reason, just to call it the way I see it.
Okay, now that leads me to the next question I wanted to ask, right? Oh,
yeah, you can ask one more question and then I'm going to go to KD, okay?
All right, let me set the stage with this. The other day I heard you going back and forth in the debate about you stated that wouldn't white people that came to Americas during the 1600s, wouldn't they be considered immigrants? And it made me ask the question to myself about you: if you do you have cognitive bias? So it made me think: are you just looking for things that appeal to what you want to believe, as opposed to are you actually trying to figure out what's the facts and what's not, and align yourself with that? Because when I went on the face of what you were stating,
the white folks, the Europeans that came here did migrate here. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because it sounds as if, hold on, Vendetta. It sounds as if you're saying that the white Europeans that came here weren't migrants.
They weren't, and they're not considered. I researched it. They're not considered migrants because, let me finish. They're not considered migrants or immigrants because they're considered colonizers. So as when you research it, it shows you that although they both have similar action in traveling from abroad from one place to another, the purpose of the travel is different. So the colonizer descriptively is basically a person who's coming. They're coming to conquer and take something from someone else and displace others by whatever means. Therefore, that is not considered by description an immigrant.
Right. So if Caribbeans came here and took over from Black Americans, then we wouldn't be immigrants anymore.
You would be a colonizer. You would be a colonizer.
So we would stop being immigrants and start being colonizers.
If that was your purpose, if your purpose is to come and take by any means necessary and displace, and especially you do it through sabotage and subterfuge, you are a colonizer.
Isn't that what you accuse us of? Isn't that what y'all accuse us of? Hold on, isn't that what y'all accuse us of when you say we're trying to replace?
No, not all of you. Only
just the tethers. Just right. So the tethers are not immigrants. We're colonizers.
Yeah, you're tethers. You don't have the power to be colonizers.
So, but we're not okay. So, but we're not immigrants. What do you mean? You said we're replacing y'all.
Colonizers.
You just said we came here to replace y'all.
Colonizers. You don't have.
You said we came. Isn't that what the colonizer did? They came and replaced
the colonizers. Were effective in doing so, right? Through power and force, through force of arms and political means and organization. You don't have that as a tether.
Then why are you complaining that we're trying to replace y'all if you know we don't have the power to?
We're talking about.
So you're just complaining for no reason.
No,
hold on. No, you excuse me. No, you excuse me.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah, each one, and our Father God, him are the only done. So make we peace and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all of the meds. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go. It's the government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them more than Hitler them. You see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle a blame. What time it hurt me to see how the face. Deal with the eagle and them. Regular me see it's a pain. Regular me see it's a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just so it go. It's a government no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary. Drop the one, your principle, you don't know. The global will come and do it. Some people life every day, it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently Jah.
It's kind of weird to me that Black Americans want to go back to their days of slavery to claim that they're foundational, because I think that I'm foundational to America today, just simply because of how much I pay in taxes. I believe that I pay more in taxes than Pan Mulatto or more than Derek. I think I pay more in taxes than I would say 75% of people that consider themselves FBA. And so I think, so that's why they can't say nothing to me about I'm not foundational. I'm paying more in taxes to you to run this country today than you have ever considered paying. Like, if anything, I feel like I'm contributing to Black Americans' welfare checks. And so I'm more foundational to them than they are to me. Because again, and I don't want to be derogatory.
Yeah, that was very derogatory. But
it can be. But let me just finish the statement. I think given what I pay in taxes, can't nobody tell me I'm not foundational to this country. This government takes way too much out of my paycheck for anybody to tell me I'm not foundational and that I'm not building this country as we go. America isn't done building. We're building America every day, and America is always. What do you mean? Then what am I paying taxes for?
Respectfully, I disagree with everything.
Sir, hold on. Respectfully. Come on now. What are you paying taxes for? Is this your home? Or did you come here?
Of course it is. I'm paying property taxes. What do you mean is this my home?
But
we're making
came here, right?
Though. We're making
when did you come to the United States from Jamaica?
I came here in 85.
Okay, in 85. When were you born?
Right. I am in my mid-50s right now.
Okay, you're the same age as me, so you were born in the 70s.
Are you
so now, in 85, that means you were at least 15, 14, 13 years old. So now, you as a child,
I've been here for 40 years.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish, sir. Let me finish. You did not have a choice to come here. You came here as a child. So your parents had a choice to come here. So they chose a better life than where they were. Right?
Okay.
They came here for economic betterment, right?
Yes.
For them and their family, which is you.
Yes.
So now, all right, respectfully, what do you think the people that have been here, right? Let's say since 1865 or before, do you think that they weren't here to better their families? And then,
yes, they were.
Okay, so now, did they have a choice of anybody else at the time coming to this land? Or did somebody else create that door opening for any other color to come to this land? Did the people that were here, that they're calling themselves now foundational Black Americans, did they have anything to do with any other race coming here? Did they say yes to anybody as a people in writing, anywhere in Congress, anywhere in the Declaration, anywhere?
Yes,
because
Black Americans.
Think about this.
Yes, they did. So did white Americans did as well.
Sir, stop.
Derek, no, you stop. Derek, hold on, Derek, you take way too long to get to a point, bro. Because I don't even know the point you're making.
Think about this. Everybody who came here since 1865 has come here for the same reasons your parents had.
Okay, so how does that counter what I said, though? All I said was, listen, Derek, let me just repeat what I said. Derek, let me repeat what I said so you can respond to what I said, because I don't know how you're responding to what I said. What I said was the fact that I pay as much taxes as I do for as long as I've been paying taxes here makes me foundational and means I am helping to build America. Just simply because I'm paying so much in taxes, and those tax money to America than anything that these people are talking about. The only reason they're bringing up slavery is probably because they don't pay the taxes I pay, and they're not putting in today what I'm putting in today. So they have to reach out to their ancestors and talk about, well, look what my ancestors did. I don't care what your ancestors did. This is between me and you. And between me and you, I find myself doing more than you. And so I find myself more foundational than you. And if you have to bring up your ancestors as a slave to make you foundational, we're going to have a problem. That's a weak argument to me.
Wait. I don't understand.
Hold on. No. Let me answer, please.
The premise of my argument is that I am foundational to America because I pay taxes here. I'm answering Black Americans.
Okay. I heard exactly what you said. Now, I have one question. Right? Now, are we supposed to forget about what our ancestors did? Because now there is an inheritance that we are supposed to have that someone's holding from us, from our ancestors. See, because the same birthright citizenship you have, we have a birthright. That's why your mom and dad get to pass down whatever efforts they had here, made here, to you. See, we have the same thing. Somebody's holding from us. But ours.
My mom and dad didn't pass anything down to me here in America. Everything I have here in America is what I worked for. Just from me going to college. They weren't. I didn't. So me as someone who came here when I was 15 and went to school and got a degree and got a job and bought a home. Like, I did that all on my own. I didn't have to depend on my parents for any of that. And most immigrants do that. Most immigrants. Let me finish. Hello, let me finish. I said, let me finish, Derek. Most immigrants that come here with nothing, and they start from scratch. And in one generation, they're doing fine. And so that's why we have this issue with y'all talking about, because your ancestors were slaves, you couldn't own a home. Like, we just can't relate to that. I can't relate to that. I don't know how you, Derek, can't own a home because your ancestors were slaves. Like, I can't relate to that. Why? Because I had ancestors that were slaves, and I'm able to own a home.
That's not why Black Americans don't have anything. That's not why.
We have property though, brother. And then if you said your ancestors weren't slaves, why don't you own a home in your own country? This is my thing.
I do own a home in my own country. I do own a home in my own country.
But you could have stayed in your home country and owned home.
Why don't you have to come here?
And then we
for
are
the same exact reason, Black American. Do you have heritage in the South? Do you have ancestors in the South?
Heritage. Yes.
Do you have ancestors that came from the South?
Yes, but
do you still live in the South? I'm speaking to Black Americans. Do you still live in the South?
I'm from Louisiana. Hold on, brother.
Y'all can't speak at the same time. I'm speaking to Black American.
I have 2 homes in the South. I have one here. I have 2 in the South. One in Memphis and one in Texas.
One in where?
One in Memphis and one in Austin, Texas.
And where do you live? Which one do you live in? Where do you stay?
I live in the one in Los Angeles. I'm in Los
Angeles. In LA.
Yes.
All right. So why did you move from the South to LA?
I didn't move there. I was born out here. I just chose to go back there. And
why did your parents move there? Why did your mom or your dad move from down south into LA?
Let's just assume there was better opportunities. Because of the
trend. Okay, exactly. Right? For the same reason. So to answer your question, the answer to your question is, I moved from Jamaica for the same reason your folks moved from the South.
But you said,
but
your thing was that you were foundational because
I said I'm foundational because I'm paying taxes today.
But foundational, the way they describe it, is designated for ethnicity. We're not saying you can just call yourself a word foundational. It's a designation for ethnicity. All we're saying is that we're different.
But I thought you had a problem with this ethnicity thing. I thought you had a whole problem with this ethnicity thing.
I said I'm proud.
Now you're defending
Black American. No, I'm proud about my ethnicity, brother. I never said. I said I won't call myself FBA because of the rhetoric with that. But I am ethnically Black American. That is different than Jamaican.
And you think that makes you foundational? Because you're ethnically. I said foundational. Do you think that makes you foundational?
Yeah, we are foundational, of course.
All right, so you don't think it's disrespectful. First you said saying you're foundational is disrespectful. First you said calling yourself foundational.
I said the FBA movement is, but I'm proudly Black American, brother. I just said that makes us our own ethnicity. We have our own distinction. You're Jamaican.
So what? Jamaicans are their own ethnicity. Jamaicans in America are their own ethnicity. Chinese in America are their own ethnicity. Japanese. Let me speak. Chinese in America are their own ethnicity. Italians in America, their own ethnicity.
But that doesn't.
Right. Now, how does being your own ethnicity make you foundational?
Bro,
okay,
how does being your own? Everybody is their own ethnicity.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Using you as an example.
We're just saying that we're not immigrants.
Your mother and father came here from Jamaica and became United States citizens, correct?
Yes.
If I go to Jamaica, I'm not going to do the same.
Now, you are a United States citizen.
Let him finish, Black American. Let him finish. Repeat your question, Derek.
you are a United States citizen, correct? You said you pay
Yes.
taxes. Now, if you have a son, is he Jamaican American?
He's going to be he's an American with Jamaican heritage.
He's a United States citizen who was
Yes.
born in America, right?
Yes. Yes.
That makes him a Jamaican American.
No, he's an American with Jamaican heritage. That makes him an American.
Okay, he's an American with Jamaican heritage. Now,
like I consider myself a Jamaican. I consider myself a Jamaican American because I moved here from Jamaica. I actually lived in Jamaica. My son never lived in Jamaica, so he's not a Jamaican. He's an American that happens to have Jamaican heritage.
Okay, that's fine. So now let's put all of this in a home, right? Now
Derek, you got to make your points quicker though, Derek. You got to figure out how to get to your point a lot quicker.
You came to a home, right? A brand new home, and now you live here. So now the people who've always been in this home, do they have more seniority than you?
No. This isn't a job site. No, as long as I'm paying my taxes, like I said, y'all don't pay more taxes than me. So if anyone is, if there isn't, listen to me, if there's gonna be, if anything is gonna be equal or unequal or who's more American, it's gonna be based on who's paying more taxes.
No, it's not.
You will not be, listen to me, I don't care how long, I don't care how many relatives you have here. If I'm paying more in taxes than you, you're not more anything than me.
Can I jump in, y'all? Somebody else's house and tell them how the rules are going to be defined.
Because y'all have this newcomer paying more taxes than you.
It doesn't matter.
What you mean? It matters to me.
Can I jump in, y'all?
It matters to me.
I can kill the whole tax argument. I can kill the whole
say
tax
that?
argument.
Who is it? No, you hold on, Truth. Hold on, Truth. Hold on. I put you on the stage. I'm gonna get to you. Hold on.
Who is that yelling? Somewhere else.
Who is that yelling? Is that Derek? Derek, calm down. Truth teller.
Yes, sir.
You said you wanted to say something.
Yeah, that whole tax argument, that's fallacious, right?
Right.
You only pay in taxes.
Teller, I can't hear you.
You only pay in taxes based on income you're earning.
Can y'all hear him? Is he saying something?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a word he said.
You can only pay taxes based on income you earn here. Question: who built the system that you're earning income in? It wasn't you, because you're from Jamaica.
It wasn't you
so
either.
If you're using a system that was already established.
Slaves didn't build this system.
Hold on, I'm
Slaves
still
didn't
speaking.
build this system.
We're not speaking. I'm still speaking. If you're using a system built by other people to benefit yourself, and the cost of using that system is paying taxes, you can't now say the fact that you're paying taxes means you have the same validity as the people that built the system. You're just a user.
Then why does the American government agree with me?
They don't.
And not with you. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They don't.
Truff,
so hold on.
Hold on, Truff. No. Hold on. You hold on. Truff, hold on.
I just want to give you my background so you can understand.
No, I don't want to hear your background. I want to say something.
I mean, I know
according to the U.S. government, the only thing that matters is the fact that I'm paying taxes. And according to the U.S. government, you're no more American than me. Matter of fact, if it was up to the American government, they would keep the people that pay more taxes than the people that pay probably none.
What are you basing that measurement on? What are you basing that on?
Because there is no law. You show me in the Constitution where it's written that people that have ethnic citizenship are more American than anyone else. You can't show it to me. So this is something y'all are making up. This is something that is what y'all are saying. Yes, you are saying.
Nobody said that except you.
Yes, you are saying that.
I can give you proof that it does exist. It's not written in law, but it's written in the enforcement of the law. So do you want that proof? Or
I'm sorry, I got distracted by my son a little bit.
Or you do want that?
No, I got distracted. What's your question? Proof of what again?
I said, do you want the proof that it is
It's not written in the law, but it is enforced in the law. You want that proof?
Something that's not written is enforced. Yes.
Correct.
Yes. Show me that proof.
Awesome.
And hold on. And what exactly you're showing me proof of? That ethnic citizens have more rights than non-ethnic citizens?
That's not my
argument. No. You said that
then what are you proving? Then what are you showing?
The law weights
it doesn't matter what I said. What are you going to prove? What are you going to prove?
Is what you said.
What are you going to prove?
You said the law doesn't do that. If you stop talking, I'll tell you. You said the law doesn't.
Listen, you can't tell the host to stop talking. The host can make you stop talking. I'm trying
to answer your question. How you going to interrupt?
Listen, be smart. The host can make you stop talking.
I'll tell you.
No, I want you to listen to what I'm. No, I want you to stop telling me to stop talking.
I'm answering your question. How am I going to listen to you?
All right. Black American. Was there anything you wanted to say?
No, I was just okay, so maybe you and I are just having two different. I'm not saying that being ethnically Black American gives me any rights or privileges. That's why I think that's the point where we depart at. I agree with you that being in America, the way the system is designed, we have equal rights. Even immigrants and American citizens have equal rights. I was just making a point of distinction that we are not necessarily ethnically the same. I'm not saying that it's a bad or a good thing.
So what?
Okay, well I'm just like.
And no. I want you to answer that question. We're not ethnically the same. We're not ethnically the same. So what?
So what?
Yes,
I don't understand.
My heritage. Okay, my parents came here in the 1970s, right? We came here in the 1980s. You have ancestors that have been here since slavery days,
right?
And what? So what does that mean in terms of me being an American and you being an American? What does that mean to you?
You make this a point of a contention.
Nothing. We're all
I love Black people from everywhere. I don't care if you're from Jamaica, Haiti, Barbados.
Okay, so your answer is the answer to the so what is so nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
There is nothing. I don't know where the point of contention came from. I just said that we have our own ethnicity. You have your own ethnicity. They're both to be celebrated. I just said that we're not. When you said that we're a foundation, like we're the same, I was just saying that ethnically we are different, but we coexist. We have our own differences. We can unite around our similarities, great. But when you said you're foundational, I think that was the only thing that I disagreed with. By like foundational.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, so let me try to be a little more clear for you then, Black American, and maybe hopefully you'll accept what I'm saying a little bit more. I hope. Okay. Any American today, any American that's paying taxes today is foundational to America. Because America, with your paying taxes, you're helping to build America. America isn't finished built. America today looks nothing like America looked 10 years ago. Looks nothing like America looked 50, 100 years ago. America is not finished being built. America continues to be built every single day. And any American that is here paying taxes is foundational to America because you're helping to build America. Is that something you can accept?
I disagree only because foundation means
this is the United States.
It means the origin. A foundation means the building blocks of. It doesn't mean something that's continuously in motion. I understand what you're trying to say, but that is the word foundation means the origin. It's specifically about building blocks, and this is not the building blocks.
You see if I replace. I have a house. You see if I replace a few of the beams in my house, if I take out the old ones and replace them with some new ones, like those new ones are now foundational to that house because they're keeping the house up. The fact that they haven't been there since the house was built doesn't mean they can't be foundational. The fact that they're there right now, let me finish. The fact that they are there right now holding up the structure means they are foundational, whether they've been there forever or not. It's what are you doing right now? That's what to me makes you foundational. And I'll repeat myself. The fact that y'all have to go back to your slavery days to find something to be foundational about you is pretty sad. It's pretty sad that you have to go back to slavery to find something foundational about yourself. Hang on a second, please. Hang on. Let me let Truth back in. Yeah. Let me let Truth back in.
I'm curious,
true.
what beams have been rebuilt?
That's what I'm
Okay, hang on. Since you want to ask that question,
yeah.
Derek, was there? I'm sorry, Black American or Derek, was there anything y'all wanted to say about what I said?
I was just trying to say,
I would love to say
you said,
something, but I'll let him go
the
first.
The beams is as if you had to tear down a house. For if we tore down America and then you came back and placed some new beams and then you started a new America, then I would maybe could see that. But these beams have already been built, and it's never been torn down. All you done was you probably did some add-ons. America, you maybe tweak the roof or tweak the kitchen or something like that. But the case is, it's never been a complete rebuild of America. It hasn't. We've only been tweaking.
I didn't say it was a complete rebuild of the house. I said I replaced one beam of the house. I didn't say it was a complete rebuild. Derek, is there anything you wanted to say?
Yes. The rebuild, that's a good analogy. But I would just say that the people who replaced the beam and created the new foundation, that you call it, is white people. And everybody else that's come here after that has tethered on to what they've done. That's why you can take us back to a slave story. Because in actuality, do you understand that the 14th Amendment changed people here from state citizens to federal citizens? Your 14th Amendment citizenship, which is mine, is a federal one. So if that never happened, none of this would have ever started. And you'll find out the 14th Amendment citizenship that we're talking about started under a coup. So the people of the South weren't with being 14th Amendment citizens at all. They were killed. Those people that represented the South then was killed, and then they put in military operations people to pass that bill. Look it up. That's a part of history. From then on, federal citizens that you call after 1865 became written as African slaves. Period. But that's not actually what happened. Because after 1865 till 1933, you can see the violence of the immigrants who came here against the people of the South, who were Black and was a large population. Over 6 million of these people ran out of the South between 1920 and 1970. So when you speak on the things you speak on, I understand where you're coming from because you do know how to read, and congratulations. But that's not actually what happened here. And since you're from somewhere else, I can understand where you're coming from. But see, I have been here longer than you. Like, I have been in the same room with my mother, my grandmother, and my great-grandmother on this land, eating sweet potato pie. So it's different for me.
Potato, bro. You funny.
And gumbo. So now, when I say what I'm saying it from a person who can understand the laws and how they change things, because I see what happened to my people here. Because after 1865, they went through a lot of violence to get off their lands. My first question to you or anyone else is, how did slaves have citizenship, state or federal, if they were slaves? The 14th Amendment comes directly from the slaves, you so-called, but they had states' rights, which were directly to the Constitution rights. And the government from the North made these people federal citizenship, 14th Amendment citizens. And from there, they caught hell. Coincidentally, this 14th Amendment citizenship is supposed to be the government protecting these people. And from 1865 to 1930, these people were killed by the thousands and run off their land. So if they were all slaves and didn't have nothing, how are they even being ran off of land?
I think American Dream, I think the reason why, I think you're answering a question that was asked by ADOS in response to a reparations claim. I think that's where I think maybe this question I think makes sense when you're trying to answer that. Then, because I never made it a point of contention, but it makes sense under the reparations umbrella why there was made a distinction between foundational Black Americans and maybe somebody who's an immigrant. See, under that context, it makes sense. You and I, under this conversation, it doesn't. There's no reason to delineate in this kind of fashion. But I'm saying, for a reparations discussion, that's where I think people were saying that, hey, foundational Black Americans, we have to define ourselves, and I agree with them for that distinction. Now, just in any other right, it's not making people better than you or saying that we're better than anyone. Of course not. We're not saying that should give us more rights, or we have more rights, or we have more rights under this system than you do as a Jamaican or American of the Jamaican ancestry. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
but
that
we don't get no respect because this is our home.
Yeah, hang on a second. Truth Teller, I just realized your name was Truth Teller. You must have written it in the Tut language. Is there something you wanted to say, Truth Teller?
I just wanted to ask, what are these pillars that were replaced by immigrants?
The pillars that were replaced by immigrants?
Yeah.
The 14th Amendment.
No, he made a reference saying that the immigrants that come over here, foundational to the country, and he gave the equivalent of having a house and building and, replacing some of the pillars so that you have a new foundation. I'm curious, what were the pillars replaced in our system by immigrants?
And I'm telling you right now,
example, hang on, Derek. Let me answer. Derek, let me answer his question.
Yeah.
Me, for example, like what I pay in taxes replaces whoever was paying taxes before. I've become that pillar of paying those taxes now. So I am the pillar, me personally, because I am paying taxes, which without me, someone else would have to replace my pillar and start paying my taxes to the state I live in. So that's the pillar. I'm the pillar.
Tax payments
are the pillar that you're talking about?
Yeah, I am the pillar. Me, the fact that I pay taxes to the state I live in. If I wasn't paying those taxes to the state I live in, my state would be at a loss. I pay a lot of money in taxes. If I was to stop paying, my state would be at a loss. So I replace the pillar because some people stop paying taxes. So now,
hold on, y'all. Let me finish.
Let me say this is outside of that. Like I said, America isn't this one constant thing. America changes every day. There are new laws. There have been amendments to the Constitution. And so, all of the amendments to the Constitution that happened, right? We created, those amendments can be seen as new pillars that were put in or additional pillars that were put in. And nobody can tell me that Caribbean people weren't involved in the creation of amendments to the Constitution or just laws in any particular state. So we are adding pillars, we're replacing pillars, we're doing all of that. So I don't understand why that's difficult to understand.
Well, it's difficult for me to understand. Hold on, man. He's talking to me.
Yeah, go ahead, True.
I find it difficult to understand because that's not a pillar.
Exactly.
Because if you were replacing the pillar, you would actually pay for the pillar that was paid for by people prior to you. You'd pay that cost, and then you'd put in a new cost. That's called.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So if you come in and there's already a bill paid, and you want to say, "Hey, I'm paying."
The bill is not paid. My tax bill wasn't paid.
What do you mean? You had a
what
tax
do you mean?
Paid?
What are you talking about?
Well,
my tax bill wasn't paid when I came here.
It was.
The minute I came here, we had to pay taxes.
Right, but you had a tax system that was already built. You think that was built for free with no money?
But that tax system depends on me. Hello. The tax system depends on me.
Right, but hold on. When your parents flew over here, that whole infrastructure that got them here, the system that they used to come into the nation. I don't know if they're citizens now, but they had to get green cards. That whole process, the fact that they got jobs, the fact that they used our roads to go to work, the fact that you went to our schools. You think You think that you guys paid for that?
While they were here paying their taxes, while they were here living here paying taxes, and I went to school, yeah, they were helping to put me through school by paying taxes as well.
But you
They
realize all
paid
that stuff was
taxes.
built
They
already.
paid taxes. What do you mean? That stuff has to be maintained. Hello. A school doesn't, every year they renew.
Good word.
Hold on.
Good word.
Every year,
Maintain.
yeah.
Maintain. Good
But
word.
so what? So what? I'm
All right,
still
so maintaining
the
and building are
maintenance
not
is
the same thing.
foundation. Maintenance is
Is
foundational.
not foundational. No.
Without maintenance, the whole thing falls apart. Without maintenance, the whole thing is going to fall apart.
That is true.
Without,
it's
okay,
not
so I tell
foundational.
you what. So I tell you
didn't
what.
build anything.
Y'all will
You
be.
just
So
using it.
y'all can be the
You just
old
using the
rundown
system.
America. I'll be the maintained America.
That's
I'm the one
fine.
maintaining
We'll be like
that
Jamaica.
old rundown America that y'all had.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Tell the youth them to be strong. You can't tell the youth them to preach wrongs. While you try it on these lands, just remember every man is equal. Yeah. Each one teach one, and a father God, him a the only done. So make we ease and reason. Smoke trees, span the ends, all of the meds. Take a look at life, and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Yeah, bigger heads no love people again. Them most than little of them. You see friends now reason again. Vex through whistle of them. What time it hurt me if you see how the face. Deal with the eagle of them. Regular me see it's a pain. Regular me see it's a pain. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people. Social commentary, drop the one your principle, you don't know the global will come and do it. Some people life every day it's stress. The high price from JPS, that topic is currently. That alone him a go healthy. We need food that we know healthy. We are feeling pain, beg you protect we. In our life we have no fanfare. Take a look at life and don't close your eyes. Sometimes things happen and it's no surprise. And I just, so it go, so it go, so it go, so it go. It's a government, no have no heart, them no care about poor people.
You see collectibles, I see years of blood, sweat, and tears in one single moment. So step on the court. Make every
Hey, peace. What's happening, everyone? On our deal with.
Ooh, yeah.
Suddenly there came a sound from heaven, as of a rushing mighty wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind. Come and fill our hearts again, like the rushing of a mighty wind.
Yeah, blessings. Once again, you know the routine, like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. All of that helps. So you don't know. Without any further ado, let's get started. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out exactly what your main point is with, you know, the fact that white people came here. You said this was the trash bin. They considered, like Thomas Jefferson and them considered, and the English considered America to be the trash bin, and they were just pretty much just sending their trash here.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just play it. Hang on. I'll play it again.
No, you played it. You played it a few times. I've heard it.
No, just hang on.
To describe these people was waste people. So therefore, the idea of trash. Thomas Jefferson, Abigail Adams referred to the rural white population as rubbish. Now
There you go. That's just fact, bro. That's just scholarship. White people white people lie to us. They lie to us, bro.
But if this is your homeland, is that to say that Thomas Jefferson and them thought of you guys as trash as well? Because if they thought of America as a trash bin, and this is your homeland, did they think of you as trash as well?
No, they thought of white people. Thomas Jefferson thought of white people.
But they thought of America as a trash bin.
No, yeah. They used America as a trash bin for European lowlifes. What's up, Pinky? But yeah, they used our home America as a trash bin, and they did it to Jamaica. They did it to your country. They used your country as a trash bin. They did it to all the New World. Yeah. They did it to Australia, New Zealand. So it's just not America or Latin America. They used this whole planet as a trash bin for European lowlife. That's just
right.
A fact.
And you mentioned that when they came here, even the slaves were at a loss as to how decrepit they were.
Yeah, our ancestors are the ones who actually came up with the term white trash. Like, a lot of people don't realize that.
Are you saying that even the slaves here were in a better condition than these white people that came here?
Well, it depends. Okay, a lot of times the slaves were in a much better condition than these white people were brought here to die. These white people were illiterate. These white people were dumb. These white people were unskilled. These white people were serfs. You got to remember, 90% of all Europeans were serfs in Europe. That's essentially a slave. So they were serfs. They were a bottom caste. These people were desperate. They were illiterate, toothless, unskilled. They came here to die. So yeah, even as slaves, they at many times they lived better than these poor whites, and almost all white people were poor. Yeah.
So American slavery may not be the worst atrocity in human history if these people that came here were in a worse condition.
Yeah, well, we're talking about physically worse. Now, we were worse because we were enslaved and sold and bought. Abraham Lincoln spoke about that. If your living conditions were better, and if you're looking at these people as if something is really wrong with them, then, it seems as if your slavery isn't as bad as whatever they were encountering in Europe. Yeah, well,
their lifestyle here, once they got here, sounds as if the slaves were living a better life than them.
Yeah, well, because we're the ones who built Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. We built their mansions and ran their mansions. We built their business and ran their business. Yeah, our ancestors were geniuses, bro. And on top of that, check this out. On top of that, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, those guys, they would bring it. Hang on. They would bring in the very best from Europe to teach our ancestors the elite European ways of doing things. So our ancestors were on another level. These white people were just trailer parks from Europe, trailer park people from Europe. I say this with due respect. That's just history. So yeah, our ancestors. Look at.
So it was worse to be from a trailer park in Europe than to be a slave in America.
Well, listen. Again, let me tell you what Abraham Lincoln said. Abraham Lincoln said that throughout slavery, these poor whites, these poor European peasants in the North, working in the working in the industries, right? The cotton mills and stuff. They used to complain saying that the white people themselves of the North, these poor whites, complain like, hey, we live below the level of slaves. And even the poor whites in the South said, man, we're living below the level of these slaves. In fact, throughout slavery, white people called themselves slaves. But Abraham Lincoln said, no. There's a difference, though. You guys are free. They're not selling your mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters on the auction block, as I've seen many times done to these slaves. So Abraham Lincoln said, no, I don't want to hear any comparison that you guys are worse off than slaves. Yeah, your condition many times is worse off, but you're not a slave. They're not selling your family members. And Abraham Lincoln drew a line in the sand, and he told white people, cut that shit out. Yeah, you're degraded. You're fucked up. Many of you dying. Yes, that's true. But you're not a slave, though. See, that's the difference. So just understand that. That's the difference.
Indentured, most of them were what? Indentured servants?
Yeah, indentured servants who came here to die. Yep.
I mean, what's so much better about being if you're an indentured servant who came here to die, you might as well be a slave on a slave block. I don't really see.
No. That's a big difference.
It's better to be. I don't see where it's better to be in a trash bin waiting to die than to be a slave. I just don't see where Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln's words would have done much of anything to comfort them, because they're in a trash bin ready to die.
Let me ask you this. Would you rather be at the point of death but still have a chance, right? Or would you want to see your daughter sold, your father sold, your mama sold, your son sold, your grandparents sold? Come on, Abraham Lincoln said it.
I'm not going to choose that. I'm not going to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd rather be a slave. I'd rather be a slave than to die.
Okay, then that's you. Then.
I'd rather be a slave than be on a trash bin waiting to die.
Okay, then that's you. I guess why that explains why Jamaica's third world. Hang on. No. It's your stuff. I see why Jamaica's the condition. I can see why Jamaica is the condition it's in, because people. Hey, Pinky and Tasha D, American Dream said he would rather be a slave than to be a poor white living on the edge of the precipice of death. But go ahead.
Even the American slaves prefer to be a slave, because you just said when these Europeans came here, they were looking at them like, these people I'd rather not be them. So even
they call them white trash.
Preferred. They preferred. Imagine what you're saying. The slaves were calling these people white trash.
Yeah, I know. Hang on. Let me play. Hang on.
Since we have been an agrarian nation for over half our history.
This is how bad off these white people were. Check it out.
It's important to pay attention to rural ways of thinking about class. And the idea of white trash actually was first used.
White trash. Our ancestors actually created the word white trash. That's how much our ancestors as slaves looked down at these poor whites. They thought of the poor whites as white trash, because these people came here in a very degraded way.
Right, and if slaves are looking down on them, that means that the slaves thought they were better than them. So
I agree with I agree with that. Our ancestors were around the bourgeois of Europe. Yeah, they definitely thought like, we're better than these poor whites. This is white trash. Our ancestors as slaves. Check this out. There was a story I read a couple of years ago, and I can't remember where it is, but one of our ancestors, she worked in the big house. She was a slave in the big house, and they would send, of course, the slaves on errands. And so she went to the post office, and the slave woman dressed very fashionable, like the slave owners, or very fashionable, right? And so she was waiting in line at the post office. He said, and she wrote, but related, and so many who can write wrote it down. She said there was some poor white people in line in front of her at the post office, and she put up her nose like, ooh. These people are so uncouth. She was like, ooh, these people are nasty. She actually said that. She goes, like, she stood in the post office behind these poor whites, and she was like, these people are fucking awful. They're just. And she also said that the house slaves used to mock the poor whites that would come to the back door begging the slave owner for food or a job. That the house slaves were like, oh, you got these poor whites in the back. Oh, just go away. Yeah, they would come begging at the master's back door, and the house slaves would look down at them like, oh, these people are so uncouth. Yeah, slaves. Yeah.
So why do you suppose their descendants, the descendants of these poor white indentured servants that were brought here to die, why do you suppose their descendants are not seeking reparations but the descendants of slaves who are in a better condition are seeking reparations. Why do you think that is?
Oh, because they were not slaves. We were slaves.
It was better to be a slave.
Yeah, but that's still slavery. That's still slavery, and one was not slave. See, these poor whites.
But it was better to be a slave.
I
get that that's still slavery.
No.
Are you saying
Listen.
Are you saying that there's no room for reparations for being an indentured servant?
Listen.
For being used as indentured servants?
Hang on,
there's no reparations for that. There's no reparations for being put on a trash bin and waiting to die. There's no reparation claim for that.
Hey, hang on. Let me play this. I want you to listen to this. Everybody listen.
I didn't think much of the poor white man.
This is our ancestors talking about these poor whites. Right? This is a former slave talking to the federal government, and they wrote it down, and the guy's just repeating what our ancestors said. Check it out.
We didn't think much of the poor white man. He was down on us. He was driven to it by the rich slave owner.
This is our ancestors as slaves during early 1900s. Our ancestors said we looked down at these poor whites. Listen.
We didn't think much of the poor white man. He was down on us. He was driven to it by the rich slave owner. The rich slave owner wouldn't let his Negro associate with poor white folks.
Listen. Check it out.
The rich slave owner wouldn't let his Negro associate with poor white folks.
I told you, the slave master looked down upon the poor whites in such a disdain that they wouldn't even allow the slaves to be around these poor whites. One more time, listen.
The rich slave owner wouldn't let his Negro associate with folks.
I mean, that's just what it is, bro. But let me add some texture. After slavery, right, when slavery ended, most of the slaves left the big house. So yeah, our ancestors, like, obviously slavery is worse than being free. I don't care how degraded you are, but our ancestors on one hand said these white people are just degraded people who are literate and they're skilled. They just call them white trash. That's a fact. Our ancestors literally named the term white trash in 1820. They figured it was around 1820 our ancestors named these European peasants white trash. But of course, as Abraham Lincoln said, yeah, these people are white trash, but they're not enslaved. They're not being sold. So yeah. So two things can be true at the same time. Our ancestors looked down upon these poor whites, called them white trash, right? And at the same time, they wanted to be free. Two things can be true at the same time, bro. Now, you said you wanted to be a slave. That's you. Our ancestors, after slavery, got most of them. Some stayed, but most left the big house. Like, we're out. So yeah, but you want to be a slave.
Yeah, I mean,
that's fine.
Like,
I respect you. You want to be
like,
a slave. That's cool.
You don't. If you say things that are dishonest, it doesn't win you the argument.
What's dishonest?
What I said was
you said you want to be a slave.
I didn't say that. That now you're being dishonest again. What I said was, if I had a choice of being a slave or a white person that was sent here to a trash bin waiting to die, I would choose to be a slave.
Yeah. Well, hang on. You would want to be a slave, yeah.
And what I also said was that even your ancestors would prefer being slaves than these white people because they look down on them. So I'm not doing anything different. From what your ancestors did.
Okay, hang on.
So I didn't say I want to be a slave. Like, that's just a stupid thing to say.
No, you said if you had a choice, you would be a slave.
More from you.
No,
I said if I had a choice between being a slave and waiting to die, I would be a slave. Which one would you choose?
Again,
you just rather die?
No, I told you I'd rather be free and take. I already told you.
That's not a choice. But
no.
Of the two, which is a choice?
Oh, I would choose the white man. I would choose death. Death. I would just build. I would choose death, bro.
Your ancestors didn't choose that.
Because they were enslaved. No. You can't use that. No, American dream. Look, you can't be this dumb.
No,
you cannot be this dumb.
You're obviously.
You cannot be this dumb. No, you cannot be this dumb. We fought for our freedom. We fought for our freedom.
A lot of them jumped off of the ships and chose death. Your ancestors.
We don't come from Africa, bro. We don't come from Africa, so you can't use that argument. You come from Africans. But man, I can't believe what you're saying, bro.
Your ancestors did not choose death. They were slaves. They didn't kill themselves.
Yes, they were slaves. Some chose death. Okay.
Why didn't they kill themselves?
For what? For what?
To choose death. To choose
For
death.
why
like
choose
you.
death when you got your mother there, your father there, your kids there? That is, some choose death, but why?
You
That
just
would
said
make
you would choose
no.
death.
That's
For the same
crazy,
reason
bro.
You would choose death. For the same reason you would choose death.
No.
So how come you would choose death, but your
American dream.
ancestors
Look.
wouldn't?
Are you this dishonest, bro?
Am I
You
being
said
dishonest?
no.
I
Yes,
think
you
you're the one
are.
being dishonest.
Hey, American dream. Listen to yourself.
You
gave
said
me
you would choose death,
American
and your
dream.
ancestors
Listen
didn't choose
to me.
death. I'm more like your ancestors than you.
Okay. Bro, I don't want to take you down. You got to let me have a conversation with you, bro.
No, you're not
On
trying
your-
to have a conversation.
on
I knew
your
you
channel,
weren't trying to have a
no,
conversation
American
when you
dream.
started
Listen,
being dishonest.
American dream. Listen, when I'm on your channel, I give you all the respect and space. You got to do this.
No, but I'm not dishonest. No, it's not. It's not respectful to be dishonest.
Okay.
You said I said I wanted to be a slave. That's very dishonest.
Okay, say it again. You said if you were given a choice
I said
between
if I have a choice between slavery and death, I'd choose being a slave. That doesn't mean I want to be a slave.
No.
What is
But
wrong
okay,
with
no. Look, right there. You said you would choose to be a slave. Yeah, you said
If
you
I
would
had a
choose.
choice
Yes.
and death.
You
yes. Slavery. If I had the choice between slavery
Yes,
and
if
freedom,
you had the
I'd
choice,
choose
you would choose slavery.
If I had a choice between
Yes.
slavery and freedom, I'd choose freedom. What is wrong with
What are you talking about? Now you just switched it up. Now you said, well, I've had a choice between being
I thought
free.
you were smarter than this.
Okay, bro. You got to be quiet, bro. I'll bring you up in a second. You literally said if you had a choice between being on the edge of death or enslaved, you would be enslaved. I said, hell no, I would rather be on the edge of death. So, bro, that's what you literally said. You literally said, hey, if I was going to be a white indentured servant on the edge of death or enslaved and live a better life, I would choose to be a slave. That's what you said. And so you would choose to be a slave.
Your ancestors looked down on the people that were on the verge of death.
Yes.
As if they were better. So they chose to, they preferred being slaves. They decided,
okay,
they made this.
Let me take you down. That's where you're wrong. They were enslaved. That is where you're wrong. I see why Jamaica's third world. I'm going to bring you back up. That's where you're wrong. They look down on poor whites. They call them white trash, but they did not want to be enslaved. They were forced to stay enslaved. You see the difference? You're acting like they call them white trash and like, yeah, we're going to stay here enslaved and look down on you. No, we look down on them at the same time. They wanted to be free. And you don't understand that.
They didn't kill themselves.
This is why Jamaica. Listen.
You would kill yourself.
Okay. No, I did. I never said that. I never said that.
You said you would choose death.
Bro.
Choose
death. Bro. Choosing death versus killing yourself is two different things. I said I would choose death, not kill myself. That's called unaliving yourself. No, life is gonna have to take me out. Bro, listen to me, American. Just listen. Hang on. I see why Jamaica's third world. I said it before, I'll say it again. You Africans and Caribbeans are lovely people. But many of you, like you lack critical thinking. Everything you're saying is oddball, crazy, upside down. You don't make any sense. You're saying crazy shit. That's why you fled here. Your people fled to America because Jamaica's a failed state. Beautiful people. I love my Jamaican dude, right? At the Jamaican jerk chicken hunt. But I'm talking about you and people like you. Too many Jamaicans are like you. You lack critical thinking, bro. Like you make no sense, but you think you make sense. You make no sense, but you think you make sense.
So when did America stop being a trash bin?
America was never a trash bin for us. This is our home. Europeans fled to us. We didn't flee to Europe. No, listen. No, hang on. Listen.
So when you were a slave, America wasn't a trash bin for you?
Hang on. Look at your screen.
America was only a trash bin for indentured servants, not for slaves.
Hang on. I'm going to give you listen.
What you're saying.
Bro, you got to let me talk, man. Jeez. I'm trying to answer. You keep talking over me. But the funny thing is, American Dream, when I'm on your channel and other people on your channel, you make sure you get your space to speak. But when you're on my channel and getting your butt kicked, you won't let me speak. Jeez. When I'm on your channel, I'm like, hey, when you say, hey, Mr. USA, let me speak. Okay, it's your channel. Bro, look at your screen. Europeans fled to us. We didn't flee to Europe. We They fled to us. No, America was never been a trash bin for us. This is our home. Let me show you. During the height of, let me show you what I mean. During the height of Jim Crow. We're talking about the height of Jim Crow.
Were slaves, this was your home.
Yeah. The height of Jim Crow when we were being lynched. Listen to our ancestors. Listen. That is the height of Jim Crow. 1941. We were getting lynched left and right, and they said, praise God, we're American. No, America's never been a trash bin. The trash bin has been white people. It's not America. This is our home. Our home is beautiful. It's always been beautiful. Now you're going back
on your whole video. The lady said the new world was a trash bin. She didn't say
for white people. No, listen. For white people, not our ancestors. Notice she didn't say our ancestors. It was a trash bin for the bourgeois of Europe.
The bourgeois that they put to live in your quarters, the bourgeois, the trash bin people, they put right with you, so they thought of you as trash as well.
Oh, okay, listen. You said that
the indentured servants were sharing the slave quarters. If they thought indentured servants were trash, then you were trash too, because they put them with you.
Okay. Now hold on. American Dream, I respect you, bro. But this is why Caribbean and Africa, it's you guys are all third world, including Latin America. You guys truly do lack.
Speak to what I'm saying. Like every
no. American Dream. Let me American Dream. American Dream. No, American Dream. This is why our ancestors. Look at you said everybody. American Dream said that poor white people were right next to our ancestors. American Dream. Listen to our ancestor make you out to be a lie. Listen. I want you to listen.
We didn't think much of the poor white man. He was down on us. He was driven to it by the rich slave owner.
Listen.
The rich slave owner wouldn't let his Negroes associate with poor white folks.
Did you hear that? One more time, American Dream. You said that the poor whites were right next to us. Listen to our ancestor who was enslaved. One more time. Listen.
Driven to it by the rich
listen.
The rich slave owner wouldn't let his Negroes associate with poor white folks.
So there you go, American Dream. There you go. So you are a delusional Jamaican who you lack critical thinking, and I respect you, bro. But your ability to comprehend simple things is just, you can't do it. Like everything you're saying is just is crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro.
So it seems as if
I respect you, bro. I respect you.
You think one anecdotal statement by one descendant of a slave saying their rich slave master didn't let them associate with white folks means that no slave associated with these poor white folks. Thomas Sowell has his whole book is about how black culture is really just culture taken from poor white folks. Y'all lived among them. That's your whole culture is taken from them. So hear trying to negate all of that by playing this one video of one guy saying his slave master didn't let him associate with them is ridiculous. But what we do know is his slave master still treated them as if they were slaves.
Okay, listen. If that's the case, let me see this. Listen. I'm going to play Thomas Jefferson one more time.
Waste people. So therefore, the idea of trash, Thomas Jefferson, Abigail Adams referred to the rural white population as rubbish. Now we still hear that. British people still use that term today. But part of what...
Hang on. Did I play that part? Hang on.
Thomas Jefferson and Abigail Adams referred to the rural white population as rubbish.
Now, what master would refer to white people as rubbish, which is trash, and allow poor whites to be around them? Now, let me address your book about Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell admitted this is something that he believes is not true. It's not true. He believes that. He'll tell you. I've actually heard people, and I've listened to him. He at the end of the day, his book is like, well, I can't prove it, but this is what I believe.
He said what's not true.
That us got our culture from these poor whites Irish. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Did you say that?
No. Check this out. I got one better. Thomas Sowell will tell you, and I've heard him say it. Thomas Sowell says that damn near listen. Listen. Thomas Sowell admitted.
You're lying.
Okay, bro, you gotta let me speak, bro. Thomas Sowell admitted that American scholars, descendants of chattel slaves, all laugh at him. Thomas Sowell admitted. Thomas Sowell, yeah, most of American descendants of chattel slaves, the scholars amongst us, they all laugh at him. So that's how you know. That's how I know it's wrong, because he admits he can't prove it. Like think about it. How can we get our culture from poor white people when white people were not even allowed to be around us like that? How can we get our culture from poor white people when, for a fact, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington brought the bourgeois of Europe to teach our ancestors? On top of that, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin took their slaves to Europe to learn the bourgeois. Like how? Like, it doesn't make any sense, bro. Like, no, and on top of that, our ancestors look down at poor whites, and look at two groups look down at poor whites. No, listen, no. I studied Thomas Sowell. He was raised without his mother and father. He was raised. Listen. Thomas Sowell was raised without his mother and father. Thomas Sowell was raised with no mother and father, bro. This dude is lost. He had to go to the army, right, to make a living. But Thomas Sowell, so yeah, I was not raised with a father or my mother. In fact, his aunt had to take him in. So Thomas Sowell has always had a chip on his shoulder because he never had a father. He never had a mother. He was raised by his aunt. That's a fact. And so Thomas Sowell has always been somebody who was just searching to latch onto somebody because he never had a mother or father. That's a fact. He was raised by his aunt. And so since he never had a mother, a biological mother or father to raise him, he's lost. So because think about it. Even Thomas Sowell once again said that the descendants of chattel slaves, the scholars amongst us in his own era, say he's crazy. He admits it. Because he's crazy. Like, show me the poor white culture we got from poor whites. Hell, we created American English. We created the music. We created everything. So show me the culture we got, because we got our culture from the slave masters, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, the bourgeois here and the bourgeois there. And then they brought the bourgeois there and brought them to the plantations to teach our ancestors. So we got double bourgeois elite European culture. You haven't shown me us having poor people culture. How? We taught them English. Like, how? These people were looked at as white trash. Like, how can we have poor people culture when our ancestors called poor people white trash? Like you don't make any sense. But it's okay, bro. You can believe.
Like I said, Dax, I don't have a lot more time. Can I read just one short little thing before I go?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
It says, in the 1600s and early 1700s, the line between African slaves and European indentured servants was not always rigid. Both groups often labored on the same plantations, in the same fields, and sometimes slept in rough communal quarters. From Virginia and Maryland show that poor white indentured servants and enslaved Africans sometimes shared cramped housing, food, and work routines. So they were, if one is trash, the other one has to be trash. It's pretty much the only point I made.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. When God he spoke his words, they said he was deranged. Marley sung his songs, they said the same. Malcolm X and Martin Luther fought relentlessly so we could be better. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are great. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are great. Brought us from the motherland in bondage and chains. Bury our culture and change our names. They claim we're free, yet we are in pain. As long as there's life, there's a lot to gain. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are great. Just because we're black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are great.
Heard. Peace, y'all. Yeah, we in the building. I don't know if y'all noticed, but the link is pinned. So y'all can click that link if you want to come up here and speak about anything. Blessings to y'all. The MD20, what's good? Welcome to the channel. Your day zero theory sounds interesting. Your day zero theory says it explains why every person here in the US, immigrant or non-immigrant, has a day zero. Like that sounds, I don't know what you're talking about. There's a link pinned if you want to come up and talk about it. I'm interested. But you know, everyone else, Infinity, good to see you. Welcome back. Nicole M, blessings to you. Computer Blue, where I deal with H Noel, what's goody? Sunlight Bay, good to see you. Eli, what it do, what it do. Everybody, man, if you haven't done so yet, can you kindly hit that like button? I would greatly appreciate that if you all would click that like button. Yeah, man. Doing a mini marathon today. This is a lot of time for me. Doing a mini marathon today. So let's see what else we can come up with. All right.
Recognize royalty. 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 Recognize royalty. Recognize royalty. Recognize it.
Welcome. Remember to like the video, subscribe, turn on notifications. All of that helps. Blessings. Let's get started. Before and after slavery was abolished, a lot of white folks, including people like Thomas Jefferson and even Abraham Lincoln, thought that freed blacks should be sent back to Africa for a number of reasons. And among those reasons, they thought that because they were enslaved for so long, Blacks were not able to function in a free society. And, you know, if anyone was to say that today, you know, we would just consider that to just be a racist and just a ludicrous position to take. And interestingly enough, today, Ibrahim Traore and his supporters are claiming that Black people today cannot function in a democracy. And I'm trying to figure out how those positions are any different. Isn't the position of the colonizer that Black people cannot function in a free society the same as the authoritarian ruler's position that Black people cannot function in a democracy? They seem very similar to me. There's something very similar about those two positions to me. And I'm trying to figure out why we would accept the authoritarian ruler's position that Blacks are not made or cannot function in a democracy. How do we accept that position, but we reject the colonizer's position that Blacks cannot function in a free society? The white colonialists wanted to keep freed Blacks under colonial rule. They wanted to create colonies for them and keep them under colonial rule because they felt like they weren't able to function in a free society. And the Black authoritarian ruler today wants to keep Black people, and Africans in particular, under military rule. So what's the difference? What exactly is the difference between the white colonialist and the Black military ruler when they both agree that Black people cannot function as free individuals? So again, why do we accept from a Black authoritarian military ruler what we wouldn't accept from a white colonialist? And why is the white colonialist, by stating that Blacks cannot function in a free society, why are they seen as a racist and an imperialist? But a Black authoritarian, by claiming Blacks cannot be functional in a democracy, why are they seen as freedom fighters? There just seems to be a contradiction in that to me. But y'all may know better than me. Leave a comment, let me know what I'm overlooking, and we'll continue the conversation there. Again, as always, like the video, subscribe, and hit the notifications. All of that helps. Thank you for your time. Thanks for passing through. Blessings to you. All right, y'all. Catch y'all on the next one. Blessings.
I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Just because we're Black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Just because we're Black, they say we are slaves. Speak of righteousness, they say we are praise. Brought us from the motherland.
Hey, peace. What's happening, everyone? On that deal with.
Ooh, yeah. Suddenly there came a sound from heaven as of a rushing mighty wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind, like the rushing of a mighty wind. Come and feel our hearts again, like the rushing of a mighty wind, like a river that is overflow, like a river that is overflow. Come and fill our hearts once more, like a river that is overflow. Let it overflow, let it overflow, let it overflow, let it over, let it overflow, let it overflow, let it overflow, let it over.
Yeah, blessings. Once again, you know the routine, like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. All of that helps. So you don't know. Without any further ado, let's get started. Yeah, so today, the last couple of days, we've been talking about the African Union and their take on reparations with their global reparations fund. And given that it's a combination with CARICOM, I decided that today I want to talk a little more about CARICOM and its reparations push, and just whether or not CARICOM can be considered a Pan-African organization along with the AU. So the question that I asked ChatGPT is CARICOM a Pan-African organization? And ChatGPT said, good question. The answer is CARICOM, or the Caribbean Community, is not a Pan-African organization, but it does embrace Pan-African principles and works closely with African states on shared causes like reparations. So CARICOM is not a Pan-African organization, if you will. I guess it's better to describe them as a Pan-Caribbean organization. They work with Africans the same way Africans are Pan-African and work with Caribbeans. The CARICOM is a Pan-Caribbean organization that works with Africa. And I guess given that, you know, the diaspora of the Caribbean overlaps with the diaspora of Africa, we can see why there's room for them to work together. So what CARICOM is? It says CARICOM was founded in 1973 with the Treaty of Chagaramas. It's a regional integration bloc of 15 Caribbean nations, example Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Haiti, etc. The main goals of CARICOM are as follows. First, economic integration, like a Caribbean common market. Foreign policy coordination and functional cooperation in areas like health, education, and security. So pretty much the same things that the European Union, the African Union, the same goals that they have in mind are pretty much the same goals that CARICOM has in mind for the Caribbean. Economic integration, foreign policy coordination, and functional cooperation. So the next thing that ChatGPT actually goes into is the CARICOM and Pan-Africanism connection. It says, while its primary role is Caribbean integration, CARICOM has positioned itself within the Pan-African tradition by connecting Caribbean struggles to Africa's struggles. Examples: shared African heritage. Most CARICOM states are majority populations of African descent, descendants of enslaved Africans brought during the transatlantic slave trade. So that would be, I guess, the first difference between CARICOM and their reparations claim, is that they actually acknowledge themselves as being descendants of enslaved Africans, where FBA don't necessarily make that type of acknowledgement. Throughout this video, you may find me comparing and contrasting CARICOM's reparations movement with that of the FBA or better yet, the ADOS reparations movement. I don't know why I feel I have more respect for ADOS's call for reparations than I do the FBA call. Not exactly sure why I feel that way. Well, I mean, I have watched videos of Yvette Carnell speaking about reparations, and I respected her views on it and, what she was trying to do in terms of making it a legal claim. And I kind of appreciated it and saw where they just seemed a lot more serious than anything I've seen with Tariq Nasheed and his take on reparations. Maybe I just don't take Tariq as seriously for anything, which is why I don't take their claims seriously. But let's continue. Reparations. So reparations is considered a part of their Pan-African goals. The Reparations Commission of 2013, CARICOM created the Caribbean Reparations Commission, demanding reparations from former colonial powers, the UK, France, Netherlands, Spain, and Portugal. And lastly, partnership with the AU. In 2023, CARICOM joined the African Union to establish the Global Reparations Fund, a clear Pan-African style collaboration. So that's pretty much the extent of CARICOM's Pan-Africanist perspective. They have a shared African heritage with Africa. They have a reparations commission, and they want to partner with the AU to get this reparation thing popping. Now, the important distinctions between CARICOM and, I guess, Pan-Africanism. Pan-African organizations like the African Union, originally inspired by leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, are explicitly about uniting all Africans and people of African descent worldwide. CARICOM is more limited. It's a regional political economic bloc, but one that uses Pan-African ideals when it comes to reparations, cultural identity, and global South solidarity. Global South solidarity. That's interesting. I wonder what that's about. That's interesting. So, Pan-Africanism and their reparations push is global. CARICOM and their reparations push is regional. It's only dealing with the Caribbean region. And FBA, ADOS, their reparations claim is local. So all three are still different. All three of them still see reparations in a different light, it appears. I think the same way that the African Union looks at reparations in terms of getting reparations to nation states, I think CARICOM may also have that vision in mind, where they're talking about getting reparations for countries rather than for individuals. And ADOS FBA claim is about getting reparations for individuals. So the bottom line says ChatGPT, CARICOM is not formally a Pan-African organization. It is a Caribbean regional body, but it operates within a Pan-African framework on certain issues, especially reparations, cultural solidarity, and Africa-Caribbean unity. In practice, CARICOM is often seen as the Pan-African voice of the Caribbean, just as the AU is for Africa. Okay, I think that's clear enough in terms of what the differences are between the two. So the next thing that I wanted to ask about was the Caribbean Reparations Commission, because again, I want to just compare it to the Global Reparations Fund, as well as the ADOS FBA reparations movement as well. So it says the Caribbean Reparations Commission is the body within CARICOM, or the Caribbean community, that leads the regional campaign for reparations from European colonial powers for slavery, the slave trade, and indigenous genocide. Here's a breakdown. Origins of the CRC, or the Caribbean Reparations Commission. Hey, Derek, what's happening?
What's up, bro? No, I had a question about the X on your flag. That was my question. It doesn't have to do with the
Give me a quick
reparations
second.
movement.
Let me do something. Let me do something
Yes, sir.
real quick. Yeah, Derek.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for coming in. What's your question?
No, my question was about the X on the Jamaican flag. What is the meaning for the X?
The X itself?
Yes.
Well, I know the X is the yellow part of the flag, and the yellow in the flag, or the gold part of the flag rather, and that gold just symbolizes the gold in the flag symbolizes the natural resources of the country. Yeah, the natural resources and the sunlight of the country. So it's more the color that has symbolism rather than the X, as far as I know. The colors represent things. I don't know if there's a specific reason why it's put in an X.
Okay. If the only reason I was just wondering because the X is the same X as the X on the Confederate flag.
Ah, okay. And it's the same X in the word X-ray. Interesting. So
Now,
what's your
because
point?
if you look around the world, you'll find that same X on a lot of different countries' flags. And I'm starting to realize that the Confederate X is a lot older than we were taught. And I'm starting to understand because the Scots are coming to light. And the Scots are saying that they're from America. So, and if you look at the Scottish flag, it's an X. It's the same exact X. So now I'm just starting to correlate, like, Did everybody come here, or did we go everywhere first? Is the question. Because if that's the answer, we went everywhere first, then reparations is a different conversation than what really happened.
Hang on, Derek. I'm trying to put together how you're putting together the idea of the X and then y'all being everywhere first. Are you saying that
Look at the flag. All right, look at the flag. If you look up the Scots flag,
okay.
It's an X. It's the same
Right.
exact
And you're
X.
saying it's an X because there were black people there?
The Scots are saying the original Scots are black people. And
Okay.
the original Scots are saying that they're black people from America.
Okay. And you're saying that the X represents those black people?
I'm just trying to put two and two together because the X on your flag
I get that,
is
but I'm
the
trying to
same.
figure out what are you coming up with when you put two and two together? Or is your two and two telling you that X, wherever there's an X in the flag, then that means there are black people that started that country?
It's sort of looking that way, yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that that's the point you're making because I want to know what the point you're making before I even try to speak to it.
Well, okay. As you know, the story's been told that we are from Africa. Now, is
Okay.
there a case ever been made that we're not from Africa and we are Americans?
Okay, but before I go there, like if the X represents black people, why would the
Right.
Confederate flag have an X on it?
Well, maybe you've been lied to about who the Confederates really were.
Okay, so the Confederates were really black people? The Confederates are black like the Scots were black?
Yes, I can say yes to that part.
You would say yes, the Confederates are
Yes.
black people like the Scots are black people.
Yes.
Yes. So in the South in America, it was black people that enslaved black people.
Well, like your label,
Although
the title
if
to
it's in
your
the South,
conversation starts. Now you said on the title of your conversation, slavery or indentured servitude. Now we've come to the conclusion from what we've been taught that slavery for us that looked like us was a certain way, and slavery for certain people looked a different way. But now, are we really getting the full story, or are we getting a bit of the story so we can make a picture of what we think things were like?
okay, so I hear what you're saying, but I'm more I'm more interested in what you think things were like. So in the South, in the Confederacy, the Confederates were black people that were fighting to keep slavery.
Or how about they were fighting to keep indentured servitude?
Okay, so
Which
the
is
Civil
contract.
War. So the Civil
Which
War
is
wasn't about
contract.
slavery. The Civil War wasn't about ending slavery. It was about ending indentured servitude. And the black slave masters didn't want us to end indentured servitude.
Well, indentured servitude is totally different from the picture of slavery, correct?
Yes. And you're saying
Okay.
that the black
So now
slave
let's
owners
say,
wanted to keep white indentured servants? And that's why they went to war, was to keep their white indentured servants?
no. Hold on. Let's say,
Okay, because you're gonna have to like spell out for me exactly what you're saying. Because
okay,
if I'm like what it sounds like you're saying to me, like what it sounds like you're saying to me, if I ask you about it, it may sound like I'm trolling you or something, but I'm not trolling you. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you're saying. I'm trying to get at the heart of what you're saying. So and that's what I'm trying to get at, like what you envision the South, the Confederate States in the South to have been, because what you're saying goes totally counter to what history says. You're aware of that, right?
exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yes. I know exactly. Yes.
So where do you get your information from? If it goes counter to the history and the information that we know and the records that are there, where are you getting your information from?
Different sources. It's all sorts of different sources of information.
What's one of your sources that says the Confederates were black?
My own genealogy.
Your own genealogy?
Yes, my own
So
family.
you're a descendant of a black Confederate?
Yes.
Okay, so did you own slaves or slaves and indentured servants? Did your ancestors, I mean, did they own slaves or just slaves and indentured servants?
Indentured servants.
Indentured servants. Do you think you
Yes.
owe them any reparations? Their descendants. Do you think you owe the descendants of indentured servants any reparations?
Like me personally or my family, or what do you mean?
Yeah, you personally, because FBA today is asking for the descendants of slavehold. Like they wouldn't, if they could, they would go straight to those descendants of slave owners, and they think descendants of slave owners who have benefited from it should pay reparations. So do you support the FBA claim for reparations?
No.
Hang on one second,
No.
okay? Let me take a phone call. Hang on one second.
Go ahead. No.
Yes. Who am I speaking? Derek.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Derek. I think the question was, do you think you owe reparations? No, the question was, do you
No.
support the FBA claim for reparations?
No, that's not the right word.
Derek, can you hear me?
Yes, that's not the correct word to use in this situation.
All right, Derek seems to be away. Dex, what's up, Dex?
No, he just answered. I don't know if you could hear him.
What's happening, Dex? How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good.
I can hardly hear you, Dex. You're breaking up. Is it you or me that's having the issues?
It's you. It's you.
Oh
Can you hear
man,
me
looks
now?
like it's me having the issues, eh? In 2013 by CARICOM heads of government, and it's based on recognition that Caribbean nations are still suffering from the legacies of slavery and colonialism, including you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I started having the
To answer
issues after I took the phone call, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. All
To
right. So
answer your question,
you wanted to ask me a question?
reparations? No. To answer your question about do I agree with the reparations? I don't agree because that's not the correct word.
Hang on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Dex.
Yes, sir.
I'm having issues hearing you. Go ahead, say something.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. There you are. Go ahead, Dex.
No, this is Derek.
I'm sorry, I'm not Dex, Derek.
Yeah. I was just saying because reparations is just not the correct word. It's restoration.
So you believe that FBA should get restoration?
Well, it's their land.
Okay.
It's their resources. It's their money that this whole you call United States economy is based on. So yes, they should
So
be restored. Period.
Okay, so you mentioned that it's their land. You didn't mention anything about slavery. Should they get restoration because they were slaves, or because it's their land?
Slavery, as what you were taught, is different from how it really was. There's what you call indentured servitude. Indentured servitude is contract working. Because
Right, that's not slavery, though. That's not slavery. That's different.
And I understand that. That's why I'm telling you, in 1864 or 1865, when they freed the slaves, those are the people that they freed. Indentured servitude, not the government only picked up contracts. They freed the people that were contracted. So these are indentured servitude. So these are free people that's working under a contract, under states' rights. So this is the confusion that we have as the people that were educated in this country.
Okay, so but what's the point you're making, though?
My point is, how come we can't have a conversation about restoring these people from what they were?
The indentured servants or the slaves?
No. The American people as a whole.
As a whole, including naturalized immigrants, naturalized citizens like me? So what do you mean as a whole?
They don't have an inheritance here. You have an inheritance where you're from. You're from Jamaica, right?
Okay.
You have an inheritance there, right? You have a birthright.
You have an inheritance there?
You have a birthright in Jamaica, correct?
A who? A house?
A birthright. A birthright.
A birthright?
Yes.
To my family's land, you mean? Or a birthright from the government?
No, a birthright from your family. Do you have a birth? Do you guys get issued birth certificates in Jamaica?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, now your birth certificate ties you to your genealogy, correct?
Yes.
Now, did Jamaica started making money after the colonization of Jamaica, or did Jamaica have anything going on before then?
You mean during slavery time?
Before then.
Before slavery time?
Is there any economic basis of Jamaica before that time? Yes.
Before the white man came?
Correct.
Did the native Indians that lived in Jamaica, did they have an economic system?
Yes.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they had some form of economic system.
Okay, so that means that your birthright would be tied to that ancestral monetary system. And that's what
of the native Indians?
Restored to.
So who would I go to get that birthright? Who would I go to for that birthright? The native Indians or the Jamaican government today?
Are Jamaicans, or are the original Jamaicans, are they Indians?
The original Jamaicans, the original people that lived on that island, from what I understand, yes.
Okay. Do you know what specific tribe? Arawak, Taino, do you know any of that history?
I've read it. I'm familiar with it. I think the Arawaks, maybe, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, one of those tribes, a couple of those tribes are there.
So if that's the case, you as a Jamaican, you have a inheritance, which is your birthright, which comes from your country's existence before colonization.
Okay, so the native Indians left me an inheritance.
That's your family, correct?
Okay, so who do I go to for that inheritance?
Now, that would be the question, see.
Okay, that's why I'm asking it. So who do I go to?
So now you would have to link that with the other Indian tribes of America. So if there are Indian tribes in Jamaica, that means there's the same Indian tribes all along those islands, correct?
Okay.
Throughout the Caribbean.
Right, but I'm trying to, so who do I go to for my inheritance?
This would be...
I don't feel like you're getting me. Like, I feel like you're saying stuff, but you're not getting to, like, I don't feel like the answer to that question is approaching.
The
Jamaican government today.
Your Jamaican government has those files that will access you to your inheritance.
So I would go to the Jamaican government.
Yes.
And they have the money. The money is there. They have
They
my
have
inheritance money.
Your inheritance. Okay, let me ask you this question. Does Jamaica have a gold reserve?
Does Jamaica have a gold reserve?
Yes.
I would imagine so, yes.
Okay, so if they have a gold reserve, that ties you and your family's inheritance to that.
But that gold reserve has nothing to do with the native Indians.
No.
Or are you saying that
Yes, it
gold
does.
belonged to the native Indians?
Yes, it does.
The
Because
gold
the
belonged to the
current,
native Indians,
you got
so
to
I have an
understand the
inheritance in it.
currency. Yes, that's why gold and silver is legal tenure in America as a whole, as a continent, North, Central, and South.
Right. So your thing has nothing to do with slavery. It's just about inheritance.
It's about your
Restoring
restoration
our
of your
inheritance.
inheritance is worth more than any reparations you could think of.
Oh, okay. Okay. Do you know of any restoration of inheritance move the same way there are reparations for slavery movements? Do you know of any restoration of inheritance movements that's going on?
No, that needs to be started because
Have you considered starting it?
I've already started on my own family.
Really? What's it called?
What's it called? What? It's called doing your genealogy.
It's called what?
It's called doing your genealogy, your family history.
Doing your genealogy?
Yes.
You mean getting a DNA test?
No, sir. Doing your genealogy, sir. Very different from a DNA test.
And that's the movement. Wait, the same way, hold on, the African Union has a program known as the Global Reparations Fund. That's the name of their program. I'm asking you, do you have a program like that, like a inheritance restoration program?
No, you don't need a program. This is your own history. This is your own story. See, your family has a particular story that ties into this, just like my family.
Okay.
Everyone's
Have
family
you gotten
that is
your inheritance
indigenous
yet?
to this land.
Have you gotten your inheritance?
Yes, I'm working
You're
on that
working
right
on it?
now. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, all I'm saying is, since you're working on it, like I wouldn't know where to start in Jamaica. I wouldn't know where to start making a claim of my inheritance. But if if this is your thing, like I'm trying to figure out, why don't you start a program? Like, why don't you start, and set up like a program where you show people step by step how to go through the process? Have you considered doing that?
Well, the process first is everyone needs to do their own family genealogy. That's first.
I get that, but that'll be step one of the process that you present people, and you can even show them how to do their genealogy, because some people have no idea where to even begin. Listen, you could make money off of it. You could get a cut of everybody that you help. You could get a cut of their inheritance.
I understand all of that.
You should start the program.
I understand all of that. I do.
Go ahead, Derek. Say one other thing, and then go ahead. I want to let.
All I'm saying is basically, once you do your genealogy, you'll know where you stand as a person of American, indigenous, and Indian heritage. So therefore, now you will know what to go for. You'll know what lands are yours. You'll know what inheritance is yours. You'll know what industries your family was involved in 300 years ago, 200 years ago. So you would know what to look for. Now, without those paperwork and that documentation, you don't know where to go. Now you're looking for an organization, or you're looking for a movement. The movement is you learning your family. So basically, learning your family is you getting your birth certificate, you getting your mother and father's birth certificate, and then you get your mother's birth certificate, and then you get your mother's parents' birth certificate on each side, and keep going. It's that simple.
All right. Like, you should consider creating the program, though. You could make a quick buck. Dex.
I was on the phone.
Hang on a second, Derek. Let me talk to Dex for a minute. Dex, big up yourself.
Peace.
Dex, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Dex is not available.
I can hear.
So there you are. What's up, Dex? You just feel like being trolled again today or something?
Nah, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. I
No,
just
I,
want
I think I said you feel like being trolled. Not that you're
to.
trolling, because you called
Yeah,
me a troll. You said all I do is troll. So
yeah.
you
No,
know, I
you.
was surprised to see you come back up because I didn't think you would want to be trolled if all I do is troll.
Nah. It's no bad blood. No
Do you
bad
think I
blood.
was trolling Derek
No,
just now?
no. I think you are actually asking real good questions this time.
Oh, okay. Well, you just let me know when you think I'm starting to troll you, okay?
Yeah. No, it's
All
not
right. So what's
trolling.
on your mind?
To me, it's not trolling. You ask the right questions. It's just that when we give you an answer, your interpretation of our answer is far from. It's basically misrepresenting what we actually gave the answer for. That's all I was saying. But
Okay, I'll be
I
more mindful of that. I'll be more
yeah,
mindful of that. But
I
what's on
just
your mind?
I just have a question for Derek here.
Okay,
So
let me mute.
when you say that we need to do our genealogy, um, do you think that records have always been kept or records were never tampered with?
Yeah, records have been tampered with, but
So
the basis of doing your genealogy, those records, you can't tamper with those
what do you mean by
because
that?
you okay. Do you know your mother's first name and last name?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do you know your father's first name and last name?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know your grandmother's first and last name
Yes, I
on
do.
each side?
Yes,
Okay.
I
So
do.
therefore, those three generations you know can't be tampered with, right? Because you know the truth.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, do you have an older aunt or uncle in your family today that would
Yes.
know two generations beyond those two generations that you know of?
Yes.
Okay, so now you're 5 generations back. So now you can't tamper with the first 5 generations of your life. Those 5 generations take you all the way back to 1900.
Okay, what's your point?
So now my point is, if you can't tamper with these 5 generations, that means you would have to tamper with the 5 generations behind that. So therefore, now if you even have 5 generations on this land, back before those 5 that you know aren't you can't fuck with because I know these people, then that's telling you that okay, first of all, 10 generations of this land, there's nobody else here
Hold on,
that
hold
can
on,
fuck
hold
with
on,
that.
hold on. You jumping the gun
Yeah.
though. So
Yes.
so so the reason why I say you're jumping the gun is because
Uh-huh.
you assumed when you asked me, do I have a elder auntie, a great auntie that knows the history before my grandparents
Right.
did they know? You're assuming that they didn't get hearsay instead of actual genealogy either. So that's the
So
gun.
you don't think your great aunt would know who her grandmother was?
No, I would think that she would be told.
You don't think okay, so were you told who your grandmother was or did you meet this lady?
No, I met my grandparents.
Okay, so how do you know your great aunt didn't meet her grandmother?
I don't know. That's the
Okay,
thing. I
so
don't.
now if she tells you, now if your great aunt tells you what her grandmother's name is, you don't think that would be firsthand information? If she met her grandmother?
I don't know if she did or not. That's the gun you're
If
jumping.
that's why I'm asking you, do you have great aunts that are alive
Yes.
that you can talk to now? So
Yes.
now, if you talk to your great aunt and she tells you that she met her grandmother and she knows her name, you don't believe her?
I don't get what's your point though. Like what
No,
is
my
your point?
point is, okay, you know a lot of history. You've been to a lot of school. You've probably been to college and everything.
That's not even the fifth generation. That's like the fourth generation. You're jumping to a whole fifth
Your
generation.
hold on. Your grandmother is 2 generations from you. So your grandmother's grandmother is 4 generations from you.
Yes, that's what I just said. That's 4.
That's
not
your
5.
your great grandmother. So have you ever met your great grandmother?
No, you just said that it's the 5th generation. That's
Okay.
what you said previously. I said it's the 4th.
Fourth or 5th. Either way it goes. These are your people. Do you know these people? When's the
No,
last time you went to a family reunion?
I don't personally know these people. That's what I'm trying to get to you.
Okay. When is the last time you've been to a family reunion for your family?
It's been a long time.
Okay, and that's the problem.
Okay, so I have I have questions though. Like you're answering it, but you're not giving full context of it. So so my whole thing about genealogy is that if records could be, because we all know it was a point in time in history that people didn't keep records because they were in slavery, you know. So if they didn't keep these records, then how will we know genealogy as far as it can tell us?
Okay, first of all, I thought that same way too until I did the research. I have family. I've dated my family back before slavery ended. They all have birth certificates, death records. They own property. So these
Keyword, you said
people.
before slavery ended, though. I'm talking about when slavery was in.
I'm well into the 1700s, sir. Well into the 1700s.
Genealogy can only take you so far. Do you understand that DNA is information?
Do you understand that? Okay. DNA is information. What information?
DNA is information that is passed down from your ancestors into your being right now. That's
okay. Do you understand that your birth certificate, family records are the same?
No,
as
it's
DNA?
not. It's different.
No,
genealogy.
You don't think so?
Listen, genealogy is different. It's on paper. It's on paper.
So is genealogy.
Genealogy, I'm talking about
genealogy is the birth records and death records of your family.
Yes, but it was a point in time where people didn't keep death records and birth records. That's what I'm trying to get to.
When was this?
This was what are you talking about? When people were enslaved.
Okay, like I told you before, I thought the same thing until I looked up my family and found out that there's birth and death records of my family well beyond slavery.
Okay. So you think that people on the continent of Africa have birth records of the people that were enslaved?
First of all, I don't have anything to do with Africa.
No, I'm asking you though, because we know
I don't
slavery.
know. I'm not from that country.
No, but we know slavery actually took place, right? Could we agree on that?
As far as like what you imagine it, or what it could be?
No, I'm not asking. I said, did it take place? Could we
of
agree?
What you imagine it to be, or what it actually was? Because there's a difference between slavery.
You're trying to make it seem like I'm saying that it never existed. I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you a specific question.
I'm asking you.
Is it slavery, or
is
it indentured servitude?
Have your grandparents ever told you don't answer a question with a question? I'm asking you a question, and you're asking me a question to try to answer my question. That's not how it works. Just say yes or no. It's a truth or it's a lie. It's a fact or it's fiction.
Yes, it was a lie. Yes. Slavery was a lie the way you were taught.
So you don't believe slavery existed?
Not the way you were taught. No.
No, don't. You're assuming that I was taught a certain way, but I'm just trying to get some clarity so we can come to a common ground, so we can understand where we're coming from. I'm not. Okay. It's not a got you question. It's not a got you question.
Okay.
So did slavery take place? That's the question.
Not as you not.
It's a yes or no.
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 No. Indentured servitude took place in America.
Hold on. So you said indentured servitude took place?
Yes, contract employment.
Okay. So what record? Since we're talking about genealogy, what record do you have that says indentured servitude took place? You have to have an actual physical contract at hand that you can show us now that these contracts took place.
Okay, did you know that the 14th Amendment, the freeing of slaves were those contracts? Did you know
You
that?
said the 14th Amendment.
The 14th Amendment, those people that they called, excuse me, those people that they called freemen, that they said were enslaved, were indentured servitude people because the government took those contracts from those slave owners.
Okay, and I'm gonna answer your question.
They
Right?
didn't free any chattel slavery
No,
because there were no chattel slaves.
Okay, but listen to me. So when you talk about the 14th Amendment citizen, do you not understand that that is a slave itself?
An indentured servant, yes, yes, I do know that.
No, an indentured servitude is by contract, right?
Right, and the government is the ones who released those contracts.
So you just told me that slavery didn't exist, but technically you're a slave right now.
How? Okay.
You're a 14th Amendment citizen. You're under contract with the U.S. government right now as you speak. And the 14th Amendment citizen says you agree to be governed, a debtor. A debtor is a slave.
Okay. So indentured servitude still lives on.
No,
Basically
I'm not
what you're
agreeing
saying.
with that. I'm not agreeing with that. I'm telling you that you're agreeing to be a slave now, but you're talking about slavery never existed.
How am I agreeing to something that I'm voluntarily
You're a
doing, which is
14th
working?
Amendment citizen.
Okay,
That
so
means
now
you
14.
agree. That means you agree with the U.S. government under contract, indentured servitude. That's what you just said. You agree with them under contract to be governed. That means you're a slave under the U.S. government corporation, and you just said slavery didn't exist.
Sir, is it voluntary or is somebody cracking the whip?
It is very voluntary. You
Okay,
can.
so therefore, the things that happen today are the same things that's happening yesterday.
No, not
You're
true.
just looking at them differently.
Not true. Not true.
Really?
Yes, because slaves and indentured servants are two different things. When you have record of contract, that's different. These people didn't have record of contract. They didn't have a contract. They were forced.
Who are these people?
They were forced. It was involuntary.
Okay, so answer this question. Okay, so now, as you know history, these slaves that you say,
Yes.
they did open a bank for these people, right? The 4 million.
I'm
right?
not agreeing to it. You just said that they didn't exist.
Hold on. Hold up. Now, my argument is indentured servitude. Your argument is slavery. So now I'm asking you, these 4 million people that we're debating over, did the government not open a bank for these 4 million people, enslaved or indentured? Is that correct?
I'm not going to agree to something I don't know nothing about, so I don't know.
So you don't know about the Freedmen's Bank?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Because you're
So
getting
now,
off topic. We're talking about.
No, I'm not.
We're talking about slavery, and you all of a sudden you're talking about banking.
Because it's very important in history. Because the freed slaves, they opened banks for them immediately after they freed them.
Okay, and you're not making a point. You're not going to the point. I can hold on. I can make some assumptions and say the American government is borrowing money from banks right now, and everybody is a debtor in America under contract as the 14th Amendment citizen, which is a slave. Because you're a debtor, you're a slave. So I could say that too. So like, what point are you making?
Okay, my point
You're not
is
proving that slavery didn't exist. You're not proving it.
I'm proving that slavery did not exist in the way you think of it. Because
what point are you
in your
making?
eyes, hold on. Do slaves have any kind of monetary value?
What do you
Did a
mean,
slave own a
monetary
home?
value?
Did a slave own a home? Did a slave have any money in the bank?
No.
Did a slave make any money? Okay.
No.
So now there are 4 million people in your eyes that are slaves in 1865. Right? All right. Now, in your eyes, these people have nothing. But now there is a very important piece of
chattel and
history.
slavery existed? That this is what you're telling me.
Listen to what I'm saying, please. You're saying that these 4 million people that are slaves are broke. They have nothing. They don't own land. Okay, so now the question would be, why did the United States government open a series of freedmen banks for these 4 million people to deposit money and hold their land deeds in 1865, when they were freed in 1865?
To keep them in poverty?
Okay, where does they get the money to put in the bank? Is my question. Where do they get the land deeds to put in the bank?
So the assumption that you're making is that we didn't own anything.
No, I'm not assuming that. You did. You
I
said there
never
were
assumed
slaves.
it. I just asked it.
Are
I just
you
asked the question.
okay? Now I'm asking you once again. The 4 million people that you call slaves, did they have anything monetary to their name?
Did they have anything monetary?
Yes. Did they own any land? Did they have any money in the bank? Did they have any of this stuff?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, so now ask yourself this question. Why did the U.S. government open a series of banks specifically for freedmen people if they have nothing?
I don't know. I guess to up their wealth, because obviously it was better for them to free up. No, it was better. Let me respond. It was better for them to free people because it would generate a lot of more money.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. These people deposit money in this bank the same time that they open the bank. Where do the people have the money?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so are they freed people? Or excuse me, are they indentured servants or are they slaves? Because it's a very big
sure.
difference.
There's no record of
because
these. There's no record of these.
There's no record of what?
If there were it's no contracts. What are you talking about? There's no paper contract.
Excuse me.
Where can you show me a paper contract?
Do you understand what the freedmen were?
Maybe if they were free, maybe they worked for
because
something.
obviously, okay, when they say they freed the slaves, what does that mean?
That they
just went around to all these plantations and told these people to let them go?
No, that they weren't considered property.
They weren't considered property.
Yes.
Okay, so now an indentured servant, what exactly was their status?
You said what? Repeat the question.
An indentured servant, what was their status? Was an indentured servant higher than a slave or lower than a slave?
There were contractors.
They were contracted workers.
Yes, a contract is an agreement. It could be oral or it could be written.
Okay, so now, therefore, if a contract can be oral or written, how many people of the 4 million people that they called freedmen were actually slaves that you know of chattel, and what was the percentage of people that were indentured?
I don't
would it
think
be more people that are chattel slaves, or would it be more people that are indentured?
Let me answer.
Yeah,
I don't think that any of them were indentured servitudes. I don't think any of them. Once they got free, maybe they got a little labor and a little money for their works and put together something. That's when we all came together. But I don't think that all of them were more of a little bit of them were indentured servitudes. That's not what I think.
Okay, so now let you need to take the time to investigate the Freedmen's Bank, because the Freedmen's Bank
what is the point that you're making, though? You're not.
My point is, sir, it's very simple. You're saying that slaves had nothing, and I'm telling you they weren't slaves. They were indentured servants because they had something. They owned land. They had land deeds in 1865. They had money. There was millions of dollars put into these banks in 1865.
Okay, but so my question: you're making the claim that they were indentured servitudes. Where are the records? That's what I'm asking you,
sir. when they freed these people, that's what the government did. They
No,
extinguished.
When they
Excuse me,
before they
you must
freed them.
not know the
No.
facts.
Listen. Before they freed them, show me any record that they were on contract. That's what I'm asking you. You made this claim. I didn't make this claim.
The contracts are in government archives today.
Where?
That is in
Show
the
us. Give us a record.
Library of Congress. All you have to do, actually, it's a very simple thing. You can go to the United States Library of Congress on their website, Google indentured servant contracts, and they will bring them up for you.
You know what I just looked up? I looked up indentured servitude, right? And yes. It's telling me that they were from Europe for some odd reason. Indentured servitudes were Europeans.
Okay, so if that were the case, did Europeans?
Yes, because Europeans needed to work also.
Are Europeans
needed to work also to get citizenship in the U.S. That's what they were doing.
Okay.
They were under contract, not the slaves. The slaves worked for free.
Okay, so now are you saying that Europeans were freedmen also?
Dude, as far as I'm reading it, it's telling me that there were European people.
Did Europeans deposit any money in the freedmen's bank?
I'm not sure of these things. This is what
okay. So these are the things. Now, what I'm saying
is, hang on, gentlemen.
You should look at both.
Hang on,
sides.
gentlemen. Hang on
Yes,
a second, y'all. I just had my lunch. Yeah, and y'all were kind enough to continue this conversation while I wasn't able to speak.
No problem.
So thank y'all. But I think it's kind of difficult for me to kind of follow exactly what y'all are talking about.
He's saying.
So I'm trying to get a grasp of what your main points are. On both sides. I'm not really sure what the argument is about.
The argument is,
and I think the chat may be feeling the same way. So I don't know if we want to, be clear on what are y'all discussing here?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. He's making claims, and I'm just contesting them. Like he's saying that slaves are indentured servitudes. I said, if they were indentured servitudes and it has a contract, show us the record of contract. That's all I'm asking him. He making a claim. I'm not making a claim. I'm telling you that I don't believe it.
Okay, well, and I just said that all you have to do is go to the Library of Congress and Google at the Library of Congress.
Dude, I have it on my screen. It says an indentured servitude was a person often from England.
Okay, so now
it has nothing to do with.
Okay, so hold on. What I'm asking you is.
One second, gentlemen.
It says often.
One second, Derek. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go on mute for a little bit because I have to run out and do something. I'm gonna let y'all do your thing. Nakmeezy has just joined us. Nakmeezy, peace to you.
Peace, brother AD. Peace to the panel. How y'all doing?
All right.
Indeed. Nakmeezy, I'm not sure if you came up to speak directly with me, but I'm gonna mute out because I have to make a quick run with my son. So, if you gentlemen can hold down the fort, that would be great. But I'm gonna be on the road. I'm still gonna be able to clock in and out, but I'm gonna prefer not to. So hopefully y'all will be holding it down if y'all don't mind.
For sure.
Sounds good.
All right, y'all. Nakmeezy, what's on your mind?
Now, I was just trying to make sense of the conversation. I'm here, proud Black American, anti-Pan-African. I'm anti-Pan-Africanism. Somebody's either eating potato chips or something, and they're not. There's a lot of feedback. It might be coming from deep.
That's probably me. I'm moving some boxes around at work.
Okay, no doubt. Yeah, I'm just here for the FBA debate. That's all. But this seemed like something else.
So what me and him are discussing is basically contracts. So he's saying that slaves were under contract, and I'm asking him if he's making that claim, then show us the record of it. That's all I'm saying. Since he's bringing up genealogy. Genealogy is the record of birth passed down generations. So if we're talking about records and contracts, you have to show proof of paper. That's what I'm saying.
Wasn't there a point of contention about indentured servants versus slaves?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So when he said indentured servitude, I look it up. You know, everybody got access to Google. It's saying a person from England who signed a contract to work for a specified amount of years in exchange for passage to the Americas for food, shelter, or other necessities. So even if
that's the whole fact, and that's not a slave though.
Hold on. So even if they were slaves that were indentured servitude, they're not getting any money. They're getting food, shelter, and so what is the claim that he's making with the bank? They weren't getting any currency. They weren't getting currency. I want to know the claim that he's making. That's what I want to know. I have no idea what he's talking about.
So you don't know about the Freedmen's Bank?
Listen, if you just bring up indentured servitude, and you said that the bank was open because indentured servitudes had got paid, but when you look it up, it really says that they never got any currency.
Sir, I didn't say because indentured servitude got paid. I'm asking you a question. The 4 million are we agreeing that there are 4 million slaves that were freed in 1865? Are we all agreeing on that? Or are we not in agreement on that?
Yeah, we're in agreement.
So now, if the 4 million people that were freed, all right, this is a population of people. Now, I would like to know, do you know anything about the Freedmen's Bank, sir?
I've heard about it, but I'm not an expert on it. Maybe you can enlighten me on it.
So the Freedmen's Bank was open the same year that they freed the slaves. But now the Freedmen's Bank was open in 23 different locations. And they all accepted deposits from these people, these 4 million people. It was specifically set up for these people. And these are all Negro people. So where did these people who were slaves, as you say, in your definition, who had nothing, why and where did the money come from for these banks?
You do know banks get loans, right? That's what.
Sir,
that's what
I'm talking deposits, sir. See, okay. Instead of speculating,
I'm not
you guys
speculating.
need to go.
That's
Hold
an
on.
actual fact.
Hold
Banks
up.
get loans.
Listen, I'm talking about 1865. They didn't loan any money. The Freedmen's Bank only loaned money to white folks. They took deposits from Negroes and they took that money and they loaned it to white people. That's why it went under 10 years later.
I said get loans, not give.
I understand that. And I'm saying that the people that they freed put money in that bank the same time that they opened the bank. Where did the freed people get the money if they were slaves and they were broke?
Hold on. I got a
these
question.
banks.
The bank collapsed in 1870. So what is your point?
Yes,
I'm not
it did.
getting your argument. I'm not
Do you?
getting
Okay, hold on, sir. Stop. It collapsed in 1870, in 1874. With how much money? How much money was in those banks when it collapsed?
I'm not sure. Just give us the
Okay,
number.
well, you need to do some research.
No, just tell us.
How about millions of dollars?
What? But we need a specific.
Okay, so where does the money? Just tell me where the money comes from.
I don't know, dude. You have to.
So that means that we have a problem with this slavery story.
No, we don't.
Because if you can't tell me where these slaves, you're telling me these slaves are broke. They have no land. But now the U.S. government opened a bank specifically for these people.
Dude, I'm not telling you that they were broke. Because we can obviously look up an indentured servitude, and indentured servitude was also broke too. So what is the point you're making?
Okay, so where did the money come from?
A loan. Banks get loans. They get loans.
So you're saying the bank loaned the slaves some money?
How do you think?
So you're saying the bank?
Listen, how do you think America gets its wealth? Do you think that they actually own some shit, or do they get loans from different bankers? That's what I want to know.
Hey, let me jump in here. If the question is, what
Please.
did freed or formerly enslaved people do for money? The question, the answer is
Not what they did for
nothing
money.
for money. They did nothing for money. It was free labor. Free labor.
I'm talking about former enslaved people to have money to put into a bank. What they did is the same thing that they did when they were enslaved, except they got paid pennies for it, and that's the money that was deposited. And it wasn't 4 million people; it was
What time
only
are y'all
70.
talking about? Y'all have to break down this timeline because now we're talking about slaves, and all of a sudden they're indentured servitude because they're out of slavery.
All right, so let me break it down then. So 1865, our ancestors were free. There was a
Yeah.
freedmen bank. So we're talking about where did that money come from? That money came from being house servants, being field hands, being blacksmiths, being
What up?
animal, people that dealt with animals and all of that. So that's where the money came from. They had jobs.
So did this money arrive in these banks after 1865 or before?
Well, I wasn't there, but if there was
The
money put
freedmen's
into the
banks
bank,
were
it would have
opened
to have
in
come from money they earned.
1865. Sir, just listen.
It was after.
The
Obviously,
freedmen's
if it
banks
opened,
were opened in 1865.
Right.
And they accepted deposits the day that they were opened. Where did that money come from? How did these people who are going to these freedmen's banks? So the bank is loaning them money?
dude, that's
I mean,
how you get a
what's
debtor
the
in
point
debt.
of your whole? What's the
That's what
point
I'm
of this
saying.
whole? There's no point to this, and
Sir,
I've been listening.
sir,
Hold on, I've been listening
obviously we don't.
backstage for like
Obviously,
30 minutes. Hold on, Brown D. Hold on. You've been yapping and nigga babbling over nonsense, bro. You're
Really?
making no point. You have
Really?
no point. You want to know where the money came from? They worked
Yes.
for it. And that bank was only open
When?
less than 10 years. So what's your point?
Okay.
Let's move on
So
to a better conversation.
first of all, hold on. First of all, before you get upset, do you know the history of the Freedmen's Bank?
Yeah, it was a failed bank. It failed in about 10 years.
Do you know
What
the
else do you need to know?
history? Do you understand why it failed? Do you understand it was intentionally brought up to fail? You don't know none of that, right?
Both of y'all are
There are books
FBAs and
on
y'all
this
already
bank.
know they're
There are
FBAs.
many
So
people who
what's your
wrote
point, though?
I have no point, bro. You're
Exactly.
right. You're
Exactly.
no, because you don't know what you're
All
talking
right, so
about.
now let's move the conversation forward, because you're losing the audience, you're losing the chat, you're losing the panel with these what ifs and what happened, and you're asking people who weren't even there.
Right, exactly.
This is why Black Americans look goofy.
Who's that speaking?
This is why we look goofy on the internet, because we have these nigga babble conversations about nothing.
Right.
A
right.
question.
First of all, you don't even know the history of this country.
Hang on, Derek. Hold on, Derek. Hold on, guys. Who was just speaking before Derek?
I don't know who that dude is.
That was Derek. That was Derek that was speaking first.
No, somebody was saying that this was a nonsense conversation. Who was that?
I was saying that.
Who are you? I'm just asking who was that? I don't know who. Is that MD20?
It's the guy right below you, Knockmeezy.
Oh, that's Knockmeezy. Okay, all right. Blessings, Knockmeezy. Knockmeezy, can you do me a favor, bro? Can you change the conversation and talk about something that you would prefer to speak about? Like if you had, you know what I mean, a chance to say something, just like start a conversation on something that you think is more relevant and more meaningful.
All right, perfect.
Thanks, Knockmeezy.
Why are non-Black Americans so obsessed with what FBA does, what Black Americans do, as it relates to reparations? What is the obsession?
Hold on, say it again. Repeat your question so we understand it.
What is the obsession of FBBs, foreign-born Blacks or Blacks outside of America, with what we do with reparations and whether we get them or not? What is the obsession?
Okay,
Why?
so I'm a person that is for reparations, and I don't consider myself to be an FBA, but I'm born in America. I'm a Pan-Africanist, right? So the obsession, it's not an obsession. It's more so of us saying that we agree with you guys, but in a different term. So we're thinking about it as a worldwide thing. You guys are thinking of it in a local sense. And the reason why we disagree with you guys is because it was one chattel slavery. You get it? And for even in fact in numbers, the American slave were nowhere near the numbers in any other part of slavery. You had a lesser amount of slaves to come to the Americas. I don't know if you're an indigenous believer or whatever, but that's the facts that could be proven by record. But
and I don't agree. I don't disagree with that. I know that Brazil got a lot. South America, Central America got a lot as well. But you said that you're born in America?
Yes.
Are your parents from America?
Yes.
So you're a Black American?
Yeah, but I don't. Black as a color. I don't subscribe to that ideology. If that makes sense.
Well, I don't like to play semantics because then we go back and
no. This is truly like I'm being in good faith. I'm not telling you like this because
So would
Black is a social.
If I gotta ask you if you're a Black American, like, are you a Black American? Yes or no?
No.
Are you an African American?
No.
I'm American.
I'm an American.
He's an American African. I get it. So we're playing
I'm
word
an
salad here. I just needed to know who you were. So you are from the same essential ethnic group that I'm from. I'm not sure where the brother with the brown.
Probably so. The ethnicity is not in questioning. That's not what we're questioning.
Okay. So no, but I had to know who you were so that we can go forward with this conversation.
Sure.
As a Pan-African, I see why you would try to lump us all in as trying to get a collective reparations thing going on paper. That sounds right.
No, we have been doing this. This is not new like the FBA. This has been going on since before you guys were born. You know what I mean? So we actually been boots on ground doing this. We're not just talking. We're not just begging. We're not doing none of that. We actually have systems in place that are taking place right now to this day. That's the problem. FBA isn't doing anything. They're begging. That's what you guys.
But hold on. See, I didn't even get a chance to make my point. First of all, I think Pan-Africanism is garbage. That's number one. Number two, to get back to the original point, is that there has to be separation because different Blacks were enslaved by different countries.
It should not be.
Brother, can I finish? If you're a Pan-African, can you provide some Black customer service to another Black man and stop cutting me off? Can we start there? I'm waiting for you to respond, so I guess that's a yes. The problem with these Pan-Africans is they try to talk over you.
No,
Pan-Africanism is a failed ideology. The reason why FBA has to ask for their reparations separate from Caribbeans and Africans and anyone else is because we have something that's specific to America. And I think this stuff comes from hate and jealousy because y'all were shipped to countries that turn to be shithole countries and you can't get blood from a stone. So because if we get our reparations, it'll be a lot better than what y'all would get. And so there's a marriage of misery between African nations and Caribbean nations.
Okay.
That's the issue.
Okay, so you just said a shithole country, right? And this is the problem with the African American in quotes, right? Quote unquote.
You mean you?
So the problem, yes, with people like me, yes. This is the problem with people like me. So when you say Africa, do you not think that America get a lot of its wealth from raping Africa of its natural resources? Without Africa, there would be no America. Do you know this?
There would definitely be an America without Africa.
How? You guys don't even have half of the resources of Africa. You don't have.
Wait, brother, but you're asking me a question and then you're talking over the answer.
I didn't finish.
Again, the Pan-Africans try to talk over you so that they don't get cooked in a debate.
I didn't even ask
you have no discipline where you could just be quiet and let's have a conversation. If I ask you a question, I will afford you the respect of giving you the chance to answer it without interrupting you. But this is the third time I'm checking you on this.
You didn't even let me.
It's the third time I'm checking you on this.
You didn't even let me ask it in the full context.
You did look. You're not dealing with somebody who's a
Answer the
lightweight.
question. Answer the question.
We asked yes, America would exist without African resources. And just because Africa has been the project bitch of the world that everybody been fucking on, doesn't have anything to do with what we doing in America, because Europe was fucking on Africa first. And matter of fact, African leadership was selling the continent of Africa's ass to everybody else. So if you want to talk about why Africa is the whore of the world, you have to go to those tribal chiefs, those kings that made deals with Europeans.
Okay.
So Africa is the whore of the world. The world been fucking on Africa to the point where a bunch of pimps sat at a table, and they called it the Berlin Conference to say who's gonna fuck on it tonight. So why would I attach myself
Dude, you're
to
elaborating.
a poor ass? Wait, hold on, and
You're
then I'm gonna pass it to you. I'm gonna pass it to you because you're already getting cooked. Why would I, as a Black American from the greatest country on the planet, tie myself to a continent that doesn't control their natural resources, whose leaders don't invest in the country? So I'm supposed to be proud to be from there? Hell no. That place is a shithole, and there will never be anything. So if you're a Pan-African, God bless you. But I want to see Pan-Africans in Africa.
You just said that I could respond, right?
Well, I wasn't finished, but now I'm finished. So go.
You said something very interesting. You said something.
Wait, hold on. Let me land. Let me land.
You already landed your plane.
No. Let me land, and then we'll have a conversation back and forth. And I guarantee you, I won't interrupt you until you say, now it's your turn. Can we agree to those terms?
Correct. Yeah, we could agree to that.
All right. So now I'm done, and I'm going to be quiet for as long as you need, and then I'll answer your points as you give them. Go.
So you said something very interesting. You said Africa is a country. That's what you just said. And then we could replay the tape, whatever. That's what you just said. Africa is not a country. There are many countries.
I don't believe I said Africa was a country. I said African countries.
Didn't we just agree?
It's a continent.
Did we just agree?
I'm not going to allow you to say something wrong that I said. Don't misquote me.
Dude, you made the rules up, and now you don't even want to follow your own rules. This is the problem with the African American.
Well, that's you.
It's like y'all ain't got shit, because y'all motherfuckers don't listen.
And the first curse word comes from the Pan-African.
Yes, because sometimes
I don't get the relevance to the conversation. I'm trying to understand.
But I'm gonna keep my word, but I'm not gonna allow you to misquote me, because I guarantee you this, dude. I know more about the continent of Africa than you. I know more about the continent of Africa than you. I guarantee it.
Dude, can you?
I guarantee that I've done more business on the continent, and I doubt that you've even been there. Have you been there?
Can you listen? Yes.
Have you been to Africa?
Can you listen?
All right.
You're not even listening.
I'm muting up. I'm muted.
You're making up the rules, and you're not even following your own rules.
Brother, I'm muted. Go.
So you said that America can never exist without Africa, right? So if that's true, then
I didn't say that. Don't misquote me. I never said that.
Dude, you just said that. I said
America exists, and it doesn't exist because of Africa. It's
no, that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
You said America would not exist with Africa. I said America exists without Africa.
Dude, can you stop responding, please?
But stop lying on me.
You just said that you were mute. You was on mute. Now you talking because
don't lie on me though. Just keep it 100. Go.
The truth hurts. So you just said, I'm quoting you. You just said, I'm writing it down. You just said that. So when you make claims like that, why don't y'all just pack up and leave Africa alone? If you don't need Africa to sustain, then leave it alone. Why are the American
Hey, I agree.
in Africa? Why is
I 100% agree.
Hold on, let me and the brother get at it. Go on, finish your point.
Why is the American government still in Africa if it can only sustain by itself? And I want to make another point.
Let's deal with one point at a time, brother. Let's deal with one point at a time. How about that? To make it simple.
No, listen. You just made
course.
3 points. I can make 3 points too.
All right, go on.
So when you talk about agriculture, even, and this is a specific point of view, do you know that Africa has close to 3,000 different original fruits and vegetables and these things? Guess how much America has? America has close to 1,700 of them. They don't even have almost half of what Africa has in agriculture. You need, in order for your country to sustain, you need resources. So when you make these claims that you don't need Africa to sustain, that is a bold claim, dude. You have to make it make sense. That makes no sense. How are you going to sustain?
Hey, can I respond to that? Like, can somebody else
Nah,
speak?
he and I are going at it, so I got to respond to his, and then we'll let you in.
Dex, hold on a second, Dex. Dex, hang on. Can you hear me, Dex?
Yes.
Dex, can you try not to? Well, Dex, you're gonna have to stop cursing on the panel, bro.
Oh, I'm
not
sorry.
Sure yeah, please. You know what I mean? I have a kid-friendly show. I got children listening.
Okay,
you know,
I'm sorry.
I've been trying to come in to say something about it, but please try to not curse on the panel.
Okay,
you know
for sure.
That just takes away from the discussion, and I'm sure you're already aware of that. Let's be a good Pan-Africanist, Derek. I mean that's
respect.
All right,
respect.
Y'all proceed. Blessings.
Now, I want Black to respond to what I was saying.
So you're running from the smoke. You're running from the debate, right?
I'm passing it to him.
You're running from the debate. You supposedly quoted me, but you misquoted me. But you won't give me a chance to respond. Dude, this is the problem with Pan-African. Y'all are disingenuous.
Let him respond. He needs to add on.
It's not gonna take long, bro. You can have. I just wanted to clear up some misconceptions.
All right, go on, bro.
All right. So first and foremost, let me say this: you're 100% correct. America should not be in Africa. And I would dare say, I guess from a secondhand standpoint, we're not. We may have companies that deal in resource excavation from Africa, but America's not in Africa. Why is that? Because we passed it already. Our economy doesn't deal as a resource-based economy. We're a service economy now. We don't have to deal with Africa. Other people do that for us. So that's first and foremost. Second of all, when it comes to the notion of Pan-Africanism, like I said, I have nothing against it. I'm an American freeman. I don't deal with FBA. I think it's null and void as it pertains to our reparations claim. The Constitution clearly says in the Equal Protection Clause, you can't discriminate via race. FBA does just that. So why would I be so stupid to use a moniker as FBA, knowing that I can't do anything reparations-wise with that term? So I say American free. Let me get that out of the way.
Agreed.
When we deal with Pan-Africanism, I have nothing against it, but it's putting the cart before the horse. You know just as well as I know, every country in the diaspora that's mainly Black, quote unquote, has to do their own thing before we can, I guess you could say, form like Voltron. If you want to do that sometime in the future, hey, so be it. But for right now, we're doing what we have to do for our reparations claim here. CARICOM is doing what they have to do, so on and so forth. African Union, whatever it may be. Until then, let's focus on that and leave the Pan-Africanism alone, because it does nothing in the long run.
All right, let me grab my minutes back.
Let him land his plane.
I think he landed it.
No.
Hey, you can respond. I sit back.
I appreciate that, but I want the chat to pay attention to how this brother above me misquoted and then jumped to someone else. The debate was between you and I. Okay, as America, the most powerful country on the planet, we don't need anything from Africa, and if we do get it, we'll get it like everyone else in a lopsided deal. Because African leadership have been selling out their continent for the longest. They had contact with Europeans before Black Americans. That's how those Black Americans who are descendants of West and Central Africans got to America anyway. So Africa, you're talking about 3,000 varieties of fruits and vegetables, but yet they still. I don't know if you've even been to Africa, bro. Do you know that when they sweep in a lot of these West African countries, it's literally with a handful of straw, a handful of sticks. They don't even understand the concept of a broom. So when their land is getting cultivated a lot of times on a global scale for resale, they're using outside companies, Chinese, Europeans, Lebanese. These are the ones that control the economy in Africa. So when you're a Pan-African talk about, oh, Africa's this and Africa's that, I never seen a Pan-African so proud of Africa, but ain't never been to Africa and is not going to Africa and is doing it from the comfort of America.
That's an opposite statement.
I've been to Africa. Black Americans don't need anything. We don't have to do anything with Africa because why would you be in the best country in the world and then do business in a place where people are fleeing and they're dying to get out of there? Even the leadership in Africa leave Africa to go to Europe to get medical treatment. Make it make sense. Africa's a shithole. Tell me different.
You saying Africa as a whole, or
Africa as a whole is a shithole. Now, if you want to have this conversation, I'm going to expect you to understand GDP per capita. We're going to have to talk about
these are conservative talking points
about youth death rates and all of that. You can call it whatever you want.
You're having conservative talking points. We're talking about Pan-Africanism. Why are you bringing conservative talking points to a Pan-Africanist debate? I want to know that. I want to know
because that's the place that I'm coming from. You're a Pan-African. I'm not.
A conservative mindset when we're talking about Pan-Africanism.
You're a Pan-African. I'm not. I'm a proud Black American. I'm not a Pan-African.
Then why are you talking about conservatism if you are FBA?
Because I'm a conservative Black American.
So you're not an FBA. You're a conservative Black.
I am a Black American.
This is like a circus here.
No, I'm telling you who I am. I'm a Black American. My lineage goes to South Carolina on my mom's side, North Carolina on my father's side.
I have a question.
You are confused because you won't even call yourself a Black American African. You call yourself an American African.
If it's not even a need-be conversation, I have a conversation for the brother that spoke before you.
No, because you know you get cooked on the continent of Africa.
Dude,
I guarantee you this. There's probably only one person on this panel that has as much information about Africa. That's why I can say what I say because it's backed up with facts.
Listen.
One question. Have you been to Africa? Have you been there?
Listen, let me respond.
Have you been to Africa, Pan-African?
Respond. God.
Answer me that. Have you been to Africa, Pan-African?
Dude, you have the mentality of a second grader. You don't even allow people to.
Well, let me just tell you, I've been there and I've done business. Have you?
Can you listen? You don't even allow me to respond.
No.
You asked 3
that
questions
means
already.
no.
You asked 3 questions already. Can I respond?
Go on.
All right. So I think the misconception that you're making an assumption of is that I'm telling all African American people that just because we come from Africa, go back there, and that's not the thing that I'm making. That's not the point I'm making because we all know that the American dollar is generally more of a value than any African dollar. So
that's Africa's problem. Y'all need to go there and make it better.
Hold on,
right? You're Pan-African and go make it strong.
But so listen, Africa is wherever African people are. That's
Wrong.
a misconception. Yes, this is
Wrong.
a fact.
But you're not African though.
Yes,
that's why I'm not African. I'm American.
Yes, I am.
And you need to
hold on. Let's have this debate whether he's African. Are you culturally African or are you genetically African?
Can I finish? I let you talk. I literally let you
talk. Bro, you trying to wiggle your way out of getting cooked like something awful today.
I let you talk. Can we have the same respect?
Go on, brother. Go on.
So I want to build with my brother Black, right? When he said, I don't know if that's his name, but when he said he don't agree because of the 14th Amendment citizen, he said something to that nature that they're discriminating based on race.
Bro, you a Pan-African. Let's talk about that Pan-Africanism. Stop running from this smoke.
No,
Stop running from the smoke.
I want to come to a common
Stop
ground.
running from the smoke, homie. Have you been to Africa? Are you doing any business in Africa?
Dude, I'm not talking to you anymore. Shut up.
Yeah, exactly.
So no, I want to get common ground with my
Pan-Africans
brother
are weak
because
as
he made
hell.
a valid point. He made a valid point. This is the point that I'm finna make. So could you elaborate on that?
Clear deflection.
Elaborate on what, bro?
We Pan-Africans
When
can't
you
even
said
stand up
that
for
the
Pan-Africanism.
FBA discriminate based on race of the 14th Amendment or something of that nature.
Yeah, the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment.
Okay.
And I'm saying in the context of reparations. I ain't speaking on nothing else. Of course, I'm Black American. That's culturally who I am. But if we talking about reparations, it ain't gonna fly.
And could you elaborate on that a little so I can understand the full context of what you're saying?
So, according to the Equal Protection Clause in the Constitution, you can't discriminate against anybody. It don't matter. It's so a lot of people like to say reverse racism, which is a misnomer all in itself. Racism is racism, and the way racism is defined is simply saying discrimination against someone based on race. You could do that against a white person if you didn't know.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about, because that's all I care about. I don't care about another person's lineage, culture. All of that is minuscule to our reparations claim. So with FBAs and the diaspora wars and all that, it's stupid. And I don't do it. I don't condone it. Right?
Yeah.
All I care about is reparations. If we're talking about reparations claim, if you bring up anything, has anything black, that's why I got black. My name is not black, by the way, it's MD.
Okay. MD.
Anything got to do with anything black, and you try to put it up as a draft in legislation, it's going to get shot down automatically through strict scrutiny, based on the fact that it's got the word black in it.
Okay.
Because that's a clear violation of the Equal Protection Clause.
So you also said something that was very touching. Thanks for elaborating on that, by the way. You said something that was touching. You said that you feel that we should all just do our own little thing wherever we are, right? But the fact of the matter is that we need each other. We need
in
each
what
other.
way?
Because so if you guys are making claims that you want such and such money, let's say $4 billion, right? And the Europeans going to look at it like, well, the American African is asking for $300 billion. You know what I mean? It's going to be
that ain't got nothing to do with us.
No, but listen,
our reparations claim is based on constitutional adversity that we went through. Didn't nobody else go through that?
I know. Hold on. But the fact of the matter is, it was one transatlantic slave trade. So when you're asking for more money in a different circumstance, the American African is in a better circumstance than any other person globally. So when we're
right.
So when we're asking for more money over here than the Jamaican, they're gonna look at it like, well, y'all really don't need as much as the Jamaican as much, because the Jamaican isn't even asking for as much as the American African.
Right.
So now we look discombobulated. We need to all come together. You know what I mean?
No.
And come up with a number so these people can pay up. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Let me respond to that. And here's the kicker. You might get a shock to your system from what I'm about to say.
Uh-huh.
Our reparations claim ain't based on slavery. It ain't. It's based on legislation. After when Reconstruction started, Civil War ended, there was clear legislation that was specifically for the Black American, the American freedom. That legislation, Freedmen's Bureau Act 1865, Civil Rights Act 1865, those pieces of legislation clearly said that we were being trusted with loans and savings in the Freedmen's Bureau. Also, we would be given 40 acres and a mule, which was by way of Directive 15 when Sherman marched down to Georgia, where I'm from. So by way of Special Directive 15, broadened out in the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1865, it said that we were supposed to get a specific claim. We did not get that. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Our reparations claim ain't based on slavery, though. It's based on American legislation. That's how you kill that. That's an argument that's been made, which is null and void, based on the fact that
breaking up.
MB, I have a question for you based on your last statement.
I'm
MB.
driving. If you am I still breaking up?
Now you're good. Look, I have a question based on what you just said.
Go ahead.
So since it's so based upon legislation, should we as Black Americans, freedmen, you know who I'm talking about, should we mix our claim with people from the Caribbean, or should we keep it separate?
You can't mix it with people from the Caribbean because people from the Caribbean weren't in the original legislation. It was only American freedom.
Thank you.
You can't do it.
Regardless of what my brother calls himself, I know who he is. We're the same people, regardless if it's FBA, freedmen, whatever. We're not mixing our reparations claims with any other foreign-born blacks who are trying to jump on the bandwagon and weasel their way in via this Pan-Africanism failed ideology. It's a failed ideology. And here's the kicker. I will support a Jamaican getting reparations from England 100%.
That's a fact.
I will support it 100%. I'll support. I love when the Benin Kingdom got their bronzes back from England. I love that. I support that. That's how Black Americans give it up. But we keep hearing all these other people talking against our claims for reparations, whether it's from the ideology of slavery or legislation. They talking against it, and that's why I'm saying that Pan-African thing, it's a failure.
It's
because
not.
Well, let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna let y'all go. You know what's the magical thing about it? Me supporting CARICOM and a Jamaican or Caribbean supporting our reparations claim. You know what that's really called? Logically, you know what that's called? Pan-Africanism. Because it's a simple task. I told you I don't disagree with the objectivist view of Pan-Africanism. I don't disagree with it. Don't put the cart before the horse, though. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you're right, and I agree with you. That's why I said we have to find common ground. You see, we making common ground right here. See, this is the problem though. So could we agree that a person in Georgia experienced more of oppression than a person in California or New York per se?
Well, originally all those people was in the South at one point in time.
Thank you.
So I mean,
I know, but I'm saying still today. I'm saying still today.
Well, yeah, we're talking about systemic racism. Again, all of these things are true. I'm saying we got to cut the fat from the meat. If we're talking about reparations, I can't go extra. I can't ask for extra sauce. I can't talk about systemic racism in totality because that muddies the waters from the original reparations claim. And that's when you start getting all the other people say, hey, wait, I'm Black, I'm from Jamaica, or I'm from St. Kitts Web. I get systemic racism too. I'm in America. Then you start muddying the water. We can't do that. Can't do it. If we can fight systemic racism together. But when it comes to reparation, totally different thing.
But why? I want to know why though.
What? Because everything is in legal format. Everything. See, we got to have our T's crossed and our I's dotted when it comes. We can't play this game of white supremacy, the man bringing me down. Those are games when it comes to what you can actually say in a courtroom, what you can actually say on the House or Senate floor.
But we have no control over these systems. If they're paying us, if we're asking them to pay us. So when
that's why it's all got to be legalese. You got to use the legal language. That's the only way this is gonna work. That's the only way it's gonna work.
That's because it's a debt owed. So we got to bring these claims to these people like that. But I get what you're saying. And that's what I was talking contract with him. If you know contract law, you know it has to be in legal format the right way. I get it. But what I'm saying is when the, like I said, when the American African is asking for a disproportionate amount of money rather than the Jamaican citizen, it just looks foolish. You know what I mean?
We don't have anything to do with the Jamaicans.
No,
they have to go to England for that.
No, but listen. So what's need to be said is what the conversation that's need to be had is we all need to come up with a number, and it needs to be dispersed amongst each other. It can't just be the American African asking the European, and then that's like 4 bitches coming up to you asking. Sorry, that's like four women coming up to you asking you for a different amount of money. You know what I mean? $100, $50, $1,000. You know, so it's just like it looks foolish. I'm not giving it up like that.
Okay, let me say this then. So earlier you just said that you understand that, you know, if we're looking at it based off spending power or perceived wealth, that an American freedman or a Black American is clearly a cutting above the rest as far as money power. You just said that earlier. So why would my claim be any different from what you just said, logically speaking? So if we understand that we are in, you know, if you want to look at it in financial terms, the greatest country in the world, where many people from around the world come to make money that they could never see in their own country, why would my claim be any different from the rest? So you telling me you come from a lower country financially, but you should receive the same money as I get? The logic don't make sense then.
No. What I'm saying is that
it come off as pocket watching almost.
No, but listen, we can't be pocket watching if we ain't getting nothing. How am I watching your pockets if we all don't have no pockets?
But and that's the problem right there. You speak in defeatist. Those are defeatist terms.
I'm trying to make his
point.
Go
on, bro.
So I'm trying to answer the point. I'm not saying that the American African needs more than the Jamaican. I'm saying the people that are impoverished more than the American African need more than what we have.
Yeah, I don't know.
But again, it's not based on poverty. It ain't based on poverty. I just said that.
What do you mean it's not based on poverty? If they're oppressed, if they're oppressed, if you go to any other country, the Black American has more access to resources, wealth, everything, anything that you could name up. We're like on the set stage of every other country, depending on us to do things.
But what that got to do with reparations? I'm trying to figure out.
What he's trying to do is get us to lower the amount of money that we get so we can share it with other countries. That's what he's doing. Other Black people.
I want to ask him a question.
Anyone that doesn't have a lineage to American slavery. Period.
Who owns FBA? I want to know this.
I don't care who owns FBA. I'm a Black American. I don't know about who owns FBA.
Tariq Nasheed has a trademark on the
that's great. I'm talking about reparations for freedmen, Black Americans, African Americans, American Africans, as you say. I'm not going to muddy the waters in this conversation talking about FBA that we already know is a controversial topic in name and in deed.
Pan-Africanism is not about
the brother MB already explained why we should not muddy the waters. There's no reason why a Black American claim to reparations through legislation or slavery should be mixed with a claim from someone from the Caribbean or Africans trying to get reparations from former colonial powers. We have to worry about our reparations claim based on the legislation in America, period.
Black, he's jumping the gun. So when you claim to be a 14th Amendment citizen, you're saying you're a debtor. This is what people don't get. They think that the American government is a secret society of people, and it's not. It's a dead entity.
The point you're making now is totally not related to what we're talking about.
You are a taxpayer.
We're talking about not muddying the waters and not mixing claims. You as a Pan-African stated that we should all go together and go as a group collectively to get reparations. Then you started saying something, and correct me if I misquote you, but it sounded like we as Black Americans shouldn't get so much because we already have a lot. We're not sharing our reparations with anyone.
That's the point that I'm making.
Their claim. Let the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans get their stuff, and I will support them in word, not in deed, because in deed, my people need the deeds. We need to get busy in America and not even worry about what's going on outside of America.
You're paying your reparations as is. You're affirmative action. Your affirmative action is a reparation. You're a taxpayer citizen. All black people that's in America that has a birth certificate and a goddamn thing is a taxpayer citizen. You guys are paying your own reparations. These systems aren't in different countries, is what I'm saying.
We're talking about Black American reparations.
You're right. You're right. Those systems aren't in different countries. Just like the services that we get in America ain't in different countries. We pay our taxes for the services that we receive from the federal government. Other countries simply don't got that.
Yeah,
that's just a fact.
That is a
Hey,
fact.
hang on a second. 1 second, Dex. Let me just say something real quick. People in the chat, can y'all please hit that like button? Yeah, man, hit that like button. It helps. You know what I mean? It helps build the conversation. So hit that like button if you don't mind. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe and notification buttons. All right, and yeah, blessings to y'all. Hit that like button. Let's do it. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey, by the way, American Dream, I sub to your channel, bro. This is a great platform. I like the conversation.
Thank you.
So I got a little spot now.
Hey,
yeah, man. Blessings. Like the conversation you bring as well. Blessings.
Hey, Black. So when I just said what I said, am I wrong or am I right for thinking that way? Because it's just a fact. We in America, because I live in America too, and I don't claim to be of anything of FBA or anything. And I agree with what your stance was off the basis of race and slavery. I get it. It makes total sense, and this is why we have to find common ground. You know what I mean? But I'm saying when you're agreeing to be a debtor when you agree to be a 14th Amendment citizen, and you're paying a debt, aka taxes, and we have all these resources over here, and you're begging the European to with your hand out and be like, give me this, and we're not even the most needy. It's just not.
I don't look at it that way, bro. You can use those. No. I guess you would say that variance of language. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as no taxation without representation. I pay my taxes to have that representation, not only in my state and local government, but in my federal government as well, which provide me with services or social safety net if by chance something happened to me, i.e. Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, all that stuff. This and defense of the doggone country. So you can look at it that way. I don't. I'm a capitalist at the end of the day. That's what run the world. So it's either you play by that game or you get hung out to dry. You know what I'm saying? So your issue is not necessarily the racial oppression of the group as a whole. You looking at it from a class-based standpoint, which is fine if you want to look at it that way. I don't. I feel as though that's the reason why a lot of immigrants come to America in the first place, because they're looking for that upward mobility. And what other way can you possibly get it without coming to the shores of the United States of America? Which is fine. I'm not against immigration. I'm not one of them people. Again, I'm a capitalist. If you want to come here and make your money, make your money. Understand that there's a market in place for everything. Right. So what a lot of these, like your MAGA people and your FBAs, what they talking about is immigrants coming to this country and diluting the job market. That's a strong talking point that a lot of FBAs have. I'm saying us as Black American freedmen should be at a place where these things shouldn't even be of consequence to us based on our tenure here in this country. But me and you know that that's simply not the case based on the legacy that slavery put upon us in our day zero moment.
Right.
That's where reparations comes in. If we would have got what we were supposed to get in Reconstruction, none of this would even be a issue. No, we wouldn't be talking about none of this stuff. FBA wouldn't exist. To a lesser extent, Black MAGA wouldn't exist, because we would have been fully integrated within the capitalist society of America. But we were the only ones to not have a day zero. Even the immigrants, Black immigrants that come here today, they have their day zero moment. Why? Because they have not the necessarily financial capital, they got the social capital and able to do and say and buy and purchase and own business, whatever they want to do. Things that simply we did not get in our day zero. So what I'm telling you is that everything is integral on the basis of capitalism. You brought up Africa and America wouldn't exist without Africa. False. If you want to look at it in the term of slavery, that was the commodity. We come from Africa.
No, I'm not looking at it like that though. I'm saying it's just obvious. It's not like something that we can't look up, that we can't research or nothing.
So what American company is in Africa right now?
You got.
I bet you can't name it.
Yes,
now I would give it to you. I would give it to you. If you were talking about Europe, I would totally agree. Dude, Europe cannot exist without Africa. That's a fact.
Yeah, and where are the Europeans?
But America, different story.
Where are the Europeans?
In Europe.
No, they're not just in Europe. They're over here too.
You talk about in that
Europe, man.
Again, we talking about right here and now.
Yeah,
we know.
Okay, and I just gave you one. I just said Exxon. Exxon is a huge oil company.
Exxon don't have the majority stakeholders are not American.
Listen, but they're a huge American company. This is the point I'm making. I can name plenty of them, but I'm just giving you one big corporation. I'm giving you one big corporation. I'm not here to debate the facts. I'm here to debate what people what's on people's mind as far as how we could go about the situation. No
problem.
Yeah.
No problem. So, but let me ask you one question. I'm gonna let you rock. So, as it stands right now, America, are we a resource or a manufacturer based economy or a service based economy?
I would agree. I would agree with you that we're a service based now because we got out of the manufacturer stage. They're trying to bring it back, but you know.
Okay, so I mean that kind of makes your point null and void based on the fact.
No, I get it. I get
we no longer have to take resources from anybody.
No, I get where you're coming from, but the fact is we do need Africa in order to sustain over here. That's the fact.
You can't agree with his point and then go against the point. We're a service-based economy.
I agree with
not reliant on African resources.
I'm agreeing with the aspect of what he's saying. I'm not agreeing with totality. I'm agreeing with the aspect.
In what way are we dependent on Africa? Tell us that.
Dude, you need resources. America can't just sustain.
But you just said we service based. We don't need no resources. We don't use resources to make money. We use service.
What resource from Africa do we need that we can't get in America?
Hold on. I would ask you this, Black. I forget your name, dude.
Basically, what you're saying is we gonna suffer because of the things that we want and buy today are come from resources. That's really what you're saying.
No,
we're gonna be hurting for our cell phones and our tires and stuff like that.
Without Africa, you would have no cell phone.
So
how could you
I'll put it to you this way.
How could you argue that? How could you argue?
I'm not arguing it. I'm not arguing at all. So what I'll say to that is this: that ain't America's fight. If that's how you want to kick it, go to the companies in which they're extracting resources, which are not American. All we do is buy the stuff.
No, they.
So don't get mad at us,
dude. You have American companies in Africa as we speak.
I told you. Now you said Exxon. The majority stakeholders of Exxon are not American. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, yes,
you won't be able to name an American company that are extracting resources in Africa today. You can't name it.
Exxon is an American company, dude.
I said the majority stakeholder.
It don't matter about the stakeholders. I'm talking about.
Dude, that's the whole point.
No, it's not.
It definitely matters about the stakeholder.
Dude, you're playing semantics with me at this.
No, I'm not playing semantics. I'm just trying to,
We just agreed that without Africa, you have no cell phones, and I'm just giving you multiple.
No, but let me push back on that because Africa is not the only place where you can get coltan. You can get it in China, Brazil, and Australia.
What about cobalt?
Who?
Cobalt is in Eastern Europe, like Ukraine and all that. Part of the reason why they fighting over there now because Russia won't those resources. Okay, cool. All right, so let's look at a few months ago.
American tire. You need rubber.
Well, we make synthetic rubber now.
You got a point there. But. You got a point there. I'm gonna give you your point, but I'm saying like let's keep the original resources that the American government need. You know what I mean? So I'm not arguing the facts. We can't argue against facts.
Again, what your argument is you're saying that like our basic comforts come from Africa. Now, a lot of Pan-African.
I didn't say that. That's straw man. You can't do that. I didn't. Them words did not come out of my mouth.
That's what you're insinuating.
I mean, that's essentially what you're saying, because what else? There's nothing essential that we need from Africa. There's nothing essential that we need.
No, yes, you do. But
what's essential?
The fact of the matter is resources on every continent and every landmass. That's the fact of the matter. I can't argue against the facts. But let's be honest. A lot of resources are in Africa.
So again, I ask you a question. What essential resource? Essential now meaning that we need it. Absolutely. What essential resource does American consumers get from Africa today? Essential.
It's raw materials that he's talking about.
It's going to be.
That is raw materials. Now check this out. Here's the thing about the raw materials. Hold on, I'm gonna get in this conversation too. We do depend on the continent for raw material, just like the whole world, right? But the problem with Africa is that they don't process and refine their raw materials, which is why every other country is in Africa doing just that. You see, so without America's technology, without Europeans' technology, they'd be sitting on all these natural resources.
Where do you get your technology from?
Hold on, brother, and doing nothing with them. So when you keep mentioning Africa, are you mentioning it in a place as Africa is a viable option for Black America? I don't understand why you keep mentioning Africa.
Listen.
Yeah. And if you want to say oil, let's say oil, just baseline.
Yeah.
Let's say essential material, essential resource, oil.
Yeah.
Just like the brother just stated, Africa can't refine that stuff. They can't refine that stuff at all. British Petroleum.
So who do it? Who do it?
I mean, another. You said Exxon.
Wait, I'll tell you exactly who does it.
The American people.
Hold on. That's the branch that I work in. Okay.
Africa. I just said that.
Total, Esso, Exxon, BP, Shell, which was a Dutch company, which is now an English. No, it's not a Dutch company.
Yes,
it's an English company.
It's a Dutch company, dude. Look it up.
Yeah, the only one is Exxon. The only one that I know of is Exxon, but Exxon is not majority American.
Hold on,
go ahead.
MB, let me give him his L on that. So Shell is a Dutch company?
Yes, I believe so. That's what I was.
Oh well, since you believe so, let me explain to you. It used to be a Dutch company up until 2 years ago. Their headquarters were in The Hague, but now they've moved it back to England. It was Dutch and English. Now it's fully English. Just so that you know, it's no longer a Dutch company. But the whole point is that Africa does not refine its own resources. They don't. They gotta have Ghana just started doing their chocolate, but besides that, most of the natural resources are sent abroad. You see, because Africa has not had an industrial revolution.
Okay, so if all this is correct in y'all state of mind, right? Then why don't y'all pack it up and just stay in America? If America is all this good, then and you don't need the whole world to sustain, you guys have everything over here. Then why are the American people the most touristic people in the world? Like
they're actually not. Americans are not the most touristic people in the world. Hold on, Europeans.
Why do we go everywhere? Why do y'all?
Wait, but hold on, you're wrong on that as well. Europeans are more touristic than Americans. If you look at the amount of Americans that actually have passports, it's a lot lower. It's a lot lower than Europeans.
Okay, I jumped the gun. Okay,
there's no problem. Everyone can misspeak. I'm not going to hold you to that. Yeah. But the point is, you're the Pan-African. You're a Pan-African living in America.
No, but y'all saying the FBA.
If Africa is so great, why don't you visit, get your feet wet, and then move there?
Dude, we've been
doing this. You after you move there, after 6 months, you'll be kissing the ground if you land back in America.
Dude, FBA was founded in 2020. Pan-Africanism is older than you. What are you talking about?
What does that have to do with the fact that you're a Pan-African that's never been to Africa?
On the ground. We're doing.
You've never been to Africa.
Y'all are not.
But you've never been there.
And I just make the claim that Africa is wherever African people are.
But that's not a claim because that's not real.
That is a claim.
But that's not real, brother. That's not real.
That is real. Look
Africa is
in
Africa.
Look it
That
up.
it's not everywhere. If you're in America, Africa is not there.
Why do you think we migrated? Why do you think we
We
migrated?
didn't migrate. We were shipped from Western Central Africa
Dude, we
against our will.
migrated thousands of years before the transatlantic slave trade. What are you
Oh
talking about?
You're talking about the out of Africa theory. You're talking about the out of Africa theory, which includes all
I'm not
people.
talking about
We're
an out of
talking about
Africa.
Black
The
Americans.
reason why it's a theory is because they're still trying to figure it out. They
But
have
it's
to
a
dig up in
theory.
every.
The
Listen, they have to,
transatlantic slave actually has already been proven.
Listen, they have to listen. They have to dig up every corner of the earth in order to really make it substantial evidence. That's why it's considered a theory still to this day.
So we're in agreement that it's a theory, right?
Every bone they dig up. Where do you in Africa? What is it saying? Is there African people or the native people?
Brother, we can agree that it's still
African
a theory.
people. They're
It's
African
a
people.
theory. It's a theory, but you're getting away from my point.
It's not a
Do
theory.
you think that Africa is better than America? Do you think a country in Africa is better than America?
Yeah, I would say so.
Which country?
Let's say Ethiopia, for example.
Okay.
Never been
So
colonized.
why don't you go there?
Never been colonized.
Man,
Yeah,
you
well,
ain't, you
yeah,
ain't
they
know
were
what,
occupied.
you less of an Ethiopian than you is an American.
No, but
you come from West Central Africa,
Ethiopia was
bro.
occupied by the Italians. Ethiopia was occupied by the
No,
Italians.
it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It has never been colonized. Look it up.
Wait, did you not hear me? I said Ethiopia was occupied by Italy, and that's why the brown condor who was
See, these people
one of,
make claims and don't have no substantial evidence on what they
brother,
say.
brother, listen, hold on, who's saying that I don't have any claim?
Listen,
You can
I'm
look
closer.
it up.
I'm closer
It was in the-
genetically.
it was-
I'm
it
closer
was
to
a second-
Ethiopia than I am in any.
Hold on, listen. It was a
genetic
second
American.
Ethiopian Italo war that Black Americans in droves tried to join the fight against Mussolini in Ethiopia because they had already occupied Ethiopia. That's a fact. And matter of fact, his name was Charles Robinson. They called him the Brown Condor. He was, I think he was pre-Tuskegee Airman.
Dude,
but
he
built
Why was
the base.
FBA founded in
He built the base for Ethiopian Airlines, and they actually honor him in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia.
Dude, deal with FBA. I asked the question and you still didn't even answer it.
No. You made a mistake. You misspoke again about Ethiopia and the being colonized. It was, for a fact, it was occupied. But now, what is your question about FBA?
Is occupation colonization?
Look, they were under Ethiopian control for a while. Put it like that.
Okay. So my question about the FBA is, why was FBA founded in 2020 and Pan-Africanism is older than you? I want to know this.
Well, I don't know, but I know that Black
Tariq Nasheed is the trademarker of what y'all claim to be FBA.
No, check this out. You know, I love your spin tactic.
Hold on.
Wait, did I come up here claiming to be a Tariq Nasheed supporter?
Hold on. You did.
Did I
say
claim
you're
to be a
FBA.
Tariq Nasheed supporter?
But you said you're FBA.
I said I'm a Black American. I said I'm a Black American.
Listen.
I said I'm a Black American.
He trademarked.
Let's talk about Pan-Africanism.
No. He trademarked.
From a guy who's never been to Africa. You've never
He
even
know what I'm
been
about
there.
to say. He know what I'm about to say. He trademarked FBA, and guess what? You can look this up right now.
I don't know what that has to do with a Pan-Africanism that loves Africa so much, but he ain't gonna move there. And if you decide to move, you're gonna move to a part of Africa where you don't even have roots in.
I never said the cause was to move to Africa. When have I said that?
How do you leverage Africa for power? Because that's the real deal about Pan-Africanism. It's to empower Black people, right?
Listen, it's called doing business. You can do business.
Okay, so what country would you do business in?
America, duh.
So why wouldn't you do it in Africa? Because it's a shithole. Pool hole.
You're not making no sense. You're not making no
No,
sense.
but you're a Pan-African who's really talking down on America, but then when I ask you about business, you want to do business in America.
All these immigrants are invading America?
You're a confused Pan-African. You're confused.
They're doing business here. They're doing business here.
No, why don't you do business on the continent? If you're talking about that's where all the resources are, why would you do business in a place that's resource rich? and but choose to stay in a place that's resource poor, according to you.
Listen.
Hey, let me say this real, because I'm about to get ready to log out real fast. Let me know if I got your summation correct. Essentially, what you're saying is you're upset that for centuries the white man was able to extract resources and profit. Now it's our turn. Would that be correct?
I wouldn't exactly disagree to it, but that's not what I'm saying.
He ain't saying nothing.
But you just said you'll do business with America. We the ones buying the resource. So it is about power at the end of the day.
Yeah,
you're
because
upset.
when you own all the resources, you have all the power. That's
so. But power over who though?
What do you mean?
So as a quote unquote American African,
currency,
you would go to Africa to subjugate your own people, quote unquote.
No, what do you mean subjugate?
Who's gonna benefit? So in a capitalist society, who benefit from the means of production? Because it ain't everybody.
It's the well, let's legally terms is the debtor. The debtor is the one that
keep it real with me, bro. If I go and buy some land in Africa and I extract the resources from it, who benefit?
You.
Me.
Yes.
So ultimately at the end of the day, this is a play. Pan-Africanism is nothing more than reverse white supremacy. You don't like white supremacy, you would rather have quote unquote black supremacy. Where I can subjugate all these people to my own benefit.
MB, this is what Pan-Africanism is. Pan-Africanism
we don't think we're inferior. We don't think we're inferior to anybody, bro.
Pan-Africanism
we're not superior. We're not superior or inferior to anyone or anybody. That's the misnomer that y'all keep saying.
MB, Pan-Africanism is capitalism with a dashiki on. That's all it is.
Oh,
hey, with that being said, I couldn't have said it better myself. Hey, good show, y'all. If I can, I'm gonna hop back on if y'all still on later.
Okay.
All right, peace.
Yeah, but
peace.
About that FBA trademark, what do you feel about that?
We were talking about Pan-Africanism. I don't claim FBA.
You just said that you were FBA in the beginning of the video.
I said I'm Black American.
So now you're not a foundational Black American?
It's the same thing. ADOS, FBA, Friedman. I know the people that we're talking about. I don't play semantics with that.
You claim to be it though. Like, what are you talking about?
So for shits and giggles, or for the sake of argument,
I don't even think you're American. You don't even have an American accent.
Excuse me?
Where are you from?
I was born in New York City, Brooklyn.
Okay, so you're from the East Coast. So
yeah.
So
where are you from?
So what's your ethnical background?
Where are you from?
I'm from California.
Okay, I lived out there too. Lived in Highland Park, but in Los Angeles. What's your point? I stated that my mom is from South Carolina, my father's from North Carolina. What's up?
So you got roots in the South?
Absolutely. Matter of fact, what's the county? It's well, I did the whole search genealogy, so I know exactly where my people came from in the South.
So
matter of fact, it's Iredell County. Sorry,
okay.
It's Iredell County.
So could we come to a common ground of do you believe slavery was a thing?
Oh, absolutely, it was.
And could we agree that the mission for I'm not saying that this is my actual belief, but I'm just making a generalization of the situation that was at hand back in those days. Could we agree that the whole mission of slavery was to actually make it back to the homeland?
I think the mission of slavery was to build up America with free labor from the west coast of Africa.
That's where the gap of understanding come from. The mission was never to build up over here. We were forced over here.
Right.
We were forced over here. We didn't want to be over here.
Wait, whose mission though? Are you mean our mission as enslaved people?
The African, the transatlantic slave trade African. That their whole mission was to go back home. That was their mission.
Oh, well, look, see, you didn't word it in the way that I understood it. I would think that those that were shipped from the west coast of Africa would absolutely love to go back, but understood that there's no going back. That's why they were called the door of no return, the gate of no return.
Correct. Yeah, on the coast, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So we're in agreement with that.
Yeah,
at that point, because those were still Africans.
Yeah, but that's the point that I'm making is that when the misnomer of the Pan-Africanists is that we want all African people to go back to Africa, and that's not true. That's not true.
I know that that's not true.
Yeah,
but my thing is this: if your ideology is centered around African people globally, and if you talk about African people, most African people are on the continent of Africa. But when a Pan-African leverages or they mention resources, then I would assume that you would try to use the collective of people of African descent and Africans plus the resources to gain power. Would I be wrong in assuming that?
No, you're definitely wrong. So I want to get this clear. So you're saying that we need African resources to sustain over here, or are you saying that we're ejecting the resources from over here and taking it back to Africa?
I'm not. I'm saying, I think you mishear me on purpose. That's what I think. I think you like to have conversations and you change the narrative.
No, I'm not changing
I was
the narrative.
speaking as I said, I assume as a Pan-African that you look at global people of African descent and Africans as having a similar struggle and should unite and use the resources from Africa to gain power. That's what I said.
That's
I'm
not
about what a Pan-African
that's misrepresentation in itself. That's not
so
what
then
I ever
you
said.
tell me what is your goal as a Pan-African then?
What the goal is to make everybody unite. That's the whole goal.
For what? Unite for what?
For the cause. What are you talking about?
What cause?
The cause of African people everywhere on the planet Earth.
But what is that?
To basically become more efficient.
Basically, to become more efficient.
Yes.
Brother, I think you should study what Pan-Africanism
That's
actually
what it
is.
That's exactly.
Hold on, brother. Let me finish. I listened to you, right?
Yeah.
I think you should study what Pan-Africanism is, because Pan-Africanism is really there has to be an end game, right? And the end game in Pan-Africanism is to see all Black people worldwide as having similar struggles, and they should come together for political and economic power. The end game for Pan-Africanism is power for Black people worldwide.
We already had the power, and guess what happened?
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what Pan-Africanism is.
This is a fact.
You don't know what Pan-Africanism is.
Yes, I do. What are you talking about? Look it up.
You said it was to be efficient. No, the goal of Pan-Africanism is to unite Black people and use the continent as leverage to gain power. That's what it is. Pan-Africanism is about power for Black people.
Do you not know what efficiency is?
Pan-Africanism is for power for Black people worldwide. That's what it is.
East Coast. Dude, do you not know what efficiency is?
Yeah, I know what efficiency is. That's not the same thing as power.
Okay, I'm a read the definition to you. Okay? Achieving maximum productivity with minimum wasted effort or expense.
Right.
Efficiency.
That's what that is a means to an end.
Listen.
The reality, what your end goal is.
Listen. The reality is whatever y'all asking for.
Bro.
Listen. The reality is whatever y'all asking for and whatever we asking for is not gonna get done in totality. That's what I'm saying. They're not giving up all the resources. They're not going to do none of that. So we have to unite with each other and be productive with the minimum amount of effort and expense.
But that doesn't make sense.
Because
that is hold on. I heard you. Listen to my response. What you stated was the means to get to an end, meaning to do it and get it there quickly without a lot of effort.
I never
right?
said.
To get where though? The end goal for
minimum
Pan-Africanism
wasted effort is not quickly.
is global power for Black people. That's the end goal for Pan-Africanism.
No, it's
If you
not.
call yourself a Pan-African and you don't know that, then you're not a very good Pan-African.
Listen, Pan-Africanism is an ideology and a movement prompting unity, solidarity, self-determination among people, their own people, African descent worldwide, rooted in cultural, shared cultural heritage. Everybody has a shared heritage if you're African descent, right? Can we agree on that?
Nope, absolutely not.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what Pan-Africanism
But let's have that conversation. Let's have that conversation right there, because you said you were an African. You said you were an African, an American African. I say that you're not an African.
See, this is the how do you know me? Do you know me? Do you know my name? So why are you making assumptions of who I am?
Because it's what you said. I'm going off of what you said.
Dude, I said I'm African, and you said, "Oh, I'm not African." So
right, exactly. So what part of Africa were you born in? What part of Africa were you born in?
Dude, did I make the statement of Africa is not just where African people?
But I reject that statement. If I say I'm an American, right? You say, well, you're an American. Where were you born? I was born in Jamaica, Queens. My father was born in Corona, Queens.
It don't matter where you're born. Okay,
his father moved from North Carolina.
I got a question. It's very simple.
Wait, but hold on. We're still on your question about being an African.
Hold on. If an African couple go to China and have a baby, what would that child be?
That baby would be first generation African in China.
So it would be African, right?
Absolutely. Now we're getting to the meat and potatoes.
What is the difference?
Thank you for the alley-oop. Thank you for the alley-oop. Now allow me to finish asking you.
What is the difference?
Now that child knows through his parents where they come from in Africa. So what country and what ethnic group do your parents come from in Africa?
Take a DNA test and you will
No. Oh, so you're a 23andMe African.
No, I'm not a 23andMe. I'm an ancestry.
The truth comes out. You're a 23andMe African.
Take a DNA test.
You're not a real African. You're a clearance rack African.
Take a DNA test. Take a DNA
test. But you see, you know so little about Africa. Africa don't respect DNA tests.
It is very simple. Take a DNA test,
bro.
We're digging up
bones
every day in Africa. They're digging up bones every day in Africa.
Ethnic group or two ethnic groups. Parents are from different ethnic groups.
Hey, listen, brother. They digging up bones every day in Africa, testing the DNA of it.
Yeah, but you know what? I asked you,
hold on.
What part of Africa you come from?
Over here and finding that people share similar DNA over here. They're not digging up no bones in Jamaica, figuring out if people share the same. They're digging it up in the motherland. So
all right, great. But I asked you a question. I said, what part of Africa do you come from?
Take a DNA test.
No, I don't need to take anything. I'm asking you, since you claimed you're an African, I want to know what African country you come from, what ethnic group you come from, and then when we get to the ethnic group, I'm going to ask you what you do culturally today that coincides with what that ethnic group does. And that's how I'm going to prove that you're not an African.
That's a low vibrational.
No, it's not low vibrational. It's actually factual.
No, it's not. I'm gonna tell you why.
You're a confused American Negro.
When you're stripped of your identity, that has no place in. That's not even a question of real direct.
Stripped of. Okay, so let's deal with what you said. Stripped of your identity.
Yeah.
So your identity is who you are, right?
No, your identity is who you once was.
No, your identity is who you are.
Okay.
Being stripped of your identity means that it was taken away from you.
Agreed.
Okay. So if you're claiming that you're an African and at the same time your identity was stripped from you, then what are you then?
I'm still African. If I know that
you're American.
No, I'm not.
You will have You be genetically.
American. Hold on. Anybody could come to America and claim to be an American. That's the difference. You can't go to you can't go to Africa as a European and be like, I'm an African. You can't do that. You're going to always be a European ethnic group.
No, and I agree with you 100% on that. But culturally, what do you do? Culturally, what do you do? What did you do today that coincides with African culture?
I practice African spirituality.
Which one?
Medu Neter.
Medu Neter.
Yeah.
That is Egyptian, correct?
No, it's not Egyptian.
The Medu Neter is not Egyptian?
Kemetic. It's not, yeah, it's Kemetic. It's not.
So East African. And Kemet was where? Was Kemet not in Egypt?
No, Egypt was what Kemet is. What are you talking about?
So Egypt then. The Medu Neter is Egyptian.
Egypt is what they call Kemet now.
Oh, I don't want to play word salad with you, bro. Is Kemet what they now call Egypt?
I'm correcting your statement.
Wait, is Kemet not in what they now call as Egypt?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
So it's Egyptian. So it's Egyptian.
It's not Egyptian.
Wait, your people, if you're a descendant of enslaved Africans, your people don't come from Egypt.
Dude, you just said Egypt come from Kemet. No, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Do you know what Kemet mean? Since you're a Black American, do you know what Kemet mean?
You just said Kemet was in Egypt.
Dude, that's not what I just said. I said Egypt is what they now call Kemet.
Okay. So whatever, it comes from either Kemet or Egypt. It comes from East Africa, right?
This dude is
right.
Egypt is an Arabic word. Egypt.
Do your ancestors come from East or West Africa?
Egypt is an Arabic word.
Do your ancestors come from
Africa.
East or West Africa?
Yes.
No, yes, that's a question. East or West?
Both.
Cap.
That's not.
That's cap. You're an Egyptomaniac, and the problem with you Egyptomaniacs is that you fly right over Western Central Africa, where you were sold in the transatlantic slave trade.
We get the heritage from the south.
Go and then jock the 25th dynasty in Egypt. You literally have no DNA that goes back to Egypt.
Do you know your history?
You have no DNA that goes back to Egypt.
Yes,
You're talking Mr. DNA test.
It's not
you
about
have no
Egypt.
DNA that goes back to Egypt, though.
Dude, it's not about Egypt, Kemet, or none of that. Do you not know that people migrated out of the southern part of Africa to the sub-Saharan Africa, and then they in West Africa, northern Africa.
What does that have to do with your people?
Listen,
what does it have to do with your people?
To tell you if you shut up.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you for the last time. Yo, I'm gonna tell you for the last time. Watch your fucking mouth when you talk to me, all right? Watch your mouth when you're talking to me.
Hey, gentlemen. I mean, if this is gonna turn into this, then we might as well end this conversation.
Listen, they all migrated from different parts of Africa, and
American dream. This dude constantly is calling me out of my name and doing stuff. I'm not going to keep accepting it. I'd rather just have a normal debate.
I never called you out your name.
Give me a minute. Let me do something real quick.
But they shared knowledge in Kemet. They came from different parts of Africa.
All right. So, but my question to you, brother, is what part of Africa do your people come from?
I just said all parts.
And that is not the truth. If you are a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade, then people come specifically from West and Central Africa.
West Africa.
All right. So why when you talk about African spirituality, why are you jumping all the way to Egypt when that's not where you're from?
I just told you why. I said the Kemetic spirituality come from all throughout Africa. I just said it.
No, but it doesn't though.
Yes, it does. Look it up.
Bro, I actually really wanted to speak with American dream because he apparently has more sense
about
than you.
Kemetic spirituality. It comes from out every part of Africa. What are you talking about? They shared the knowledge there in Kemet.
Hey, what's happening? Is that Knock Measy?
Yes, brother. I was trying to have like a high level debate, but this brother and I, we just can't seem eye to eye to have a debate because it starts to get out of hand, and I don't want this to turn into that.
Yeah. I'm kind of busy right now. Now is not the best time for me to have a debate per se. Because I'm in the middle of there's a lot going on. But let me ask you real quick. You said your dad was from Queens, grandfather from Queens, and came from the South. What about your mom?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. So you said you're not FBA though.
No, here's the thing. FBA, ADOS, American freedmen, Black American, we're talking about the same people. I know since I've been debating, because of what's attached to Tariq Nasheed, when you mention FBA, people are going to say, oh, well, FBA started in 2020. I'm talking about Black Americans who have a lineage to the South. I don't do straw man arguments, and I don't defend Tariq Nasheed and his pimping and his jokes and all of that stuff. I'm on a higher level than that.
Right. So let me ask you, because you seem to not really be very interested in the whole Pan-African idea or the idea of identifying with Africa. Is that something that you felt for a long time, or is that something that has, you've been inspired by the FBA movement to kind of delineate, if you will?
Oh, and the crazy thing, I'm glad you asked me that, brother. It's I don't know if you heard me speaking. I know a lot about the continent. I've been there. I've done business there. I have business partners still there. Okay. When I went to Africa, actually prior to me going to the continent and dealing with Africans, you realize that Africans themselves don't even believe in Pan-Africanism as a whole. It's a fringe ideology even on the continent. And I realized that when I saw how, and I'm not even going to use it in a negative aspect, how proud people were of their individual ethnic groups. Okay. They see the diversity in the individual ethnic groups, and wars have been fought for resources between ethnic groups. Right. So they don't look at each other as the same. They have different struggles. They don't see a Black collective, especially on a continent full of Black people. Blackness means nothing on a continent full of Black people. Pan-Africanism was kind of created at a time where Black people needed to really come together because we were in a place, and we still kind of in that place in certain aspects for power. But we started seeing at that point that a Caribbean immigrant's issue was different than a Black American's issue in certain aspects, right? And then there were culture clashes, so it wasn't a Tariq Nasheed thing when he came out. I actually have a video when I realized when I left Pan-Africanism, it was actually here in Europe. It was filmed because there was a book reading in Amsterdam, and it was given by a guy named Sobukwe. So I took my wife, her mother, and my children all the way from Rotterdam, and we drove up to Amsterdam to go see it. So the guy was actually not South African. Everybody in there was from Suriname, and there were no Africans there. And I said, yo, how come every time we go to some Pan-African things, the Africans don't even show up? And then I started speaking to Africans.
You got coons in Africa too, as well.
It's not about. It's not. These are not coons. These are people that are extremely proud of who they are, and they don't matter. I'll give you a quick example. The guy who delivers my mail, he's not Somali. He's from Eritrea. He said in Europe they're all Eritrean. When they hit the airport, then they become their tribe and then their clan, and one goes this way and one goes that way. They don't see themselves as the same in Eritrea, but they rock together outside. You see what I'm saying? That's how heavy it is. It ain't just tribe; it's tribe and then clan. So
what about how do they treat immigrants that come and like naturalized immigrants that may have been, I don't know how familiar you may have been with that type of situation, but how do they welcome naturalized immigrants as a part of their nationality, or do they see nationality as more from an ethnic stance, the way FBA does?
In Europe or Africans?
No, in Africa.
Ooh, so I can only give you specifics to Ghana as it relates to your question. I give you a quick story. I was speaking to a teacher who was from the Ashanti ethnic group. It's a subgroup of the Akan people, right? He's an Ashanti. We were in Accra, and we saw these Ga people, and Ga people are native to Accra. Prior to that, they'll tell you that they came from Nigeria. And he looked at them, he said, "Oh, these are dirty natives." I said, "Dirty natives?" I said, "How are you going to be telling me about Pan-Africanism and you calling your own Ghanaian people dirty natives?" He's like, they're Ga people. And I went there for boxing, right? And then I started meeting more people from the Ga tribe. And then they told me there's a difference between a Ga Adangbe, and a Ga Adangme. Don't call a Ga Adangbe, because they will tell you that they're totally different. So they wouldn't accept you unless you are doing business with them, because they'll do business with anybody. But to be in their ethnic group, you got to be from their ethnic group.
Right. So what do you consider yourself? Like, you don't consider yourself, like, how do you identify?
I'm a Black American of African descent.
Okay.
And that's why I am not popular in FBA spaces, because I acknowledge my African ancestry.
Dude, you just said that you were an FBA when the beginning of the video, though. I swear to God.
Look, what I'm saying is they're all the same people, okay? So what I'm saying is, in those spaces,
he's FBA in DNA, but not in philosophy.
In ideology, so to
Right.
speak. Because when you go to a lot of those spaces, and I try to like really get down with that movement, but half of them think that they're Indians. You know what I'm saying?
He said DNA. You said DNA, but not ideology.
Yes, he's FBA by DNA, but not by ideology.
Yeah, but he just claimed to be an African African, though.
I didn't claim to be an African. I said I'm of African descent. That's a big difference.
DNA. Descent is DNA. It has everything to do with DNA.
Okay, so what's your point?
Being a descendant of enslaved Africans that were shipped to, the South in America, right, doesn't make me culturally an African.
Not means I think he's saying that FBA doesn't acknowledge any type of African heritage.
And I think, that was kind of the sentiment that I got from a lot of them. But there are FBAs who understand that they are descendants of West and Central African enslaved peoples.
There are FBA that acknowledge that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Okay. But it seems like it's becoming less and less. It seems like what I call the Wabo movement, people claiming to be the Olmecs, people claiming to be, they don't understand the difference between being owned by Native Americans and actually being a Native American. You understand what I'm saying? So they try to co-opt being an Indian. I'm not with that goofy shit.
Right.
And they will tell you what your descent is. And when I make a distinction between being African and of African descent, yes, my DNA goes to West and Central Africa, but culturally, ethnically, I am a Black American. And even phenotypically, I didn't look like anybody in Ghana. No one.
Right. So I don't see Dex any problem with because to be FBA, you have to be able to trace your lineage back to like the 18th, 19th century in America. But you can do that and also go back further than that in Africa. So the fact that he traces back to Africa, I don't think negates the fact that he could be an FBA, unless you're the brand of FBA that says you have been in Africa forever.
Well, see, look, here's the thing. It's very simple. Black Americans.
It's kind of confusing because you got FBAs that.
All right. Well, I'm speaking to American Dream, and when you level up your mentality to have a conversation or a debate with me, then we can do that. Let me address the brother's question, because on the topic of Africa, brother, I will cook you.
No, I'm not talking about that. You're.
I will cook you on the content on the history of West and Central Africa.
Dude, you didn't even know about.
I will cook you on ethnic norms, the difference between patriarchal and matriarchal societies in West and Central Africa. And the reason why I'm so West and Central focused is because of the Black American. That's where my ancestors were shipped from. Okay. Dude. I'm not an Egyptomaniac. So if you want to talk about the 25th dynasty, you got the wrong guy.
It's confusion in y'all movement. You got people that say,
wait. I'm not in a movement. My ethnicity, I am a Black American.
I get it. But the fact of the matter is that people that claim to be the same organization as you is saying that.
Wait. I'm not in that organization. You're trying to shove this down my throat.
Okay. Let me clear my.
I am a Black American, and I respected you when you said you're not an African American or you're Black. You said you're American African. I respected that, and I am addressing you as an American African. Address me as a Black American.
Okay, as a Black American, which is like two acronyms in the foundational Black American. What I'm saying is people that make the same substantial claims that you are making are in complete utterly function. That's what I'm saying. So you
said the two claims. Name the claims, please. Name the claims that I made.
One of the claims that these guys are making
the claims that I made, sir.
The claims that you're making is that you have no descent of African.
Now, American Dream, did I say that?
You did.
No.
Yes, he did.
American Dream is here too. I told you one of the issues that I have in those spaces is that I acknowledge my West and Central African lineage. You're trying to change the words again.
You said lineage all of a sudden. No, you said descent. You said those words, descent.
You can't, brother. You can't do this with me,
dude.
You can't.
I just
lose.
Sat here and listen to you. Dude,
no, but you have selective hearing, brother. I told you I'm of African descent, and I'm telling you the difference between being of African descent and being an African. Let me explain to you further so that you can understand. Black Americans, I'll liken it to juice, right? We are fruit punch, a mixture of many African, West and Central African ethnic groups.
Who are you?
With a little European mixed in. Some of us even have a little Native American admixture. But European, wait, hold on, let me finish. Having European admixture does not make me a European. Having Native American admixture does not make me a Native American. Being majority West and Central African descent makes me a Black American of West and Central African descent.
I agree.
I am culturally different from a West and Central African. I'm phenotypically different from them, but I acknowledge that lineage. I acknowledge and respect what my ancestors went through in that slave trade. And that is the basis of my claim for reparations.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
No, but let that sink in, brother. Let it sink in.
I heard you.
Don't double dutch. You're double dutching, brother.
No, you're not willing to hear me and what I'm
saying. Okay, let me hear you then. Let me hear you. But do you understand what I just said, though?
Yes, I understand exactly.
Okay, so now let's continue.
I don't. Not Measy. Can Caribbean people also consider themselves Black Americans, like a someone from Jamaica who's
absolutely
an
not
American citizen? Can they consider themselves a Black American as well?
No, No.
Yes, they can. The U.S.
I knew you weren't Black American.
The
You
U.S.
are a Jamaican.
The U.S. Census. You can look.
You said that you were Black American, D. Now you're saying you're Jamaican.
Listen, I'm saying according to the U.S.
Let me answer American Dream's point. All right. The reason why I say no, brother, is because Caribbeans tend to be duplicitous. Okay. Americans of convenience. I'm from Brooklyn, so I've seen.
How is he convenient if he went through the whole?
Why are you still talking, though?
He went through the whole process. How is that?
Wait, but why are you still talking, though?
Dex, let him speak, please.
I'm trying to address American Dream, and you still talking to me. So now, brother, American Dream, to address your point, I don't agree with that because Caribbeans, you know, for the purpose of reparations, we have to make clear distinctions.
Hold on, is it the Black piece that you don't agree with, or the American piece?
The American piece. I'm not from the school of thought that Black Americans are the only Blacks on the planet.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that for the purpose of reparations, there needs to be a distinction. And I'll give you this. American Dream, are you from the New York City area?
Yes.
All right. So now, if you're over 30 years old, you know there was a time in New York City when anyone with a Caribbean accent did something. Who did they say it was? A Jamaican.
Okay.
Am I right or am I right?
You could be right.
Every time somebody did a crime and they had an accent, the Jamaican guy did it. He could be Trini, he could be Haitian, he can be whatever, but they blaming it on the Jamaican dude. Okay, so Jamaicans are essentially the top of the food chain as it relates to Caribbean people. They got the numbers, they got the culture, they got the presence. Black Americans are the top of the food chain as it relates to Black people in America. We got the culture, we got the presence, we got all that. So there has to be a distinction made, because when the Jamaicans specifically came into Brooklyn in numbers, taking over drug spots and introducing hyperviolence in some places, because they were funded by PLP and PNP and JLP, right? Coming to America, you know, starting these drug gangs and shit. It ain't gonna be Black Americans. We gotta call it who it was. Those were Jamaicans. They weren't Black Americans. So we have to make a difference. And I'll tell you, and I'll land with this. Let me land with this, American
reparations
Dream.
Purposes.
Hold on, brother. Not only mostly reparations, but really for social purposes as well. Let me tell you, the first time I got G-checked, I was in Banana Republic. I worked in Banana Republic back in the day on 34th Street, across the street from the Empire State Building. And I had a Haitian co-worker. And he's like, what? He says, I'm not Black American. I'm not African American. No, I don't consider myself a Black American. And I'm like, why? And I hit him with the analogy of if you run down the street with a bag of money and a bank just got robbed, they're not going to say I got a Haitian. They're just going to say I got a Black dude, shoot him on sight. But he said, I don't want to be associated with all the negativity that comes with being known as Black American. So he thought at that point that being a Haitian gave him more notoriety. And I'm just like, bro, you know, it is what it is, but I didn't understand his logic at that time, but I understand it now. People should be proud of who they are. They should be making a distinction. You know, it doesn't have to be a toxic distinction, but a distinction nonetheless.
So let me ask you, do you think like an immigrant from Ireland, for example, that claims to be a white American, like if they get their citizenship and they claim to be a white American, would you object to that as well?
Well, white people business is not my business, so I don't really care about what they do. You have to ask a white person.
Okay, so you know, to say it's not your business means you really don't care. They can call themselves white American if they want. So it seems as if you're okay with.
I'm not saying that. I don't want you to put words in my mouth. White people are not on my radar. But
So
I will
do
tell
you
you this.
consider white people to be Americans?
They're whatever / American, right? They're Italian American. They're Irish American. You remember, kiss me, I'm Irish. Kiss me, I'm Italian. During
So
their
you would,
parades, they come out representing their groups. You have Little Italy. You have all these ethnic neighborhoods and neighborhoods based on European nationality. Chinatown, even, right? That's obviously of Asian, but everyone goes back to their own ethnic group. And sometimes they come together and they fall under the American flag.
so what would you, instead of a Black American, what would you prefer that naturalized citizens from Jamaica refer to themselves as?
Well, what they refer to themselves already. Jamaicans
Black
don't
American.
call themselves Yankees. They call themselves Jamaicans. And
No,
in
but
Jamaica, they're known
check
as
the Black
Jamaicans.
American box. We check the Black American box.
Well,
Like
y'all check that box because there is no other box from the last time I was there. You
right. So you
understand?
think
But
there should be a
the way
different
they
box? You think
identify
there should be a
is
different
Jamaican.
box? So you
They
think there
should
should
get
be a
their own
different
box.
box?
They should get their own box. Absolutely.
And you think the
I think
Irish
that
should
their
get,
own
everybody
box.
should get their own box?
Absolutely. You know what's crazy, bro? That I saw the box recently, and it had a difference in Asians, like Pacific Islander or some other, like it made a difference between the Asians. I'm like, wow, they make the difference between the Asians, but they're not making, oh, and the Hispanics, Black or Hispanic, not of African origin. So they make these distinctions. So the distinction needs to be made for people from the Caribbean. And look, I would support it, and not from a toxic standpoint. Like, yo, I've never met a Jamaican that wasn't proud to be Jamaican. No matter how ratchet they would act, they'd be proud to be Jamaican.
Hold on, let me
Or
just
how
try to-
excellent, or even how excellent they were proud to be Jamaican. I've never met a Jamaican that tried his hardest to be a Yankee. Never.
Have you met a Jamaican that tried his best to be American?
I never met you, but you're the first one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, because America has always been considered kind of like a melting pot, if you will. And
Right.
most immigrants, the successful immigrants that come here, even the Chinese and all them other ethnic groups, the ones that do the best here are the ones, they change their names and give themselves American names. They really get caught up into the culture. So, Jamaicans may not call themselves Yankees because Yankee is a term that it's a derogatory term in a way. But they would consider themselves Americans. And that's something that they would absolutely strive to be. I don't think Jamaicans have a problem with being American. But
They have a problem with being Black American, though.
Say again?
They have a problem with being Black American. I'm from New York. I'm from Flatbush, as a matter of fact. So I've been told by Jamaicans, you see that Yankee boy there, me never like him from birth.
Hey, so
I said, God damn, you ain't like me from before I was born? Like,
but that doesn't have to be because you're a Yankee.
It's literally because I was a Yankee.
American dream.
But
he
here's
doesn't
the thing.
hate all Yankees from birth. He doesn't know all of y'all. He's just
Exactly.
talking about maybe
American
it was the way
Dream,
you walk.
they're a little, it gets cliquish. It gets cliquish. And I don't want to just keep beating up on Jamaicans, but Haitians, right? I don't know how old you are, brother. I'm not even going to ask you. But Haitians weren't proud to be Haitian until the Fugees came out. When Wyclef and Praz and them, and when the Fugees, then I started seeing all these Haitian flags in New York. Started seeing all these Haitian flags in New Jersey. Like, yo, I'm Haitian, sac passe. So they would say there was everything except Haitian. They were French Canadian. They were from Martinique, Guadeloupe, but they wasn't saying they was Haitian. So Jamaicans, while they may embrace being American, they never forget the Jamaican roots, and they're extremely proud of it. I've never met a Jamaican that called themselves a Black American.
Hey,
I'm Jamaican and I'm a Black American. I was born in Jamaica.
That's the distinction I was just gonna make.
And I grew up in Jamaica, Queens, and I'm a African American.
Hey, what's
No, you're
happening?
not.
Hang on a second, not easy. Peace to you, Kwame. This your first time on the panel?
Yeah, pardon. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just
No. It's all good, bro. I was meaning to acknowledge you and say welcome to the panel. Hope to see more
Welcome,
of you.
brother.
Blessings to you. Is there something in particular you wanted to add?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to know because the brother always mentioning my name in the comments. The FBA brother, I don't know his name, so
That's
I
on the
wanted to.
panel here?
Yeah, so I wanted to see what I don't know the brother name.
He's not FBA, bro. He is FBA, but not really.
Who? I don't mention this guy's name. Who? Kwame. I never met you. What happened?
Oh, so you wasn't a dude that was commenting my name under Ron video in the American Dream video?
Nah.
Oh, I apologize.
It's no problem. There's no problem. Mistakes are made like that.
Hey,
But
so American Dream. So I looked up according to the U.S. Census. Remember, I did this yesterday. It says black. It says white, black, Native American, Asian, Native Hawaiian, and more. But it also says African American too. So the distinction is that anybody that do claim to be an American that's coming from an island or Jamaica or anything is supposed to check black, and the people that are FBA quote unquote should be checking African American. That's basically what they're saying.
Well, I think Black and African American are interchangeable on the census. So, and I think they want Jamaicans and Black Caribbean people. They want to check Black and African American. It's the same thing.
Right.
They don't make a difference between Black and African American.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
So what Not Measy, and I'm still trying to get clarity from Not Measy, because he said he doesn't have a problem with Jamaican citizens of America calling themselves Black, but he has a problem with them calling themselves American. But he's okay with.
I have a problem with them calling Black American.
Hang on, I'll let you respond. If I say anything wrong, you can correct me once I'm done.
All right.
Let me just finish. So he says he has a problem with Jamaican citizens of America calling themselves American. He's okay with them being Black, but not American. But he's okay with an Irish immigrant that's naturalized calling themselves an Irish American. Like, are you okay with a Jamaican, like a Jamaican like me? Do you think it's more proper for me to call myself a Jamaican American? Or do you think I should just leave off the American altogether?
Well, so to address your point, and I'm glad that you checked me on that. I should allow you to finish, even though you misquoted me. I said that Black Americans do not have a monopoly on the word Black. I got kicked off of an FBA panel for that. They said, tell me one other Black people on the world that call themselves Black. I'm like, the Rastas in Jamaica. Period. You know what I'm saying? So what I have an issue with is calling themselves Black Americans. I think they should be Jamaican Americans. They're obviously Black. If they come here, they're American, but that combination Black American is for my people.
And why can't your people just be Americans?
Because America, there's a whole bunch of different Americas. You know this. America is not a melting pot. It's like a pot with oil and water that doesn't mix. Okay, we self-segregate. At certain times in history, we've been segregated by the government. So it's not a melting pot. So there's different Americas. There's the Chinese America. There's the Korean America. There's the Italian America. There's the African in America. And then you have your Black Americans that trace their lineage back to slavery here.
But there's the Chinese American, but there's the African in America. How there's a Chinese American, but there can't be an African American?
Well, for the purpose of reparations, I'm not going to have my waters muddied by other FBBs, foreign-born Blacks that come.
How is that going to let you, help me understand how that's going to,
If we all call ourselves Black American, if I call myself a Black American, I cannot prove that I have my lineage here in America. So how is that going to mess up your reparations claim? Like, to mess with your reparations claim, I have to show that I have lineage here. I can't just say I'm a Black American and they're going to give me reparations. They're going to check my DNA and make sure I have lineage, right?
Yeah,
So how does that
absolutely.
mess with your reparations claim?
You're not a Black American. You're a Jamaican American.
So does it have anything to do with your reparations claim or not?
It muddies the waters. We have to start with having.
But you said that was your main objection.
You asked me a question and now you're cutting me off.
Not me. You said reparations was your main objection.
You asked me a question and now you're cutting me off.
No, but I think you should allow
we have
him
to start. We have to answer American
Dex.
Dream's question. We have to delineate. So if you're checking
for reparations,
Black American, that's muddying the waters. Once it gets
for reparations, right? It's muddying the water for reparations.
Come on, man. Come on.
No, I want to be clear. Hold on.
No.
I
You
need
don't want
to be clear.
You just want to cut me off. It's so good.
No, I am, because I need you to be clear. When you say you don't want to muddy the waters, you don't want to muddy the waters for reparations, right?
Socially and from a reparation standpoint, y'all are your own people. And I said I never met a Jamaican that called themselves, that wasn't proud to be Jamaican, number one. So the brother with the ankh or whatever that is next to me, is he a proud Jamaican? Absolutely, he's a proud Jamaican. All of y'all are proud Jamaican. So be proud Jamaican all the time and don't be duplicitous and trying to be a Black American when it's convenient.
I'm Black and I'm an American citizen.
When y'all travel abroad and people don't know anything about your culture, so then you claim to be Black American. No, you're not Black American. You're a first or second generation Caribbean immigrant. That's what y'all are.
I'm not an immigrant. I'm a citizen of the United States of America, and I'm Black. So I'm a Black American by definition.
No, you're not a Black American.
By the Census Bureau definition, by the Oxford Dictionary, by the Cambridge Dictionary, by any dictionary or any definition, I am a Black American.
No, but you know what's sad, bro, is that it's not sad, it's flattering that y'all want to jack my culture in the name of my people over your own. You guys are really sad. I guess you're the first Jamaicans that I met that weren't proud to be Jamaican.
How is sad? I'm going according to the Census Bureau. I'm going according.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I could put the link in the back.
First time you saw the Census Bureau was to speak anti-Black American talking.
Black American have no culture.
Yeah, and now here comes the more trolling topics. Black Americans don't have no culture.
They have culture appropriation.
Not easy. You just agreed with me that the census does refer to all of us as Black or African American. You didn't object when I said it. So why are you objecting when Kwame is saying
No, it's not.
The census does say we are all Black Americans. Hold on,
the whole conversation here.
Not Measy, hold on. The census does say we are all Black Americans or African Americans.
Wait, does it say Black Americans on the census?
Yes, it does.
It says Black. Yeah, it says Black.
Yes, but it says African or Black or Black.
Okay, or Black. But does it make a distinction between Black and Hispanics? Blacks not of Hispanic origin?
Yes.
All right. This is my point. They are making a difference. They're making a distinction.
That's because of language.
So D, chill out, man. So if they're making a distinction for Hispanic and because they're not the same as us, you guys are not the same as us either. You're not.
And you're not the same as someone from the down south.
But here's the thing. My lineage goes down south, and Black Americans been going down south every goddamn summer.
I gotta tell you,
every summer.
I do sense an accent coming out of you, not Measy. What's that accent?
Maybe it's an accent that I've been living in Europe for the last 8 years, and I speak 5 languages.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, and I'm from Flatbush. I'm from Flatbush.
No, I sense some type of accent.
So where would you place the accent then?
It sounds like a Jamaican-ish type of accent to me. Jamaican-ish, some type of Caribbean accent, I sense.
Nah.
I mean, he say he's from Flatbush.
The only place I lived in the Caribbean was Puerto Rico in 81 to 83. And after that, I moved to St. Thomas with my parents. So I'm a child of the world. So which is why I have a New York accent. I don't have a typical Black American accent, but that doesn't change anything about who I am.
So we should go with your French theory versus the consensus on what Black or African American means. That's what you're saying.
You can go with whatever you want because I am powerless to tell you how you're going to identify. The question was asked to me, and I'm giving my opinion on it. You understand me? I don't want to keep calling you Unc or Aunt. Kwame. So a Black American from Jamaica with a Ghanaian name. All right, no doubt. But you seem confused, brother.
I seem confused because my ancestors descend from the Ashanti tribe. I seem confused that I picked an African name over a European name.
No, absolutely not. I stand corrected. You got it 100% right. 100% right. And
So
I think
how would that
they
be
even have
confusion?
a village in Jamaica that's
I
named
just think
after.
I think he's making a lot of assumptions about people, and he's not.
No. First of all,
you did.
I
You
was
just made
throwing
an
a little
assumption.
jab. I was throwing a little jab at my brother, and he just to see if he really knew what it was, and he
No,
checked
you
me.
didn't. You didn't even think that he
Yo,
was going to
bro,
do that.
Kwame, is there not a place in Jamaica that's it's literally it's named after a Ghanaian Akopong town? Yes, he knows what it is.
It's a couple towns named after Ashanti or Yoruba names.
Yoruba, yep.
So what's the problem with other Black people that's citizens or live in America that's Black and they're American? Why can't they identify as Black? I don't understand.
Because it's my people, bro. It's my people.
Okay, your people is an amalgamation of different African people that was trafficked in
Right.
Americas. That some of them came from the Caribbean. You have Denmark Vesey, who came from St. Thomas. He would be considered a Black American,
When
right?
did he come from St. Thomas? What year?
Huh?
What year did he come from St. Thomas?
In the 1800s.
Was that was when it was Danish, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But look, I'm not going to get into all of that because he doesn't trace his slavery back to. Was he ever enslaved in America?
Yes, he was on a plane. He started a rebellion with Nat Turner.
And he's from St. Thomas.
Yes. He was born, raised in St. Thomas, and shipped off to America to the slave plantation. And he started
I'm sorry,
a
Kwame,
rebellion.
Kwame, what was your question to him? I missed the question.
Oh, I was basically saying, would Denmark Vesey and these other people be considered Black Americans who came from the Caribbean? And I was basically saying that the term African American is just an amalgamation of different African people or Caribbean people that was shipped off from slavery to America. So I'm trying to understand his logic of what an African American is.
Yeah, because
you know exactly who African American is. It's
not
the same
easy.
people
Not easy. What do you mean?
Wait, hold on. It's the same people who homie said don't have no culture.
What do you mean when you say you're Black, not easy?
Hold on. I'm reading the wiki, and if you have a better source for me, brother Kwame, give me the source. It says likely born into slavery in St. Thomas. So I don't know if he was actually enslaved in St. Thomas, but before he being bought to the water lottery.
Not easy. What do you mean when you say you're Black? What does that mean to you?
I'm of African descent.
And that's the same thing it means to Jamaicans that call themselves Black.
Right.
Right. So you're both.
But then their nationality would be Jamaican if they were born in Jamaica.
Nation is America. They're citizens of America.
Right.
What do you mean their nationality is Jamaican?
Yo, have you heard me up here? Have you heard me up here one time?
Not easy. Can I tell you something? Not easy. You know, when you go to the airport, right? Every time I visit Jamaica, there are 2 lines for American nationals and then for non-American citizens. There's only one line that I always go to, the U.S. American nationals line.
right? I don't go to the Jamaican nationals line. Like that's a line for people that are not Americans. And what you're telling me is that you think I should go through the same line as the non-citizens. And I'm like, what are you talking about, not me?
But when did I say that though?
Because you keep telling me I'm not an American.
Wait, did I say you're not an American?
Oh,
You see,
Jesus.
American Dream. Now you're sounding like the guy with the D. Okay, pause. Don't put words into my mouth.
You said you don't have a problem with them calling calling ourselves black. You have a problem with the American part. Isn't that what you said?
Now I got to call you for what you're doing, which is you're actually lying.
Did you hear him
now.
say that as well?
No, you're actually lying now. I told you 5 minutes ago that Black Americans do not. Wait, hold on.
Kwame, are you
Black
there?
Americans.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you hear him say that as well?
Wait, but listen.
Yeah, I did hear him say you have a problem with Jamaicans or other Black people identifying themselves as Black Americans. So
right,
not Measy. Hold on, not Measy. Not Measy.
Kwame said it correct. Kwame said it correct.
Not Measy. Hold on.
He said Black
Hold
American.
on, not Measy. Not Measy.
No, I'm not holding on, homie. You trying to misrepresent my words?
No, you are going to hold on.
You trying to misrepresent my words?
No, you are going to hold on.
Hey, he
is going to hold on. So he thinks all three of us are lying.
He was doing that earlier. That's why I said I know I wasn't tripping. Like he would say something and then be like, I didn't say it the next. Like, what are you talking about? But you made a great point right there. You made a great point.
Remind me what the point is. Dex, remind me what the point was that I made.
Hold on. You just you said basically I gotta sum up your words, but you basically just said what was Black people that are Caribbean, like basically what do Black mean, and he just went off the rails with what it means. First he said what did he say? Let me see. Cause
let me see what MD20 is.
Yeah, he was all over. He was just all over the place for real. But he was just saying that he said a lot of shit, man. I can't even really like downpack where he was going with it for real. But
indeed, let's see if MD20 can help us unpack it.
Peace
to you, MD20.
Hey, peace. Yeah, I'm back now. I had to do a little work. I'm back now.
Yes, sir.
Hey, yes. So I had a question in the back chat, and I thought Dex was gonna relay it. So I was asking: is Black race exclusive, or is it a culture?
Race exclusive.
Is race exclusive?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the people
race
that
exclusive. I'm sorry. What does that mean? Race exclusive.
Meaning that is race exclusive. Meaning Black is simply a race. Period. That's all it is.
Okay.
Black means anybody of African origin.
Yeah.
Who can't? Well, I agree with you. It does mean that. Dex said
so you can't be a European or a person from Asia and be Black.
Oh, you could be a race and be anywhere. That don't make no sense.
Now tell me what I said.
You said Black people didn't have any culture. That's mind-boggling to me. I ain't never.
Hold on. I'm about to tell you why I said it. Black people have a culture appropriation. That's what they have. We have
who culture did we appropriate?
From the African people, the original African people. We are appropriation of that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like we don't specifically have a culture, but I'm saying it's culture appropriation. That's what. Exactly.
But that contradicts the statement. I mean that's a contradictory statement.
No, it's not because
we culturally appropriated. I guess you would say an amalgamation of African traditions.
Yeah,
and then formed a culture. Correct.
Yeah, but it's stemming from a different culture, so that's culture.
So I'll ask you the question again: do Black people here in America have a culture? I don't care where it comes from. Do they have a culture?
Yeah, it's called culture.
Is it exclusive to Black people?
I would say yeah. Not really.
Okay, so that means you would have. So you just basically confirm
but listen,
that it's not race exclusive.
No, but listen. It's a lot of people that do come to America that identify with our culture. So would that
I didn't say nothing about that. I'm trying to get I'm trying to walk you down the street.
But listen, would they be excluded from it? No, they're a part of it. So you can't.
I'm gonna ask one more time. Do black people here in America have a culture?
Nope, because they got it from somebody else. That's not their culture.
So you just lied on yourself earlier. So okay, so you've established that black people ain't got no culture here in America. That's fine. I totally disagree, but hey, you entitled to that opinion. If we gonna entertain the fact that black people here in America have a culture, despite whether you believe
our culture is not what you think it is. It's just
I never said what I thought it was. You putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm not.
M20, do you know the definition of a culture or the bulletin points that meets the requirements of a culture?
Food, clothing, traditions, annual traditions, or semi. It don't matter. Things that we've compiled within a generation and took
somebody else.
Every culture got it from something. I'm not arguing. Why you keep saying that? I don't understand why you keep saying it.
Because it all come from one. It all come from the first one culture.
Let me ask you for a fourth time. Do black people here in America have a culture?
Not necessarily.
That's why I said
so. We don't have a culture.
You don't have your own. You don't have your own language.
Language that ain't exclusive to culture.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is. You could look up You could look up the 8 bulletin points of what define a culture is, and language is literally one of them.
Language is not exclusive to the culture. You can take somebody.
Bro, if you look up the 8
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I am saying, bro. Please listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I am saying. Listen to what I'm saying. He just said that you can appropriate and create your own distinctive. We appropriate That's not what I English,
said.
Bro.
I said culture appropriation is stealing it from somebody else. That's what I said.
Hang
on,
MD20. Listen,
MD20.
Can you compile
MD20,
things from different cultures and make your own?
MD20, 1 second, please.
Because y'all trying to make it to where y'all think I'm disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you.
MD20,
but you downplaying the amalgamation of it, bro. It don't make sense.
MD20, hang on. Kwame, do you think
Jamaican
patois is a language?
You're not, bro. Listen to me.
Yes, it is.
MD20, hang on, MD20.
You trying to make me say something that I'm not saying?
Yeah, Jamaican pot.
Make you say something, and I'm asking you to be quiet.
Because I just defined
bro, be quiet
that you can have amalgamate. No, bro. I came up here, then I'm gonna let you rock.
He asked me a question, though. I just wanted to.
Kwame,
Jamaican patois. Jamaican patois is definitely a language that distinguished from English. The morphology, the African loan words will make it distinguished from English, from the set language, according to linguists.
Have you seen where linguists have stated that?
Yeah. I can send you the video. Huh?
Can you provide a source for that?
Yeah. I could put it in the back.
Jamaican patois to be a language. Like a patois, it was kind of like a broken English to me, like more of a dialect than a language. So
I mean, the morphology is different. It's just different. It's just different things with Jamaican patois that's separate from English. But I could provide the source in the back. Give me a second.
Okay. All right. Blessings. Go ahead, MD20. You can finish your conversation.
I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm not disagreeing with nobody. Y'all trying to make me say something that I'm not trying to say. All I'm saying is every culture gets distinction from other people. That's just what it is. You can't name me a culture that just sprouted out of the ground. It don't work that way. We are social people.
Actually,
golly, bro. Again, English is part of our culture.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? Culture
I've been speaking English all my life. So have my parents. It's part of my culture. I don't know about yours. It's part of mine.
They come from the Anglo-Saxon. They didn't come from Black Americans.
That wasn't my argument.
Yeah, so it don't meet the requirement of a culture.
Golly, bro. I can't believe we're sitting here saying that it's got to be exclusive to a certain group of. It don't work that way.
I'm going off the definition I'm going off the 8 bulletin point.
I agree with the definition. I agree with the definition. I agree with it. That is not saying that you got to make a language. It don't work that way. I agree with what you said,
brother.
I
One
mean,
of the
this is an
bulletin points
asinine
is
argument.
English, is language.
I agree. Once again, it don't say that you got to create the doggone language. You intertwine it to make a subset of your own distinct thing. Just like you could say patois did as a subset, just like you could say
So what's the
Gullah
difference?
Geechee did from the Barrier Island.
So
It's
white
all
people
different.
culture
I'm not
is black
Gullah
people
Geechee.
culture. So white people culture is black people culture. Is
I
what
don't
you saying?
I don't live
They
like that,
speak.
bro.
They speak
I don't give a
they
damn where it
speak our
comes from.
language. They speak
I
our
don't
language.
care, bro. I don't again. You trying to again, I don't care, bro. I don't care where it comes from. Through circumstances that I
American
can't
dream, I'm just a
control,
straw man like
through
you.
circumstances that I cannot control, that's what happened. It is what it is, bro. I don't think that way. I'm not. I ain't holding my fists up all day long. Black power. That's just what it is.
It says the shared knowledge, beliefs, values, language, customs, behaviors, and material objects. That's why I said we don't got a culture.
Share from who?
Share from the masses of who we are as black people here in America.
I agree. Again, 100% agree.
All black people don't act the same. All black people don't share
Correct.
the same.
That's why you have subculture.
No, it's called culture appropriation.
Golly, bro. You understand all black people. Remember we was talking earlier, you said something about a person from New York or LA not the same as a person from the South. Why is that, bro? Because we migrate and take different aspects of a culture and integrate it within our own. This is not a hard concept to understand. I'm trying to figure out like what the problem is.
That would be a subculture in your definition. But what I'm saying is we all as a subculture have gotten a culture from somewhere. That's what I'm saying.
I don't disagree, bro. What are you trying to make me say? Tell me what you're trying to make me say.
But it's not what you saying, it's how you defending your
I'm defending it because it's inevitable. I can't stop it, bro. I can't stop it. That don't mean it's not part of my culture. I'm from the South. My culture ain't the same as somebody from New York. Hip hop, is that my culture?
Dude, we all speak English, right?
Please, just, bro. I mean, is hip hop part of my culture?
Yeah.
Based on what? An amalgamation, right?
Based on Kool Herc creating it, yes, it's your culture.
Right. Based off of amalgamation of different sound that came from where? The South. But you'll hear a lot of New York people say hip hop not part of my culture. It's a teeter-totter type situation where you not understand the intricacy.
It's a New York, hip hop was created in New York, it wasn't created down south.
I agree. You're not gonna get no argument from me. So when we talking about subset,
and if it was created,
subset in amalgamation?
And if it was created by Caribbean, would hip hop be now considered Caribbean culture
I wouldn't
too?
care because I don't do stuff like that. I don't care where it comes from. So again, bro, you're trying to make me say something. I'm not gonna say it, bro.
I'm just asking.
He's asking a logical question. He's saying if it was, would it be Jamaican culture?
If it's integrated within black society here in America, yes, it would be considered black culture.
Yeah, it's not. He's not asking a guy.
But just because it's created from a Jamaican, that don't make it exclusive Jamaican or American. It was created here. So I mean, again, we talking. It's not necessarily about who sprouted what. It's where it got sprouted from, and what circumstances made it sprout. That's culture.
I'm glad you're agreeing with me, but you seem to.
I've been agreeing with you the whole time. You've been trying to start an argument that I'd never started.
No, I didn't try to start an argument.
But what I'm saying, and that goes back to my point, race exclusive. You're talking about race exclusive.
I gave it its proper context.
That's fine.
It's called culture appropriation.
Whatever you want to call it, bro. At this point, I don't care. But what I'm telling you is, it's not race exclusive. We understand the history behind scientific racism and all. Hell, even going far back as say 7th century with the Islam conquest. Black been around. But what I'm saying is, us here in America, now this you can't deny. We're the only people here that distinctively identified a culture, whether it's amalgamated or it's sprouted out. Again, irrelevant to the point.
So
where we identified our culture simply based on the confines in which we were identified here in America, which was black. Thus, you have Black American. We can't call ourselves nothing else. I mean, that's just what it is. I'm talking about culturally.
So are Black Americans the only people that was called black?
Huh?
Are Black Americans the only people that was called black or identify themselves as black?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said cultural identifier. That's what I said. I just everybody around the world, and it's not even what we identified. It's what other people identified us as. I mean, that's a moot point.
See, the fact is that black, the term black didn't just exist in America.
I just said that. Literally just said that.
I know it existed in Africa before anywhere else. That's the point. The fact of the matter.
Give me an example. Now in the back chat you said Kemet, which I think is false.
No,
it's not. That's
false.
been debunked.
Kim means directly black. Dude, you can look this up. I'm not making this up. You can look it up.
Black in the context of what?
What do you mean? It's just black. That's what it means. Kim. It's a language.
What's for even to this day? What's fertile soil called? Which was pretty much the best fertile soil in Africa. Point blank. Period. What is it called? Even to this day.
Kemet, the land of the black. What are you talking about?
So if so, are we talking about skin tone, or are we talking about the fertility of the land?
We're not just talking about the fertility of the land. We're talking about overall. The God.
I don't know what overall means.
I mean God-like image. God-like image. And I hate using the word God because it just like it puts it in the Western mindset, but that's how I could relate a message to you.
Hey, on that point, bro, you got it. I don't even
M20. Are you trying to say that black is exclusive to Black Americans?
No, I'm saying black is exclusive to sub-Saharan Africa.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not, because people all over the world claim to be black. So what are you talking about?
It's exclusive to sub-Saharan. Like I said, I don't even want to get into the argument. That just is what it is. But
you keep saying that you're agreeing with us, but you disagreeing with us.
I disagree with you on that point wholeheartedly. But again, I don't want to get into the argument. We ain't talking about that right now. What I'm saying is, you cannot name a culture. Now, culture, we talking about the culture identifies the people that came up with the culture. Black is the only people here in America that identified the culture as they represented themselves. That's just what it is. I'm not saying that you can't call yourself black. Of course, you black in the eyes of the oppressor, first and foremost. So let's get it.
Are we black in your eyes? We don't care about what the white man said. We talking about you.
Yeah, you're black.
So what do you really disagree with?
As a cultural
understand anything
identifier,
you're trying to say.
As a cultural identifier, no.
Explain. You just said black is exclusive to sub-Saharan Africa. Now you're saying black is exclusive to Black America. So I'm kind of confused.
Culturally.
Culturally, like what?
Like meaning the culture was founded upon the identification of black.
What part of the culture is what he's asking?
It wasn't number one part where we came from the slave ships on to the hells in North America in the South.
What did they bring
in the South?
Did they bring the beliefs, values?
You don't have to bring nothing, bro. Do you understand? I can go in the woods right now with my family and another family and come up with mores and ways of living in the woods, stuff that I already had before I went into the woods, and create a whole new culture. Babe, you understand that, right?
I agree. And me and American.
So what are we talking about?
Yesterday, he just had this conversation yesterday with us, and that's what I was just saying to him.
All I'm saying is that culture that was created is identified based on the people, which is black. It is no other name.
But you're not getting his question. Ask it again.
And I said culturally, no.
You just said black. You just said black is sub-Saharan African. Now you're saying that black is exclusive to Black Americans. So
I didn't say exclusive. I didn't say exclusive. I didn't say that.
Okay, so can you reiterate what you just said then?
I'm saying that you are looked at in the eyes of the world as a black man. No question about it. Culturally speaking, what are you? Let me ask you, culturally, what are you?
I'm an African.
Okay, there you go. You just answered my question. So culturally, no, you're not black.
Well, what are you talking about? Black is synonymous with African. It's used interchangeably.
Again,
that's why on the census record it say black / African American. That's why on the census record. That's why on the census record it says African American / black because it's used synonymous.
If I go to the
no
Yoruba
different
right
than
now,
European or white. It's used synonymous.
If I go to the Yoruba right now in Ghana and I ask them, hey, what's this culture called? What are they gonna tell me?
Probably the Yoruba traditions.
Okay, cool. If I go to
but black, but African or black is amalgamation of different tribes and ethnic groups, just like white or European.
Again, I'm talking about the identification of a culture. That's all I'm talking about. Nothing else. The identification of a culture, just one, not all, just one, the only one that has that same identification as the people through racial, scientific racism. Black is the Black American. You can't deny it.
Okay, so when they say Haitians are the first black nation, first black republic out of slavery, are they talking about Americans?
I will say cool. I will ask them, hey, Haitian brother, what you call your culture? And what would they say?
I don't know. I'm not Haitian, so I wouldn't know what.
I give you a hint. It ain't black.
I mean, how would you know? Are you Haitian?
Bro, come on, my
Are you an expert on Haitian culture and?
Come on, my guy. Again, I'm gonna say it one more time.
But you're speaking for 12 million. You're speaking for 12 million people.
The only black
you're not an
or
expert,
African
so I'm trying to understand
in the whole world that is identified under blackness is the Black American culture. That, I mean, until you show me otherwise, that's what I'm gonna run with.
That's not true.
Well, I just gave you an example
show me otherwise.
of what they refer to Haiti as, the first black republic.
I didn't ask you what they referred to them. I asked you what they consider their culture.
Yeah, they consider themselves black.
How do they identify it? How do they identify?
They identify as black, just like I'm a Jamaican. We identify as black.
Okay. Until you show me proof on that, I'm gonna just say you're right,
dude. And
I'm gonna concede.
What are you talking, bro? I'm literally telling you I identify as black, and you're telling me something. You're disagreeing with what I'm saying.
So I would agree with you if you were an individualistic person in that matter. I don't believe you are, but if you were talking about it in that aspect, yeah. I'm talking about what
I would believe the consensus of Jamaicans will identify as black. American Dream, you're Jamaican, right? Do you identify as black or African?
I didn't ask him if he identified. I said the culture. See, again, you're mixing it up.
The culture is black.
What's my Jamaican friend, American Dream? What do y'all call the culture on the island of Jamaica?
I think he's doing something right now.
Oh, okay. Like I said, and I'm not claiming to be no expert. I'm not claiming to be no expert on it, but I'm saying I've never heard.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I hear you now. My bad.
Yeah, so I am in the middle of something, but I can't answer the questions real quick. Kwame, yes, I consider myself black, given the definition of what black is, and the definition of what African is. Yeah, the only thing I identify as, though, is American. But the same way I'm 5 foot whatever, and the same way I weigh what I describe myself as weighing whatever I weigh. It's the same way I say I'm black or African. But in terms of an identifier, I'm American.
Well, okay.
In terms of my culture, like I have an American, my culture is American because this is where I live. I think culture is tied to your nationality or your location. You cannot separate culture from a location. So in my view, there's no black culture because you know, the culture of Africa is different everywhere. So I don't see this idea of a culture being tied to your race. I think culture is tied to your location or where you live or where you are. And you know, I've been living in America for so long. My culture would have to be an American culture.
So parts of that, I 100% agree. You can tie it to a nationality. America is an exception though, because again, that melting pot situation. That don't take away from the distinction of the different subsets of quote unquote American culture. And one of those subsets is Black American.
So is English
And then you got
is
Go
English
ahead.
black culture? Is English black culture?
Yeah.
How?
So is Creole. So is Gullah.
Explain.
Because we use certain we use the general language of English and created our own distinction in the English language.
So
you ain't learned well y'all. I don't know how old y'all is. Maybe I'm older.
Ebonics.
You know what's a thing called Ebonics? Yeah. That's culture, bro. That's culture. It don't matter if it comes from somebody else or not.
But is
when
it
you take
black,
something and make it your own.
But no, the question is it black culture? Because
Yes.
if we didn't create the English language, then it's not.
It don't matter who created it, bro. I just gave the analogy of going in the woods. Just gave the analogy, bro.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick, if y'all don't mind. I've always looked at Jamaican patois as a form of Ebonics. So, you know, if American blacks don't have a culture because they speak Ebonics or they don't have their own culture, then I'm not sure what that says about. Well, that would say the same thing about Jamaica, because I don't think Jamaica has what can be classified as a distinct language. I think it's just a dialect. Most Jamaican patois words is just a broken English or a broken something, and I don't think that qualifies as a language in and of itself. So
American Dream
is
Duppy an Anglo-Saxon word?
Is Duppy an Anglo-Saxon word? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's an Anglo-Saxon or if it goes back to Africa somewhere.
What about
somehow I
Uppia?
think it's some form of broken something. Well, again, I don't think
that shouldn't
I
even
don't
matter.
think just I don't think there's just these one-off words, Kwame, makes a language. I think a language is deeper than just having a one-off word where you're the only one that says that word. You know what I'm saying? Because I think you can find that in
also
Ebonics as well.
But also morphology, like Medea and certain terms that we say is not. It's not like it's not English. The morphology is not the same as the English.
Yeah, I mean, it at the end of the day, it don't matter, bro. I don't care who you go to. Europe been doing this for millennia, bro. That you think they just sprouted up out of the caves and just start doing it? No, bro. No, I mean they've been every which way, north, south, east, and west in Europe, creating culture based off things from the past. That's been. It don't matter. Culture is what you make of it as the totality of the ethnic group. It don't matter where you got it from. I mean, that's asinine to think that. Like we just supposed to be some primordial type people coming up with stuff. I don't think it worked that way. But you know, it is what it is.
That's why I keep saying cultural appropriation.
If that's what you want to call it, bro. At this point, it is what. I know is the ethnic group in it of itself is distinct, with amalgamation of different things that were taken, whether sought or unsought.
Okay, I got a deeper question. So, what is the distinction from African American and Jamaican American?
In what context?
In every context. Just name.
Well, culturally we different.
But I'm saying how? Like, just name a bunch of
what
things.
What do you mean how? You we just talked about language. We got our own form of English. Y'all got your own form of English. Like I said, I don't know nothing about no Jamaican. I grew up, it was either black or white. Y'all people got that. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying Jamaicans don't speak English, is what you're saying?
Yes, but again, we're talking about a globalized society. Globalized society.
No, that's
just because you speak English but you speak another language, you're gonna distinct between the two, correct? Based on upbringing, situation, or whatever. If you come over here and then you speak the correct, I guess you would say the quote unquote correct American English terminologies and vernacular, you doing that based off a reason. But when you go home and you get in the recliner, you're gonna go back to patois. I guess, I don't know. So you're making distinctions based on commercial reasons or whatever situation may be. Understand that you're in a globalized society. Ain't nothing gonna change that. That's a fact. But culturally, you are distinct.
But I'm asking you how. You're not really giving me a
language, food, clothing,
but all the
different styles,
but all the things you're naming, you're misidentifying my question by saying
how is that a misidentification? How?
Because you're making it seem as if Jamaicans don't eat the same food that we eat, that they don't talk.
That don't mean it's my culture.
No, but
I'll take a beef patty or two. It ain't my damn culture.
But you just said
that don't mean I can't. That don't mean that I can't indulge in the culture. That's crazy.
But you just see, this is the one-dimensional thinking. When you say something is culture, we thinking like as if we can't be a part of it because we're not.
Nobody ever said that.
That's what you just said. You just said I could eat a bean. I could eat a
but it's not my culture,
and it's not your culture.
Meaning that my lineage didn't help to sprout these things that I'm indulging in now.
So you don't claim to be black.
What the hell? Bro, again, culturally speaking, there's a distinction. We are the only people.
What is the
from a cultural?
What is the distinction? You keep saying food, all this, but I
mean, you said you Black American, right?
I
feel like you playing games with me.
I'm not.
Who raised you, man?
I'm not playing.
Who raised you, bro?
But see, look. American Dream does this to me all the time, and now
did mama raise you?
Yeah. No, my dad did actually.
Oh, okay, all right.
But no, I'm being serious. Like when I say this, when you make a claim saying that black culture is language and this and this and that, and then I ask, so if you eat a Jamaican beef patty, are you a part of black culture? And then you say no, it's distinct. It's distinct. How is it distinct?
The beef patty is distinct. The beef. Now let's focus on the beef patty. The beef patty is distinct to Jamaican culture. That's just what it is. My mama, my grandma, they ain't make no beef patty. We ain't know about no beef patty until the Jamaicans came to Georgia. When the Jamaicans came to Georgia, we discovered the beef patty, which was delicious. We said, damn, these Jamaicans make some good food. Distinction. The Jamaican food, the beef patty, is distinct to Jamaica. Jamaicans.
So if I eat a beef patty, I'm Jamaican, is what you saying?
Bro, that's like you playing with me, man. You playing with me, bro.
I'm asking you an honest question. This is what you're saying.
No, that does not make you Jamaican. No, it doesn't. So but that don't mean that you can't make the Jamaican beef. You can make the Jamaican beef patty yourself.
Then I'm practicing the culture, right?
If you want to say practice, that's fine. But it's not your culture.
But I'm practicing. This is my culture. If I'm making it.
Again, it's not your culture, bro. Okay. I mean, this is crazy that we having this discussion. I ain't never heard nothing like this before.
It's no oneness. It's always supposed to be a oneness, but it's no oneness in today's culture. That's the problem. I mean, we want to misidentify what is ours. We want to nitpick at what's ours. All of it's ours.
The beef patty ain't mine. How can the beef patty be mine if I never discovered the beef patty until the Jamaicans showed me the beef patty?
It's black culture.
I don't think it worked like that, bro.
That. We don't see each other as our own.
M20, what's the definition of black?
What's the definition of black?
Yeah.
Well, per scientific racism, again, like I told you, sub-Saharan Africa.
What you mean scientific racism?
Well, that's where the originality of the term comes from in America.
I'm just asking, what is the definition of black?
I just told
according to the Census Bureau, according to the Oxford
Well,
Dictionary,
according
the
to the
Cambridge.
Census Bureau, black means a person from Africa, according to the Census Bureau.
Okay, so what is the Oxford or the Cambridge definition of black?
I ain't got that in front of me, bro. I'm in my truck, man. If you got it, please.
It's basically the same thing. So what separates Jamaicans from or black people, black Americans, if we all black?
Culture.
But see, that's the problem that you making, man. You making a distinction amongst people.
I ain't got no choice but to make a distinction.
No, but we're all the same. That's
Hang on,
the problem.
Dex. Hang on. Can y'all hear me good? Am I low?
No, you good. You good.
Dex, let me, because I'm trying to figure out exactly what y'all are disagreeing with him about. He seems to be clear on what he's saying.
I mean, I can't get no clear.
Yeah, we're all black, and what separates us is our culture, and our culture is determined by where we're from, our location on the planet. But we're all black people. We all share the same color. But again,
go ahead.
And again, let me just say that's why I don't like the term black culture, because Jamaican culture is different from American culture. Jamaican culture is different from Ghanaian culture. Like, we all have different cultures. So to say my culture is black culture, the first question I would ask is which one? Jamaican, Ghanaian?
That's what I was saying.
Well, American Dream, I would say this. It's nice to have that option to neglect the identity of black culture. I don't have that option. Because I was born, it's like Bane in The Dark Knight, bro. Y'all merely adopted. I was born in it. So I don't have the option to negate. Now, if you look at my logo.
No, hold on. I don't see, hold on. I don't see the difference. Like, you're the same way a Jamaican, a black person in Jamaica, they're black and they have a Jamaican culture. You're black and you have an American culture. Like, what is the difference? Like, what are you missing? What disadvantage are you at?
The difference is American. It's easy to say American culture. It's easy to say that. It sounds nice. But again, America is the exception. We all know this. The distinctions take hold, ethnically speaking, racially speaking.
But there are distinctions in Jamaica as well. There all of that exists in Jamaica as well. There are different races in Jamaica.
Not under the extreme guise of white supremacy that we had here in United States of America. You know that.
No, hold on. If I've been speaking about reparations here for a good while now. And one of the things we know is that in Jamaica, they're fighting against colonialism. And that's their version of white supremacy. Whites, like, their reparations claim, as certainly as your reparations claim is about white supremacy and systemic racism.
No, it's not.
No, systemic racism is a part of your claim.
Not a part of my claim, it ain't.
Okay. Systemic racism.
I told you what the
systemic racism is a part of the FBA and ADOS claim
FBA,
for
so
but it is a part of the HR 40 claim for reparations, right? And colonialism is a part of the Caribbean claim for reparations and the African claim as well. Colonialism is their version of white supremacy.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Because the same thing you guys complain about with white supremacy and systemic racism is the same thing they say about colonialism. It's the same exact thing.
Okay, that's cool. And I concede to that point. What I would argue and say is the beast within itself, the United States, nothing was like it. Now, when it comes to reparations, again, like I said earlier when I was on, I don't claim reparations based off systemic racism and white supremacy. That's not me. I said legislation was put forth in order to give us our distinct claim for reparations, which was Civil Rights Act 1864, Freedmen's Bureau Act 1865. That's just me. Now, an argument can be made and you can have a debate on that. But when I'm saying us what we had to take hold of as an American culture, which I agree with. It is an American culture, but the distinctions are put in place based on the certain situation that we were put through under the guise of said systemic racism and white supremacy.
Dude,
That's just what we didn't have a choice.
You're arguing with a mirror at this point because
you're right.
He just but he just said he just simply said it's already distinct amongst the countries. American.
That's BS. It's not distinct amongst the country. How can it be distinct? We're talking about the United States of America. All these different people.
You can't say you have black culture in America when it's black culture everywhere too.
If who's calling it black culture is what I'm saying. What historically, how was it identified? Was it identified as black culture historically? Just be honest.
Yep.
Oh my God. It wasn't, man. It wasn't.
He just gave you an example. He just said Haiti being black people.
I don't disagree with them being black. How did they identify
Haiti's called the first black republic to free themselves out of slavery.
How did they identify the culture? I mean, what are we talking about?
That's what we're telling you. We're telling you it's specifically identified by country, not by blackness. You don't
Haitian.
Say
Okay, Haitian. So you're saying country by country is Haitian, Jamaican, American, Ghanaian, Nigerian?
Yes, that is.
I'm saying through. So you don't even agree with that. So I don't even know why you're trying to make a point. What I'm saying is the subsets of America. We're talking about specifically American. The subset. We are the only subset of the quote unquote American culture to identify under the guise of the scientific racial term black. We're the only ones.
But that's in America.
And I'm not even saying that we did it ourselves. It was put upon us. We just ran with it all this time.
But listen, you're saying only in America. What we're saying is it's everywhere else too. They do it everywhere else too.
So other black people in other countries are calling their culture black.
Thank you. Good question. Yes. That's the answer. Yes.
Again, you're going to have to prove it.
Dude,
I ain't seen it.
He just proved it to you. He just said
telling me a black republic is not. Go ahead.
Have you ever listened to, do you listen to reggae?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, if you listen to reggae
but I know Saul King David was a black. I know about all that stuff.
Yeah, Sizzler got a song called Black Woman. Sizzler got a song called Black Woman and Child. Like it's all over our music, bro, and you can tell from our music that we identify as black.
Identify as black.
Yeah.
What do you identify your culture as?
The culture is Jamaican culture. But we identify as black people, and by black people we mean we have African ancestry.
Okay, cool. All right. So I'll leave it at this. Because like I said, we done did like 1,000 circles. If you go up to a black American at anywhere on any block, you can go out on your stoop right now and stop him. Hey, black man. What do you call your culture? Black American now. You know what they're gonna say. You know what they're gonna say. Whereas if you ask any
what's the answer to that question? What are they gonna say?
They're gonna say black.
Black, okay. Just so we're on the same page. Go ahead.
Right. Whereas just not even consciously, but subconsciously, if you ask any other person of immigrant African descent, Caribbean, whatever the situation may, subconsciously, if you ask them, they're gonna give the distinction based on nationality, just like Dick said. But
but if you notice though, I think white Americans don't say their culture is white culture. They say their culture is American
Irish,
culture.
They say
it's right. No,
that's
the ones because there are Americans, there are white Americans. The same way there are black Americans who don't have ancestry in the Caribbean or claim to not have ancestry in Africa. There are white Americans who don't necessarily see themselves as Irish American or Welsh. They just see themselves as Americans. They've been here so long. They just see themselves as just straight American. And if you ask them, what's your culture? They're not going to say white culture. They're going to say American culture. And it's the same way. Yeah, that's a fact. And I think, but black people are less prone to do that. But I think the reason that is because of, it's kind of like black people are finding it really hard to be patriotic and to hold on to that, to America. Because of the legacy of slavery, black people would rather say they have a black culture than an American culture because they want to distance themselves from America in a sense. They're not as, I think, right. Yeah, I'm glad you don't. But I think that's the main difference. White folks are very patriotic. That's why they say they have an American culture. And that's more correct. And black people too have an American culture, but they would rather call it a black culture. But you know what I mean? It's not as if you say you have an American culture, that means you have a white culture. Because American culture, the same way Jamaican culture has pockets of just different types of things happening. There's the Rastafarian culture that's different from that certain type of dance hall culture that goes on. The same way there are differences, the same way different locations in Jamaica create different local cultures. It's the same way in America, there are different local cultures, but they're still all American cultures. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? I don't see why black Americans, well, I do see why black Americans would rather say they have a black culture than an American culture, but simply because they don't love their country.
That's part of it.
I'm patriotic. They don't love the country. It's that they don't want to identify their culture with white culture. That's what it is.
Or they just been subjugated for so long they ran with it. That's what I'm saying. But this the part. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Because if white culture is a part of American culture and black culture is in the same melting pot as the white culture, then it's like we're together. But that's why we as the Black American people say it's black culture, because we are rather identify with it as a global point of view than as an American point of view. So I get where he's coming from on that aspect.
It's to make it. It's to make it a positive out of the negative. It's making a positive out of the negative. Just like the term of the N-word. I mean, you know, we run with stuff and try to exemplify it to a degree. But you know, I ain't saying that's all people, but I'm saying I disagree with you with this American Dream. So you know what a WASP is, right? And this is a big thing Italian? Where I live.
Is that a word for an Italian?
No, it's white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. And that's a big thing in the South. They want the distinction, and they proud American people, but they want the distinction based on the totality of what an American originally was. That's a fact. So maybe it's like that where you live at. Down here in the South where I live at, it's a distinction, bro. Trust and believe it's a distinction. They want to make sure wholeheartedly that you know that this is a WASP over here, and this is an Italian American over here, and this is an Irish American. And mainly it's really not based on nationality per se, it's based on denomination, which, you know, Catholic versus Protestant, if you really break it down. I mean, it's a whole history behind that. Yeah, they eventually got brought into the fold when it comes to quote unquote whiteness, but we understand the reasons why.
Hey, so MD, so now that we all at a common ground, right? What see what the FBA is doing is they're misidentifying with black culture, not black culture, but the black culture, because black culture is a global thing. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like they're only acknowledging the American culture, and that's where we all are in the disagreements with them. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand, but I don't know what the issue is with wanting to be distinct.
The issue
distinctly identified within your own culture. I don't understand what's wrong with that.
The issue is that it's all together. That's what we're saying. Black is all together. It's not just in America. It's everywhere else in the globe.
Black is all together based on the oppression of the identity. Black is not all together when it comes to the identity of the culture.
What do you mean when you say oppression of the identity?
Meaning that we were given that term directly to subjugate us. Black in and of itself is not even a real thing.
But that term wasn't just given to the American African though. You know what I mean?
I agree. But the identity of the culture which we self-identified is distinct. I can't say it in no other way. There's no way, and that's not to downplay the achievements of other black people. I'm just giving you a harsh reality. That's all.
Yeah, no, I know you're not FBA. I'm just telling you, like, from their point of view, that's how they think. That's what I'm saying. I know you're not FBA personally. Then turn left.
Oh, it broke up.
But I know you're not FBA, so I'm getting that clear. You told me that earlier.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they identify FBA, logically speaking, of course, I would be FBA. I don't identify foremost because I don't. If you're looking at it from the term of reparations, again, you cannot
foundational Black American. That's the distinction right there. When you say American, you're distinct. You can't be look. You can't say you're Black and then American in the same sense. You know what I mean? Like you can't.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty stupid.
They're distinct in the two because you have some that say I have no African heritage, but then you're saying you're Black. It's like, come on, man. Like it's like they're.
Yeah, I mean, I don't take FBA serious. They, they following the cult leader. I don't do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But I could. Yeah.
Tariq Nasheed had trademarked the FBA, right? And when I looked it up, it said that he abandoned it.
Yeah. I when that whole stuff was going on, I believe it was Michi X. If anybody know who Michi X is, she had the original trademark for FBA, and it was a whole beef with her and Tariq going on at the time. I don't know the situation with it now, but again, it's meaningless to me because all I deal with when it comes to reparations in and of itself, if we're talking about just simply that, you can't use the term Black because it's going to trigger strict scrutiny. You can't do it.
Right.
So what you mean that Tariq abandoned the term FBA?
No, he abandoned.
No, he abandoned the trademark.
Really?
Yeah, go look it up right now. Just look up foundational Black American, and it'll all pop up. He abandoned the trademark, and this was like a 2020 or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, the term FBA in and of itself was born out of spite. You understand that, right? Yvette Carnell, when the whole ADOS movement was at its height, she made the wrong mistake and brought in Tariq Nasheed, which she should have never did. She brought in Tariq Nasheed to try to gain notoriety for the movement, and they end up falling out. And out of retaliation of the fallout, he created FBA. That's the only reason that we even talking about this term.
Yeah.
So I don't even take FBA serious.
Right, because the guy that was on here earlier was like, he's not an FBA, but in the same breath, he's FBA. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I'm saying if we the definition, what they say FBA is, of course, I would be FBA.
Right. Yeah.
But the cult-like mentality in and of itself, I can't be involved with that.
Right.
So just say that all together. Hell, in reality, when it comes to reparations, say the hell with Black, because
Antoine, you breaking up?
Yeah, he breaking up.
To have a fighting change to get reparations, I have to go another route.
Can you say that over? You was breaking up. We couldn't hear the full statement.
Yeah, can you hear me now? My bad.
Yeah, we get you now.
No, Yeah, what I was saying is, in order to have a fighting chance for a reparations claim, you got to abandon the term black altogether, because it goes against the Equal Protection Clause in the Constitution, which says that you cannot discriminate based off race. I don't know.
That's only in America. That's only in America. When you talking
this
about
where I'm at.
Hold on. But when you're talking about a Pan-African point of view, that holds no weight. You know what I mean? Because you're not just talking about people in America.
Well, I'll let you fight that fight, my brother. Me over here, I'm gonna do the American thing. You know, and maybe we can help each other out.
So wait, wasn't slavery race-based?
It was, but reparations is not based on slavery.
What would be the reparation based on?
It would be based on the legislation that was put forth after slavery in the Reconstruction era.
Okay, so that would be Jim Crow, sharecropping.
No, that would be the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1865, which in the language of the bill said that the newly emancipated and their descendants would get 40 acres and a mule, which was originally put forth in Special Field Order 15 during the Civil War. It was expanded in the Freedmen's Bureau Act, which we never got. That legislation is still on record to this day. So that's what I base reparations on.
So hold on, let me just ask you real quick. Hang on, let me ask real quick.
So the HR 40 bill, right, has been on. Can you hear me, MD?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, let me do something real quick.
Yeah, HR 40 was introduced by John Conyers, the late John Conyers. The
Yeah,
wording
like in
in HR 40 is horrible.
1989 or so. Like in 1989.
It's a horrible bill.
That's kind of the same way. That's kind of the same way that the 40 acres and a mule was introduced into Congress, but never passed.
Yeah, HR 40 never passed.
So are you
the
saying?
Freedmen's Bureau Act
So
did.
are you saying that? Right, but that would be like, you know, for the U.S. government to be bound to acknowledging a bill that never passed today, right? Would be like having a lawsuit 100 years from now stating that you have claims to the HR 40 thing because it was never honored. It's just a bill that was never passed. So why do they have to honor a bill that they never signed on to, that never even came to Congress? Why do they owe you that? I don't understand.
What bill they never signed on to? What are you talking about?
The same way, because the 40 acres and a mule, you said it got brought up from a field order and brought up to Congress, correct?
Yeah, but that bill passed.
The 40 and that bill passed?
Yeah.
And what happened to it after it passed?
Andrew Jackson said, remember, not Andrew Jackson, Andrew Johnson, I'm sorry. They had
Did he veto it or something?
No, he actually, yes, he did veto. But because the radical Republicans at the time had a super majority, they overruled the veto. They had overruling power because super majority. You know, like they do the
correct.
They do filibuster rule and all that. The radical Republicans, which had black people in the House and Senate at the time, overruled the veto. Andrew Johnson just simply decided that he wasn't going to do it, which is unconstitutional and illegal. The bill, you can go into the Library of Congress
what was
right now.
Unconstitutional? The overriding of the veto? So
No,
just to be clear.
No, he ignored it altogether.
He ignored what?
He ignored
the veto?
The passage of the. Yeah, he ignored the passage of the bill. Okay. When they passed the bill,
walk me through it step by step. Because just walk me through it step by step.
Can you put the bill? Can you put the bill in the back chat so we can all see it?
I can try. Like I said, I'm driving.
But go ahead. No, just talk about it for now.
In 1865, they passed the bill. Lincoln gets shot. Andrew Johnson comes in.
Now, this was the Republicans. This was the Republicans that passed the bill.
Yeah, this was the radical Republican. Lincoln gets shot. Andrew Johnson comes in and takes over. Immediately vetoes the bill.
Right.
Because there was such a super majority in the House and Senate of Republicans at the time. Remember, because the Confederates wasn't there no more. So it was a super majority of Republicans. They had the power to overrule the bill, overrule the veto, which they did. From that point on was the start of Reconstruction. We had the part of the bill that dealt with the Freedmen's Bureau. Remember, a lot of plantations immediately following emancipation said, hey, look, y'all free to go. Y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. If y'all stay here, I got to pay you. Most of us stayed on the plantation. That was the precursor of sharecropping. We start getting paid. We put our little money in the Freedmen's Bank, doing all that. Not to mention the vast majority of the money was coming from what they call refugees.
It was never a bill. It was a special order by the military. It was never a bill.
That was Sherman. Go read the actual Freedmen's Bank Act. They did the expansion of the totality of enslaved people.
Brother, it's no bill. It's no bill.
All right, let me pull it up. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. Let me pull it up.
No, I gotta say though, MD, because I was recently looking at and I don't remember seeing anything. Only thing I remember is that it was a field order. I don't remember. I really don't remember it being a bill either.
Yes,
Kwame, what are you reading, Kwame?
I'm about to pull it up.
Hang on a second.
I'm about to pull it up.
Let me see what Kwame is pulled up. You want to share what you pulled up, Kwame?
Yeah, give me a second. I could pull it up right now. Yeah, it was never a bill. It was a special order by the military.
I'm pulling it up, bro. I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, that's what I remember as well. That's what I remember reading. But MD20 did mention that as well. So maybe there was some other stuff that I overlooked. So I'd like for one of y'all to
No,
put
he said it was
something
a bill. So that's why I was asking for a source, like the name of the bill. But
right.
So he said he can't. He said there's no. So I don't know when he said it's a bill, like it has to be bipartisan
just
by
give me
Congress.
a second, bro. Like I'm driving one hand, I'm pulling up in the other. Give me a second.
Pull over, man. Like pull over, bro. It ain't that serious. Don't get into an accident googling about 40 acres
bro.
on a mule.
I'm in my truck, man. I can do both at the same time.
It was a military.
So relax. Here it comes.
It was a military order from General William T. Sherman.
Yeah, it was Sherman's Special Field Order 15 in Savannah, Georgia. I know all of that.
So how can a general pass a bill bypass Congress?
You're not
that's a bipartisan bill.
He didn't bypass anything, bro. Just give it a second.
So Kwame, what you read said nothing about it becoming a bill or anything?
Never. It never was a bill. Never. It was never a
do you
bill
have
on a Congress
Do you have
table.
it in front of you there?
Who, me?
Yeah. Do you have something about the?
Yeah, I put it in the back. I put it in the back chat. There's no
It's
bill
in the back chat. You're not gonna share your screen.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. How do I share my screen on that?
What are you at? You're on. They see the plus sign at the bottom.
The plus sign? No, I don't see.
He ain't gonna be able to share it if he's on his phone.
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me see what happens.
I'm pulling
if I go
into the rest
back
area
chat
right now. I'm finna pull it up for you. Just give me a second.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to share it either because I'm on my phone
share it. That's
too.
fine. I'm gonna put the link in and then I'm gonna just read it. Because I mean that was demonstrably false what you just said. I'm finna read it right now. Give me a second.
I have his link pulled up, so I can read that while you're pulling yours up, or you still want me to just give you a second?
No, go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it.
Sure thing. It says, as the Civil War was winding down 150 years ago, this is called The Story Behind 40 Acres on a Mule, and it's from Code Switch. So as the Civil War was winding down 150 years ago, Union leaders gathered a group of black ministers in Savannah, Georgia. The goal was to help the thousands of newly freed slaves. From that meeting came General William T. Sherman's Special Field Order 15. It set aside land along the southeast coast so that each family shall have a plot of not more than 40 acres of tillable ground. That's interesting. It says not more than 40. So that doesn't mean you get 40. You could get up to 40. So if you get 1 acre, you know what I mean? That still satisfies this order because it says up to 40 acres and a mule. But let me continue. The plan, it set aside land along the southeast coast so that each family shall have a plot of not more than 40 acres of tillable ground. That plan later became known by a signature phrase, 40 acres and a mule. After wrapping up his famous march, Sherman spent weeks in Savannah, staying in an ornate Gothic revival mansion called the Green Meldrum House. That's where he and Secretary of War Edwin Stanton held their meeting with local black leaders. The house is now owned by a local church, Susan Arden Jolly, the site's preservationist, and tour guide leads visitors up a winding staircase. Okay, I'm just gonna go and scroll and see where it goes from being a field order to a bill. Because this is, you know what I mean? It's a lot of, it doesn't say anything about a bill, bro.
All right, I'm pulling in now. Give me a second. I'm finna pull it
Yeah,
up for
yeah.
you
This
right
says
now.
nothing about it becoming a bill. That's pretty
That's
much
because you reading the field order. It wasn't the field order. It was the expansion of the field order in the Freedmen's Bureau Act. I mean, it's simple. I'm
okay.
about to get ready to pull it up.
Okay. But you understand that it says up to 40 acres, right? That doesn't mean 40
Yeah,
acres.
yeah. I mean, it's based on whatever plot they get. I mean, remember, it was the
You can
coast
get a
30
you can get a
mile.
quarter acre.
Remember, it was the coast inland 30 miles. Different plots of land, different sizes.
Right, but there was a fixed.
Hello?
Y'all don't know what? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't American
Yeah, I
Dream.
think American Dream glitched out.
Yeah, I wanted to see what bill you was talking about because I can't find no bill. I never could find a bill talking about a 40 acres and a mule that was passed by Congress. So maybe you could pull it up and show us all.
Did he leave?
I think it's mic drop. M20.
Yo,
Yeah, we can hear you now.
yo, did y'all hear anything I said just now?
Nah, you had chipped out.
Yo,
Yeah, we can hear you now. You had chipped
yo,
out.
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh man, my internet over here ain't working.
Can you hear us?
I could hear everybody.
Yo.
Yeah, we can hear you, American Dream. Your internet, your connection was kind of messing up. We can hear you now.
Yeah, can y'all hear me now?
Yep.
M20 ran.
What you said?
I said, I guess the dude M20 ran. He dropped off.
Can you hear me, Kwame?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think he just dropped out. I can hear everybody though.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think he can't hear us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing y'all now. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, did y'all hear anything I read?
No, we didn't hear it. I think M20 ran.
Yeah, I think he was trying to look for a bill, and I think he couldn't find the bill.
Yeah. No, it do say it was a militaristic thing.
It was like a promise, like, yo, we gonna give y'all 40 acres and a mule, but it was never signed by, it wasn't passed by Congress.
Yeah. And I think the reason why it happened like that is because they didn't want the military to back the people. You feel me?
Right.
Yeah, that's what it was. Like if they own military was like, yeah, we just gonna do it, then it would have been.
I don't know. Maybe the brother could. I don't know. I was honestly trying to find it. I was looking through the archives. I couldn't find anything about the 40 acres and a mule.
Yeah, it wasn't an order. I mean, it wasn't a bill. It was just a field order.
Oh, you say he coming back? You say he coming back?
Okay.
American Dream, you can hear us?
No, I can hear y'all. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you reiterate what you were saying? Because you kind of chipped out.
It was during the Civil War, though. That's probably why.
You want me to reread what I was reading?
No, you could reread it, and then you was giving commentary after, but you
the only commentary I was giving is that from reading it, it says that everyone, those families were going to get up to 40 acres and a mule. So that doesn't promise everyone 40 acres and a mule. It said up to 40 acres. And there was something else in there that was interesting for me. Here, let me look at it again. Yeah, just the idea that they don't necessarily get exactly 40 acres. Let me go back and click that link again.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about. It's up to 40 acres in the mule. That would be impossible to give everybody 40 acres that was of African descent.
Yeah, and I was also saying that given that it's up to 40 acres and a mule, it was also a fixed plot of land. It wasn't where every freed black person could get 40 acres and a mule wherever in America they wanted. It was a fixed plot of land in a particular state in the Union. And it wasn't for everyone at all. They did not have every freed black person in America in mind. They just had those people in that area where they were. And given the small plot of land, it couldn't have been for every freed person to get 40 acres. First, it's up to 40 acres, which could be a quarter of an acre. And it's not for every freed black person. So he would really have to show, because he said the bill expanded it. So he would really have to show that bill and show that it went from a field order into a bill, and that the bill went from just being this one fixed plot of land and up to 40 acres. He's going to have to show that it was anywhere in America and every freed person gets it. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that.
I mean, he wrote in the comments, he said, I got knocked off. I'm trying to come back now. So maybe he could provide the bill and you know, the a quick synopsis or you know, how it got passed. I don't see anything about a bill. I just seen it was more like a, you know, like a promise, like, yo, you know, we're gonna give y'all something. And
Yeah, but it was during the Civil War, so I would see why the military would actually be the people to partake in it. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah, cause like it was almost a brink of collapse. That's why it was. Oh yeah, you're right. American Dream.
About what specifically?
When you said I think you said either Savannah, Georgia, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you were right.
And how much land was it?
Uh, I'm trying to look at that right now. I'm not sure exactly. It's not saying it.
Yeah, but it was a fixed plot of land, if I remember correctly.
The land. Yeah, okay. Hold on. So it was the land was supposed to be distributed. So they did give the 40 acres, but it was supposed to be distributed. You know, so it wasn't just for one person. It was supposed to be distributed amongst a certain amount of people. Damn, man, I ain't never knew this.
Yeah, let me see if
The land was confiscated from former slaveholders. Okay, yep. The
Okay, let
land
me
was,
read real quick. Let me read real quick what ChatGPT says about the history of 40 acres and a mule. Can y'all hear me good?
yeah.
Um, so let me just get to the beginning of this. Let's see, because I think this ChatGPT actually does go into what he was talking about. So, ooh, it's a lot of reading though.
Yeah,
Um,
they did give it
hang
though.
on, let me see. Post-construction, later reparations efforts, modern reparations, global. No, I'd have to read it from the beginning. All right, so ChatGPT, I'm going to go into it. It says in January 1865, Union General William T. Sherman issued Special Field Order number 15 during his march through the South. This order confiscated about 400,000 acres of land, 400,000 acres of land along the coast of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. The land was divided into 40-acre plots and distributed to newly freed Black families, so it was split up into 40-acre plots. Later, some Union officials also loaned surplus Army mules to help with farming, which is how the phrase 40 acres and a mule was born. So, you know, the question of whether they intended for it to be 40 acres is kind of up in the air for me because it does say here they divided it into 40-acre plots, which kind of assumes they were intended to give 40 acres to each person. Um, but it wasn't, but it was still just a fixed, it was a lot. It was 400,000. And at 40 acres, if each one was to get 40 acres, that means each family would get, it would only be for 1,000 families, right? 1,000 times 40, is that?
40. Yeah.
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 Um, or is that 10,000? Or is that 10,000? Yeah, 10,000 times 40 would be the 400,000. But it's not for all of them because I'm sure there were more than 10,000 freed slaves. Wait, 40 times 1,000 is 40,000. Okay, so symbolism and promise. This was the first major attempt to give freed people economic independence and redistributing land once held by Confederate slaveholders. To formerly enslaved people, land meant freedom, self-sufficiency, and dignity, a way to avoid going back into exploitative labor arrangements like sharecropping. Reversal. After President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, so this is what he was talking about. After President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated in April 1865, his successor Andrew Johnson overturned Sherman's order. Okay, so it was still just an order. It was his field order that was overturned. It wasn't a bill.
So
Johnson pardoned. Go ahead.
so what is essentially saying is that they did give the people the land, but they stripped it back. That's
Yeah,
but
after Lincoln was assassinated, Andrew Johnson, who was a Democrat,
right.
overturned the field order. It says Johnson pardoned many former Confederates and restored their land. As a result, most freed families were forced off the land they had just begun to farm. Instead of land ownership, most black families were pushed into sharecropping and tenant farming, systems that kept them economically dependent and tied to white landowners. The legacy. 40 acres and a mule became a symbol of broken promises of reconstruction. The federal government never followed through with systematic land redistribution for freed slaves. The unfulfilled promise is often cited in modern discussions of reparations for slavery, representing how Black Americans were denied a chance at generational wealth right after emancipation. So it doesn't look like it was ever a bill. But I do want to read this timeline. Let me just go through this timeline so that it kind of puts everything together.
MD said he in the backstage.
Okay. Okay, let me find put add him in. Yeah, MD, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Show the bill. No, that's flat.
Yeah, my bad,
Let me
man.
just
I
finish
think I'm in a
reading this
bad
real
spot.
quick, MD, before you do your thing. And it
All right.
talks about a timeline. It says January 12, 1865, the Savannah meeting. General William T. Sherman and Secretary of War Edwin Stanton met with 20 Black ministers and leaders of Savannah, Georgia. Garrison Frazier, a Black Baptist minister, spoke for the group, saying land ownership was the best way for freed people to secure independence. January 16th, 1865, Sherman's Field Order Number 15. Sherman issued Special Order Number 15, reserving 400,000 acres of coastal land in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Each Black family could receive up to 40 acres of land. The U.S. Army sometimes provided mules left over from the war. And the mule wasn't even, you know what I mean? It was just a little additive. So either way, it wasn't like a legally binding thing. It doesn't sound like. Spring to summer of 1865 implementation, tens of thousands of freed families, around 40,000 black people settled on the land. Communities began farming and organizing themselves, seeing it as the foundation for a free Black society. April 1865, Lincoln's assassination. President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. His successor, Andrew Johnson, was a Southern sympathizer who opposed land redistribution. Summer and fall of 1865, Johnson's reversal. Johnson issued mass pardons to former Confederates and restored their land rights. Former plantation owners demanded their property back. Freed families who had started farming were evicted from their land. Later in 1865 to 1866, the rise of sharecropping. With little or no land of their own, freedmen were forced into sharecropping and tenant farming on white-owned land. These systems have often trapped them in debt and poverty for generations. Historical impact. The policy lasted less than a year. 40 acres and a mule became a powerful symbol of the broken promises of Reconstruction. It continues to be invoked in modern debates about reparations for slavery and systematic racism.
All right, you good?
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead, MD.
Okay.
You wanted to say something.
All right. So everything that you just read has nothing to do with the act that I'm talking about.
Okay.
You're talking about Special Field Order 15. Agreed. Everything that Chat GPT said happened. The expansion of Special Field Order 15 was enacted through Congress. I put in the back chat a link. I'll read the parts that's of any merit to what we're talking about. Now, this is the 39th Congress. I pasted all of this. You can read through it on later. This is part.
Dude, that's a statute. That's not a law. It's not a.
What's the law? What's the law called? What is this about? I ain't even said nothing, bro.
I know, but I'm on the link. That's what you just said. Click on the link.
Oh, man, I might have put, because like I said, it was acting all crazy. I think I was in a bad spot. I'll re-put the link in.
Oh, okay.
So this was the 39th Congress, right?
Yeah.
The part that I put in, this is the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1866. This particular part of the act is called, and this is at the top page, an act to establish the judicial courts of the United States, blah, blah, blah. It goes through a lot of stuff. I can scroll all the way down. It's got several sections. I can scroll all the way down. All of it's dealing with Freedmen's Bureau stuff, right? And the implementation of freedmen's schools, stores, et cetera, et cetera. I can scroll all the way down to section 11. That's on page 4. And to be further enacted, the restoration of lands occupied by freedmen under General Sherman's field order dated at Savannah, Georgia, January 16th, 1865, shall not be made until after the crops of the present year shall have been gathered by the occupants of said lands, nor until the fair compensation shall have been made by them of the former owner. They was gonna pay the former planter, no question about it. But the further enacting of the said field order was gonna be passed under the Freedmen's Bureau Act. Now, again, I never said anything about all black people were supposed to get that. I don't know where that comes from. I'm saying that my reparations claim is dealing with that said order.
So wouldn't you have to have been, because it said that the land was already distributed, right? All the land was distributed and families were living on that land. So are you claiming that you are a descendant of one of those families who got the land and then the land was taken away from you?
Yeah, and as well as a descendant of the Freedmen's Bureau. That's another. All black people didn't participate in the Freedmen's Bureau.
But dude, it was only 40,000 people.
How many people were in the Freedmen's Bureau?
No, but only 40,000 were given, and it was 40,000 people that settled on the land, right? Which means it was maybe 1,000 families, maybe I don't know, 10,000 families. So you would have, in order to have a claim to that, in my head, in order to have a claim to that, you have to be a descendant of one of those families who, if there is a claim to be given in the first place, because I don't know if y'all have a claim, but if there is going to be a claim, it would only be for descendants of those families. So I'm asking you, have you done your DNA and you are a descendant of one of those families who got the land and then it was taken from them?
I haven't done my DNA. I've done my census lineage.
And it says you go back to a 40 acres and a mule family?
Correct. Through freedmen listings.
Okay.
You did a
Say what? I ain't hear you.
Did you do you say you did genealogy?
Yeah, genealogy and census listing.
Okay. Well, just show us the genealogy.
Like I can't put it on
before you do that, MD, would you agree, given everything we've read and spoken about, would you agree that the 40 acres and a mule was not intended for every black freed person?
Well, I would say this. Based on the wording of the expansion in the actual Freedmen's Bureau Act, there was a congressman by the name of Thaddeus Stevens. Thaddeus Stevens put in the amendment that was going to expand it to all newly emancipated and their descendants. He was unable to do it based on the fact that it was made null by way of Andrew Johnson, right? Illegally, by the way, again, illegally. All of this was illegal and unconstitutional. So I could make an argument, just legally speaking, that based on the fact that it was made null through the ignorance of Thaddeus Stevens, just the outright non-acknowledgement of said bill, you can make an argument that the full, I guess you would say, relevance of the bill in and of itself.
She ate.
Say what now? Can you hear me?
No, I think he was talking to someone else.
Oh, okay. That you can make an argument by just the outright abhorrent nature of how it was handled under Reconstruction. You can make an argument that because Thaddeus Stevens wasn't able to implement that amendment that was going to pass based on the fact that we had a supermajority, that you could put a claim for pretty much every newly emancipated and their descendants, which include.
You know that's going to be a weak case, though.
Again, bro. I ain't saying it's not going to be a long
because
shot.
you said, hold on, because I think you said that this was your pathway to reparations.
Right.
And have you spoken to a lawyer about this? Have you started the ball rolling in terms of getting your legal case going? Because you know, I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but just on at a glance, this looks like your argument seems very weak. Like to say that like if your argument was I'm one of those people whose ancestors lost their land, that's one thing, and I'd be like, you know, what I mean, you may have a case, but you're saying there would have been had they not done that, there would have been an amendment giving it to everyone, so I should get it. Like that's a weak argument.
But that amendment is on record though. And like I say, I know it's a long shot. My reparations claim is already set in stone. I understand that too. But
your reparations claim about what? About the same thing here?
About the stolen line. About the stolen land. Because I
the 40
come
acres
from that
and the mule.
lineage.
The 40 acres and the mule.
Right.
Okay, and you said yours is on record because you have the record of you going back to one of those families.
Right. I have the freedmen listings, and I have the census list.
And that's your ancestry.
Yeah.
I mean,
but again, like I said, I'm still not gonna fight for the rest of us based on the congressional sessions of said amendment. It's still, you could go to the Library of Congress and look at it right now. The expansion of said 40, you can go look at it.
Right, but do you agree do you agree, hold on, do you agree that not every Black American has the case that you have? And you're not trying to tell every Black American.
I've never said otherwise.
Right, and you're not trying to encourage other Black Americans to get on the same lawsuit that you are, because you're unique. You're unique, and this 40 acres and the mule thing, I can see where you would have a pathway if what you're saying is true in terms of your ancestry. I can see where, you know what I mean, you're still gonna have a weak case, but you know what I mean, but good luck, good luck. But I think the main takeaway for me is that it wasn't for every Black person, and given that given the number of people that was on that land, it's likely that you weren't going to get a full 40 acres. But you know what I mean, what do I know? But good luck to you with that. Kwame, you want to say anything? You wanted to add anything?
I'm still waiting on the bill. I'm still waiting to see the bill.
I just showed you the bill.
Because first you said it had nothing to do with. You said it had nothing to do with the general decision, and now you're leaning on a general decision. But I'm still waiting to see the bill that was passed by Congress.
The bill is distinctive to the field order.
What's the name of the bill?
It's the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1866.
The Freedmen Bureau Act specifically says 40 acres and mule is supposed to be distributed to free Blacks in America.
I really.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see I'm waiting to see the bill. Like he's talking about an order, but he first said it was a bill. A bill has to be passed by Congress, so I want to see the bill that was passed by Congress. And like American Dream said, that your claim sounds very weak. I wouldn't even go. I don't think any lawyer would take that serious. Honestly, not to be disrespectful or nothing.
So let me just read what ChatGPT says about the Freedmen's Bureau. It says, created in March 1865, the Freedmen's Bureau was supposed to help freed slaves transition into freedom. It provided schools, food. So I'm wondering if this is what the Freedmen's Bureau Act is, right? This is what I think, because it's providing schools, food, legal aid, and limited land assistance to freed blacks. So let me just continue, because it sounds as if, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with 40 acres and a mule, but maybe I need to read on some more. But it was underfunded, understaffed, and opposed by white Southerners. So the Freedmen's Bureau was designed to provide schools, food, legal aid, and limited land assistance to freed slaves. It was underfunded, understaffed, and opposed by white Southerners. After Johnson reversed land redistribution, the Bureau had little power to protect freed families. By 1872, it was shut down, leaving millions of freed people vulnerable. So I don't even know if the Freedmen's Bureau Act says anything about 40 acres and a mule. The Freedmen's Bureau Act was just that there should be something set up to provide these people to provide freed slaves with food and schools, and I don't know if it said anything about ensuring that they all get 40 acres and a mule, because it doesn't say that here. So MD, did you hear what I just read?
Nah, bro, I'm in a bad spot. Am I good now? Like, I'm breaking up real bad.
Yeah, I can hear you good. Good.
Yeah, I apologize, man. Like I said, I'm driving down the road, so
Yeah.
I ain't hear nothing you said though.
Okay, so what is your understanding of the Freedmen's Bureau Act? What do you understand it to be?
So again, it's an amalgamation of a lot of things. I heard what you said just right now on the back end. It was there to provide services, 100%, dealing with freedmen schools and, of course, the bank in and of itself. But Section 11 of the bill, Section 11, specifically federally constitute what was already put forth under Special Field Order 15, distinctively making it federal law. Section 11 Section 11 part. Let me see. Let me go back to the link.
So it says Section 11 of the Freedmen's Bureau Act of 1866 is one of the most important parts of Reconstruction history. It deals directly with land redistribution and legal protections for freed slaves. Here's the breakdown. Freedmen's Bureau Act, July 16th, 1866, Section 11. Context. The Freedmen's Bureau, formerly the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, was created in March 1865 to help formerly enslaved people transition to freedom. The 1866 Act expanded its powers after President Andrew Johnson had weakened Reconstruction efforts. Congress passed it over Johnson's veto. What Section 11 said? Land redistribution. Section 11 authorized the Bureau to lease or sell up to 40 acres of confiscated or abandoned land to freedmen and loyal refugees. Did you hear that, MD? It said it authorized the Bureau to lease or sell.
That's not what go to Section 11 and read the wording. Go to the word. Don't go.
I'm doing the chat GPT.
I got it right here. I know what he's talking about. So it says in the 1866 Act, including Section 11, was passed by Congress over President Andrew Jackson's veto. Johnson believed that the act was an unconstitutional expansion of federal power during peacetime, and that existing court systems were sufficient. The passage of the bill reflected the growth conflict between radical Republicans in Congress and Johnson over the course of Reconstruction.
Are you gonna read like the actual bill, or because I'm back driving now?
It's no bill.
He just said Section 11 of the Freedmen's Bureau Act, right?
Hold on. You said, hold
Damn,
on. MD,
M20, you dotted your source.
MD, you said that it was expanded to give all black people 40 acres and
No,
more.
that's not what I said. It was
Okay, so tell us
expanded
what you
to
said.
federally constitute Special Field Order 15. The amendment that Thaddeus Stevens put into place was cut dry based on the neglect of Andrew Johnson just not enforcing the actual federal rules of the Freedmen's Bureau Act.
Okay, so it was the stuff that wasn't a part
was
of
never
it.
being able to put into place, huh?
So why are you asking me to go to Section 11?
Because that's
so
what it talks
what
about
is Section 11?
You
Okay, so what is what is in Section 11?
Section 11 authorizes the federal
Authorize what?
enactment of Special Field Order 15, dealing with me. That's the part that deals with me.
That's not what ChatGPT says, though. Like, because
But
field order, hold on. The field order, according to Field Order 15, were those freed slaves supposed to buy or lease land?
They didn't.
Or was
They
it
was
supposed to
already
be
put on the land, then they got
so it
took
was
away.
given to them for free?
Right, correct.
Okay, Section 11 doesn't say that. Section 11 says it authorized the Bureau to lease or sell up to 40 acres of confiscated or abandoned land. Lease or sell up to 40. So that doesn't mean you get for free 40 acres. You can buy up to 40 acres. You want to buy or lease a quarter acre? Okay. But that's not what Section 11 says. Section 11 doesn't say what you said it says.
Hey, MD.
American Dream, my man. You don't know what Section 11 said because you haven't read it.
MD.
And ChatGPT doesn't know what it says either. Because I'm just reading what ChatGPT says about it.
But that's
Are
not
you
the
saying
totality of
ChatGPT
Section
doesn't
11.
know?
Go ahead, Dex.
MD. So I think you got it confused. When Congress passed a bill, it goes into law. But when something gets passed as an act, that's not law. That's statute. So it's not. It's not.
Statute still have to get signed into law, correct?
No, it's not law. Statute is not law.
Let me tell you how you're wrong. The reason I know you're wrong is because when the Freedmen's Bureau Act, when the Freedmen's Bureau Act was vetoed, veto power does what? Nullify the law.
No, it doesn't.
They overruled.
Look, I just read it to you. It just said Johnson, Andrew Johnson. Hold on, it says was passed. Section 11 was passed by Congress over President Andrew's veto. Over his veto.
Meaning that he vetoed it first. It passed over his veto. It's got to be passed, then vetoed, then brought back to Congress.
What you mean?
You understand that, right?
You're proving our point. It was struck down. There's no bill.
And it got overruled through the supermajority. What you don't understand about
it was signed into an act, not law. An act.
The act is signed into law.
No, it's not.
You're wrong, bro. I'm telling you, you're wrong. Ain't no reason to argue about it. I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Dude, statutes aren't law. Look it up.
So again, the Freedmen's Bureau Act 1866 was passed into law. When it got to Andrew Johnson's desk, it was vetoed. It went back to Congress, in which the veto was overruled based on the supermajority. Do you know how the branches of government work? That's all I'm saying. If they didn't have supermajority, you would be absolutely correct.
Yes, I know.
They had supermajority.
I know how the branches of government work. You got legislative.
So you will understand that veto power gets overruled by supermajority.
But
the same as filibuster.
Listen, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. The thing about it is, once it got vetoed in the first place, that means that they have no reconciliation.
That's incorrect, bro. I'm sorry, it's incorrect.
Dude, I'm reading it right here.
It's incorrect.
All right, show us.
MB20. You're reading it in wrong. Huh?
MD20. Can we agree that
Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we agree that the amendment that you said wasn't allowed to be put on, and if it had been put on, then it would have been gone to everyone? Do we agree that that argument in court is just not going to hold any water at all? Do we agree on
No.
that?
No,
No?
because the procedures weren't done correctly in Congress
Oh, okay.
per the Constitution.
So that's still what you're hanging your legal case on.
That I ain't got no choice but to hang it.
Right, because that's what I was going to say. That's the only thing you have, because even if it's, but hold on. No, wait. But you don't have to hang your hat on that. You said you have ancestors that were given land and it was taken from you.
That's me.
So
That's
why are
me
you, hold
personally.
on, bro, hold on. If you have ancestors that go back to the 40 acres and that were given land, why do you need to hang your case on this amendment that would have given it to everybody?
Well,
You're kind
hey,
of
bro,
contradicting yourself.
I'm sorry if I care much about Black American where I want everybody. My bad for caring, I guess.
I don't think you really have ancestors that go back to 40 acres and a mule. Now I don't believe
Why
you.
do you think that, bro?
Because you just said, because you're hanging your hat on this amendment that says everybody gets it. If you had ancestors, hold on. If you had ancestors that were given land and it was taken away from you, you don't have to hang it on it can go to everyone. Your case is my family bought that land and it's my land. You don't have to say, oh, it's got to go to everyone.
Correct.
Okay. So which one is it? So which one is it? Are you hanging? So tell me which one it is. No, you have to tell me which one it is.
It's both.
Okay.
Yeah. Or just say the hell with everybody else. Which one? I guess.
What you're gonna do when you go to court? You're gonna be like, Judge, here's my paperwork. That man is my ancestor. If you don't believe that, well, it was supposed to go to everyone. It was supposed to go to everyone anyway. So just give it to me.
I'm gonna be straight.
You're weakening your case, bro. You gotta pick a case and stick to it. You can't be like, you can't go in front of the judge and be like, if this don't work, Judge, check this out.
Yeah, mine is already set in stone. But when I'm saying the reparations claim for Black Americans, that's what it is. It's based on that amendment. Now, again, I can say the hell with you.
That's a weak ass claim, man. That's a weak claim.
If yours is set in stone, why you not at the Supreme Court? You know, demanding reparation for you and your family yet?
Because the amendment is not just me. I mean, not the amendment, but the act in and of itself, and special field order is not just me. That's why it's important to have a reparations community. But folks like FBA and all these other crazy people, they jack it up. So it's my job to get it right.
Do you believe there were lawsuits, like when this first happened? Do you believe there were lawsuits that those Black families that
Cali House put forth lawsuits?
Did anyone win their lawsuit? Did anyone win their lawsuit that you know of?
We talk about no, they didn't. The height of
No, I'm talking about in 1866,
Cali House
1867.
No, Cali House was 18. I have to look up the exact. Y'all on y'all phones. So look up Cali House and look up when she put forth the legal claims. It could have been the 1880s, 1890s. I don't remember the date.
Yeah, because I don't know if you're going to be able to present a stronger case than people that presented their case in, let's say, 1867 or 1868. Like, I can imagine that their case is going to be stronger.
They had direct ties to that land. Of course not. That's dumb.
Yeah, I mean, nah.
But bro, that ain't gonna stop me. Like, I don't know why you're trying to discourage me, but that ain't gonna stop me, bro.
Oh, okay, and I'm not trying to discourage you. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to tell you have a weak case. I'm not trying to discourage you, but I'm trying to tell you have a weak case.
So if I'm saying
you would be better off going, the HR 40, Jim Crow, Red Line. You'd be better off going that route.
How are you going to be better off when the Equal Protection Clause say you can't discriminate based off race? Now, all they have to do is change the bill and make it not discriminate.
All they
now
got to
that
do
I
is
agree with
change
it,
the bill and make
but
that
they're
make
not
it.
doing that.
Yeah, and
So
I've
I'm gonna
said
do
it to
me.
them. And I've said it to them. If it's Jim Crow, if it's redlining, if it's mass incarceration, which they say it is, if it's systemic racism, which they say it is, then black immigrants are gonna have a claim to that. And they cannot say,
Well,
oh, this is only for FBA, because that would be, like you're saying, racially discriminating. And they
well, tell you
cannot
what,
do that. So
tell you what, bro.
they
When
are
you
stuck
bring it forward,
between
I'm
a
gonna be
rock
right
and a
behind
hard place. Say
you
again?
with my pom poms. I said when you do that, I'm gonna be right behind you with my pom pom raising.
When I do what?
But that ain't my fight.
When I
I
do
guess
what?
bring that specific claim.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna be
bringing
with
no
you.
claim. I'm not bringing no reparations claim, but I'm telling you, if HR 40 passes, then any black immigrant that's lived in America for years, any black immigrant that can show that they've been redlined or their ancestors were redlined or their ancestors suffered from Jim Crow or mass incarceration or systemic racism, like even me, systemic racism, I can say I suffer from systemic racism. Give me my
Yeah,
reparations.
anybody
If you
that's
put
black
that
in
in the
America
bill,
does suffer from systemic race.
if
But
you
cool.
so if that's in the HR 40 bill, which it is, it cannot just be for FBA and it cannot just be for black Americans.
Hey, American Dream. Could I ask him a true question real quick?
Absolutely.
So MD.
Yo.
So what does your reparations look like?
My reparations, again, is tied to that specific land, but we all know that that can't be done based on private property claims and dominion claims today. So that
is it
land,
what are you asking
you
for?
ain't let me finish, bro. I couldn't finish like what I couldn't do it. So because of we understand that that dominion claim can't be met today, it'll be monetary or punitive.
No, but what I'm saying is what are you asking for exactly? What are you demanding from these people?
Well, you would have to go back and look at the specific lots and plots of land at that particular time, and then I guess excise them for inflation or whatever what the monetary value would be today. But that's different for every person because it was different plots.
So you're saying land is what it looks like.
It can't be land now because you can't go take somebody else's land from now, so it'll be dominions transfer into punitive or monetary damage.
I know, but is that you? So you're asking for money?
It can't be nothing else.
But see, this is the problem with reparations. We don't need the American dollar. The American dollar is not backed by any natural resource.
Bro, you can kill all that. I don't care about that argument, bro. I need money.
Why do you need? It's just a promissory note. It's not backed.
And I'm gonna use that promissory note at a particular.
That means
again, bro, you're not gonna get me with the overall total. So if we're talking about special field order 15 and established, that is not for everybody. Why would I care about what the punitive damage is representative of everybody? I don't care.
They can say it's just a piece of paper tomorrow, so you're not asking for nothing.
Well, since it's individual, I'll take that chance. That's my answer.
This is crazy.
Bro, again, you ain't gonna get me with the collective thought. Like it is what it is. Now I can do something collectively with whatever the situation may be. But bro, at the end of the day, you got to do you. That's what a lot of immigrants came here for in the first place. And I'm with you. You know what I'm saying?
But you missing my point. If you asking for the American dollar, if they do pay off everybody, then it's not going to be worth what it is. It's already inflation. Really, like I don't get.
So I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. And you're absolutely correct. Everybody knows more money you pump into the economy in and of itself distorts and inflates the value of it, right? So we're talking about less goods versus more money equals inflation. Wholeheartedly agree.
So
that's where the Fed Reserve come in. The Fed Reserve is there to put checks and balances in place where, and like I said, this ain't like relative to what we're talking about, but it's a good question and it's an argument to be made for it. Obviously, let's just say every Black American, if you give them a whole bunch of money, you know, first of all, collective Negroes gonna say they ain't gonna do nothing but give it to the white man anyway. I say, so what? It's your money. You do whatever the hell you want to do with it.
But that's not
On
solving
the
the
on the
problem.
second, it's no problem to solve.
Yes, it is.
You saw.
You still gonna be oppressed.
Again, that's a separate fight. Why can't
No,
we?
it's not. It's not separate. You asking for reparations based on what? What are you asking for?
So, and this is the point. I think this is the argument that a lot of those FBA people and a lot of the Pan-Africanists, this is where it starts. And I don't like the argument, but I understand it from both sides. So we talked about pocket watching earlier. It come off as I said it come off as looking like pocket watching. But in the same token, what can we do collectively on your own free will in order to supplement some sort of financial power via the collective? I'm all for that. We also have to balance, like you said, when it comes to inflation. If the federal government gives every black American such and such amount of dollars, it's going to inflate the hell out of everything. We understand this. That's why you must have monetary gains that's going to be beneficial for overall GDP. And I'm also for systems and programs that's going to implement stuff like small business, that's going to be able to put economic growth to subside that inflation. But that's another topic for another story. And I think collectively that's something that we can do. But I mean, you know, if you argue with me talking about reparations and why can't I have it and what's going on and
No, I'm not
weak.
arguing with you. I'm just trying to see like what are you really trying to get at? Because if you asking for it, like I said, if you asking for the American dollar and the economy is gonna collapse if everybody get it.
When that's gonna happen?
Then what's the point? No, what's the point of you asking for the American dollar? I would rather some land.
When is the economy gonna collapse? Is what I'm asking. That'll be some information to have.
If inflation keep going up, the economy gonna collapse.
Why is inflation going up?
Because they're pumping money into society. That's the thing.
No, they're not.
Yes, that is. That's exactly why it is.
The inflation is going up right now currently because the president is weakening production.
No, because it's capitalism that's killing America. That's what it is. It's capitalism.
Well, without capitalism,
listen, you buy low and you sell high. That's the thing.
That's part of capitalism.
Yeah, but it's killing the pocket. So by you being asking for reparations is not gonna make the economy no better. Y'all want to live here, right? You want to be able to sustain here. Right?
I don't think the goal of reparations is to make the economy better.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's gonna make it worse.
Depending on how you implement it.
Okay, so what would it look like in your fashion that's gonna better?
It's not up for me to decide.
If they pay reparation in cash, it would literally tank the economy. Yvette Carnell is asking for minimum $20 trillion. The American GDP is only $27 trillion. And the American government is already in debt $35 trillion. So giving out cash reparation would literally tank the whole American economy.
Again, depending on how you implement it. So this where you come in at, Mr.
Unless you think they're gonna give cash payments that's tax free, which would never happen.
That's asinine. Why would they do that?
They're gonna have to give you land. That's what they're gonna have to give you. You're not getting any money. That's why y'all keep begging, because they're not gonna give you no money.
Who is we keep begging? I ain't begging for nothing.
They gonna act. I'm making a generalization of your position, but I'm saying like it's gonna have to be land. That's the only thing that they really truly have to give y'all. They don't have the money to give y'all to collapse the economy.
Trump right now is begging the federal government to for increase for right now, and they don't even want to give the American government right now. So I don't think and plus about 70% of the American people don't even support reparations. Majority of white people don't support reparations.
Oh yeah, of course not. So, let's look at it hypothetically. That's what I'm trying to get at. If
Yeah,
we're
if
looking
we
at
look,
it,
no, we don't have to look at it hypothetically. We have to look at it logically. Does it make sense?
no, I'm
Is it
saying
logical?
hypothetical. If it happened today, hypothetically, if it happened today,
Hypothetically, if it
how would
happened today, it would tank the whole economy, and people, kids will be paying off the debt of reparation of this government. I don't
okay,
think
all right,
people. I don't think
yeah, all right,
majority of people. It's 50 plus million immigrants in America alone, and some people are not going to want to pay taxes on reparation if they never even benefited from slavery, Jim Crow, or redlining.
okay, cool. What so, and so I have a slightly different philosophy when it comes to like money, right? I don't look at the deficit the same way other people do, because I understand the workings and the reasoning behind the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is put into place to first regulate the economy. That's the first function. Second function, in order to stimulate growth. The way it stimulates growth is through like borrowing and spending through private entities. If you implement reparations, hypothetically again, if it happened today, if they just put the money out into the economy, of course, this thing gonna crash. The reason being is because it's gonna induce hyperinflation. It would be asinine for me to say everybody should get all the money all at once. That's just dumb. It's also asinine for me to say that it should all come in the form of cash base. That's also stupid. The way that you stimulate growth is the Keynesian method, which is the federal government essentially contracts private developers or engineering firms, whatever situation, in order to stimulate growth. An example would be a crash out with Biden and the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal was put in forth to stimulate a new industry, to grow a new industry, which would be renewable energy. Because Trump is in bed with Big Oil, Big Oil told him, hey, you need to get rid of that. If he gets rid of Big Oil, and that's the only source of energy, which I mean, on a low scale, you still got renewable energy. And then you put all this money into place, federal government just on Big Oil in itself, that alone causes inflation. So you have to have the federal government put some type of program into place that's going to be able to stimulate growth ahead of that reparations money, whether that be small business, industry generation, whatever the situation may be. I'm not for just straight up direct cash payment. That's dumb. We need something that's going to be able to.
You just said that you were, though.
I take my money, but that's just me personally. You know, that's just me playing around. I'm saying as a totality of reparations, hypothetically speaking, if all of us, all Black Americans, the whole plus 40,000, hypothetically, if they got that, it'll destroy the economy. 100% correct. You can't do that. It's got to be staggered with GDP growth, stimulus, so on and so forth. So I don't disagree with that argument. But yeah, if they're gonna give me some money, yeah, I want the money.
So my question again is, what did it look like?
It'll be similar to the original intent of the Freedmen's Bureau. The original intent, where you establish a whole bunch of cottage industry via the university system, via SBL, small business loan.
So basically, that's still going to collapse the economy if you're going to give it to everybody. It's like a ring around the rosy right now.
So let me ask you a question. If the government gives you a business versus giving you money, you equate the two the same?
Yep, correct.
How's that?
You need supplies to run a business, right?
Well, yeah. But those supplies generate money.
Don't you need revenue to start a business?
Yeah. The reparations will be said revenue, but it don't have to be direct cash pay. A lot of the contractors in the federal government right now They don't get straight up money. They get the supply. They get supplies direct. Look at Elon and SpaceX.
So who would be qualified for these businesses?
That all depends.
So
When the
give
free
me a
when,
breakdown. Okay. Let's say they split it in two: cash payment and businesses. Who would be qualified and what would disqualify them?
well, I mean, the same way that you would go toward a like a venture capitalist or a hedge fund manager, you got to like present your argument for said business. That wouldn't change. So I mean that, like I said, it ain't up to me to decide who will be qualified. I don't damn know who qualified or not.
I'm just trying to see how you would lay out your claim to to the Supreme Court, or how would this make sense logically for the American for the federal government.
Well, again, like I said before, when it comes to the totality of Black Americans, the argument that I would make, is just me. I ain't saying I'm no a leader in the reparations movement. I'm not. If it were me, I would go back to that extension of that amendment that was nullified under the neglect of the Freedmen's Bureau Act.
So
It was never amendment. It was never no amendment.
Correct. It wasn't never amended, but it wasn't based on the fact of the neglect of the act.
But you're wording these things, and it's not the correct terms. You first you said it was a bill. Now you're saying it's an amendment. It was neither of the two.
It is a bill.
MD. So the I have a huge problem with it. This is why you need Pan-Africanism, because y'all can't do it by yourself. Y'all need the continent of Africa. You need the Caribbean people. You need all these resources. You cannot do it on your own, especially how the economy is set up today.
I told you I wasn't against Pan-Africanism, bro. I don't understand. But again, when it comes to the U.S. courts, that's null and void. It just is.
And then what about the people that was enslaved, that was a part of the 13 colony that go back to Britain, that has nothing to do with the United States of America?
So I just said the U.S. courts. I that ain't got nothing to do with me.
He's saying the bureau. So
okay, the bureau.
So look, if that's the case, if they just gonna give all these resources to y'all just inherently, then how is that not going to cripple the economy still? I'm not getting, like, how is it going to be?
Because if you got GDP growing at the same time, that levels out the playing field. You got to have GDP growth in order to nullify the inflation. You understand that, right?
I get that, but when you give it to a whole group of people, that's neither here nor there.
Hey, yeah, if you're handing out cash payment, especially the type of money that the people that want reparation is talking about. Some people are talking about minimum $20 trillion.
Well, I ain't came up with no number, so I can't talk on no number.
I'm just going off what the people, Yvette Carnell and the other people have put forward. $20 trillion. The American GDP is only $27 trillion. So paying out $20 trillion, can you imagine the debt deficit that be attached to that? I don't think that would literally tank the American economy within a couple years.
So I don't know Yvette Carnell's, like, I don't know her whole outline when it comes to reparations, but I would say true. It couldn't be no way that she would say that everybody should just get direct cash payment all up front, no questions asked. I mean, that would be stupid. Truly, she would have to say it got to be some type of staggering effect when it comes to reparations. True. I mean, no, I don't think nobody.
They're against education and land grants and things like that. They want direct cash payments. That's what they're fighting for.
Right.
Well, I have to look that up, or you can send me something.
You could just go to the official ADOS website, and they literally outline what they want for reparations.
Yeah, I keep getting the call. Yeah,
Verbatim, she said they want minimum $20 trillion. That's the minimum action point.
Damn, I don't know what
that's going to inflate the economy like outrageously. I don't understand it.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know her. I don't know her outline all the way to speak on that. But you know,
the debt is rising by the second. So I don't see how that would not tank the American economy.
I mean, of course it would if you put all that money in one spot.
My opinion, the only thing that would make sense is land grants or a sovereign nation that's funded by the federal government. But otherwise from that, you're just gonna get that money and it's just gonna be useless.
Yeah, I don't disagree with land grants, but again, I also look realistically. Like everybody, it's 40 million of us now. Everybody ain't gonna be able to get a land grant. That's just what it is. Sandy Darity's model is staggered. I think it's staggered over the course of 10 to 15 years, I believe. You know, and I have issues even with his model. So, you know, again, everybody, I ain't got all the answers, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, if our kids have to already pay off the debt deficit right now, can you imagine if they tack on a $20 trillion debt bill on an economy? It would literally take the American economy.
So again, I'm not to the belief that we pay off United States debt. I believe that's a myth. That's just me. I believe the deficit in and of itself is a game, a political game. So that y'all play. I don't play the deficit game. I understand how the Federal Reserve works.
Oh, you think the debt is just numbers and it's just never gonna be
It's just a number, bro. It don't mean nothing at all.
Oh,
The reason I say that is because of how we do our economy right now. It just don't make sense. Like, you know, if you put economic growth beside the deficit, it's like a mirror image. So if you're telling me if we get our deficit down to zero, that would mean that our economic growth would be zero as well. Like, so I don't play the deficit game. We don't pay. Our taxes are for the services that we get.
Brother, we're paying taxes right now on the interest rate of the deficit. Right now, we're paying the interest rate.
I would give you that. I would give you that. And the reason, so it's almost like a zeroing out when it comes to the APR number. So I would agree with you on that. It's almost like a zeroing out. But the actual deficit number in and of itself is meaningless. It's meaningless. If it's gonna continue to go up and up and up, ain't nothing gonna change.
If the interest rate keep going up, the American dollar is gonna fall.
Well, the interest rate is not gonna keep going up and up based on the stock, not the stock, but
bro,
the bonds
it's going up.
It's
literally going up by. It's literally going up by the second. They literally have the debt clock that you could look at, and it's going up by the second.
So again, let's say it was a bar chart, right? If you look at the bar chart for the debt versus the economic growth in the country, it mirrors each other, like literally mirrors each other. So it don't matter if it's going up and up and up. That simply means that economic growth, to a certain degree, is going up and up and up as well. You see what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. The national deficit is not 36 trillion. I'm sorry. It's 37 trillion now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to rise. Ain't that going to, you know what I'm saying? So, but if we're looking at it from that degree, economic growth versus actual debt, it's a mirror image. And that's why I don't put much in. You know, that's a storyline that politicians give up to fight over.
MD, you do know that the
Yo.
the American corporation borrows a lot of money from banks based on
yeah.
promises.
The Federal Reserve is literally a bank for the bank.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not physical money. It's a number.
You're correct.
It's a number that's transferred over. It's not.
That's why it don't matter.
But it do matter because these people, it's like commerce. That's all it is. Commerce. When you got a different country like Israel giving us all their money, they gonna end up going broke too. So they're gonna stop loaning to you, and then all of a sudden we got all this inflation, and it is everybody broke. You know what I mean? And shit going higher and higher. So it's like if you keep, hold on. It's like if you keep promising your friend that you're gonna bring him $100, and every day you come to him for months and months and months that you keep saying you're gonna bring him this $100, but the whole time he in more debt because you're not bringing him a positive amount of money. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that.
Yes, and so I agree with you on that, but that's an outside problem. So if we're looking at, I'm talking about just the United States.
Right now, if China dump all the bonds from America, we
we'll be in trouble.
Possibly, yeah. So I don't understand.
Be in trouble. I don't disagree with that. I'm talking about the way money works here in this country. Again, if China decides to dump the bond, you remember, I think that was what, a couple of months ago when Trump was doing all the tariff stuff and the bond market, went crazy. Yes, we got to deal with that. But in the aspect of what the dollar is in and of itself here in this country is meaningless to me and you. I don't know what you gonna do about the bond market in and of itself.
How is it meaningless to us?
Because our economy
if prices
is not
gonna rise
indicative.
and the tax and the interest rate gonna rise and taxes rising, how that's not gonna affect us?
The tax is not gonna rise based off debt. It never has. Who told you that?
Dude, what economy are you living in?
Yeah, I don't know.
I live in the American economy, and that's what I'm talking about.
Me too.
The American economy is not indicative to the bond market in and of itself. If the bond market crashes, yeah, wholeheartedly, it's a wrap.
How much a
But
gallon
the way that we spend money is not the same way that the global trade spends money.
How much a gallon of gas costs where you at?
Gallon of gas is not. What are you talking about? I'm talking about indicative to the U.S. economy. What makes gas go up and down?
Dude, I'm asking you a simple question.
What makes gas go up and down? Do the debt make gas go up and down? Or do global diplomacy make gas go up and down?
Man, a debt do. If you don't understand,
that's not true, bro. What are you talking about? The fiat currency ain't got nothing to do with the American debt.
We're paying the American. We're paying the American debt by way of taxes and resources. What are you talking about,
bro? The fiat currency is what you're talking about. The U.S. economy, that's two different things.
So, how much a gallon costs where you at right now?
What makes a gallon of gas go up and down? You tell me. And it's not the debt.
All right. I mean, I can't argue this because it's like you
can't because it's not indicative.
No, you're not willing to accept what we're saying. If there was
the debt has nothing to do with a gallon of gas, so you're making an argument that's not there. Is what I'm telling you.
How would it not?
The debt in and of itself has nothing to do with our economy. Fiat currency has everything to do with what you're talking about in terms of global trade.
So
if somebody bombed
economic debt have nothing
to
do. So economic debt have nothing to do with the economy. Like how does that even make logical sense?
Economic debt, our debt. I'm talking about our debt. Has nothing to do with our economy. It's a mirror of each other.
How if our tax dollars go right to the debt, how does that
go right to? Who told you that? That's wrong. It don't go straight to the debt.
That's not wrong. That's actually right. What are you talking?
It don't go straight to the debt. I agree with you when it comes to interest. The debt in and of itself, it don't go to that.
So who got to pay off the debt?
Right. Who
nobody.
pays the debt?
I'm telling nobody.
So how are we paying off the interest?
and your
So how?
and your grandkids, whatever, it'll be $100-something trillion.
But bro, you just
And it's
said
gonna
that
keep rolling.
we're paying off the interest rate of the debt. So how are we
But
not?
not the debt. So does the interest rate affect the debt clock? It doesn't.
No, because we paying off the interest rate on the debt. It's the interest rate on the
I
debt.
agree with you. I agree with
No
you, big
different
bro.
if you go apply for a credit card and you go in debt, you have to pay off the interest rate.
I agree with you
Before you have
wholeheartedly.
to pay off the interest rate before you pay off
Before
the
you
actual
start the
debt.
debt. Yeah, yeah.
Correct. So if we talk about the number in and of itself, does that affect the economy? It don't. You can
It
pay
do.
interest all day long.
It
What you
do.
mean?
It's
If you
not
have
going
a credit card and you paying off the interest, how does it not affect your pockets?
because you paying the same $25, $35 every month.
But it's
So
still hitting
it's
your
not going to
pocket.
change
It's still
like at
hitting.
all.
It's still hitting your pockets though. The interest rates are going.
Everything that you buy gonna hit your pockets, bro. That's not an argument.
Nah, that's not how real economics work.
That's not an argument, big dog.
That's not how
So
real.
what I'm telling you is the number that you see on that clock that's constantly going up and up and up does not in any way, shape, or form affect
You
the
just said
economy.
that
In fact,
you just said that we're not
go ahead,
paying
bro.
off the debt. You just said that we're not paying off the debt. How does that make any
No,
logical sense?
we're paying the interest on the debt.
So if we're
No.
paying off the interest rate, how are we not paying off the debt?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Because the actual debt keeps going up and up. That don't make no sense what you just
Because
said.
it's going up because we can't pay off the interest rate. Duh.
So again, you made the analogy of the credit card. I can pay 35, whatever the monthly fee is, all day long.
No,
It's
you have to
not
pay
going
off
to
the
change.
interest rate. No, you have to pay off the interest rate first before you pay off the actual debt.
It's like
People,
paying debt on the debt.
people are not just going to loan you money for free.
Right.
So again, the way
We live in
the
a
economy
capitalistic
works.
economy. People want to make. We live in an economy where people want to make money.
Yeah. Yep.
So the way that's right. So the way the economy works, again, the debt is a reflection of economic growth. That's just a fact. You can go look up a chart right now.
Hold on. If that was the case, then we don't owe nobody, is what you're saying, right?
Not me personally, no.
But so you don't pay taxes?
Taxes, I pay taxes for services.
I know.
Look up the pie chart. Look up the pie chart of where taxes are allocated. Look it up.
Dude, you pay taxes, that means you're paying a debt.
Look up again the chart.
Hold on. Do you
what
know
allocates taxes? It ain't about what I say or what you say. Go look up the chart.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
I'm not playing the conspiracy game, bro. Go look up
What
the chart.
conspiracy? It's a simple question. Are you a citizen of the United States of America in its jurisdiction?
Yes, I am, bro. Yes, I am.
Okay, so you have to pay taxes.
Taxes, yeah.
I pay taxes for services. Go look up the chart. That's all you got to do.
Hey, if you're a U.S. citizen, you're paying off a debt, and you're a debtor. That means you're a slave to the American corporation. That's why.
If that's what you want to call it, bro, look up the chart.
That's what it is. That's why the dollar isn't back.
I told you I don't play them type of game, bro. Go look up the chart.
I'm trying to
living up under it just like me. So you gonna die up under it too, probably.
Hold on, MD. If y'all got $1 in your pocket, just look at the dollar and tell me if it does.
Oh no. Yeah, you don't went left on me, bro. I don't care about none of that, man.
Listen, look on the dollar and it says legal tender for debt, public and private. That's what it says.
Bro, I don't care if it said US LLC. I'm gonna spend it either way it go. I don't care about none of that, bro. Look up the pie chart and tell me where the taxes get allocated.
Your currency that you live off of says that it's a debt, and you don't even believe that debt exists. That doesn't make sense.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna spend it. I'm gonna tell you the currency that I live off of. I'm gonna spend it either way, and I don't care about what you're talking about.
Yo,
because I don't go by that sphere of influence, bro. I just don't.
I don't even understand. Are you literally hearing yourself? You just said we're paying off.
Myself, bro.
Yeah, you said we're paying off an interest rate for a debt, but the debt don't mean nothing, and we don't have to pay off a debt. But we paying.
That's exactly what I said. Go look up the chart, bro.
So what? Why are we paying the interest rate of something that we're not going to pay off?
It ain't mine. First and foremost. Second of all, go look
If
up
you're
the
a
allocation
citizen,
chart.
yes, you're a part of the debt. You got to pay it off. You
Go
pay
look up the
taxes.
allocation chart, bro. Where's American? Put the American Dream. Put the allocation chart up, please.
Dex, am I bugging? American Dream, am I bugging?
Nah, you're not bugging. I don't think he understand what we're the order.
No, you ain't bugging, bro. I'm saying that you just talking in the wind is what I'm telling you.
No, we're not.
Because you're gonna continue to do it, and you're gonna like it.
Listen, look on your currency before you go to the store and tell me if it's not you paying a debt. You pay taxes everywhere if you don't live in Oregon or something like that. You pay taxes.
All right,
everywhere.
cool, got you, understood. So am I gonna change
federal tax, property tax, income tax?
Right, no doubt. Let me ask you: is that gonna change
So are you
what I'm doing
saying? Are
right
you
now?
saying when you get your paycheck, it don't take out nothing, and you just get your full amount?
Absolutely. So let me ask you: is it gonna change what I'm doing right now?
What if
is it gonna change what you're doing right now?
I mean,
eventually,
yeah. If bread rises to $20, egg rise to $15, how would that not affect me?
Well, I mean, y'all seem intuitive enough. I guess you can make your own bread.
Nah, bro.
What else you want me to say?
You're funny, yo. You're funny.
What else you want me to say?
I don't think you hear yourself.
What I'm saying is everything that you said in the grand scheme of things don't mean nothing because you're gonna continue to do it. That's why you're here in the first place. So it sounds good, and maybe you can like galvanize off of that. But I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm straight. Me and mine, we good. That's my answer.
So basically, you think the American government gonna print $20 trillion and it's not gonna be no interest rate or anything. It's gonna be a tax free reparation.
I didn't say that, bro. What? I literally just talked about like programs and I agreed with the land and all types of stuff, and you went right back to that. I never said like it was
I'm trying to see how it correlates.
Now other people say direct cash payment. I never said that.
So what do you want for reparations?
Again, it will be similar to the outline of the Freedmen's Bureau.
Okay, they have programs. They have programs that's similar to the Freeman Bureau. That's already exists.
What's that?
You have the Civil Rights Act, DEI, Section 8. It's a host of different programs that's allocated to minority groups.
Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. Freedmen's Bureau Act was the establishment with specificity in mind. So again, we get back to like the distinctiveness, right? And I think your strategy of the dialogue is trying to steer all inclusiveness. Again, I'm not against all inclusive, but I'm saying that
you said you wanted to be all inclusive of the 43 million black people
when it comes
black
to
Americans.
Right, when it comes to systemic racism, hey, if you want to make a claim based off that, I'm all for it. And yes, that would be all inclusive because blackness in and of itself pertains all of us. But that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, so you're strict. I'm trying to follow your argument. It's just not making sense. You didn't make sense with the depth conversation, and you're not really making sense with the reparation claim.
Again, my reparation claim in and of itself is derived based on Special Field Order 15 and the Freedmen's Bureau Act. You can disagree with it all day long. When it comes to systemic racism, I'm with you. That's an all-inclusive
verbatim. First, you try to say that.
You didn't read nothing out of the Freedmen's Bureau Act. You read GPT.
We just read Article 11, right?
Nah, bro,
American Dream
you read
word
something that was talking about Article 11
bro, American
or
Dream
Section
just
11.
read it verbatim. He just read
I
it
don't remember.
verbatim. How you
Well, it's
doing, man?
like I said, it's all
American
good, bro.
Dream, you there?
Man, he might be eating dinner, man. But like I said, when it comes to the all-inclusiveness of systemic racism, institutionalized oppression, from basically 1965 to now, I'm with you, bro. But you downplaying and doing stuff that's a direct action when it comes to Black America, I can't get jiggy with that, bro. I just can't do it. If we gonna run it, we can run it. If not, I just keep doing me. So I mean, it is what it is. It's straight, bro. It's straight.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow the argument. I'm not
It's
really
nothing to
understanding.
follow. It's nothing to follow. It's not
So
that you're
what?
trying to
So
follow
would
the
black
argument. It's that you're
would
trying
black
to drive it.
immigrants qualify for your
No, how would they qualify if they're not implemented in the Freedmen's Bureau? That don't make sense, bro. Again, you keep going back to the same thing, and I'm gonna say the same thing every single time. How could they qualify with the language of Freedmen's Bureau when it wasn't no immigrants here? It don't make sense.
I mean, technically speaking, in 1865, black people wasn't citizens of the United States of America. Technically speaking,
Oh my God, bro.
I'm just keeping it real. According to the Dred Scott decision, black people
So
can't
what
be
did the
citizens.
14th Amendment do?
I mean, it kind of ratified it.
And what year was that?
1868.
The law was passed 1865. Now it was ratified 1868, and then it was codified into law, meaning the state's 3/4 was what year? I don't remember that specific year. The codification.
Yeah, but I'm saying when that bureau was passed, black people was not citizen yet of the United States of America.
Oh man, don't do me like that, bro.
I'm
You one
going.
fish, two
I'm
fish,
going.
red fish, blue fish, bro. I can't do that.
Now I'm going
Let's
by the
just be
law.
in
I'm
lane.
going by the Supreme Court decision. I'm not going by speculations or conspiracy theory. I'm going by the Supreme Court ruling that we could all
Damn,
see
bro.
on,
Don't. Well,
on
all
the
I can
Dred
do is
Scott
go off the
decision.
wording, bro. All I can do is go off the wording, bro. So yes, you're right. The 14th Amendment nullified the Dred Scott decision. It did. But if we
Yeah.
gonna
So
do the one fish, two
prior
fish.
to the 14th Amendment, this amendment, black people in America was not citizen of the United States of America. That was their legal status. You're not citizens of the Union.
Okay, bro. Golly. But yeah, I mean, like I said, man, I don't really know what else you want me to say. I can go off the wording of what the order said and what the act said in and of itself, and that was dealing with a specific people. I'm not against Pan-Africanism in any way, shape, or form. Again, I ain't one of them Black Americans. I just ain't. I think it's kind of stupid that it's done got to the point where the diaspora was done like did that. Well, I know why it happened, because we follow a cult of personality for the most part. Where I think if we can individualize ourselves from a logic standpoint, that'll kill a lot of that. But I'm not going to take away from the specificity of this particular reparation claim. It just ain't gonna happen. If we want to convene and come up with another solution for a separate reparation claim, fine by me. I'm all for it. But until then, I'm gonna stick with this. That's just what it is.
I hear
But I
you, but
appreciate
a
the conversation.
majority of people, they include Jim Crow, redlining, and all the other factors that you know that discriminate against black people. So
Okay,
But
all
I
right.
guess your
Let me
fight.
ask you now.
I guess your
Now
fight
I
is
don't know.
only the Fuming Bureau.
The who?
I said, I guess your fight is just with the Freeman Bureau and the wording for
Correct.
wording.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. Like I said, it ain't to neglect anything else. That would be retarded. Systemic racism is a systemic problem for the totality of black people. That's a whole fact. But you know, if I ain't got a case when it comes to my particular claim, I don't see how the case can be made for a systemic problem as it pertains to the United States government based off that, when the wording clearly says you can't discriminate based off race. Now, if you can bring forth an argument that specifies that, I stand beside you.
So what was Jim Crow? That wasn't discrimination against race.
Of course, it was discrimination against race. What was the percentage of black immigrants during Jim Crow in the South? That was specifically to the South.
I don't know the population of black immigrants that lived in the South. Maybe you had the census record where they could break
No,
down.
I don't. I'm not that. I was genuinely asking.
I don't
if
know.
I had to guess, it was minuscule. If zero.
Hey, so when you say immigrants, you talking about black immigrants, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about black immigrants. Yeah.
So my question to you would be, why is that even relevant when we came through chattel slavery? You know what I mean?
Because it's relevant due to the court structure. The court structure is only going to deal with the American population. That ain't me saying that.
I know, but that's that's what I keep deferring with the Pan-Africanist movement. The Pan-Africanist movement is saying we all deserve it. So why, when somebody come to America, y'all want to alienate them from getting the benefits too?
Because
hold on.
I'm trying to figure out how that's going to work.
Hold on. It's actually bringing more money to y'all because y'all only 12% of the population.
So how do you want the U.S. court system to litigate a situation that didn't happen in the U.S.? I'm confused.
No, what I'm saying is, if the black Americans are only 12% of the population and immigrants come over here, then it would actually help better the number, or it'll actually give you more numbers as far as the reparation money that you asking for.
How? Because they gonna get the reparations money too.
Yes.
How would they get the How would they get the reparations? Again, I've got to ask you the question again. How is the U.S. court system going to litigate a situation that had nothing to do
based on
with
race?
The U.S.?
It has to be based on race.
So you want the U.S. court system to file you want us as a people to file a racial discrimination suit to the United States government for a percentage of the people that wasn't in the United States.
Not just the U.S. government. That's the problem. We only asking for the U.S. government. The U.S. governments are the taxpayers. What point is this you're not getting?
But did the action? No, what I'm asking you again, I think you like twisted up. Did the action take place in the United States? Because that's the only thing that they can litigate.
But hold on. When you say America in specific, it's making no sense because you're a tax-paying citizen, right?
So let me ask you again.
You're going to be paying for your own reparations.
Again, that argument is null and void. What do you want to? You want the United States to litigate something that didn't happen in the United States? That's what I'm asking.
How Jim Crow and segregation happened in the United States. It was black immigrants already here.
Correct. I asked you.
I.e. Marcus Garvey came here in 1916.
Where was Marcus Garvey at?
In New York and down south.
So I'm gonna ask you again. What was the percentage?
I don't know the black
in the South during Jim Crow, because that's the only place
Jim Crow happened.
We don't know. And it was already black immigrants all across America.
Correct. I'm telling you, I don't know the percentage either. But if I had to guess, it was fairly minuscule. So now we're going back to the U.S. courts. The U.S. court's supposed to do a class action based on a specific action during a specific time to a specific people. Not mean a specific Black American, specific people subjugated in the South during that time of Jim Crow. You see what I'm saying?
So essentially, your fight is for the South and not nobody in the North that's Black American. Essentially,
I'm making the argument. He brought up Jim Crow. I ain't bring up Jim Crow. So hypothetically speaking, if you're going to make an argument, just saying these things happened during the Jim Crow era. The Jim Crow era happened at a specific time.
No, he said, was it
during a
race-based?
specific? Huh?
Was it not race based?
Well, yeah, part of it would be race based, and again,
No,
that would be part of systemic racism. But
the
that
whole thing was race. The whole thing was race based.
I don't disagree with you, but again, we're still talking about specificity. Jim Crow didn't happen everywhere, sir.
So how could reparations not be race based? I don't get it.
Because again, you're going to have to quantify racial discrimination against all Black people throughout the whole country. That's what you're going to have to do institutionally toward the United States government.
That's not a
you
problem.
brought the example of Jim Crow. All I merely said was that was a specific time in a specific location to a specific people. That's
so
all
you're telling me if a Black man from New York traveled to Montgomery, Alabama, they're gonna say, "Oh well, he's from the North, so he could drink from the white water fountain." And I don't understand what you're trying to say.
What I'm telling you is, if he didn't live in the South at that time, and he can correctly archive that particular situation, hey, there you go.
I mean, if a person is living in New York, wouldn't he still be a part of the jurisdiction of the United States? And
he wouldn't be part of Jim Crow.
No,
you're talking about you just gave an anecdotal example.
No, I'm asking when a Black man from New York be subjected to the jurisdiction of the United States of America.
Of course, but Jim Crow wasn't subject to the jurisdiction of the United States of America. So your argument is moot.
How is it not if they have to pass the Civil Rights Act?
Because Jim Crow wasn't in New York. You just gave an anecdotal example.
Are you telling me no northern state had Jim Crow laws?
That's what I'm telling you.
That's a lie, brother.
So the institution of Jim Crow from 1877 to 1965.
You had northern states that was segregated too. So I'm trying to understand.
Segregation is not Jim Crow. Jim Crow, you understand that Jim Crow was embedded in state constitutions all over the South. Was Jim Crow laws embedded in the New York State Constitution?
How in New York a state have their own constitution? I don't understand.
Oh my God! I know. Are you serious? Every state got its own constitution.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I get you.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. I think I was lagging.
Yeah. I mean, bro. That's preposterous. So we know that the
Jim Crow type laws did affect the North. You have redlining, business segregation, school segregation, voting restriction, transportation segregation. So
that's not Jim Crow.
That is Jim Crow.
We talk Jim Crow law. The Jim Crow laws were embedded in the state constitutions of the South. How did they embed them? They embedded them by placing statutes in these constitutions that essentially dragged out the process of voting.
So now you saying statutes aren't law, right?
You remember the jelly bean test and writing test and all that stuff. These things were written in the Constitution.
Kwame, he just contradicted himself because earlier I said statutes aren't laws, and now he said yeah they are. Now he's saying they aren't laws.
Well, I didn't never say that. What the hell are you talking about?
You did say that.
I never said statutes weren't law. You said act. I said the Freedom Bureau Act.
No, you just misheard. I said statutes weren't law.
I never said. Well, if that's what I said, then I misspoke, bro. Because I ain't never say that.
You did
if I
say
said
that,
it, I
brother.
misspoke. If I said it, I misspoke. If I said it, I misspoke, bro. That's what I'm telling you. Because I don't remember never saying nothing like that's crazy.
So essentially, you're saying segregation and the stuff that I outlined is not Jim Crow.
I'm telling you, it wasn't embedded into the statutes of the state constitutions like in the South. That's what I'm telling
So, but if these states that I just in the bulletin point I just outlined, if they are violating the civil rights of black people in these northern states, how are they not qualified for reparations?
Because you're gonna have to show record, bro. If you could do that, fine. I'm
Yes,
telling
I
you,
could show. I could put the sources in the
in
back.
all of the state constitutions of the South, Jim Crow was there. That you can't get around that, bro. I don't know what you're trying. Y'all some argumentative Negroes. You can't get around it, bro. You just can't do it.
Nah, because you're trying to separate segregation from Jim Crow, which doesn't
I know
even
I'm
make
not
sense.
trying to. No, I'm not doing that. I said Jim Crow specifically were laws that were embedded in the state constitution.
So
Of course, segregation was everywhere.
if they had segregation laws in these northern
They did.
states,
No, I'm telling you, no, they didn't. I'm telling you that.
Yes, they
Show
did.
show it to me. Show it.
MD. So my question would be this. So if y'all want reparations, right? And I'm not labeling you as a FBA. I'm just saying anybody that want reparations, right?
M20, I put it in the back for you so you can look it up yourself.
If y'all want reparations, why are y'all now just claiming it when the economy is not where it's supposed to be even getting these resources? He ran.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand his argument because it literally said Jim Crow exists in the northern states. I'm trying to follow his argument.
Yeah, he's making statements and not backing it up. He'll turn the corner on it. You know, he'll be like, "Oh, I didn't say that." You know what I mean? Like, dude, I said statutes weren't law, right? And he said, yes, they are. Now all of a sudden, they're not law. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Congress passed this as in a state constitution. So, and he specifically said statute out his mouth. So now all of a sudden, statute is not law. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. He's contradicting himself.
Yeah.
He's talking about we're paying off interest rate on the debt, but the debt don't mean nothing. That in itself is just illogical.
Sure. Yeah. So my thing about everything is that the FBAs they just like this is like newfounded, bro. Like Pan-Africanism has always been around, bro, and before I was alive, before they was alive, there's always been around, and we did way more. We're doing. They're not doing. They're asking for a debt owed. We're actually doing this shit. You know.
I mean, it's not even a comparison.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
It's not even a comparison.
It's not. They don't get that this has always been a movement before the FBA and the ADOS is new 2020s. You know, this is not no new movement.
Yeah, you can't compare a philosophy that has started countries and different economic structure like the free African free trade agreement or the African. It's not even no comparison to Pan-African.
Yeah, for sure. They trying to be selfish and just ask for a debt in America. We are saying let's get together and let's get a common number amongst each other so that they could just pay up. They gonna need us. They're gonna need
Yeah,
us.
then you have, it's not even just the United States. Then you have the Spanish government that ruled half of the South. You have prior to the Louisiana Purchase, the French owned half of the West Coast.
Right, exactly. So it's more than just the European too. That's why I be telling them, man, is bigger than that.
It's a lot bigger than just the United States of America.
They just want to be selfish and so-called sustain themselves here. That ain't gonna work. The way y'all economy is set up right now, it's not working. It's not gonna work that way. Y'all gonna need some other countries to be able to disperse the money
And it won't happen unless the continent in the Caribbean it won't. This type of thing won't happen unless it's like all inclusive.
Yeah, exactly. They give all these people all that money, it's gonna crash the whole economy down. I'm talking about it's gonna be real bad.
Even if the American government wanted the type of money that people's asking for would literally crash the economy within a year, honestly.
Yeah, because it's gonna take a hit for a little minute, but it's gonna really go bad real quick. Real quick. Within months, because you got to think about it. We already having a problem with the debt as it is right now. You know what I mean? So, and it's going down, and it's going down, and it's going downhill. So it's like, what are y'all really asking for? Y'all should y'all better off asking for land than asking for, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Than asking for the American dollar, because the land inherits the wealth. You feel me?
Yeah. Asking for money is kind of like a trap, especially. Honestly, people would just start leaving America. White people.
No, they're gonna go back to Africa. That's what I be telling them. Y'all be talking about y'all love being here and all this. Once all that shit hit, if the economy hit, y'all gonna go right to Africa. I promise you. Cause it's enough space. You know what I mean? It's enough space, and it's just that's where we belong for real. So
yeah.
So, go ahead. That watch. All this shit gonna come to an end. America is only 400 years old, man. It ain't got nothing on Africa.
With an already tanking economy.
Yeah.
Hey, blessings to y'all, man. Thanks for holding down the fort for me, y'all. Y'all the best. Truth Hurts. We got a visitor in the building. Truth Hurts. Blessings to you. Welcome to the panel. What's on your mind, Truth Hurts?
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. What's
All
on your
right,
mind?
cool. Yeah, I'm just tapping in for real. Just tapping in, listening in. I was hearing that I think the trucker dude, I don't know if he's still here. I know he was dropping some knowledge, some shit I didn't really hear before. So I mean, y'all were too. I mean, even like kind of breaking what he was saying down as far as the like I guess some of the land already being allotted to like some of the people and something like that. Like I've never heard that before. So y'all breaking down some good info. I appreciate y'all.
Oh man, I appreciate you for coming on to say that. That's what's up. Was there any particular item that you wanted to speak on?
I mean, honestly, is the trucker dude, is he still around? Is he still in the chat or what's going on with that?
No, he's in the chat. It looks like he's pretty much done. He got kicked again, he said. But it doesn't look like he intends on coming back this evening.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, I was really, if anything, trying to just build on what he was saying because he was just, I honestly felt like he was kind of by himself in here. I was listening on, but y'all was kind of tag teaming my dude, but it's all good. I mean, we
you an FBA?
nah, I mean, like the whole FBA thing is like what a lot of people got to understand, and a lot of people who even want to claim like FBA or just want to claim black or even just want to claim like this whole Pan-Africanism, like what you got to really like take your time and really like look at is just like we're a group of people at the end of the day. Just think of like even just like a mother and a father. You got a mother and a father. They have a child, and now this child is taken away from his family. You know what I'm saying? And now at this point in time, it doesn't even matter at what time in this child's life. It doesn't matter if they're 9 years old. Doesn't matter if they're 15 years old. Doesn't matter if they're in their late 30s. You know what I mean? Now this child has come to a time that they're coming to an understanding of, okay, I want to know who I am. I want to understand who I am. I want to understand who my culture is. You know what I mean? So if you kind of come to a point in just like a mind frame of just that, I think it's a little more easier to understand. Okay, these are a group of people who are just trying to figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? Because everybody always says, pull yourself by your own bootstraps. You know what I'm saying? This is it. You know what I mean? Like this is that. I mean, we can't do anything physically, and nobody really, let's keep it 100% honest. Nobody wants to run up and grab the guns and go start chopping off. You know what I mean? Like nobody don't want to do that.
Don't say nobody. It has been done before.
And that's what I was going to say. And even if it had to get to that point, you don't go straight there. You know what I'm saying? It starts with a mental mind frame. You know what I'm saying? It comes and it starts with history and understanding yourself. You know what I'm saying? And even the with the whole Pan-Africanism, everybody's saying like, oh well, why don't y'all be together? We can't be together until we know ourselves. Like that's the thing. Like let's keep it 100, right? That's why I was gravitated to the chats, because we keeping it 100. That's why I'm gravitated to the chat, because like, to be honest, I love Tariq Nasheed, bro. He be putting me on. He's been putting me on for years, bro.
Tariq Nasheed.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying, bro.
How
I
can
love
pseudo,
Tariq
how can I
Nasheed.
pseudo put you into anything?
He's a in a lot of cases he's like a father figure. You know what I'm saying?
A
Because
father figure that spew out
listen what I'm saying. You got to hear what I'm saying. You got to hear what I'm saying. You got to hear what I'm saying, because people will be the quickest. People will be the quickest to say and to use the different things as far as like stereotypes and think, oh, there's no black man in the home. This and that.
Let American Dream. He wanted to say something.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, just let Truth speak. You know what I mean? Like, don't cut him off. Let him let him speak. He's gonna land, and then once he lands, you know what I mean, y'all can ask him questions.
Yeah, because I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm being like completely truthful and honest, bro. Like from a real. I'm a black American, been here, my parents is here, you know what I'm saying? I'm letting you know, like, everybody always want to speak for us. I'm speaking for myself now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody always want to speak for all the Caribbeans and all the blacks. And you know what I'm saying? I'm speaking for myself now.
Yeah, just remember my voice, True. Just remember my voice, because if I ask you to hold on a second, it's either because I want to say something to the chat or say something to someone. So just remember my name as the moderator of the panel. And just if I ask you to hold on, just hold on for a second.
No doubt. You know what? Because I feel like I'm a little winded already. So from anything that I said so far, does anybody got any questions or want to make any?
I do.
What's up?
So in one breath you say that you don't
stereotype.
You don't subscribe to the Pan-Africanist ideology.
Were you done? Or?
No, I asked you a question. So you don't subscribe to the Pan-African?
You said one breath. I said like I thought you was going to continue, but go ahead.
I'm repeating what you said verbatim. That's what but in the question. So you don't subscribe to the Pan-Africanist ideology?
What I said was like people always say, as far as like the black Americans, they always want to go with a stereotype as far as like there's no black fathers in the home and things like that.
No, that's not my question. My question is, do you subscribe to? You don't subscribe to the Pan-Africanist ideology. Am I correct?
I do and I don't. The thing is
Oh no, it's just simple. Yes or no. Like you
I
don't.
do and I don't. Like I said, I do and I don't
What
because,
part? What part?
and this is the reason I say I do and I don't is because when, like I just explained, I literally just explained because I don't know what kind of like point of view you coming from. I'm coming from a Black American point of view. Okay.
I'm a Black American.
So
That's what I'm
okay,
asking you.
beautiful. Let me die. So the thing is that's the only point of view that I can give you.
Okay.
So when you're saying, well, so when you're saying like, am I subscribed to a Black or the Pan-African? Not like yes and no, because this is what I'm saying right here. Yes and no is because when we start to make an initiative, like the stereotype I was saying before, people always want to make a stereotype, not having a Black father in the home, things like that. Okay, well, the initiative will be the first, learning our history, knowing our knowledge, knowing self. And then when we do that, we get pushback.
Do you know what Pan-Africanism is?
From what I heard, and I even believe I heard it from this chat, it's about unity. It's about economic like unity, and then also Black unity. So if it's different from there, you tell me.
No, it's not that you giving up a wrong answer. It's just in the
All
context.
right. Well, if it's different, you tell me. Is it different?
No, it's not. It's not different from what you're saying.
Okay, then. Well, that's what I get about that. But like I said, but now the issue is when we try to make an initiative of finding out. Let's be honest. That's the stereotype about Black Americans. They don't know who they are. Am I right or I'm wrong?
No, but you're not listening to what I'm asking.
Bro, you're not being honest though, bro.
How am I not being honest? And I'm asking you a question.
Because you're saying like why am I going down this avenue, and I'm giving you the reason why. Because
I don't care what avenue you're going down. I'm asking you a question to get an answer out of you so that you can understand where I am.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So when I said, do you know what Pan-Africanism is? You said a lot of the right things, but not in its full context. Okay, so it's not just about unity in the sense of just trying to unite everybody, and you said economics and all of these things. It's not just all about that. You know what I mean? It's about like you said, trying to find our own identity.
Okay.
And that's
right.
The identity is we're all one people. That's our identity.
Hey, peace, big bro. Hey, I you said you wanted to ask me something, so I hop back up.
Who's that? The trucker?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, that's
No. If anything, like I said, I was just trying to build onto what you were saying. I felt like you was kind of like getting ganged up on in here, so I was just like, let me hop on the room.
Nah,
let me hop in here.
Hey, I enjoyed
build
the
on what he was talking about.
Hey, MD, you got knocked out. He came in the ring.
Oh, you ain't like the belt to ass treatment we was giving.
Nah. My dude doing it right. He over there getting that bread and talking shit. So I mean, let him do his thing.
Belt to ass, bro, because it ain't no right and wrong answers. You know what I'm saying? At the
Hey,
end of the day,
bro, get your money, bro. I know you riding around getting your bread.
Nah.
Do
you
that,
gotta
bro.
keep it up. You gotta keep it a bug. We put belt to ass. Me and Dex just put belt to ass.
I don't know nothing about that, bro. All I know is, again, everybody got different opinions, bro, and you can't force me into one side or the other. That ain't gonna happen.
The fact is a fact, though. You can't argue the fact.
Bro, you ain't bring up no facts. Talk about what's on the back of the dollar bill and all.
On your sources, we put belt to ass.
Bro, you didn't even read the actual. You didn't even read the actual act, bro. So it is what it is. And the part that you read, part that you read, you didn't. What?
I read the actual act.
Nah, bro, I ain't trying to. So again, at the end of the day, it's a good conversation, and it ain't no right and wrong answer. The problem is the extremism when it comes to one side or the other, and that's why I blame people like Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell. Now I heard you say that you like Tariq Nasheed. He done put you up
Yeah,
on game.
we can build on that because that's what I really want to build on, bro. Because I
That's fine.
honestly feel like we not going. Listen, man, we
So
not going
a
nowhere.
pseudo that push French theory that black people been in America prior to slavery. How is he teaching anything?
Here's my thought on that, bro. And like I said,
spew a bunch of pseudo information about black immigrants.
I don't know.
I mean, he be dropping knowledge. We ain't gonna say he don't be dropping knowledge.
Knowledge?
He dropping
I'm gonna say this, bro. Like I said, what is going on is he dropping the same knowledge. He dropping the ABC knowledge where now we done graduated past
how is that knowledge if you're promoting pseudoscience information? How is that knowledge?
Truth, let me say this, bro. And like I said, that's cool. You like Tariq Nasheed, that's fine. I don't. I think the reason that a lot of this derision is happening right now is because of him.
But look, Tariq Nasheed got me in this room chatting it up with y'all. So it's just like,
and that's fine. That's fine.
Everybody find their own way to the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's cool. You can always eat the meat, spit out the bone, bro. That's a fact.
Exactly.
But what I'm telling you is this: we got it extreme on both sides. One side is FBA and xenophobia left and right. Don't know I want to hear that all day long.
Not all day, bro.
On the opposite end, you got the extremism when it comes to this distorted view of Pan-Africanism, where all they do all day long is downplay any type of cultural development when it comes to Black America. I don't agree with now one of them.
Right, and that's what I was just about. Now, if I can go in on that, bro, because that's what I was about to explain to dude. The whole Pan-African, he asked me like the whole Pan-African. I said yes and no, and the reason I said yes and no, I was going to give you this answer because I said, where does it start? I said it starts with finding out our identity, finding out where we really come from. Everybody always want to listen. Everybody always want to use the stereotype as the blacks in America don't really know where they come from. Okay, so let's build off that. Let's build off that. Look, I can swallow that. I can swallow that. Look, y'all. Look. We can swallow that.
If the whole world call you African American, how you don't
we can swallow that, but we don't know where in Africa.
How?
So we can swallow that. So hold up.
Take a DNA
y'all,
test.
people say that stereotype. Boom. Yeah. Cool. We gonna swallow that shit. Now we gonna find out. Now we gonna find out, and look what happens when we say we want to find out. We get all this pushback. Oh, you not Pan-African. Oh, you not this. It's just like, bro, y'all talk shit when we say
it's no
y'all. We don't know where we from, and then when we try to find out where we now y'all saying, oh, well, we all together. Like,
bro, no FBA is trying to find out where they're from. Most FBAs is pushing that.
My guy. Once again, everybody always want to speak about the people. I done came up off the tube watching y'all, listening to y'all, so I can give y'all my 2 cents. I'm telling y'all, I'm the people y'all talking about.
I would say this to that though, True. That shouldn't even be any type of criteria in regards to identity of any Black person, especially not no Black American.
It shouldn't be, but it's something that gotta be dealt with, bro.
Not if you're comfortable in your own identity, you don't.
When you have a cult, right? And they say, oh, okay, at night we gonna kill Black people. If you don't believe that, you don't have to believe that, but they do. You see what I'm saying? So you have to take it as serious as they take it. So when people coming up with all these different theories about us and stuff, we have to direct that shit. Because even though we don't believe that shit, they do.
Truth. Do you believe you're African descent?
I believe that's where we were taken from. Because look. If y'all gonna ask me a question, let me answer, please. Like, give me at least 30 seconds.
You just did.
Look. Give me at least 30 seconds. 20 seconds. Look. If we gonna be honest, and I don't know who's really Black African or Black American in here or not, all we can do is just like leaving cookie crumbs. You know what I'm saying? All we can do is go to the last cook. We can't jump from one cookie crumb and then skip 10 cookie crumbs. We can't do that. We got to go to the last cookie crumb. You feel me? So if we know that, well, okay, we here in America and we just been chilling and, you know, kicking it. Okay, the last place we know is what? All right, the Caribbeans. That's where most of our ancestors was taken. Was the Caribbeans. We know that more enslaved people was taken to the Caribbeans more than up here.
Truth. Hey, Truth, how old are you?
I'm 34.
And okay, I have a question. So
What's up?
If you believe that you come from Africa, but the movement of FBA,
listen. I didn't say that. I said I have to follow the cookie crumbs. Please don't do that, bro. Because I'm gonna keep it honest with you.
Just say it. I'm repeating what you said verbatim.
Listen. I said I have to follow the cookie crumb. I didn't say I'm from. I don't know where I'm from. That's the whole stereotype about African Americans, about the Black Americans
in versus another.
No,
come on, bro. Like, come on. And I'm being honest with you. I'm trying to be for real here.
Over people, you're not even allowing us to talk to you.
Because you changing the words that I'm saying. I didn't say that. I literally just said I'm following cookie crumbs. So I don't know where I'm from.
Listen. Before you mention anything about a cookie crumb, you clearly said out your mouth that you believe that you came from African ancestry. This is what you said.
I said I know that's where we were taken from. I don't know because look.
Is that not a belief?
What do you mean? Of course it's a belief. That's what I just told you. It came from me. I said that that would be leading on the cookie crumb.
So you did say it, right?
But that's how you know that I said it, because I said it. What do you mean? Like, that would be following the cook. Look, one cookie crumb would be America. We're here now. The next cookie crumb would be the Caribbeans. That's where a lot of our ancestors was. The next cookie crumb would be in Africa. Boom, boom, boom. And then where?
So you telling me the African?
I'm saying if we gonna be honest and for real about this, we have to follow we just gotta be honest and go back in steps, bro.
Okay, but I'm trying to answer your question. You said something about
I don't have no question.
Now, look, when we talking about Tariq Nasheed, do you not know that he trademarked the FBA and he?
Yes, I do know that. Yes, I do know that. Yes.
He abandoned it. So why did he abandon the trademark? If he really truly believe in what he said?
Look, listen, y'all. Once again, I said I came here on some honest shit. I'm just now finding out shit through y'all. I told y'all done put me on game. So I'm not here to fight or combat anything. If anything, if I do that, it's just so I can get clarification. Y'all just put me on game on that shit. At the end of the day, what is that FBA saying? What is that FBA saying?
It's
that FBA is doing the same thing that I just said, following the cookie crumbs. It's coming from saying we don't know who we are. It's coming from saying, okay, we're no longer going to be a stereotype that we don't know where we come from. Boom. What it does, it sets a place. It sets a place mark, bro. It sets a place mark so we can then from there jump back to find out from where.
But do you have to do that?
Listen. Tariq Nasheed say out his own mouth that he believes that he's an African. So what are you talking about?
Again, like I
don't fuck with like I said, it's a place mark. It's a place mark, bro. It's a place mark. We talking about the FBA. You had a question on the FBA, bro. The FBA is a place mark. See, anybody who has a problem with a place mark is because they don't want you to move at all. Let's keep it all the way 100 on that. A person who don't want you to move at all, they don't want you to know where the start line is. They don't want you to know where the finish line is because they don't want you to move. They want you to stay stalemate.
Dude, you're not addressing my questions.
There was no question, bro.
It was a question. Do you want me
What's the question? You made a statement. You said that Tariq believes that he's an African. Okay, where's the question?
I said if he's coming out his own mouth saying that he's African, then what are you saying?
I'm saying that he made a place mark. He made a place mark, bro.
What do you lack education?
Bro, you're not listening to what you saying. Are you asking me about FBA or are you asking me about him being an African?
You said out of your own mouth that you follow Tariq Nasheed, and I'm asking you a question about Tariq
I
Nasheed.
said that his FBA gives us a place mark, bro. What don't you understand about that?
Trademark. How? He's saying he don't even own it no more.
And then this goes back to my point, bro.
And what
extremes on both sides.
It doesn't matter if he
bro.
Look, people abandoned African American. People abandoned Negro. People abandoned Afro American. Okay, then, come on, bro. Let's be for real. Once again, when people don't want you to move, they don't want you to make a place mark, bro.
It's pseudoscience. Do you know what pseudoscience is?
And now we going back to semantics again. People don't want you, can we get back to the thing at hand, which is the whole stereotype about blacks is that they don't know where they are or they don't know where they came from, and now they're trying to make a place mark.
Though. You don't have to follow that stereotype though, and that's
look though. If a stereotype is true, look, because this even goes to my trucker guy, bro.
A stereotype is not true.
A stereotype can be true if you don't know where you come from.
No, it's not. A stereotype is
okay, where do you come from?
No, this dude is lack education. Do y'all hear him?
Okay, then teach me, bro. Where do you come from?
Listen. I already told you.
Okay, I'm listening to you to tell me where you come from.
Listen.
And please don't say Illinois or
dude, listen.
But that's where you come from.
Hold on. A stereotype is a stereotype. It has no truth in it.
And that's why you can't answer the question, bro.
No, you just made this claim that
that's why you can't answer the question. And the real people, like I was listening, I was listening, and I was a listener.
Listen,
they gonna hear this, and they gonna know what's up. You don't know where you come from, bro. And it's all love, bro. Because I'm in the same boat with you. I got on here so we can build and figure that shit out. You know what I'm saying? Not be doing that Tariq Nasheed shit and go back and forth.
Listen,
you know, because we can do that all day. You know what I mean? If you just trying to make a name for yourself, I mean, you can do that. You could do a Tariq Nasheed.
A lot of Pan-Africanism is cosplay at the end of the day. I don't have an issue with
I don't have an issue with Pan-Africanism until they do this.
Bro. But
Pan-Africanism did way more than the FBA could ever do. That's the problem.
But I'm not antiquating anything what anybody did. I'm not like, why are we doing that? That's what I'm saying.
I'm speaking the truth. We
did why are we doing that?
FBA could ever do.
I don't qualify anything about any black person based off of a group, bro. I can't do that.
M20, who is Pan-African cosplaying?
So I didn't finish what I was about to say. But so what I was about to say was
melt to ass.
A lot of Pan-Africanism, they cosplay. Not all, of course not. I just sat on here and said cosplaying an ideological figure, right? What do I mean when I say an ideological figure? It has everything to do with the system that we live in today. They'll cosplay in the effect of the system in and of itself, capitalism. Racism, white supremacy, and then effectively cosplay to another ideology. He just got finished talking about the dollar and all that type of stuff. Anti-capitalist, anti-effectiveness of a social construct, essentially. So when I
go ahead. No, so I was
no. What I was saying is that's not me downplaying Pan-Africanism in totality. In the beginning, I said an extreme versus another. All of this stuff, all of these arguments that we having are null and void to the effect of how we live in America today. If I want to go back to Africa and find myself, I got every right to do that. If I don't want to do it, I can do that too.
MD,
it doesn't affect Go ahead, bro.
MD, did I not say earlier that I said Africa is wherever African people reside? Did I not? I said this 1,000 times. Why do y'all keep thinking that every Pan-African?
That's what a person when a person don't know where they come from. That's what they say.
You see what I'm saying? No, No.
When a person don't know where they come from, then it's like,
Brad, mute this
it
dude.
just like money don't mean shit to a broke man.
Because I'm making a point.
But
I'm making
you
a
also
point.
said that we
I'm
can't
making
say
a
anything
point.
about a state. Go ahead, bro.
MD. Listen,
Go ahead.
I said African people are where African people is. Doesn't make any sense for us to go to Africa knowing that we don't understand the laws, the economics.
If you don't know where you come from, that's something that your parents would teach you. That's something that your culture would teach you.
But if you constantly bashing the
But it's not being
construct of
able to be
America,
passed down
then what's
because
the
we were
point?
taken away from that.
MD, can I respond? He's not allowing me to respond. Let him keep cutting me off if he wants to. I'm trying to be respectful to him, but he just keep running over my words. So this
I'm trying to see the point. Go ahead.
No. So my point is that it's not beneficial for us to go somewhere where we can't capitalize off of and go back to the motherland and build. That's not what we're saying. I'm not telling.
But hell, you just said we're gonna fall anyway. It don't damn matter.
Just listen. The objective of Pan-Africanism is not everybody to go back to Africa. That's not what the objective is. That's not. I don't know why people keep misrepresenting the Pan-Africanist movement and saying everybody believe that we should go to Africa. That's not what we're saying. So tell me why y'all keep thinking that.
No, I just was responding to what he said. First and foremost. Second of all,
to want to go back to Africa. Oh, my bad. I thought that question was for anybody. My fault.
I was just responding to what he said. I would also argue he said something. Don't say like Illinois, whatnot. That is where I come from. I come from my state, embedded within my mores and my tradition.
That wasn't me. That was Truth. That was the FBA.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. He said it. So it's not an essential thing to have these quote unquote African claims. You could do it all day, and in certain aspects, I'll even stand up for it if it's to the benefit of the totality of Black people. But you will not, in no way, shape, or form, then turn around and downplay my efforts of what I want to do, quote unquote, collectively, as it pertains to a distinct ethnic group. We all distinct.
Hold on. So you talking about ethnicity, right? So you don't believe that Africans migrated the whole planet before any other group of people?
What does that have to do with ethnicity?
It has everything to do with ethnicity. What do you mean?
Bro, you understand that there are different ethnic groups within like Black society, right? We just got to talk about all this.
But based on what?
Based on conditions. Based on mores, based on tradition.
That's not what makes. We
done had this argument.
That's not what makes different ethnic groups. Conditions do not make different ethnic groups.
What makes an ethnic? So I can learn.
We already went over this earlier.
So I'm confused then.
Yeah, we know you're
because I thought we had already came to the determination that.
Bro, we've been figured out you was confused
whatnot.
since we was talking about reparations. That ain't nothing new.
Bro, again, like I said, you kill it with the Molly.
Bro, don't let them do that. Don't let them do that to you, bro. Come on, man.
Because
it's all love in the chat, though. Love in the chat, bro.
Yeah,
it's all love, but we just gotta keep it up. We gotta keep it 100 though.
What I'm saying is, you're not gonna paint me with a broad brush, bro. I'm not gonna. You kill that. Whatever you got to say. I won't be.
I was just saying that we kind of figured that you was kind of confused when we was talking about reparation.
I'm confused why y'all trying to put me in a corner to a certain ideology. I ain't going for it. That's just what.
No, we're not. We're not trying to force you to anything. We're just trying to figure out. Do you understand,
bro,
what the debt is and how it's being paid, reparations. And you seem kind of confused on the 40 acres and the mule.
I was quite clear on what I said.
Nah, because you didn't know what an order was from the military versus a bill that's being passed by bipartisan.
Didn't I tell you the Freedmen's Bureau Act in itself was the expansion of special? I said that shit like 15 times.
Yeah, and we read Article 11. We read Article 11 and we figured out you was wrong, and then.
No, bro, you did not read Article Section 11. You didn't read that.
Yes, we did. You talking
about the leasing. You talking about the leasing of land. You didn't talk about the expansion of the act. which is clear in the word. You didn't talk, but again, we passed that. What I'm telling you is,
we're definitely past that.
What I'm telling you is truth. It's an extreme, bro. No, the people in the middle are the ones that are getting bashed from both sides. A person like me. None of this
That's
stuff
what I
would
was gonna
exist.
say. Who do you think that is? Who do you think that is in the whole? Who's that? Who's those people in the middle?
Well, again, it's the extremists on both sides. It's the FBAs that all they do all day is talk about Africans and Jamaicans. That's all they do all day long.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Then it's the
Like
other,
me,
like I said,
like me. I'm in the same boat.
It's the panties that all they do is downplay the system in which they live in. That's all they do all day long, and then try to get you to feel bad about
why
being in
wouldn't
said
we
system.
downplay the system that's that been racist, enslaved us, and denies our rights? Why wouldn't we downplay the system?
Because your words because your
promote?
words are meaningless and
I'm
you ain't doing
gonna
nothing
keep it
about it.
100. I'm gonna keep it 100, bro.
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we
Let's even
promote
talk about
unity
it.
amongst Black people, socially, economically, and politically? Why
Because your
shouldn't we?
words are meaningless and you don't do nothing about it.
How
I
we don't
mean,
do
like,
nothing about it if Pan Africa has created countries, i.e., Ghana, Congo, Kenya, and a couple more countries I can't think off the top of my head. Pan African has developed the African Union. Pan African has developed the free trade agreement in Africa. Pan African has developed a host of things. So, and Pan African is honestly the first people to start the reparation movement, i.e., and Cobra, which is the Pan
No
African
doubt, no doubt,
organization.
no
So,
doubt. So I'm gonna ask.
can I let me ask a question? Quick question, y'all.
Go ahead.
With a whole lot of the immigration, and we seeing a whole lot of it going on now. How I feel about the whole immigration, if you get here legally, do your thing, I'm building people up. Like, I'm literally at my job, I'm seeing people like talk down on people, and I'm like, yo, like, chill on them. They got here legally, let them do their thing, let them ball out. But my thing is this, I always hear friends and all how they want to just come to America, get their bread, and then leave, right? If anything was to ever, they literally tell me they are just going to leave. They're just getting their money and they going to leave. As far as Pan-Africanism, how do you think that's going to make the people that you're like, once again, the whole stereotype is the Black Americans, they don't got nowhere to go. They don't know where they from. Okay, well,
Black Americans have
that would
Liberia
mean
that they
that we
founded.
would be here. So with the whole Pan-Africanism, how can Pan-Africans say like, okay, Pan-Africanism, but we're going to take the money, destroy the economy, and then just leave? How is that
I
Pan-Africanism
mean, if you're
to the
asking
people
for cash
that you
reparation,
saying
you're
that you're
gonna.
gonna leave that to?
I mean,
FBA saying
FBA
that.
is asking for cash payment up to minimum $20 trillion.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm
I'm
talking
just
about
call.
things that is in fruition right now.
Dude,
I'm
you
talking
just
about
said
like
it.
because reparations is the talk is like a fairy tale talk right now. I'm talking about right now. You got
Right. So
immigration
people
going
working.
on.
So
I'm
hold on.
sure
So
you
people
heard
working
plenty of
in the
people say
economy.
they just get their money and they just gonna leave. Now
What's
that's
wrong
gonna
with that?
happen regardless to what anybody think. There are people doing that right now. They getting their money and they leaving. Or if anything gets worse here in America, they gonna get their money and they gonna leave. How is that any type of Pan-Africanism to the people that they saying they gonna leave?
What
They saying they
consequence is
just
that
gonna.
of to you though? There ain't no
How would that?
consequence to me. I don't care.
How would that cripple an
But that's what I'm
economy?
saying. But
How,
you don't have to care. But once again, I made the example before. If people at night say, okay, we just gonna kill black at any time at night, that's what they believe. And if they really starting to kill people at night, now you got to take that in consideration because that's
How is
what
that a
you
good
don't have to
analogy?
believe that, but
How is
that's
that a
what
good
they
analogy?
believe.
so
How is
Black
Now
that a good
there are
Americans can't
some
go to lot.
people, there are some real immigrant, and these are for even friends of mine who
Wait, Truth.
literally
Can I
tell
ask you
me,
a
I'm
question?
just getting my
Truth.
money.
Hold
I'm
on,
just
Truth.
literally getting my money, and as soon as shit get bad, I'm out. You know what I'm saying?
You repeating yourself about 4 times.
Yeah, but all right, give me the answer. How is that Pan Africanism? If they
Well,
just gonna leave us in debt and just take the money and leave?
I mean, you Black Americans could go to Liberia, a country that was set up
But
by Black
no,
Americans.
but
Can I
look,
finish? Can I
Where's
answer
the
your question before you cut
Pan-Africanism?
me
They gonna
off?
pigeonhole you into what they want, bro.
Let him answer.
Where's the togetherness in that?
Can I answer the
Because
question?
look. If I go to Liberia and say the same thing, I'm gonna get my money up over here and
Let
leave.
him
Y'all gonna
answer
be
the
like, that's fucked
question.
up to Pan-Africanism.
Let
Can
him
I
answer the question.
can I answer the question? You do have somewhere to go. Black Americans founded Liberia. They wrote the Constitution. They was the leading power in Liberia. So you can always go to Liberia. You can go to Ghana. They're offering dual citizenship to everybody in the diaspora. You could
That's
go
the
to
thing. That's
hold on. Can I answer the question? You got Senegal. You got Benin. You just seen Sierra and a host of celebrities just get their citizenship. Ghana had the year return where they was telling the diaspora come back to Africa. The Ghana and Nigeria right now is building diaspora cities for people to come back to Africa.
bro, and I'm
So you
with
can
that,
always go
bro.
back to Africa.
I'm
And as
with that,
far
but
and hold on. And as far as the economy going, what is wrong with people making money and leaving this country? That's not tanking the
Nothing.
economy.
because to see, that's the thing. Everybody always
Did
want to
hold
talk
on.
about Black
Let
Americans.
me just
Black
land my
Americans,
plane.
we
Let
y'all
me
be
just land
saying
my
we don't
plane.
got no culture. Our
Hold on.
culture
Can
is
I,
not to give up. We don't give
bro? Can
up.
I, bro?
Dude,
Can I land?
Leaving would be giving up.
let
Bro, can
him
I land
answer.
my plane real quick? Did the industrial did the car industry tank when they left America? No. So how is immigrants who came to this country to work and provide for their family back home or wherever they're from? How is that leaving Black Americans? Black Americans could always go back to Africa. I just named about 8 countries that's offering dual citizenship for everybody from the diaspora, from Jamaica, Barbados, America, Brazil, and a host of other places. So Ghana,
All
how
right,
even some
number
East
one,
African countries now is offering dual citizenship for the diaspora.
bro, but number one, these people are leaving from those places and coming here. Number one. That's number one. So that's already telling me something right there. If most of these other people in different
Name one
nations are
person
coming
though.
here, that's
Name
that's
one person
already
that.
a red flag. That's already a red flag. Number two.
But I mean, what's
Number
wrong with
two
that though?
is our
I don't care nothing
culture.
about no
Everybody always want to say about Black culture.
nobody
Well,
making no
one
money.
thing about our culture is we don't give up. We always fight. We don't
Black
run. We
people don't
don't.
have a
That's
culture.
not in that. If we got anything in culture, is not running.
Black people
Running
have
and
a
giving up is far from it.
black
Okay,
people
so
don't have
that's why. If and now
Black
this is the
people
next
ran to
thing. Now
black people ran
let
to
me land
Canada.
mine. Let
Black
me
people
land
ran
mine. Let me
black
land
people
mine. Let me
ran to
land mine
Canada.
because I only got one more last point. My last point is this. If anything, we're not asking, as far as the Pan-Africanism, we're not asking nobody to, or have another country to come to, or, stuff like that. We just want to build where we already are at. You know what I'm saying? We just trying to build up where we already are, not have to run and go to another place and then and then end up having to run back. Like, nah, like
How you gonna build? How you
we
gonna build
already
something
been putting our feet and toes into this already here. The whole Pan-Africanism is just helping to lift us up. That's what it should be.
It is. That's what it is.
Not telling us to run somewhere else. That's
We didn't.
not it,
I
bro.
just said that that's not what it's all about. I just made that clear.
At the end of the day, bro, you shouldn't be forced to. And I ain't saying that y'all doing that, but you shouldn't be forced to adhere to no ideology per se. And again, that's why I hate the fact that Tariq Nasheed was able to get into the reparations. None of this would be happening if it weren't for him. I'm gonna stand on that. This wouldn't even be a conversation because we'll be left alone, and y'all do y'all thing. And like Pan-Africanism been around, no doubt about it. But again, pigeonholing somebody to a forced ideology, that ain't the move. Not as an American. You know what I'm saying? We know it's not the move based on the fact that immigrants come here and get their money, which
Hey,
they have every right to do.
MD,
Every right to.
MD.
Yo,
Every right, bro. Every right. You
Hey,
know what I'm saying? And I don't even down them, especially if you here legally. Do your thing, boss
but
up.
the
You know what
thing,
I'm saying? Start your
is,
business.
the thing is, us as Black Americans, the thing that we hold dear more than anything else, based on the legacy that we got here, is freedom. You're
hey,
free to do whatever the hell you want to do.
MD.
Go ahead.
Let me address truth. So you made a bold statement and said the Black American has culture here in America, right?
I said there's a lot of stereotypes about Black Americans here in America.
I didn't ask you
But
that.
there's one thing as far as culture. They say that we don't have any culture either. But I said there's one thing as far as
So I'm
culture that we
asking you.
don't do,
I'm
and
asking you.
that
Do
is
you
don't
have a culture?
run. We don't run and we don't give up. That's what I said. You can try to change it and switch it if you want, but that's what I said.
Dude, I'm asking you a question so you can all it is a yes or a no. You're yapping at the mouth. I'm asking you, do Black Americans have a culture? See, he don't want to answer the question.
You said that I made a
I mean,
bold
because it's an
statement saying
asinine
that we
question,
had
bro.
culture.
Like, why do we keep
The
doing that?
what you said, like what people will try to do to try to trigger you is they'll try to say something,
Yeah,
then
that
they'll
shit is crazy.
change it 1 second later to try to
No,
trigger
I'm
you.
not.
What
I'm
you
asking you
literally
a question.
said, what you literally
Asking
just
you a
said,
question.
you said that I made a bold claim statement saying that Black Americans have a culture. That's
You
what you
did.
literally just said, bro.
You did say it. You did
No,
say
and
it.
I just literally repeated myself again, bro. I said that there's lots of stereotypes that people like to say about Black Americans as far as having no culture, but there is one thing about culture that we do have. At least one thing, and that's not giving up and running. Now you can again try to
You said
change
that was
that and
y'all
switch it
culture.
up
You said
and
that was y'all.
jiggle it around if you want, but that's up to you, bro. The answer is going to stay the same.
Truth. If you could just limit your responses, it'll be very great for everybody on this panel. Please limit.
I mean,
your
if you could
All you got to
expand
do is
yours, bro,
just
you keep
stop.
going to the same talking points.
No,
Like,
I'm
how
not.
many times we
You
done
keep
had
on
this conversation?
trying to change my like I give you an answer and then you try to change it, bro.
He's clearly saying that they do have a culture, and
So why are you asking the question then?
So
like
listen,
this would be the
because I'm
third
not the
time. This would be the third time, bro. This would be the third
Truth, I
time
don't need your
that people
response.
always try to say that we have stereotypes. But I said there's at least one. I said at least one thing about us having culture. This will be the third or fourth time, bro. I said there's at least one thing that we do have as far as culture, and it's not running or giving up. You can try
So
to
that's
change it
a
or switch it
culture,
up
right?
if you want.
So that's a culture, right? I'm trying to get a common ground with you.
Not running and giving up. So that's
Okay,
why I was saying if there's any type of Pan-Africanism, it would just be helping us.
MD and Kwame, we can all agree that he says Black people has a certain type of culture, right?
And it's not running or giving up. I said one thing at least, and it's not running and giving up.
Okay, so my thing is your definition of culture has nothing to do with culture at all. In fact, let me read the definition of culture for you, because you obviously don't know what culture means.
This is what you got to do, bro. And see, this is why Pan-Africanism don't work, bro, because you understand what I'm talking about, bro.
Listen.
And you trying to do all these little backflips, and you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you one thing about our culture. I mean, you, bro, I want you to go and I will be quiet so you can give us the definition. But still, you are still going to have to understand us as a people, us as our spirit, us as our culture. We don't run and we don't give up.
You're talking over me because I'm about to put BTA. This is why you talk over me. Stop talking over me. Okay? So
semantics,
talk.
bro. BTO over semantics is crazy, bro.
BTA talk.
So listen. You
Over
said
semantics
that,
is crazy.
You said that I'm quoting you verbatim. You said
At
that
the end of the day, don't give up and don't run. We don't give up and don't run, brother.
Is culture, right?
It's not in our spirit.
It's a mannerism, bro. It ain't specifically culture.
He said it's culture. He said it's culture. Well, I'm not saying. No, don't.
It ain't no gotcha moment, bro. Just explain yourself and keep it moving.
Yes. So culture has nothing to do with not giving up. It says a society shared learned patterns of behavior, beliefs, values, and customs that were passed down.
There you go. You just read it.
So what about what you just said is Black culture? I don't get it. Black American culture. You can't answer it.
So yeah,
My
like I
bad.
said,
I went
bro.
off. No. I went off the screen to get this.
BTA. You can't answer it.
Yeah, it ain't
No, I
that
went off the
serious, bro.
screen to get the definition. What happened? What happened? Come back. Say it again. My bad.
It's a mannerism, bro. It's not necessarily part of culture because everybody.
No, but I could have swore he just read the definition. It said it's a pattern, right? Is it not a pattern? Our pattern is not running. Our pattern is not giving up.
Nigga, slaves ran every day. What are you talking about?
We are still here. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You just
we are still here. What are you talking about?
You got
it's a mannerism, bro. It ain't.
Your
It ain't that
your
big
truth.
a deal.
Where did Harriet Tubman go?
We still here.
She didn't go.
She ain't hop on no boat.
She went to Niagara
we
Falls.
definitely didn't hop on no boat.
Wait,
She went to Niagara Falls, bro.
So black Americans
we still
didn't go
here.
Wait, so black Americans didn't go to Haiti, Liberia, Nova Scotia.
And we started in Haiti. What do you mean?
No, it's black people that went to Haiti from America.
So they went to worse oppression, is what you're saying.
No, they went to the
worse,
first black
worse
republic that
oppression.
was free. No, they went to
look.
Went to the first black republic.
All respect to Haiti, love Haiti, but it's the same oppression that's going on now, brother.
This dude lack knowledge. You lack knowledge.
And you obviously like news. I mean, all you have to do is turn on the TV. Haiti is it's still going down in Haiti.
I'd rather lack news than knowledge.
All right. Pan-Africanism, care about your brothers and sisters, Pan-Africanism, because it's still going down in Haiti. Okay. Shout out to Haiti.
News is indoctrination. Knowledge is not.
Hey, look, folks. Hey, I'm done for the night, man. Hey, this is a good conversation, bro. Again.
Pan-Africanism. This is Pan-Africanism. Like we over here trying to talk about and handle business. They over here talking about semantics and
I don't have an issue with Pan-Africanism, bro. I simply don't.
Look. Like I said before, I don't have an issue with Pan-Africanism until they do this. Why are we talking about semantics, bro?
I just want people to understand.
Come back so we could switch the belt. We gonna soften the belt next time.
Nah, it's all good,
you
bro.
got
Like I said,
change from Webster to
you got your viewpoints. I got mine, bro. And that's the beauty of it all. No performing, bro.
We knocked you out. You woke back up and started swinging at the mirror 3 times in one round.
Hey, bro. Hey, again. Hey, all viewpoints are good viewpoints, bro. Again, we can learn from each other. It's straight.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. That's how you know the difference right there. That's how you can hear the difference. You feel me? So it's all good.
Why you got black? M20. Why you got black crossed out in your icon, man? Why you got black crossed out?
Didn't we like talk about all this earlier?
Yeah,
I said as far as the reparations, huh?
You waking back up swinging at the mirror once again,
bro. Yeah. Hey, cut it out, man. Let's talk for a minute, bro. Cut it out.
I know, man.
Hey, so I said earlier in the reparations claim, due to the equal protection clause, you can't bring forth anything based on race. It's going to trigger what's called strict scrutiny. Only if you can base it from a discrimination claim. I don't think, as it pertains to what I'm talking about when it comes to reparations, that's going to be able to be done. That's why I say American freedmen, which was the language used in the Freedmen's Bureau Act. I explained all that earlier. I thought maybe you was paying attention.
So your identity is a legal status. That's your identity, a legal status.
In that particular case, yes. I'm Black American, bro. Point blank, period. I'm Black, period. That's not. It's a distinctive thing. Just I want to point that out. It ain't that big a deal, bro. You want to fight me for that too?
Nah. If you want to identify yourself as a legal status, you know that's you. I don't got no problem with that.
So that's all. I thought y'all heard me when I said it earlier. But like I said, bro, good conversation.
Yeah, you a good brother. You a good brother.
I'm a check you out, American Dream. I sub to you, bro. Y'all go check me out over on my channel, man. Like I do similar stuff, just in a more structured way. So
yeah, what's the name of your channel?
I mean, it's the MD20, bro. You
could just put the link in the back. Put the link in the back chat.
Yeah, I'll do that. But definitely, man. Hey, viewpoints are always good points, bro. Just understand that when it comes to the extreme, that's the stuff that I don't like. That's why I don't rock with FBA. But at the same token, that's why I don't rock with a subset of a lot of Pan-Africans, which in my opinion wouldn't even exist if it weren't for FBA. You know, let's make that perfectly clear. I don't
What you
even
mean?
think Pan-Africans would be targeting a lot of the viewpoints that a lot of Black Americans make as it pertains to reparations, if it wasn't for the backlash, the xenophobia that a lot of FBAs do, which I don't agree with either. So, you know, y'all were sprouted from, if we gonna keep it real, y'all were sprouted from FBA. I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? So in that aspect,
So
that's what I mean when I say extreme.
an organization that was started in the pandemic sprouted an organization that exists since the 1800s.
It started this.
He's
It sprouted this conversation.
Did
DJ speak with him?
He's waking back up swinging in the mirror.
It definitely did, because this wasn't happening prior to FBA, which I don't give a damn about.
David,
so,
11 o'clock.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna check y'all out, man. I'm about to get ready to go to the house. And I'm be listening in.
All right, MD. Blessings to you.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, so we are at the 11-hour mark. I'm gonna ride this till the wheel falls off. You heard? We're gonna go till YouTube shuts us down. So we got a little less than an hour of recording left. So yeah, so do y'all thing.
Hey, so Truth.
Yes, sir.
Truth getting BTA timing now.
Yeah. So my thing about you is you made an analogy that made no sense into what the conversation was had at hand, and you said something about a cult and them killing Black people. How is that even relevant to the conversation that was at hand? I want to know.
It doesn't matter. It was just an example.
So why use an analogy that doesn't matter?
Well, it does matter, but it doesn't matter. Like, of course, we could say like there are different organizations or groups in America where they do, I'm sure, have these type of dealings or thoughts or things like that. So it is something that you have to take in consideration of. At one point in time, it was something that was ran rampant in America. And just because we don't take it as serious now, at one point in time, there were another group of people who did have to take it as serious. So
do you know what I'm referring to, or are you just like making shit up in your head?
If you're talking about what I said, you're talking about my example that I gave earlier, right?
Do you even know what you said before that you were making an analogy of?
Yeah.
What did you say that you were making that analogy of?
You're talking about when I said if they're going around and they're killing Black people at night.
That's the analogy. I was asking you, what did you say?
What the main topic was?
Yes.
Oh, the main topic, like I said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the main topic was. The point is, I needed you to understand if somebody understands or thinks that something is true, and that's why you're trying to overtalk me, because you know I'm about to get that point out again. But if somebody, it doesn't matter if they think that stealing people's shoes at night, if there's an epidemic of people at night, people are stealing people's shoes, you better watch out because your shoes might get taken. It doesn't matter if it's a killing. It doesn't matter if there's people stealing your shoes. It doesn't matter if you have a Kia and people are breaking into your Kia. Guess what? The Kia, that's one thing that's known, right? The Kia boys. So it's like, okay, so guess who's worrying about their car if they have a Kia, right? So it doesn't matter if you think that it's, oh, okay, well, my car won't get broken into. I guarantee you, a person, if they're seeing these different things on the news and it's like, okay, everybody, and that same person has a Kia in their mind, in that same person's mind who knows they have a Kia, If they don't want to believe that they're going to be subject to that, vandalism or not, they have to take that serious. They have to take that serious.
Talking louder is not helping your case.
And trying to talk over me and not allow me to give you the answer to a question that you asked is not going to make it not be answered. So it's like,
question. You didn't even know.
I did just answer the question.
You didn't even know what you said.
I said it doesn't matter what I was talking about. It was about the point. The point.
Dude,
the point is, if somebody thinks or sees something as being serious or true, or it's something that they believe to be true or fact, you have to take that as serious as they do.
You can't believe something is a fact.
That's how you do in your life. That's how you do in your life.
Dude, listen,
so look, if
you can't even listen.
if you go out in life and you think just nothing's gonna happen to you in life, and you know what I mean,
Dude,
actually, let me ask you this:
Dude,
are you a firearm holder? Quiet. Are you a firearm holder?
I'm not gonna answer your questions if
quiet. Exactly, because you know it's gonna set you up for the next question. And the next question is gonna be, why do you even have it? Why do you even have it? Because you believe, you know what I mean, in inevitable. It's like you believe it's not going to happen. So it's like, why do you even have a firearm? Because you understand and you believe that if somebody wants to get up in your shit good and bad enough, they're going to do that. So you have to, you don't have to believe that somebody's going to do it that night or not. But you have to take the serious and understanding and awareness of, if you have a firearm, that for you to protect your home, you're going to need one yourself. So you don't carry that. I'm sure you don't carry that firearm to inflict pain or actually hurt somebody, but you have it for that very fact that because you know that people like to steal and break into people's houses, you have to meet with that same energy and that same force.
Calm down, dude. Calm down. You're making.
Don't ask the question, because I'm definitely going to give you an answer, brother.
I'm not asking.
Truth hurts, brother. Truth hurts. I got that name for a reason.
I'm telling you to calm down. I'm not asking any questions. The point.
I know. You didn't want to answer the question because I was going to bust you. What'd you say? BTA. You was about to get that BTA 2.0.
Dude, can you listen? Can you listen? The fact of the matter is, you're making a bunch of analogies out of a whole nother analogy after analogy after analogy after analogy.
And it makes sense.
Why are you using a bunch of analogies after another analogy?
Because it made sense. That's why you didn't want to answer the question, because it would have made sense.
You forgot what you said at the first.
It would have made sense, sir. It just would have made sense. It would have made sense if you said, yes, I do have a firearm, because then I would have said, well, why do you have it if you just don't believe in analogies? You don't believe in analogies that somebody might come in your home, or you don't believe in analogies that somebody might rob you for. You don't believe in analogies. So why do you have a firearm? That's why you didn't want to answer the question. 2.0 BTA. Exactly.
What's BTA again? What's BTA? Here? Yo, can y'all hear me? Doesn't sound like y'all can hear me. Yo. Y'all got super quiet. What happened? Hey, USA Docs. Everybody got kicked off. What happened? How everybody got kicked off? Was that me? Oh, your boy was streaming. Your boy MD20 was streaming the joint. Okay. What up though, USA Docs? Blessings to you. I only got like another half an hour before I shut this down. Either I shut it down or YouTube gonna shut it down. Oh,
Yeah, what's good?
I'm chilling, Docs. What's good with you?
Oh, just listen. I just got back with my daughter. It just came back from my Jamaican people making Jamaican jerk chicken and cooked it up, served it up to me. But yeah, you talked about being in Jamaica, right? You said that.
Hey, hold on. American Dream. BTA means belt to ass, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Belt to ass.
Yeah, I never heard that before. BTA. Yeah, bro. But you talked about in Jamaica.
You talking about today?
Yeah. You said when you leave Jamaica that you go through a specific sign, a sector saying that when you leave Jamaica, you go through the Americans leaving Jamaica, and there's no such thing as a departure in Jamaica in a Jamaican airport that says Americans, right? So when you said that, that's not true, because you said there's two different
I meant
lines.
to say I meant to say when I arrived back. If I didn't say that, when I arrived back, there's a line for citizens, U.S. citizens,
Yeah,
and
but
then non-citizens.
you said Americans. You're not American, bro. You are a Jamaican who's a citizen of America, but you're not Jamaican.
That's what
You're
you
not
said.
American. Yeah, no, that's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
It's not a fact. That's what you say.
That's the census says it. Your origin. Right?
That's the nonsense you say.
No, bro, you're on the census, Jamaican. I already showed you on my channel.
And you're on the census as African.
No, African American. We still got the American.
African.
You're African. No, African American, and the
Well, you
OMB.
claim that you're not African.
Yeah, and the
Are you
OMB.
African American? Are you an African American?
No. I'm American.
Are you an African American?
No, I'm not.
So
As
you
they
don't agree.
did.
Hold on, Dex.
Listen.
Hold on, Dex. So you don't agree with what the census says about you, but you agree with what it says about me?
Yeah, you're Jamaican. That's your origin.
You're full of
You come
crap,
from Jamaica.
and you're full of crap.
Yeah, we're from America. Your origin is.
You're African. If according to the census, I'm Jamaican, then you're African.
Listen, your origin is Jamaican. That's undisputable.
And
right?
your origin is African.
Okay.
That's
okay.
according to the census.
Again, do you have relatives in Jamaica? That's a yes.
Do you have relatives in Africa?
No. See, that's what I'm going to get you. I don't have any relatives, but you damn sure have relatives in Jamaica.
So why does the census call you African American?
That's easy. Okay, how long have they called us African American? Do you know how long? Since 19.
No, I don't.
Okay, we've been here as slaves. I don't need to go anywhere beyond slavery. So as a people enslaved, we've been here 400 or 500 years, depending on how you count it, right? We were never called African American until 1988, right? So literally 97% of the time we've been here as slaves and Jim Crow, and to this day, 97% of the time we've been here as a people and new people. We've never been called African American as a people. Never. 97%. But hang on. So it's funny.
You've also never been called the only American.
That's not true, because
that's true. That's a fact. You've never been called that.
Listen,
you made that up.
No, in 1828, look at Noah Webster Dictionary. He said the copper people, the Aboriginals, were the Americans, right? We're copper colored.
That's what you are.
Yeah. Oh, bro. Look at my skin, bro.
So you're a copper man?
Yeah,
instead of a black man, you're a copper man.
I'm not black, bro. I'm not black, bro. Do I look black to you? My skin is beautiful shades of brown melanin, bro.
Is that your crown? Is that a crown made of copper?
No, it's gold, bro. It's gold and emeralds and diamond. That's gold, baby.
So your
That's
skin
gold.
is copper and your crown is gold.
Yeah. Well,
but
come
you're
on.
a copper man. But instead of a black man, you're a copper man.
I'm not black, bro. I've never been black. My family ain't black. We are descendants of shadow slaves. Beautiful shades of brown melanin.
Hold on, Dex. You just said you're copper.
Yeah, copper color. Yeah. Beautiful shades of brown melanin, copper color.
Okay, yeah, you're a copper.
Yeah, okay, I got a copper undertone, bro. Anybody would tell you yeah.
Okay, you're a copper American.
Yeah, check this out, American Jew. There's this guy on Twitter.
Hold on. We've been called African American since 19.
Who's we?
How long did you say?
Who's we? Not since you. Descendants of shadow slaves in the United States of America have been called African.
Have been called
legally since 1988.
For how long?
3% of the 3% of the time. 97% of the time we were never called African. 97% of the time.
2025, you're introducing copper American.
Hey,
you know what? No, hang on. Hey, check this out. Actually, American Dream. Our ethnic name officially was not African American until 2020. So actually 99% of the time, we have never been labeled as African American. Literally less than 1% of the time we've been here as a people, we were labeled African American. 2020 was the first time.
Hang on a second, USA. Go ahead, Dex.
Docs. Okay, if you say you're a copper people, right? And America is an Arctic land, how is that environmentally proof? You know
I have no idea what you're saying, bro. We are the only Americans. I don't know what you're saying.
But America is an Arctic land. That means it's
I have no idea what you're saying, bro. It's a nation. America's a nation.
Listen, how do you get copper colored people in an Arctic land? I want to know.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're saying, but we come from America. We were enslaved here. We come from America. We're the only Americans.
You're not listening to the question.
No, I'm saying I don't understand what you're saying because it doesn't make sense to me. I don't even care this Arctic stuff. I don't care. I don't care, bro. You don't make. My people come from the nation called United States of America. Period.
We got to stop bringing these coons up because he's not even answering the question.
Bro, you don't make any sense with all that.
You don't know.
Hey, American Dream. You know why he name calls? Because I dog walk him every time. I dog walk him.
If you don't know something, just say you don't know.
Okay, American Dream. Did I not just say 5 times I didn't know what he's talking about? American Dream. Did I not just say I have no idea what he's talking about? No, D, stop it. American Dream. Did I not tell this dude I have no idea what he's talking about, this Arctic shit? Yes or no?
You said
No, American Dream. Okay. D, then D, move on. You lost. D, move on. You lost. You're a liar. You're a liar. You just lied on me. So move on. Even American Dream, you said you just lied on me. So stop lying on me, brother. You talk dumb. So move on. What's your next point? Well, you lost that point. What's your next point? What's your next point?
Okay, I'm about to make it. If you allow me to talk, you just have a good mic and you're over talking everybody, not allowing them to respond to what you're saying. So my
USA Docs, I thought yesterday was your last day of streaming.
No, I can't use StreamYard anymore until it renews again in the middle of September. But I can use StreamYard through your StreamYards or any other person's StreamYard. I just can't use my StreamYard. Like I can't just start hang on, D. I'm talking American Dream.
I have a question.
No, he just asked me. This is not your channel, D. D act like he owned your channel, American Dream.
Hang on 1 second.
D act like he's your man. Gee. So American Dream, when your StreamYard account runs out, you can't stream until it renews again. So I can't go into my StreamYard and start a brand new stream on my own accord. Now I could jump on your panel or anybody else's panel using StreamYard, but I can't do it myself until the middle of September. So I can't do it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dex.
Okay, so he said that he don't know what I'm talking about, as if he didn't understand the question.
I don't understand, bro. I have no idea. Like I've said that to you. I don't understand, and I don't even care. But go ahead.
Let me reiterate the question so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Okay? So if you say you don't know the answer, then you don't know the answer. That's a different.
Hey, dude, that's a duh. If somebody says they don't know the answer. That's duh. Get to your point, bro.
Question. Shit. You saying I just clearly said that. How do you get a copper colored people in a colder climate? I don't understand.
And I don't understand that, bro. I really don't. But that's on you. You're African, so I'm an American and you're African. So you think like Africans. I think like an American. So I don't understand what you're trying to get to. But go ahead, brother.
America is an Arctic land.
I don't understand what you're talking. America's a nation. It has borders. Has a military. Has a government. That's it. And we come from it. We're enslaved here. We come from it. You're talking African babble. I don't understand it.
No, do you know what Arctic means?
No, not in the way you're saying. No, I know the Arctic Ocean, but you're saying something I don't know and I don't care. All I care is about my people come from America. That makes us the only Americans. That's all. You can come up with this Arctic babble all you want. I don't care.
USA, what color is copper? Is that like a reddish brown?
No, well, back in the day during slavery, when 1828, when Noah Webster said the copper color people, it's going to be like a dark copper color. Yeah. And check this out. On Twitter, there's this guy.
Hold on. Like when you say the dark copper, like if I ask you what color is copper, you don't say it's a dark copper. It's a dark, like what? A dark brown?
Well, yeah. Like a dark brown with a red undertone, right?
Right, a reddish brown.
Yeah. And this guy on Twitter,
color as the kind of like the same color as the ancient Egyptians.
I don't know anything about ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, because that's the same. That's the same way they describe the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, that's
reddish
okay.
Brown.
I don't care. But check this out. There's this guy on Twitter. and his name is Arthur. His name is Arthur something, and
you may be related to the ancient Egyptians.
No, anyway, hang on. There's a guy on Twitter. His name is Arthur something, right? And he owns this Freeman website. But anyway, he took pictures of American descendants of chattel slaves and Africans, and he put it through Grok. And he says, Grok, which group has a copper-colored undertone? The American descendants of chattel slaves and Africans. But he didn't decipher. He put them all. He put all the pictures indiscriminately, and every single one said the American descendants of chattel slaves. Right, regardless of how dark they were or light they were. Grok said repeatedly, this group right here, this picture has a red copper-colored undertone, and the other group doesn't. And you know what? The group that had the red copper-colored undertone was the American descendants of chattel slaves. And the ones who had no red copper-colored undertone were Africans. And he did it like 50 times, and Grok 100% identified us Americans and not as Africans. 100% of the time. I think it's cool.
You're ranting off on your own talking points.
Bro, I'm talking to American Dream. I'm not even paying attention to you, bro. You're talking
Dex. Dex, hang on a second, Dex.
He's not answering my question though. That's not fair.
I don't really think he's interested in kind of communicating with you at this point. Dex, if he doesn't want to, Dex, look, if he doesn't want to speak with you,
I know.
Dex, if he doesn't want to speak with you, he just doesn't want to speak with you.
Because I'm putting BTA. He knows.
Okay, so that's fine, but let me speak with him since I have a limited time. He's kind enough to come on the panel. Let me just speak with him for a minute because he doesn't want to speak with you. I appreciate you, Dex. You've held it down for me today. You a trooper. Have a blessed night. Yeah, man, be good. Yeah, USA. So you're saying there were African slaves here and African black slaves, and then there were copper-colored slaves, native slaves as well?
Yeah, there were no African slaves. Less than 10,000.
So the slaves in America weren't black Africans.
No.
They were reddish brown, copper color people.
Yeah, it was an amalgamation of these Mongoloid Siberians. They were enslaved here, along with the Negro slaves, Negro natives that were enslaved here. Remember, the anthropologist Carlos Marquez, whatever, he said North America was a Negro continent. He said for a fact. He goes, you have the red Mongoloid, and then you had the Negroid. And he says that even before the red Mongoloid, these Siberian people came through the Bering Strait, he says before they even got here thousands of years ago, before that was in fact a Negro nation, a Negro continent. He said for a fact this was a Negro continent.
So are you saying that Black American, that Black Africans have stolen the copper-colored slaves' identity as American slaves?
Yeah, well, we're not African, so I don't know what you're talking about when you say African slaves. We come from the slaves here were natives.
When I look at historical documents, they describe the slaves as Black Americans, and when they show the pictures of them, they look like Black Africans. Black Africans, and that's what they look like. But you're saying they weren't Black Africans. They were reddish brownish colored copper people. They weren't even from Africa. They were copper colored Americans. Instead of Black Africans, the slaves were copper colored Americans.
Yeah, and some were jet black.
I'm asking you, where did this whole Black African slavery thing come from? Where did this whole myth of a Black African slave come from to be written in our textbooks?
Yeah. Oh, it's the white man lie. The white man is a big liar. We both agree the white man has lied a lot and still lies. Even white people admit how much white people lie. The white man lied. The white man just destiny swapped. Like these people on tribes, they're largely Europeans.
Why did the white man swap y'all for Black Africans?
No, he didn't swap us for Black Africans. The belief.
So what was his lie?
Oh, the lie was, hey, these enslaved people, these people are Africans. When actuality, we were the natives. See, when the white man lied,
I'm trying to figure out why he did that. Why?
Easy to dispossess of us our land.
What was his goal in doing that?
Oh, easy to dispossess us of our land. You see, if you
give it to the Black Africans.
No, he took it. He took the land. You see what I'm saying? The white man came.
Why did he have to switch y'all out with black Africans to take your land? Why didn't he just take your land? The same way he took the native Indians' land.
Oh, easy. They feel good about it.
Switch out? Why would he have to write you out of history in order to take your land?
Yeah. Why do you think the white man reclassified us 10, 20 times? Everybody knows. Every historian like, yeah, we've been reclassified at least 10, 20 times. At least 10 times. Why did the white man reclassify us 10 times, 20? Why? If we were just Africans, he would have just said, these are Africans, man. Why did the white man reclassify us 10 to 20 times? Every historian like,
I think it's for because if you remember, you and me, we were looking at the census, and it said that there were groups today who are trying to get, they're trying to delineate off of the census, and they want to be called American descendants of slaves. So I think the reason that the white man keeps reclassifying us is because we keep asking them to.
Us, you're not us, you're Jamaican, sir.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It's because y'all keep asking them to. But does that answer the question, though? Or do you have a different reason?
What's that? Well, I told you my reason.
My answer to why they keep reclassifying you is because you keep asking them to. The same way y'all are asking to be reclassified on the census even today, where y'all want to be called American descendants of slaves on the census, and the OMB said no. They said no to that one. The reason they kept reclassifying us is because y'all kept asking them, and y'all asked so many times. They just that's why they're changing it, because y'all keep asking them.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that's absolutely false. The white man.
Okay, so why do you think they keep reclassifying you?
Oh, easy. They keep us confused. Like, think about it. If we were we did not ask the government to call us Negro, colored, slaves, black, mulatto, quadroon. These are all the white man terms. Even the word black comes from the white man, BLACK. Our ancestors didn't use the word black. They were natives. They had their own languages. They didn't use, hey, I'm black, I'm a Negro, I'm colored, I'm mulatto. Even the word Indian comes from the white man. So all these reclassification names come from the white man and not from our ancestors, the natives. Not one of them. Every single title the white man has reclassified comes directly from his own mouth in degeneracy. We didn't call ourselves black.
You said African American came from Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, in 1988.
But that's not the white man.
I'm talking about for 350 years. For 350 years.
You said every classification.
Yeah, besides that one. Besides that one. That is Jesse Jackson. Besides that one. But I'm talking about slavery and Jim Crow. We were classified as slaves, black, colored, Negro, mulatto, quadroon, octoroon. Those are not natives' names. Those are all white people terms that the white man used to reclassify us to keep us confused because we're the natives. The white man destiny swapped, right? You guys are Africans, not your land. It's ours because you're Africans. So you have no claim to the land, and it's our land. And then in the 1890s, the white man created the reservations and said, now white people will inhabit these lands and not you Americans, descendants of shadow slaves. So the white man took our land twice. He took it in the beginning, just came and took it and reclassified as African, say, hey, this is not, they didn't even reclassify as African. They reclassified as slaves, right? That was the number one the number one term for us, slaves, right? So you guys are slaves and then Negroes and colored. You're not these native people. So we're taking your land. And in 1890,
well, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said they tried to tell you that y'all were Africans?
No, I took that back. Black. They never classified us as Africans. They classified as slaves. The number one classifier for us during slavery was slaves. SLAVS. You guys are slaves. You guys are Negro. You guys are colored. Black is the least of the terms.
So there were no African slaves here. Oh, okay, there were no African slaves here. They just wrote it in history. Yeah, they just wrote it in history that there were black African slaves.
No, it's not in history, bro. That's the part. That's the lie. The white man has lied. When you look in history, there's no document saying there's all these Africans. There's only remember I told you in North Carolina there were 100,000 slaves, and they said only one slave ship came from Africa.
From the transatlantic slave trade?
No. If you go to zero. Well, what they got is not zero. If you go to slavevoyage.org, check it out. If you go to slavevoyage.org, they only have 25 Africans being shipped from Africa to America on record. Like we have the records. They only have the records of 25 Africans over a 300-year period showing up to America's shores. It gets worse. 22 ran away, and only 3 got caught. So 300 years of the transatlantic slave trade to America from Africa, they only documented for a fact 25 slaves, and 22 ran away, never to be found again. And there was only 3 left, and that was it. There's 3 Africans. Out of 300 years, 3 Africans. That slavevoyage.org says for a fact. They got the ship name, the ship number, they got the captain name, they got the exact date, they got the slave manual. And all they have over a 300-year period is 25 African slaves. And 22 ran away as soon as they got off the boat and was never found again. Only 3 Africans they kept.
Do you think that the Black Americans today, the ones that are black, not copper colored, the ones that are black,
like Wesley Snipes,
yeah, like so where did they come from? Because they're claiming to be descendants of those ancestors that you're saying were never here. So are you saying they're trying to steal your reparations when they're asking for reparations?
First of all, I'm not even talking about reparations at this point. We're just talking about the natives. So I don't know when you bring in reparations.
So where did these Black Americans, these non-copper colored Americans, come from that we would call black skin, not copper colored?
Yeah. I got you.
Like, where did they come from? Like, a lot of them are among the FBA, a lot of them are among ADOS. Where did they come from claiming to be descendants of these black Africans that you said never existed?
Where did the Wesley Snipes come from? In America? You talking? Yeah, where the somebody American like Don Cheadle
that are not copper colored, that are black colored.
Yeah,
claim to be descendants of those black Africans. How did they appear? When did they appear in America?
Oh, easy. These people have always been here. Like, remember, there's archaeologists says this was a Negro continent even before these Siberian people came here thousands of years ago.
So that wasn't talking about you?
Yes, our ancestors were these
Negro people weren't. I thought you said when they said this is a Negro continent, that was talking about y'all. The copper
yes.
So
it's a combination, bro. My channel, I've said it before.
All of y'all were Negro. The copper colored people
Negroes,
and the black people were Negroes.
Yeah, we're a mixture of the people who have been here forever, called Negroes, and we're also amalgamated with these.
Hold on. So Negroes included copper colored.
Yes.
The copper colored and the black colored.
Yeah.
And those natives, were those natives of African descent?
No, these people didn't come from Africa. There's no proof they came from Africa. None.
Okay, so
but
where do
correct. There's no proof they came from Africa.
So the Black Americans today, the Pan-Africanist type Americans who claim to have African ancestry, they're just the ones that are fooled by the lie.
Yeah. Do you know this guy named Sonetta? He's a hardcore. Yeah. Did you see him on Twitter? He just found out that at minimum 1/2 of his family came from the natives. He was interviewing his own uncle, and his uncle was like, his uncle named the tribes Sonetta, one side. I don't know if it's mother's side or father's side. One of the sides. I think it's the mother's side. But his uncle said, we come from these. He named the tribes. And Sonetta gave an apology last week or the week before. He apologized. He goes,
Indian tribes?
Yeah. He said that I have dogged these native Indians. We're natives. He goes, I mocked them. But I interviewed my own uncle, and he said, 1/2 of my family comes from these native tribes. And he was very excited. But he apologized to everyone. It's like, I was wrong. He goes, I'm literally 1/2 native. And I didn't know that till just recently when my uncle said, we come from tribes, bro. We don't come from Africa. And so Sonetta changed his mind. He apologized. He goes, I was wrong. So, people are waking up, bro.
What color would you say the native Indians are? Like, if you could use a color, y'all are copper. What color would you say the native Indians would be?
Yeah, well, we're copper tone. We have copper undertone. So
no, I'm talking
copper
about the
undertones.
native Indians.
The native
Not
Indians today
y'all.
are, yeah, you're talking about us, yeah. We have copper undertone, whether we're light skin,
Oh, so
brown skin, or
y'all
dark skin.
and the native Indians are copper toned.
No, the people on reservations aren't copper tone. Like he even put in the people on reservations today, and they said no copper tone was detected.
So
The people on reservations are white
they?
people mixed with Chinese people. They're like Mexicans.
White people mixed. Wait.
Yeah. Like
Hold on,
remember,
Hold on. So back in the day, during slavery times, there were Negroes that were copper toned and black, and then there were Indians that were what color?
yeah, those Indians had the copper. I'm talking about these people that came from Siberia. Not that.
Yeah.
Remember, there's two groups
They
of
had the
Indians.
copper tone that you had.
Yeah. There's two groups of Indians. The so-called Indian on reservations today, which are essentially white people, and the ones when the white man came here, the Mongoloids that came from Siberia. These are the copper-colored people. The people on reservations there are white people. They destiny swap. So the people, these natives were either jet black, brown, or copper-colored, but they all had a copper-color undertone. I'm trying to find I have the like. Did you know when the white man came here?
Hold on. So you're copper toned like the native Indians are copper toned, but they classed you as a Negro with the black people that you're not, that you don't have the same skin color with. Why didn't they class you with the Indians, given that y'all are both copper toned? Why aren't you considered? Why would they consider you a Negro and not with the native Indians, given that y'all are the same skin tone?
Well, hang on. Can you bring up the picture like you did last time? Let me just show you. I'm going to help you out. I can show you better.
What picture?
It's right next to my avatar in the back. Remember you brought it up before?
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever you bring up, I can put up. Oh,
all right, thank you, brother. Yeah, there you go. See, we are the copper-colored people. You see that right there? We're the copper-colored people, right? That's what we are. We're the copper-colored people, right? We're the natives. But that's copper color, right?
Okay.
This is what I mean about having a copper colored undertone. All these people have copper colored undertone, right? Whether you're light skin, brown skin, or dark skin, because we were mixed together, we're the copper colored people, right? The people on reservations aren't copper colored. People on reservations are straight up white people or Chinese people mixed with white. But we are the copper colored people. Like when you see this, like, oh damn, you guys are copper colored. Yeah. We are the original Americans. They just remixed us by breeding us, and the white man bred himself into us, and they gave us our culture, elite European culture. But yeah, we are the copper-colored people.
Okay, so
you don't see people on reservations look like this. No, they look like white people. We're the copper-colored people. But go ahead.
So if Simone Biles is the copper-toned people, like
yeah,
so you're saying
she got a red undertone.
So who are the dark-skinned? So who are and she's one of the copper-toned Negroes.
Yeah.
Like which Negro today would you consider one of the black Negroes?
Well, I don't know what you mean by black. You mean just dark skin, like Wesley Snipes?
You said Simone Biles looks like what would be a copper-toned.
Yeah, a copper undertone. Copper undertone. Yeah.
Negroes.
Yeah, copper undertone.
You said there were two types of Negroes, copper-toned and black. So I'm asking you, if Simone Biles is copper-toned, who today would you say is one of the black Negroes?
Yeah, that's interesting because once again, Wesley Snipes, you would say he's
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, you know who he is, right?
Okay.
The actor, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I told you the guy on Twitter who has his own Freeman website, he put in Wesley Snipes, and Grok AI said that Wesley Snipes, which we would all say is black, jet black, and Grok said that even Wesley Snipes had a copper color undertone. Look at your screen.
So you would say. So can you put up the whole picture?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah.
So you would say who is that?
That's
Biles.
And this is Shakira Richardson.
Shakira.
Yeah, and then you got Kobe, LeBron, Carmelo, and what's his face, Kevin Durant. Huh.
Right. So you would say Kobe, LeBron, and none of those. You would say none of those people up there are black.
Well, black is a made up. You got to remember, our own government says black is a made up term. It's not real. Our own federal government.
What about copper? Copper isn't made up?
No, because look at, we're not black. See, look at, we're copper colored. We're not black. Her hair is black, but we're not black. That goes to show you the government is correct. The government says,
but you're saying Wesley Snipes is black.
Yeah.
You're saying Wesley Snipes is black,
but with a copper
LeBron
color
James
undertone. Yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on. You're saying Wesley Snipes is black, but LeBron James is not.
I said black as far as somebody dark. Even Wesley Snipes is not black, literally. He's still brown. He's just a really, really dark brown. Like,
so is Wesley Snipes, so which group does he belong to? The black Negroes or the copper Negroes?
he belongs to the copper Negroes. Which
Wesley?
But yeah, Wesley Snipes. I told you the guy put his picture in Grok. And Grok says he has a copper colored undertone, a reddish undertone.
Okay, so
Wesley Snipes.
So who belongs to the black Negroes, if not Wesley Snipes?
Who belongs to the black Negroes? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Now? What you mean? What am I talking about?
Yeah, explain that.
You said there are copper tone Negroes and black Negroes.
Yeah, when I said
everybody in that picture right there is a copper Negro.
Yes. And again,
and then I asked you who's a black Negro, and you said like Wesley Snipes.
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Not a black Negro.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm asking you, who is a black Negro?
Yeah.
All of these people are copper Negroes. Who would you consider a black Negro?
Okay, listen to me. I said before, when I said Wesley Snipes is black, I said it metaphorically. He's not black. He's just really, really dark brown. So if you want to go on literally, there is no black amongst us because we're all shades of light to brown to dark skin. Any scientists, anthropologists, Wesley Snipes is not literally black. He's brown. What's that?
Okay.
Yeah, he's brown.
Because you started off making a clear distinction, saying there are copper people and there are black people, and that they were trying to rewrite history and replace the copper people with the black people. And now you've ended with there are no black people, there are just copper people. So, you're kind of all over the place a little bit.
Well, like I said, I was using, everyday terminology. Like when somebody's jet black, you're like, they're jet black, but they're not actually jet black. They're just really, really dark brown. So I was speaking metaphorically, but then I straightened it out to be, when I speak metaphorically, anyone would say Wesley Snipes is a black man. But that's metaphorically because he's not actually black. None of us are actually black. He's just really, really, really dark brown. Now that's literal. But look at Noah Webster. Noah Webster said in 1828, he said, what is an American? An American, a noun, a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races, right?
Aboriginals or
the copper-colored, or copper-colored races.
And I think by Aboriginals he means the native Indians. Right, because I don't think they would, and that's who he's calling copper colored. And you said they were copper colored too, so
yeah, they are copper colored.
I was asking you if you were native Indian, because they would be the ones to me that would be described as a copper color. I guess I don't know.
We are a grand amalgamation of our ancestors, the copper colored people, the Aboriginals, bro, with elite European admit. We are our ancestors remixed. Like they just enslaved our ancestors and started breeding.
That picture you showed. Can you put up that basketball picture again with the copper?
Hang on, my computer is slow. Hang on.
Never mind.
No, I got it. My computer is slow.
No, it's not. It's really not important. But listen.
No, right here. Go ahead. Well, what you gotta say? Go ahead.
I was gonna give a corny joke. I was gonna say that's a grand amalgamation of copper.
Yeah, you can say that. It actually works. We're a grand amalgamation of copper colored people. You can definitely say that. But
I don't know if you noticed, USA, but I've been streaming now for 11 hours and 45 minutes. You heard, and it's gonna end in 15 minutes. So
no, it won't end. It won't end. YouTube will just clip it at 12 hours, but YouTube allows you to go to 15, 16 hours. I used to do it on my channel. I would have 15-hour live streams.
If I'm doing StreamYard, it's just going to keep recording, right?
Yeah. And YouTube is going to keep recording. But when YouTube plays back the video, it clips it at 12 hours, period. So as long as the stream goes 13, 14, 15 hours, YouTube will stream it for 15 hours along with StreamYard simultaneously. But when you play it back,
you can go back tomorrow and watch the 15 hours.
Yeah. It'll be just the first 12 hours, even though there's an additional.
Do I have access to the full 15 hours?
No. Only on StreamYard you have. StreamYard. Yeah, on StreamYard, YouTube clips it at 12 hours, but on StreamYard you have the access to it for the whole 15 hours. But
Oh,
On
okay.
StreamYard, you can't clip it though. When streams go 12, 13, 14 hours, you can't clip it. You can record it, like, take another recorder and record it, but you can't clip it because it's too. Even StreamYard says that's too long to even clip. But you can
Oh, is that
still
right?
you can clip it by recording it. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is record it on. If you got an app, you just record what went on in the last 3 hours, and you can repost the last 3 hours. Just get your app, whatever, and record the last 3 hours on StreamYard and post the last 3 hours, which won't show on the stream that went 15 hours because it's only going to show you
You're
12
talking
hours.
fast, bro. You're talking fast. I'm like, what?
I'm sorry about that, but yeah, so that's what's going to happen. You could
So
you can
if I
go
stream for 15 hours, StreamYard won't allow me to crop it, you said?
Yeah, you have to just record it. There's apps. There's apps. You just you go to StreamYard and you use your app to clip it, the last 3 hours or anything you want, and repost it.
Yeah.
As something brand new. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
but if it's so what are you saying? If it's 15 hours, it doesn't allow me to do that?
no, StreamYard won't allow you to clip streams 15 hours long. It'll say when you try to clip it, it will say stream too long. But it doesn't
So what
matter
would I have
because
to do?
you have a recorder, right? All you got to do is record it. An app. You got an app to record it, don't you? Like,
No, I'm
don't
just
you?
recording it into StreamYard. I'm just recording it into StreamYard.
Yeah, but when you want to, if it goes, just say this went for 15 hours, which it won't, but if it did, YouTube is going to clip it at 12 hours, but you're still going to have all 15 hours on StreamYard.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is get another recorder, another app, and record the last 3 hours, and then you could repost it on your YouTube channel, even as something new. That would be new material. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that'd be like two streams in one. Like, hey, there's the 12-hour one, and now I'm gonna record the last 3 hours from StreamYard and repost that, and now I'm gonna have two streams out of one: the first 12 hours and the last 3 hours as a new one.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but don't let it go 16 hours. If you go 16 hours, YouTube will take down the entire stream. I learned that too many times. So I used to let my streams go on like 14 hours, 14 and a half. Once you go past 15 to 16, YouTube will still play all. You can have a live stream. I had one live stream 21 hours because I allow people on and I go to sleep. I hang out with my daughter. I go to the gym. But once it goes over 16 hours, YouTube will stream your stream as long as you have the StreamYard up. If you had if you StreamYard this for 25 hours, YouTube would StreamYard it for 25 hours. But on the playback, YouTube takes down the entire video. So once you go over 15 hours, YouTube deletes the entire stream, all 15 hours. So you can go to 12, 13, 14 hours, and YouTube just clip it at 12 hours. But once you go over 15, YouTube deletes the entire stream. It's gone. It happened to me. I was like, no effing way. Yeah.
Okay. So listen, I'm probably going to go about 12 and a half hours.
Yeah, that's cool. I got to get going anyway a little bit. But yeah, so, you should be a proud Jamaican. I saw my Jamaicans today with, making jerk chicken downtown Baltimore. I don't know why you want to be American so bad. You're not American. You're a Jamaican who's a citizen of America. And you said you love the American dream. I love it. But you're not. We're ethnically American. You're ethnically Jamaican. Our origin is from America. Your origin is from Jamaica. I don't know what the problem is. And you're correct. Earlier you said that your culture is American culture. Yeah. Because you live in America, so you're enjoying our American culture. Just like if I moved to Jamaica, right, my whole life, then I would be immersed in the Jamaican culture. So you're correct that your culture is American culture because you are a Jamaican immigrant who's been living here for a long time. So you are obviously immersed in our American culture. Just like if I went to Jamaica, I would be immersed in your Jamaican culture. I'd probably even start speaking Jamaican patois. I would be so immersed. But it still would not be my culture. But even though I would be immersed in it, I mean, this is their Jamaican culture, but I've been here so long, my whole life, I'm immersed in it and I'm a part of it, but I'm not of it, And it's the same thing here. You're not American. So American culture is not yours, but yet you are immersed in it and you get to enjoy it and love it and vibe off it. And everyone does. Everyone comes here, they vibe off our American culture, even though they're not American. And like I said, if I went to Jamaica, I would be vibing off your Jamaican culture and learn even Jamaican patois. But they would tell me, like, you're not Jamaican, bro. Even though you speak Jamaican patois, you're not Jamaican. But you're definitely immersed in the culture.
So what does it take away from you as an American when immigrants claim to also be Americans? What does it take away from you? What does it deny you? Like, does it put you at a loss in some way?
Yes, you're stealing my identity. You're literally stealing my identity.
Your identity.
Yeah, and you are. When you say you are American, just like me,
So
you're
if I
stealing
say I'm
my
American,
identity.
you no longer are an American.
No, I'm an American, but you're.
So how did I steal your identity? If
Yeah,
I steal
because you're
something-
saying that
hold
you're
on,
me,
hold
you're
on.
not.
If I steal something from you, that means I have it and you no longer have it. So how do I steal your identity as an American when you still are an American? How does that work?
Because you're not an American. You're stealing our
That's not answering
identity.
my question. How did I steal? If I steal something from you, you no longer have it. So if you still have your identity as an American, how did I steal it?
Because you're taking something that doesn't belong to you. That's stealing.
But
you're
you
taking
still have
something.
it.
No.
How
But
can
you're
I take something from you when you still have it?
because you're not an American. You're taking something that doesn't belong to you. That's stealing. No matter how you slice it, when you take something that doesn't belong to you, it's called stealing. American does not belong to you. That's stealing. Irregardless of what you say, well, I'm not taking it from you, but you're still stealing because that's not yours. It's ours. Just like if I said I was Jamaican, I would be stealing from you because I'm not Jamaican. I would be taking a title that does not belong to me. And that's what you're doing when you say you're Jamaican saying you're an American. You're stealing. You're stealing our ethnicity.
Let me tell you. If I was to say to you that I think you're stealing from me by calling yourself a Jamaican, like, I would feel like a complete idiot. And I'm surprised you don't.
Well, because you don't care.
I'm surprised you're sticking with it.
No, you are stealing. When you say you are American, you are stealing our ethnic name. We are literally American, ethnically American, the only American. And so you're stealing, bro. Everyone does. It ain't just you. These white people come here. I check them all the time on Twitter. Bro, stop stealing my name. We are the only Americans. You come from Europe. You came here on a boat. You're not American. You are European. And you know exactly where you come from in Europe. England, Italy, Germany. Stop stealing our American ethnonym. And most white people don't give me pushback. In fact, they don't even answer me. I'll jump on a long thread with white people saying, yeah, we're Americans. I'm like, no, you're stealing. You are European. You can't be both. If you're European, you can't be American. It's like somebody saying that they are Japanese, but they're also Irish.